Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 461. Want to cut the line? Impossible. After coldly staring at Xing Hall for a long time, Dr. Chang suddenly began to make his way over to Xing Hall's front desk. Once he arrived in front of Zhou Yan'an, he lifted his chin and frostily demanded, "Bring me a bottle of best quality pills." Flabbergasted, Zhou Yan'an raised his head to look at the man who spoke. He was completely unfamiliar, and before he had time to recognize him, the people lined up behind him already started to voice their complaints. One by one the customers began to shout, "Who are you, ah? Don't you see us all lined up? Is it because you think you're somebody, ah? Don't you see that even the people from influential families are lined up as well?" Dr. Chang didn't get to say anything when Jixing Hall's shopkeeper Yu, who had followed behind him, angrily burst out, "Presumptuous! This is our Jixing Hall's Dr. Chang, a doctor that the Doctors Association recognized as a 4th-ranked doctor. You guys actually want to be presumptuous toward a grand 4th-ranked doctor." Once those words had been said, the shouting voices immediately quieted down. 4th-ranked doctor. It was actually the same rank as Jin Ling's first doctor. Moreover, the status of a doctor was quite particular. If someone offended a doctor, they would meet countless assassination attempts. Dr. Chang looked at Zhou Yan'an and quietly coughed. "What? Shopkeeper Zhou, we're both people who learn medicine. You wouldn't even be willing to give me face and sell me some pills?" Zhou Yan'an didn't have time to voice his thoughts before Shisan interrupted the conversation and impolitely said, "Dr. Chang, right? Truly embarrassing. My family's master already said, if you want to buy pills, you must wait in line for your turn. After all, the amount of pills we have is limited and there are a vast amount of customers. If we were to prioritize you and sell a bottle to you, it would be unjust toward the people all lining up, am I right?" Shisan and Zhou Yan'an were different. Shisan had no concept of a doctor's status. Shisan only recognized one thing, which was that his family's young miss was the most awesome. Whatever nonsense doctor wouldn't even be fit to carry Hashi's shoes. Once Shisan's words came out, the martial artists all lined up behind that were angry but didn't dare to speak, all felt incomparably carefree. On the other hand, Dr. Chang's face became extremely unsightly, but maintaining a doctor's reputation stopped him from lashing out. All he could do was angrily fling his sleeves as he turned to leave. Before he returned back to Jixing Hall, he turned back around to look at everyone surrounding Xing Hall once last time and ground his teeth, inwardly saying, "Very good, Xing Hall. You actually dare to slight me, so don't blame me if I'm impolite. Later you'll taste how it feels." Shisan disdainfully cast a glance at Dr. Chang's exiting figure and turned to everyone to clearly say, "Everyone rest assured. We, Xing Hall, are a medicinal hall that sets out to aid the world and save the people. We believe in fairness. If anyone wants to walk in here and receive special treatment, you'll have to see if our Xing Hall's guards agree with you." Shisan's speech led to a burst of enthusiastic cheering from everyone. Xing Hall had always promised fairness and equality, and over these past few days, they had consistently delivered on their promises. Regardless of whether it was people of the imperial family or aristocrats, whenever someone wanted to cut in line, Xing Hall's guards were quick to lecture them. Even gold core stage martial artists weren't an exception. Holding such a strong position in fairness and equality would, no doubt, offend many influential people. However, Xing Hall remained calm in the face of fear and continued to stand upright. This attitude caused countless common martial artists to hold an extremely favorable impression of Xing Hall in their hearts. In the future, when others decide stand against Xing Hall, there would always be an overwhelming amount of support for Xing Hall. But, this was something that would happen later. 3 days after Dr. Chang had been angered into leaving, a group of angry people suddenly rushed into Xing Hall. Before giving everyone time to react, the leader of the angry group ruthlessly overturned the front desk. The rest of the people in the group pushed everyone aside and shouted, "Move aside. Move aside. Have you not seen who has arrived? Open your eyes, it's our Murong family's 3rd young master." Chapter 462. Xing Hall is Murong family's. Someone suddenly resentfully shouted from the crowd, "What's going on with Murong family? Aren't other aristocrats obediently lined up here?" Sheng Dahal already announced that you must line up if you want to buy pills. Why are you making such a ruckus? When the leader of the group heard the shouts, he coldly sneered, line up. Haha, that really is a joke as big as the sky. I've never heard of a master needing to line up in their own shop. Youngster, have you grown brains yet? I will let you learn today. When he finished speaking, his subordinates rushed over, and without waiting for people to react, they knocked the martial artist, who was speaking, down to the ground and began to step all over and kick at his legs and feet. At this moment, Sheng Dahal's guards finally reacted and rushed over, intending to drive these people out. But, the people who arrived were actually high-level Meridian stage martial artists. Not only that, they all had high-quality magic weapons. Momentarily, the 4 guards stopped. They could only blankly watch on as they overturned those few Foundation establishment guards and took all of the pills at the front desk. All of the surrounding martial artists, who were watching this group steal, felt injustice rise in them, and some of them wanted to lend a helping hand. The large person that headed the group merely sneered, "What are you guys doing? I'm telling you, if you dare to make a move, don't even think about buying a thing from Sheng Dahal in the future." Why? What are you worth? The large person didn't get to respond before he heard a male's cold voice sound out from the doorway, based on the fact that I'm this place's owner. They saw that the male looked to be about 20 years old. He had a beautiful appearance, but his eyes were steely and his face was harsh. His hands were clasped behind his back as he slowly walked to the front. Coldly laughing, he said, "This entire Sheng Dahal is my Murong family's. Tell me, on what basis would I not be able to ban you from buying Sheng Dahal's things?" Impossible. Sheng Dahal's master doesn't even have the surname Murong. What evidence do you have that says Sheng Dahal is Murong family's? But I heard that Sheng Dahal's previous master was Gu Liufeng, who is actually someone from Murong family. Could it be that the people who purchased Sheng Dahal is actually Murong family? This. When the large man that headed the group saw everyone's bewildered state, he couldn't help but insolently laugh out. Pointing at the people who had just spoken rudely to him, he said, you, and also you, don't you guys want to buy pills? I won't make things difficult for you guys. As long as you crawl under my crotch and then kowtow to our third young master, I'll let you buy pills. What do you say? As he spoke, he pointed at his own crotch with a face full of haughtiness and arrogance. The 3 people he called out were as red as a tomato. They all waved their sleeves and turned to leave. But this aggressive group was like a cat teasing a mouse. They seemed to insist on wanting to humiliate the 3 men as they forced them to kneel on the ground and seemed to offer them only the option of crawling under the large man's crotch. The 3 people were extremely vexed and their whole bodies shook as they struggled to get free. But despite their struggling, the fact was that they were only at Foundation establishment stage, and furthermore, they were one person versus multiple. How could they be Murong family's opponents? The several people that held the 3 men down all burst into laughter. For us to let you crawl under our leader's crotch is us looking highly upon you. As long as you obediently crawl and kowtow in apology to our third young master, we'll give you a whole bottle of pills after. Everyone saw the 3 people almost nearing the large man's crotch when suddenly a sword flashed like lightning as it struck something. The large man that had previously been lifting his leg in preparation for those 3 men to crawl under him suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He's saying I arrogantly. Chapter 463. What are you? Soon after, blood began to quickly flow out of his crotch area. The person who was arrogant just moments before was now rolling about on the floor and wailing in pain. Who was it? The young man who had been called third young master of the Murong family had been scared stupid by the sudden scene before him. But soon after, he became angry and hot-blooded again. You even dare to attack this young master's people? Are you tired of living? As soon as he voiced his questions, he saw 2 men come out of Sheng Dahal's inner courtyard's doors. The male was walking slightly ahead of the other, wore coarse, hemp clothes, and he looked to be no more than about 16 or 17 years old. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He was incomparably beautiful. However, from head to toe, no spiritual power fluctuations could be sensed throughout his entire body, yet his eyes seemed to carry frostiness, causing people to feel cold. The person following behind the youth had a slender figure and common looks. He emitted a faintly detectable powerful force that pressed down on people once he arrived. In his hands, he held a sword, clear evidence that he was the one who had just acted against the large man. Naturally, these two people were Hashi and Gu Liufeng. Today, Shisan was the one overlooking the hall. When he saw that the circumstances were turning for the worst, he immediately made the decision to run into the inner courtyard and bring Hashi and Gu Liufeng out. On Gu Liufeng's face, he wore a special human skin mask, so other people were unable to recognize him. Hashi looked at the fellow that proclaimed himself as the third young master of the Murong family and sneered at him. "What are you? You don't even recognize me. You actually dare to appear in Shengda Hall?" The youth burst into laughter before continuing. "Listen properly, I'm called Murong Qian Jian, I'm Murong Manor's third young master. This Shengda Hall is my Murong family's property, so naturally it's my property as well. You little bast **** even dare to move against me, you're simply too impatient to continue living. I'm telling you, if you're sensitive, you would obediently kneel down and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, in the future, I'll have you blacklisted from Shengda Hall. When that happens, don't even talk about medicine, we wouldn't even sell some grass to you." Ha ha ha. Hashi coldly looked at the arrogant youth as if she were looking at a dead person. Even if she knew that there were countless children that belonged to Murong family that couldn't be publicly seen, calling the idiot in front of her a straw bag would be elevating his status. Gu Liufeng neared Hashi's side and quietly whispered, "Murong Qian Jian, 1, apart from his name is a brainless and an unskilled straw bag. I'm afraid that he's but a tool that someone instigated to come here and cause a ruckus in order to dig information out of us." Hashi sneered at his words. "Seeing as this garbage has actually come annoyed me, there's no need to send him back in good condition." When Murong Qian Jian saw Hashi and Gu Liufeng whispering to each other, he thought that it was due to the fact that they were intimidated by him. Immediately, he became haughtier and increasingly rampant. "Damn, my letting you kowtow and apologize is my giving you face. Since you're hesitating to something unless you're forced, small ones, come slaughter these youngsters for me. You'll be heavily rewarded for it. See these pills? You can have as many as you want." The guards behind Murong Qian Jian all enthusiastically cheered and each one of them threw themselves at Hashi like fiends. But before they could even near her, everyone saw a light sword rising in the air. Once the light sword was in the air, it split into a dozen or so separate swords and rushed toward each of the guards. After a moment, all that people heard were loud pang sounds. Before everyone could collect their thoughts, those fiends already had fright painted all over their faces as they foolishly looked at their abdomens. All they saw was a large gaping hole in their abdomen area. Blood was gushing out of it and they could even faintly make out their internal organs in the blood. Those people's eyes were full of amazement and despair, but before they could utter their last words, they fell onto the ground with a thump and lost their lives. 1. Murong Qian Jian. Qian means thousand and Jian means sword, more specifically, it's a double-edged sword. He's saying it arrogantly. Chapter 464. Forgive me, it's hard to comply. For a few moments, it was completely silent within Shengda Hall. Everyone looked at the male holding the sword with gazes full of shock. He didn't look to be particularly outstanding and his spiritual power fluctuations weren't very obvious, yet he was actually an expert at Gold Core stage. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Murong Qian Jian's face was deathly pale. His guards had actually been cleanly slaughtered in an instant during this face-off. Not knowing what to do, he looked around at everyone. Suddenly, he felt the porcelain bottle that he had just snatched minutes before and was filled with happiness again. Running over to the people standing at the end of the line, he loudly said in front of everyone, You guys, any one of you guys, as long as you can help me capture those two youngsters, my Shengda Hall will give you an unlimited supply of pills in the future." When Murong Qian Jian said these words, many people in the crowd looked at the full porcelain bottle in his hands and felt moved. Our third young master's words serious? When Murong Qian Jian saw people genuinely responding to his announcement, he felt overwhelmed with joy and confidently answered back, "Of course, this young master has already previously stated that this Shengda Hall is my Murong family's business." He looked down at the crowd and saw that many people were still hesitating and then looked back over at Gu Liufeng who had just picked up the flying sword and felt incredibly anxious. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Zhou Yenin who had just walked out and felt overjoyed. Toward Zhou Yenin, he arrogantly said, "I recognize you. You're that dog slave that follows Murong Liufeng's side, right? I heard that there's third-ranked pills in Shengda Hall, quick bring them out for this young master." All he got in response was Zhou Yan'an's cold and angry face staring back at him, not speaking nor moving. Murong Qianjian suddenly became extremely angry and began to abuse him. Damn thing, did you not hear what this young master said? Still not running to bring third ranked pills for me? Do you trust me when I say that I'll have you kicked out of Xingde Hall? Zhou Yan'an's character had always been that of a nobleman, upright and proper. At this moment, even though he had been angered so thoroughly he was shaking and his face was icy cold, his words still held courtesy when he said, "Forgive me, it's hard to comply." "What did you say?" Murong Qianjian became so angry he began to look at him with hate-filled eyes and rained down curses. "Dog slave, is it that you want to rebel? You won't even listen to my words." Zhou Yan'an deeply breathed and pushed down the anger that was bubbling forth in his heart and coldly said, "Xingde Hall has never been Murong Manor's business. It never has been and it never will be." Murong Qianjian furiously said, "Don't think that I don't know that Xingde Hall is Murong Liufeng's. Although that bast Murong Liufeng is useless, he's still my Murong family's person. I say, this Xingde Hall is Murong family's business, where am I wrong?" Zhou Yan'an sneered at him as anger became increasingly apparent in his eyes. "First of all, we only know that our previous master was called Gu Liufeng, not Murong Liufeng. So, I'm not sure what relationship Murong family would have with us. Secondly, this Xingde Hall has already been passed out to another person by our previous master. Furthermore, this young Gongzi is Xingde Hall's master's trusted aide and currently deals with all of Xingde Hall's matters. Your Murong family's endless pestering lacks all reasoning." When Murong Qianjian heard what was said, he became enraged. "Bullsh ***. You saying it's transferred means it's transferred? Who in Yanjing City doesn't know that Gu Liufeng is Murong Liufeng? Did he ask for Murong family's consent when he transferred ownership of the shop? As long as Murong family doesn't agree, this transfer doesn't count. What bullsh ***, Gongzi? It's best for him to obediently leave, otherwise if they provoke my Murong family, there won't be many good things happening to them." Translator note: what a truly idiotic person. The amount of frustration that I had when translating this chapter was crazy. If I was Zhou Yan'an, I would have slapped that fool a long time ago. Chapter 465: Forever be unable to open their eyes again. After saying that, he took the porcelain bottle and turned to face everyone lined up outside Xingde Hall and loudly yelled, "Did you guys clearly hear what I said? Quickly come and teach a lesson to these two youngsters. As long as you do as I say, there will be boundless pills for you." Murong Qianjian still hadn't finished speaking when a light sword streaked across. Murong Qianjian's mouth was still moving, but his head had flown up into the air. Fright slowly appeared in his eyes as he looked down at his headless body that was spewing blood everywhere. After that, he forever lost consciousness. Gu Liufeng leisurely came over to retrieve his sword and smiled. "Is there anyone else that wishes to replace our family's Gongzi as master of Xingde Hall?" The people from influential families, who had been restless up until now, kept quiet out of fear and didn't even dare to speak half a word. Shisan walked over to the crowd with a face full of smiles. "Everybody, Yanjing City prohibits fighting, but everyone here clearly saw that we were the victims today. This group of people were the first to act against us. When the Imperial Guard comes to investigate, everyone has to help us out, In addition, in order to make up for the fright everyone just received, the amount of pills available for purchase today is up by 10%. Once Shisen made this announcement, everyone felt overjoyed at the news and immediately threw all matters related to the fight to the very back of their minds. The amount of pills available to be sold was just increased by 10%, this meant that their chances of buying pills also became larger. Hashi slowly made her way over to the 4 martial artists that had been humiliated and beaten by Murong Qianjian and threw out a few pill bottles to them. The 4 people woodenly accepted the bottle. Soon after, they opened the lids and sucked in a breath. Heavens! It was actually best quality pills, 3 whole best quality pills. The 4 people held onto the pills with shaking hands. The martial artist who had been beaten first said with a trembling voice, "What? What did we do to deserve this? This is what you deserve." Hashi indifferently continued explaining, "It's also to express thanks for you for protecting Xingde Hall." The 4 people looked at each other and felt overjoyed. But, they all felt that they had just bumped into unexpected good luck. The martial artists waiting in line outside were so vexed they pounded their chests. If they had known earlier, they would have helped out Xing Dahal just then. They would have been the first person to rush up. That was 3 best quality pills, ah. It was worth several tens of thousands of crystals and they had missed it just like that. It was truly unlucky. Hashi then slowly made her way to the entrance of Xing Dahal before turning around and clearly saying to everyone, "My Xing Dahal only sells pills, it doesn't take notice of nor participate in any other affairs. But if someone doesn't watch where they're going and decides to come provoke us, we'll make sure that they'll forever be unable to open their eyes again." Once she said these words, spiritual power suddenly surged in Hashi's weak body, putting powerful pressure on her surroundings. Once this powerful pressure came out, all of the low-level martial artists immediately began to tremble and some of the more cowardly ones even fell flat on their butt. Nascent soul, he's actually at nascent soul stage. Nobody expected that this youth, who was more elegant than young ladies and weaker than women, to have a cultivation at nascent soul stage. For a few moments, everyone kept quiet out of fear and looked at Hashi with reverence. Hashi no longer spoke and faintly smiled at the sight. Then, she turned around and made her way to Xing Dahal's inner courtyard with Gu Liufeng following behind her. As for the people outside Xing Dahal, they resumed to line up and wait for their turn. Once they entered the back courtyard, Gu Liufeng couldn't help but curiously ask, "Little Yuer, you can actually emit a nascent soul stage's spiritual pressure. How exactly did you do that?" Hashi merely mysteriously smiled. Mountain people possess brilliant schemes. Once she said that, she didn't bother waiting for Gu Liufeng's response before minding her own business and leaving. Author's inconsistency. Translator note, and this is the end of the mass update. Sorry for being away for so long. Hope you enjoyed all of these chapters. Updates will become regular again after this. Now excuse me while I prepare to board my flight back home. Chapter 466 Naylan Family's Thoughts. Chapter 452 Naylan Family's Thoughts. In reality, Hashi wasn't actually at nascent soul stage, but she did have Wu Xin, her personal guard, that was at nascent soul stage. She had Wu Xin pour intense spiritual power into a jade slip. This type of pressure from spiritual power contained a nascent soul stage's power within it. However, common martial artists' mind states were completely different from martial artists at nascent soul stage, even if the martial artist was at gold core stage. Therefore, it would be impossible for them to fight against the pressure from a nascent soul stage's spiritual power. But, Hashi was not the ordinary martial artist. She had a primal chaos dantian which, in itself, naturally had spiritual power that far surpassed common martial artists. Adding onto the fact that her divine knowledge was especially strong and her mental strength had been trained in the Zijin Palace. So, if she wished to offset the pressure Wu Xion's spiritual power gave her, it was quite simple for her. Briefly releasing the pressure in front of that crowd would be sufficient enough to send fear into those martial artists' hearts, and for a short amount of time, it would prevent people from intentionally provoking Xing Dahal. Naylan Manor, Study Room. At this moment, the study room only had 2 people inside, Naylan Jingze and Naylan family's 3rd elder, Naylan Qingming, who was sitting opposite to him. The atmosphere inside the study was extremely still. In front of the 2 people, there was a best quality repairing spirit pill that had just been bought by a subordinate from Xing Dahal. With a grave expression, Naylan Qingming picked up the pill and said, "You're certain that this pill and that SL ****. Cough, and the ones that woman left behind are the same?" Naylan Jingze shook his head and replied, "Not entirely. This pill's essence purity and spiritual power is higher than the ones in Ling you left behind, but the smell both pills contain are very similar." Naylan Qingming ground his teeth. Could that woman have truly left behind a prescription for others? But that would be impossible. Near the time of her death, she had been closely monitored by us. Or could it be that that child, which had been unaccounted for at that time, had received all of An Ling Yu's remnants? Naylan Jingze shook his head and with a heavy voice he asked, asking 3rd elder to help investigate this Xing Dahal's master's identity. You also know that 1st elder never came back after going to Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory. Nowadays, I can only trust you 3rd elder. When he thought about Naylan Yanming going missing in Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory, Naylan Qingming's face held annoyance. Now, the only remaining gold core stage martial artists in Naylan family are you and I. If we continue on like this, how will we maintain our position as one of the 4 biggest families? You're the clan head, do you think there's any way to revive Naylan family? If there isn't, I think it's better to abdicate. Nailan Zhengze felt his forehead throbbing. His eyes turned overcast and ruthless waves of light flashed through it. But by the time he raised his head, his expression had turned humble. He looked like someone from a younger generation who dutifully listened to the teachings of older generations. Thanking third elder's instructions, I've already thought it through. In a few days, Ziyun complete his studies in his sect and return. When that time comes, I will bring Heshi back, who lives in B courtyard, and let the pair of brother and sister have a reunion. Nailan Qingming's eyebrows rose and soon after, he let out a meaningful laugh. That's right, they're brother and sister, naturally we must have them properly reunited. Perhaps we'll be able to discover something then. However, once his mind wandered to the state of Nailan family, Nailan Qingming's smiling expression immediately disappeared and he became resentful. If you want your position as clan head to remain steady, it's best for you to retrieve that woman's prescriptions and works as soon as possible. Otherwise, hee. At that time, you couldn't treat Ouyang Haoshuan's illness and even vowed that nobody would be able to treat it. Then, you withdrew from the marriage agreement third miss had with him. In the end, Ouyang Haoshuan is fully recovered from his illness today and his strength is especially vigorous. Now, everyone in Yanjing City laughs that your divine doctor identity doesn't match reality. Translator note: adjusting back to my normal time zone is so hard, especially because China's time zone is exactly opposite to my normal one. Downcast face with sweat. Chapter 467 Feng Family Speculations. This chapter was sponsored by Stumblemer. If outsiders find out that Nailan family's madam is insane and Nailan Zhengze, Jin Ling country's divine physician, can't heal the madam of her illness, I say you can forget wishing that your head position stays. Even your rank as a fourth-ranked doctor would be hard to maintain. When he finished saying what he wanted to, he didn't look at Nailan Zhengze's ugly expression. Instead, he coldly snorted and flicked his sleeves before leaving. Left behind to sit alone, Nailan Zhengze's gaze rested on the flickering candle. The meat on his face pulsed as his expression turned sinister and twisted. And Ling Yu. Nailan Heshi. Remnants. He could definitely retrieve them. Hee. After all, he still had the most important information in his hands that he could use against her. At the same time, after having received best quality pills in the faraway Tsangming country's Feng family, fog and mist rose up in spirals around the mountains, like a fairy. Rich spiritual qi circulated in the mountains and forests of this area. Feng Tianba and Feng Yinjing both sat upright on one of the rocks. They were looking at a distant figure that could barely be discerned through the fog and mist. Feng Tianba was silent for a good moment. After he saw that the people inside didn't make any noise, he couldn't help but ask, "Honored sir, how is it?" For a short amount of time, it was silent amongst the clouds and mist. Then, from a distant place, a muffled voice slowly said, "The pill's level is very high. Even with my current level of cultivation, I wouldn't be able to get such a high purity. I don't doubt that a refining pharmacist that would be able to refine such a pill exists, but as far as I know, they've never made an appearance on Miluo continent." Feng Tianba and Feng Yinjing sucked in a breath when they heard those words and both of their faces held shock. In the clouds and mist, that person carried on, "Although this pill is precious, it's a pity that." Pity that what? It's pitiful that the pill's level is so low. If someone at Meridian stage took this pill, there wouldn't be much of an effect on them. The muffled voice muttered to themselves for a moment before lightly snorting, "But a person able to refine pills to this grade can't only be able to refine first-rank pills. Most likely, they're just deliberately choosing not to sell higher-ranked pills." Feng Tianba nodded his head then asked another question, "Honored sir, may I ask what that easing tendons pill is? I scoured through countless ancient texts and couldn't find any trace of this medicine on Miluo continent. Do you think this pill is from the pill prescription that was previously rumored to be from Sealed Dragon Domain?" In the mist and clouds, a voice filled with certainty immediately answered his question, "It's very probable. As far as I know, a pill used to improve martial artists' meridians hasn't appeared on Miluo continent before." "Oh right, regarding the person who inherited Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory, have you guys been able to find any information on them?" "No," Feng Tianba regretfully and guiltily shook his head in response. "We've investigated everyone who entered the secret territory, but no matter how we look at it, none of them would have had the ability or opportunity to receive Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory. Even Nangong Yu, who was the strongest person to go to the secret territory that day, wouldn't have had the time to receive control of the secret territory because he spent the first half of the time with Nie Jinchen and Feng Lianing. Feng Yinjing, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly opened his mouth. "Honored sir, may I ask if this refining pharmacist could have any relation to genius Dr. Shi? Whether or not they have a connection I'm not sure." The person concealed within the clouds and mist continued, "However, if the genius Dr. Shi you speak of is at foundation establishment stage, then she couldn't possibly be the refining pharmacist. This is because it would be impossible for her to refine such a pure pill with such outcomes using her spiritual fire. That person has to have reached a rank equal to mine, at least in refining, and at the very least, their cultivation has to be at gold core stage." Chapter 468 Not reciprocating would be rude. However, the muffled voice paused for a second before continuing on, "There isn't that much coincidence in the world. That genius Dr. Shi you speak of has too perfect timing. Even if he isn't the refining pharmacist, he certainly has a connection with the refining pharmacist. Go secretly dig for information, but before you find out what's happening on the opponent's side, don't act blindly." At once, Feng Tianba and Feng Yinjing stood up from their sitting positions and bowed toward the voice. "Yes, honored sir." Then, the two people slowly walked away from this foggy mountain and river area. On the way back, Feng Tianba said, "Yunjing, this time when you go to Jinling country, you must discover genius Dr. Shi's identity. The best scenario would be to bring him back to Feng family." "I understand, father." Feng Yinjing coldly agreed to the order and bowed his head, but a flash of cutting edge went through his eyes went undetected when he did so. "Shi Yu, wait for me. Soon, I'll make you into one of my people." In the dead of the night, two figures silently landed on the window sill of Shengde Hall's second floor. Gu Liufeng, who had originally been sleeping soundly on the second floor, seemed to have experienced some sort of reaction. Suddenly awakening, he spoke into the darkness with a deep, quiet voice, "Who is it?" Under the moon's weak light a beautiful and delicate youthful face appeared, and behind her there was a detached and bitingly cold male that was faintly perceptible. Surprised, Gu Liufeng said, "Little Yuer, how come it's you?" She lightly jumped off the window sill and landed in front of Gu Liufeng. By now, Gu Liufeng snapped out of his initial shock, and a smile that wasn't a smile could faintly be seen on his face as he teased, "Little Yuer, it's the dead of the night and you're rushing into my room. Are you planning to sneak attack me?" "Really, if Little Yuer wants my hug, it's available to you at any time." Once Gu Liufeng said these words, she still hadn't responded, but behind her, the man's face had turned completely frozen. An imposing manner erupted from his body shortly after, and an immense pressure began to build up in the room. Even the temperature dropped several degrees. His eyes were like pairs of ice as he ruthlessly stared Gu Liufeng down. "Young Master Gu, please act accordingly. How can our Wang Fei be someone you can tease as you please? If you continue to speak so rudely, don't blame me for being impolite." Before Gu Liufeng could respond, she ruthlessly gave a cold glance at both of them and coldly said, "Shut up. Get down to business." Wu Xian and Gu Liufeng both looked at each other. The latter rubbed his nose and mischievously laughed. "Little Yuer, your guard really can't take a joke. He's just like his family's master." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Wu Xian was about to erupt from anger and promptly began to diffuse the situation. "Don't be noisy. This is Wu Xian, his cultivation is at nascent soul stage. In order to protect us during our operation tonight, he'll be following behind us." Flabbergasted, Gu Liufeng asked, "What operation?" In Heshi's eyes, a hint of icy edge appeared in her eyes as she serenely answered, "Isn't there still have information in Murong Manor that can be used against you? It just so happens that it's overdue for me to give Murong Linfeng, that mother and son pair, their easing tendons pill. Adding on to this was their visit, or provocation, today. It'd be rude of us not to reciprocate. It would be good for us to return the compliment tonight." Gu Liufeng's eyes suddenly brightened and his mood surged up and down. When he spoke, his voice was slightly shaking, "Little Yuer, you." Although Heshi's words were cold, Gu Liufeng knew that if it weren't for the information that could be used against him and his own hatred, Heshi would not take the risk to go back to Murong Manor, nor would she bring along one of Ming Wang Manor's nascent soul stage guards. The Purple Vine Inn. Heshi's hands flew out and wrapped itself around Gu Liufeng's body. Sneering, "Since Murong family dares to court risks, tonight will nicely help them succeed." Chapter 469 Murong Feng's Study. Just after saying this, her entire person jumped out of the window and began floating high up in the sky. Then, using Qinggong, she flew across the roof and into the darkness with Gu Liufeng following behind. Wu Xian's person silently disappeared into the night without a trace. It was just as if he was never there. Before half an incense stick finished burning, both He and Gu Liufeng had arrived at Murong Manor. Just like before, there were many guards in Murong Manor. However, unlike last time when she had come to save Gu Liufeng, all the guards seemed more relaxed. Using his divine knowledge, Gu Liufeng quietly and carefully swept his eyes over the entire manor. After he confirmed that there were no martial artists stronger than himself, he let out a breath that he didn't realize he had been holding. This proved that ash-cloaked man He encountered the previous time wasn't in Murong Manor at the current moment. The two people relaxed made themselves comfortable on the roof. Gu Liufeng leaned closer to He and whispered in her ear, "I don't know where they stored the information that could be used against me. However, from my memories, I remember that Murong family has a forbidden area in the manor. In my childhood, I recall that Murong Linfeng accidentally went in there once and even he had been firmly chided afterward. Where is it?" Gu Liufeng's eyes darkened at the question. "It's Murong Feng's study." Murong Feng was Gu Liufeng's father, at the very least he was his father by blood. It was just that this so-called father was a brute that tortured both him and his mother. Gu Liufeng paused and deeply sucked in a breath before continuing. "Each month, Murong Feng goes into the study for a long time. Once there was even a time where he brought my mother into the study. But after my mother came back, she became even crazier and every inch of her skin was damaged. How could an ordinary person stay in the study for such a long time?" He knit her brow and continued, "Only if it wasn't a study in the first place. Wouldn't it be better if we went there first to explore around the area?" The two people's figures flashed and noiselessly began heading in the direction of Murong Feng's study. The area surrounding the study had much more guards compared to the rest of the manor. There was also a faint gloomy feeling hovering in the sky that didn't go away for a long time. He's brow raised and she took the little gold dragon out of her space. When the little golden dragon heard He's summons, it felt extremely happy. In this Shumi mustard subspace, there was Dan Dan who had the miraculous ability to refine pills. Then, there was Little Purple who was a little expert in fighting. All that was left was itself, a freeloader with nothing to offer. He was the grand golden dragon. How could he be beat by a purple vine and a little pig? "Lauda, don't hesitate to tell me instructions. Do you want me to completely wipe out these guards? You can rest assured, just give me the time it takes a stick of incense to burn and I'll perfectly complete the task." He seemed to completely ignore its enthusiasm and merely indifferently said, "I remember you saying that you can change figures after advancing past 5th rank. Change into..." She paused and glanced at the little golden dragon's thin body and swaying claws before proceeding to instruct, "Change into a lizard and enter this study. Once inside, explore everything inside and report back." Once the little golden dragon heard her orders, it immediately opened its mouth to lowly shout, "Lauda, I'm a dragon, not a snake. Not even just a dragon, I'm a golden dragon. How can you ask others to change into a lizard? This is asking me to lower my status too much. Oh, you aren't willing. I'll just forget about it. In the future when I make any foods, you can also. Don't. Once it heard He mentioning her foods, the little golden dragon panicked. Immediately, it pointed its finger at the sky and vowed, "Lauda, rest assured. Isn't it just turning into a lizard and exploring the area? If I'm unable to complete this then I'm not fit to be your Xiao Di." Once it made its vow, it seemed as if it was scared that He would change her mind and its figure flashed. Soon after an ordinary black lizard appeared in its place. Chapter 470 Brutes. The little golden dragon now had the ability to transform itself into other animals. However, it was limited to small animals and animals that had similar body types to its own. If it were to transform into a large elephant, its spiritual power would be wiped out in just 3 seconds and it would return back to its original form. The ordinary, black lizard ran over to the front of Murong Feng's study. Then, it slipped in through one of the cracks without anyone noticing. After a short amount of time passed, He was contacted by the little golden dragon and received news. "Lauda, it's absolutely empty in here, there are no people. But, I do sense cold permeating below this room." He and Gu Liufeng both turned to look at each other. A rock quietly flew out of Hashi's sleeves and went under a distant underbrush. Chi-la sounded out in the quiet night, alarming the surrounding guards. The few people quietly shouted, "Who is it?" Each of the guards began to make their way over to the direction of the underbrush. At the same time, Hashi and Gu Liufeng seized the opportunity to slip into the study unnoticed. Simultaneously, the purple vine came out and created a barrier around the study. "Little Yuer, quickly come and see." Gu Liufeng's voice suddenly echoed in Hashi's ears. Hashi turned around and saw that his hand was pressing down on a black, flying serpent sculpture. The soaring serpent sculpture was resting on a shelf that displayed various other antiques. If one merely glanced at the sculpture in passing, it would be considered completely ordinary. But, if one carefully examined it, they would discover that this flying serpent sculpture actually wasn't made out of iron or jade. Its surface was exceedingly glossy, as if people frequently touched it. Gu Liufeng's face became heavier and he slowly remarked, "I once witnessed Murong Feng cleaning the dust off this soaring serpent." Once he said this, his hand suddenly violently turned the flying serpent's head around. Immediately after he did so, caw-caw sounds were heard. A moment later, the shelf moved on either side, opening up a dark passageway. The passage used limestone slates as steps. When these were stepped on, it caused a bone-chilling feeling to emerge in a person. Both of their faces were grave. Following the steps, they quickly walked further down. Soon, Hashi was able to hear several young children's voices crying and begging for forgiveness. "I'm begging you guys, spare me. Spare me. I don't want money and I don't want to eat. Please spare me, woo woo woo. Elder brother, I feel very unwell. I can't breathe. Elder brother. You guys are brutes. Don't touch my younger sister. Younger sister. Younger sister. You guys are a group of brutes, you won't receive good deaths." The two looked at each other for a second before they stopped making all sounds. Then, they quickly hid themselves in the shadows and watched what was happening under the light. The scene caused Gu Liufeng to suck in a breath. His face became incomparably dark and angry. Even Hashi, who was used to such bloody and cruel scenes, deeply pursed her brows. From their position they could see that the nearby basement had been divided into two separate sections. The left side was set up like a refining pills room. Several grizzly-bearded old men were currently maintaining a spiritual fire whilst watching the circumstances in the pill cauldron. It was just that the right side of this basement was like a bloody slaughterhouse, creating a stark contrast with the left side. There were over 100 cages that were all densely packed on the floor. In each cage there were 2 children locked inside. There were a mix of boys and girls in the cages. The oldest children Hashi could see were about 8 of 9 years old while the youngest seemed to be 3 or 4 years old. They looked like animals that were just shoved and locked in a cage. Some of the children were crying, others were begging for forgiveness, a few were angrily shouting insults, and there were even a couple that were blankly staring off into space, completely at a loss at what to do. Beside all of the cages there were 7 or 8 children suspended in the air. Each of their carotid arteries, major blood vessels in the neck, had been cut open, allowing for blood to freely flow out. The blood dripped down into a copper basin on the floor, taking only moments to completely fill to the brim. Chapter 471 Little Boy. Warning: this chapter is somewhat graphic and contains upsetting content/topics, read at your own risk. In the beginning, the pitiful kids were still able to scream and howl in pain. But as time went on, all their blood had flowed out and their faces were pale, they were no longer able to speak, and in the midst of all the pain, they lost their lives. But even at this state, those uncivilized brutes still didn't let them off. While their corpses were still warm, those uncivilized brutes cut off pieces of their flesh, in practiced motions, and threw them into another basin. If there was still a few drops of blood, they would carefully let it drip into the blood-filled basin before throwing the flesh into the second one. The entire process seemed extremely practiced, it almost felt as if they were machinery. It looked like an assembly line at a factory and felt like they had done this 100,000 times before. When all of the children had been taken care of, those uncivilized brutes let out a few devilish laughs. They then turned around to walk toward the cages full of children. The children all moved backward in their cages, pushing themselves against the back of the cage walls in an attempt to hide themselves. They let out mournful shrieks, trying to evade this miserable destiny. But when those brutes heard the children's screams, it seemed to add to their happiness. One of the brutes grabbed onto a 5 or 6-year-old little girl and held her up. Holding onto her legs, he held her completely upside down while examining her. As he did so, he burst into giddy laughter. "Look at this little girl's tender flesh. When all her blood has dripped out and we've finished skinning her, let's roast her meat and eat it. It must be the world's finest delicacy. Mine isn't that bad either." Another one of the men grabbed onto a 4-year-old boy's collar. In one motion, he took the boy's clothes off. Swallowing his saliva, he commented, "Look how tender his flesh is. If we use it to cook stew, this meat will certainly be tasty and soft. It'll be a delicacy." When the 2 children heard their words, they became even more terrified and began to loudly cry. They struggled to get out, but they looked like chicks in an eagle's talons. What possibility could they have of escaping? The 2 people who captured the children burst into loud laughter. They looked at the children's struggling appearances and seemed to get immense satisfaction from it. Suddenly, one of the men felt a sharp pain on their lower leg. Following this, the little boy he had been holding in the air was snatched away. The uncivilized brute angrily lowered his head to look at who had done it and quickly looked into a pair of fierce eyes that resembled those of wolf cubs. All he saw was a boy that was roughly 8 or 9 years old. He wore tattered clothes and his whole face was full of mud and dust. The sharp pain he had felt just then had come from this boy's teeth biting his leg. The boy then took advantage of the fact that he was distracted and quickly snatched the little boy out of his grip. "You son of a bi*******, are you impatient of living? You actually dare to bite me******." Soon after, the uncivilized brute raised his palm and ruthlessly swung at the boy's face. All that was heard was a loud paw sound as the little boy was thrown back into the cage with a bleeding mouth. But, like before, he still glared at the uncivilized man without a hint of cowering in his eyes. He even hid 3 children behind him. Painted on his face was a look of fierceness, displaying that he wasn't afraid to die. "Very good." The man was provoked by the look in his eyes and sneered at him. "Since you want to court death, I'll help you become a dried corpse." As he was speaking, he crouched down and ruthlessly dragged the boy out of the cage. The 3 children hidden behind the boy started to wail, crying out, "Gidge." Using all of their strength, they held onto the boy's clothes in a desperate attempt to prevent him from being taken away. However, how could their strength compare to the uncivilized men? The little boy was very quickly picked up like a chick and dragged out of the cage. "Smelly boy, soon you'll know the result of offending me." "Ayo, sound of a whale. Smelly boy, you actually dared to scratch me." Soon after, 5 bloody marks appeared on the man's face and he felt a painful ache coming from his face. The man's sorry state brought on all of his companions' laughter, filling the entire room with their chuckles. "Chen Laosi, the longer you live, the dumber you become. You can't even handle a little brat." He's saying me arrogantly. Chapter 472, Killing a Superior. Chen Laosi suddenly became even more enraged, irritated from his comrades' teasing. Raising the child even higher up in the air, he motioned to ruthlessly slam the child onto the ground. "Ai, Chen Laosi, don't become befuddled. Master spent countless pills to obtain these children in order to turn them into culture fluid. The culture fluid must survive. If you allow the precious culture fluid to fall to its death, you'd have to be careful not to let the master skin you." Chen Laosi's face turned sinister and abruptly pressed the child down on a chopping block. He looked down at the child with an evil smile painted on his face. "Even if I can't kill him, I can chop his hands and feet off. Letting his blood flow a little bit won't cause harm, right? Eldest brother. Don't kill eldest brother." Woo woo woo, the children from the cage let out heart-tearing cries when they heard what the men said. The boy that was held down on the chopping board also struggled under Chen Laosi's hold, but his strength was no match for Chen Laosi's. The little boy looked up and saw Chen Laosi raising the large knife higher and higher. Then, he watched as the knife began nearing himself more and more. Without another option, the little boy closed his eyes in desperation. But, after a few moments, he felt none of the pain he had originally anticipated. Instead, he heard a loud pang sound come from the side of his ear. It was the sound of the large knife falling to the floor. Following this, the entire basement became chaotic. The little boy cautiously opened his eyes to see and saw 2 figures slowly walking over from outside the dark and light boundary. The person walking in front had delicate, handsome features, but their face held an unsightly, bright red scar. In his hand he held a flying sword that was bursting with coldness. As for Chen Laosi, who was just about to chop his limbs off, he was already rolling around on the floor, clutching onto the bloody remnants of his arm and screaming out in agony. "Who are you guys? Do you know what place this is?" The basement had turned chaotic and disorderly. Even the several old men who were originally refining pills had come over to check out the huge commotion. Gu Liufeng sneered in response to the question. He looked at these brutes who looked human but were nothing more than beasts at heart. The longer he looked at them, the more the hatred and loathing became apparent in his eyes. "I've come to take your life." Right after he said this, he began waving his cold sword around. The sword moved too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Instead, the only thing that could be seen was a light trail following closely behind it. Due to the speed at which Gu Liufeng swung his sword, it looked as if there were fireworks in the air around him. Screams of pain followed the sword's light, wherever it went was where the screams sounded out. Broken limbs, snapped arms, and blood spatters flew all over the room, turning it into a bloody hell. The entire time, Hashi stood to the side and leisurely watched on. There wasn't a trace of evidence that she was going to help. Unexpectedly, before she even moved her hand, a small person's shadow advanced toward an old man who was just about to press a mechanism and knocked him out of the way. The pill-refining old man fell to the floor and began screaming out in pain. At this time, the little boy hopped off the chopping block and took a machete along with him. He walked over to the man and began to ruthlessly chop it on the old man. Blood splattered everywhere and the warm, fishy-smelling substance sprayed onto the little boy's face. For a moment, he blanked out before returning back to his senses. There wasn't an iota of fear in his eyes, there was only a thick sense of hatred. The little boy felt eyes on the back of his head and turned around to see, only to meet Hashi's smiling yet not smiling eyes. The youth residing outside of the dark and light boundary had clean, white jade-like skin and bright red lips. But, their eyes oozed iciness, it felt like crystal-clear spring water that was both remote and cold. Those bright red lips were slightly turned up. The expression they looked at him with was so aloof, so indifferent, yet it was what enticed him into wanting to approach them more, to long to near them. Chapter 473 Filthy Person. The little boy wiped the blood off his face and proceeded to stick his chest out. He set off the feeling of, "I'm not scared at all," whilst staring directly at Hashi. This tsundere act he put on caused Hashi to be unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. The little boy's face turned red and he immediately turned around to run away. Still carrying the machete, he ran over to the front of the cages and began to directly hack at the locks on them. Once he opened them he took each of the children out, one by one. By this time, Gu Liufeng had already single-handedly brought all of the people in the basement down. He stood atop the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood with his long sword directly pointed at one of the old men who refined pills and coldly questioned, "Tell me, what was the purpose of you kidnapping and bringing so many children here?" Spare my life, Taoist immortal Ah. We were only hired here to refine supplement spirit and cleaning spirit pills for these children, we don't know anything else Ah. Begging Taoist immortal to spare my life. We're actually all Murong family's people, if you killed us, Murong family wouldn't let you off. If there are children of immortals in this group and Taoist immortal takes them away. Before the old man could complete his sentence Gu Liufeng had already cut his head off. His head flew off and onto the floor. Just like this, the man breathed his last breath. He then walked over to Chen Laoba, whose hand had been cut off. Pressing the pointed edge of the blade against his neck, he slowly asked, "Tell me, what does Murong Feng want to do with all these children? And where did you steal all these children from?" Chen Laoba had already watched with his own eyes as Gu Liufeng killed and slaughtered all his companions. He had long already been scared witless, pooping and peeing on the floor as he watched. He cradled his own snapped-off arm and with a trembling voice he said, I don't know anything. We're only in charge of removing blood from these children's bodies. The people above require 3 basins full of blood every day, moreover, the blood must be from virgin males and females who possess spiritual roots. As to what exactly the blood is for, we don't know Ah. Gu Liufeng's eyes shifted over to the blood-filled copper basins. They were about the size of a well and knee-high. This much blood. How many virgin boys and girls were required to fill these up? Gu Liufeng coldly stated, "You guys were able to bring so many children here. especially children with spiritual roots. They're street urchins. 1. Chen Laoba paused to bite his trembling teeth before continuing to elaborate. For the most part, they're street urchins, though there are some that were stolen away from villages. As long as the child possesses the slightest bit of spiritual root, we'll try our best to get our hands on them. Gu Liufeng deeply sucked in a breath at the news. Then he suddenly lowly began to laugh. Little Yuer, do you see it now? This is Murong family, one of Yanjing City's 4 biggest families. Hee, surprisingly my body possesses such filthy blood. He slowly walked over to Gu Liufeng. At the same time, the purple vine flew out from her wrist and pierced into Chen Laoba's body. Chen Laoba was overwhelmed with shock. After, his eyes widened as he felt the blood in his body slowly being absorbed by that purple vine. Spare my life. His words were hoarse and broken, but as more and more of his blood was sucked out of his body, he lacked even the power to speak words. Chen Laoba remembered that he had once cut some of the children's throats like so. He watched as they struggled, hauled in pain, and still watched as their blood slowly flowed out, eventually bringing an end to their young lives. At the time he was so excited, so proud of himself. But now times had changed and karma had come so quickly. Once the purple abyss vine finished sucking the body dry, successfully turning it into a dried-out corpse, it shook its leaves and disdainfully cast the body aside. It then flew over to He, happily returning into her hands. He moved to pet the vine's shaking leaves before turning to address Gu Liufeng, slowly saying, "On the world there isn't filthy blood, only filthy people. Nobody can determine their birth, but at the very least, we can determine what path we walk on." 1. Street urchin, a child who spends most, if not all, of their time on the streets, usually located in slum areas. Chapter 474 Losing Business Deal. Gu Liufeng was startled when he heard He's words, then he thought about He's life. His eyes gleamed and he heavily nodded his head. Since his blood was so filthy, he should personally go destroy the source of this filthy blood. He let the purple abyss vine loose to clean up any people still alive in this basement and prepared to leave. Just as they were ascending the stairs, a child's clear voice sounded from behind them. "Elder brother, can we follow you guys out?" He turned back around and saw the same little boy that had just taken a knife and hacked at the old man. His small head was tilted up as he looked at them with stubborn eyes. Standing behind the boy were quite a few children, but in their eyes, there was cowardice. They were like the little tail behind the little boy. Gu Liufeng looked over at He and didn't say anything. He was now his master, naturally these situations would be handled as she saw fit. Both of He's hands wrapped around her chest. She coldly looked at the little boy and asked, "Why would I allow you to follow me?" Because I can help you when I grow up." When the boy first started out, he nervously stuttered, but as he continued making his point, he became more and more confident. His eyes were wide open and they reflected determination. We can give our bodies to you, in a working sense. We'll work for you in the future. Moreover, I'm aware that outside this prison there is a large courtyard. Even if we wished to run we wouldn't be able to. We need to follow you guys because you guys are very strong." Gu Liufeng considered for a moment before softly saying to He, "These children are the results of Murong family's evil doings. I want to return them back to their mothers and fathers' sides." When Gu Liufeng saw He nod at his idea, he then turned to address the children. "You guys should first obediently wait here. When we finish sorting out all our matters, we'll come back to fetch you. From there, we'll work on sending you back to your mothers and fathers' sides." The distant kids, who were originally scared, cried tears of joy when they heard Gu Liufeng's announcement. Some even went as far as to kowtow toward Gu Liufeng and He. They didn't know how many days had passed since they had been captured, but they had long given up all hope. They thought they wouldn't have the chance to see their relatives anymore in this lifetime. But who would have known that they would be able to come back from death's door? Not could they escape this fate, but they also had the chance to return to their families again. After the children relaxed, they couldn't help but all hug each other and cry. Gu Liufeng felt a headache coming and rubbed his head. He was just about to pull He and leave when he heard the same little boy start speaking again. "We don't have a family, nor do we have a place to return to. We only wish to follow elder brother. Begging elder brother to bring us along." He's eyebrows jumped and her eyes showed traces of astonishment. The children at the very back were joyously crying because they were going to return back to their mothers and fathers. But the boy at the very front, as well as a few of the children standing directly behind him, had completely clear eyes. There wasn't a bit of envy or timidness in their eyes. Hashi used her divine knowledge to sweep over these few children's bodies and discovered that their aptitudes weren't bad. The worst child had 3 spiritual roots. The best one was that little boy. He actually had dual attributes of wind and fire. Not only that, his spiritual root's essence purity was quite high. Hashi hugged her chest. Right now you guys are useless. If I took you in, I would have to feed and clothe you. Wouldn't this be a losing business deal? At once, the little boy refuted her words. After we've become strong we can give our lives to you. It doesn't matter what you want us to do, we'll do anything. Hashi sneered at him. How do I know whether or not you're able to become strong? If I was to raise you until you're older and you turn out to be a group of thankless wretches, wouldn't I be eating a big loss then? We aren't thankless wretches. We are good children. We'll listen to you. The children behind the little boy weakly retorted Hashi's questions. Chapter 475. Okay, we'll swallow it. The little boy clenched his teeth and raised his head to say, or, you can turn me into a slave. I know all martial artists can have slaves. This way you don't have to be worried about whether or not I'll run away, right? The corner of Hashi's eye slightly jumped. Do you know what it means to be turned into a slave? Spirit soul slaves must draw out a part of their soul. This means that if you want to cultivate in the future, you won't be able to amount to much. The little boy's face twisted with pain when Hashi said that, but when he turned back around to look at the naive faces of the children behind him, he still clenched his teeth and told Hashi, I'm willing to be your slave, but you have to agree to let all of us follow you. Moreover, you can't turn them into slaves. They both stared at each other, neither backing down. There was obvious fear in the little boy's eyes and his body was shaking, but despite this, he didn't hesitate. At last, a satisfied expression appeared on Hashi's face. She took out a porcelain bottle and threw one at him, faintly saying, if you became a spirit soul slave, your strength would greatly decline. Why would I raise a useless piece of rubbish, to play with it? Since you guys are so confident that you won't betray me, each of you has to swallow one of these pills. This is a medicine that I refined myself. Its purpose is to control people's hearts. As long as you don't change your mind and decide to betray me, the poison won't flare up. But if there's any disloyalty on your part, this pill will let you taste the feeling of being unable to beg for your life nor for your death. How about it? Are you guys still willing to swallow it? The little boy held onto the porcelain bottle and hesitatingly said, we all have to eat it. Of course. Hashi faintly laughed. Granted, even if you're able to guarantee that these children won't betray me today, what about in 10 or 100 years? I stick by my words. I refuse to raise a bunch of thankless wretches. Okay, we'll swallow it. The little boy clenched his teeth and opened the porcelain bottle. He poured one pill out and then swallowed the entire thing in one go. For the most part, the children behind him were all still ignorant to what was going on. When they saw the little boy swallowing the pill, they each obediently grabbed one pill from the boy and swallowed it, yet they didn't know what the pill was for. Satisfied, Hashi nodded her head. Very good. Since this is the case, stay here first and wait with those other little fellows. Once we're done dealing with our matters, we'll come get you all. When the little boy heard of Hashi's plan, his face immediately showed doubt and he nervously asked, we all swallowed your medicine, you won't go back on your word, right? Since a young age, he had roamed around alone. He'd long grown accustomed to adults' mean features. Even if the elder brother in front of him caused him to unconsciously want to draw closer, he still held some suspicions in his heart. Hashi sneered, if I were to abandon you guys, would you be able to keep up with me? Would it be necessary for me to waste a bottle of pills? After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for the little boy to reply before grabbing onto Gu Liufeng. Their bodies both flashed and then disappeared. Dazed, the little boy stood still and stared at the spot Hashi and Gu Liufeng were just at. Then, he snapped out of it and wiped at his still bloody-smelling face. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, we'll just wait here. Elder brother will definitely quickly come and bring us out. These words were comforting to all the children in the basement, including himself. In the dark prison, Murong Feng's hands gripped onto a lash that had been dipped in salt water and firmly wiped a woman on the floor. The woman's hair was in disarray, her whole face was blood-stained, and her body was full of bruises. As she was being whipped, she couldn't make any sounds aside from howling and crying. Murong Fong retrieved his whip and ruthlessly kicked the woman. Then, he walked over to the nearby torture shelf. The slender figure bound on the shelf had half a mask hanging off his face and his body was also entirely bruised. Chapter 476 Torture. His eyes were filled with pleading and dread and his mouth was wide open. But even after it was wide open for a while, no sounds came out. Murong Fong looked at the men that had been bound by black iron chains and sneered, "How is it, Murong Liufeng? Do you still not wish to surrender? Do you want to continue watching your mother being whipped?" The men bound up desperately wanted to speak, but even though his mouth was wide open, he couldn't say a word. He was so frustrated that even tears began to roll down his face. But apart from twisting his face, he couldn't make any other sounds. Forget it. Murong Fong serenely said, "I originally wanted to ask about that genius Dr. Shi's identity. But since you can't see good from bad, I'll just act as if I never had you, this son." As Murong Fong was speaking, his face exposed a sinister and demonic expression. In one fell swoop, he ripped the man's half-unmask off. Soon, a beautiful face appeared in front of him, but his face was riddled with bright red scars. "Now that our Murong family has the cold food pill prescription, that genius Dr. Shi isn't significant anymore. But you're just like that coquettish and sly mother of yours. Since birth till now, you've seduced countless people, correct? Since it's like this, I'll just send you to the Black Law Protector, Mr. Liao. He loves to play with handsome men the most. If he's happy with you, he'll feel more inclined to give us pill prescriptions that are better than cold food. You unfilial son can be considered to have made some contribution to Murong family, As Murong Fong was speaking, the man tied to the torture rack opened his eyes wide and his whole body was shaking. Once Murong Fong finished his sentence, he immediately began to struggle. His mouth was wide open, as if he wanted to yell out. However, apart from the clanking of the black iron chains, his throat seemed as if it had been pinched closed. Apart from ear-piercing sounds, he couldn't produce any other sounds. His tears and mucus filled his face, causing him to lack his ordinary quiet and proud aura. Instead, he seemed like a petty and low coward. It was truly pitiful. When Murong Fong saw him looking like this, he thought that he had finally scared him senseless with his torture and he became filled with pride. Taking a pill out, he stuffed it in Murong Liufeng's open mouth. "Swallow this changing result pill. You won't be able to revolve your spiritual force in 7 days. Even if you're at the summit of gold core stage, it's useless. All you can do is lie down on Mr. Liao's body and tactfully cater to him. After 7 days I'm afraid that Mr. Liao would have already used double cultivation method and dried you out completely, asterisk. Guyolan and Murong Liufeng, this is the result of you two sluts rebelling." Finished speaking, Murong Fong waved at something behind him and coldly said, "Get this cheap woman locked up for me again. As for this bast asterisk, properly tidy him up and nicely send him over to Mr. Liao for me." As he watched Gu Liufeng being carried out, Murong Fong felt something unpleasant in his heart. Turning around, he walked over to the alchemy room. Over these past few days, he had been so busy, his feet barely touched the ground. The entire time, he had been busy with refining the cold food pill. He had long already come across cold food pill, he had even fed Guyolan it for 20 years. However, he had always only been able to get the finished product of cold food. He had never thought that his Murong family would be able to refine them. Nowadays, each influential family in Yanjing was becoming stronger and stronger, especially the newly risen Huangfu family. Huangfu even had a few experts at the summit of gold core stage. And their Murong family was becoming weaker and weaker as time went on. Gold core stage martial artists were few and far in between. The medicinal hall marketplace had been completely dominated by Nayland family and Qingda Hall, and they were completely unable to get involved with the army. Chapter 477 How come you're here? If it weren't for support from above, their Murong family would have long been kicked out of the 4 most influential families. Therefore when Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory opened this time, they spent so much of Murong family's resources and human labor. They wished to obtain magic weapons and spiritual medicines in order to expand Murong Manor's strength. He didn't expect that even Murong family's strongest military strength ate a loss when entering inside. Now, he was the sole martial artist at Gold Core stage, and his cultivation stage had only been obtained through the use of pills. It was so bad that even the businesses under Murong family were becoming restless. And it was just in this time of danger that the Black Law Protector gave them the pill prescription to cold food. Murong Fong was originally a pre-master level refining pharmacist. When he had gotten his hands on the prescription for the cold food pill, he was simply overjoyed. As long as they got their hands on this prescription, they would be able to refine a steady supply of these pills. How could Murong family not become stronger then? Even Murong family didn't have any martial artists at Gold Core stage to oversee things. He was confident that having cold food pills in his hand would be able to have 10 or 100 Gold Core stage martial artists bowing to them. Now, after refining these cold food pills for a short month, Murong Fong was confident that he could already see the day when he would win success and recognition. That cold food pill had the ability to upgrade one's cultivation in a short period of time. But this cold food pill was also highly poisonous and able to silently attract people, causing them to become depraved. As long as someone took the cold food pill to a certain degree, they would become dependent and would find it hard to stand the withdrawal stage of the drug, regardless of their cultivation level. By that time, forget about even asking them to buy the pill using crystal stones. Even if Murong Fong asked them to kill people and commit arson, they wouldn't even hesitate to do it. Even now, you can see that all the people who have purchased the cold food pill haven't stopped buying them. In order for more people to become addicted to it, Murong Fong even sent some free cold food pills to outstanding youths from influential families and sects, earning their thanks and favor. Once the right time arrived, these people would become their puppets and involuntarily sacrifice themselves for Murong family. It was just that the materials needed to refine cold food pill were extremely rare and the process of refining the pills weren't easy either. Adding on to this is the fact that Murong Fong getting his hands on the pill prescription for cold food also came with a price. Murong family had to give the Black Law Protector an enormous amount of cold food pills each month. Chapter Mid. This allowed Murong Fong to pass these several days without pain and happiness. Apart from venting his feelings out on Gu Yolan and Murong Liufeng by torturing them, he spent the rest of his time in the refining room refining the cold food pills. Therefore, he was even ignorant of the situation regarding Murong Qianjian going to Shengda Hall and losing his life. Murong Fong just brought the materials into the refining room when he suddenly heard a miserable scream from outside. The refining room. Immediately following this, a bloody light spilled onto the doors and window and the originally tightly closed doors were energetically pushed open. Murong Feng's face deepened and the pressure from his body immediately emerged. Wanton, who dares? He was in the middle of his sentence when he found that no more sounds were coming out of his mouth. His eyes went wide and his whole face was full of disbelief. It was as if his voice had been cut off and couldn't be used again. All Murong Fong saw was a youth carrying a sword slowly walking in through the door. The man's features were romantic, his peach blossom eyes felt as if they sucked in people's souls, yet they still kept a cold light in them. But a sinister-looking scar rested on this man's face. It horizontally ran from his forehead, passing by his nose, and to his cheeks. He held onto a long sword as he slowly walked inside. His clothes lifted up without wind and he held an unspeakable confidence that was clearly distinguished. He carried a feeling of frostiness and looked like a demon that had walked on red lotus petals to come here. At the first glance Murong Fong took at this man, he cried out in fear, "How come you're here, Murong Liufeng?" Chapter 478. Chapter 478. Good Father. Immediately after uttering his question, he suddenly realized. The Murong Liufeng in the prison just then was a fake. He didn't doubt or guess this, he was certain that this was true. When he saw the coldness that enveloped Gu Liufeng's person, he realized that the real Gu Liufeng wouldn't show frightened or pleading expressions, even if his whole body was filled with bruises. And he definitely wouldn't be scared, crying, and begging for forgiveness. You would be able to identify the true Gu Liufeng by just looking at his eyes. They were clear, fervent, and decisive. Naturally his eyes were very different from Murong family's, so much so that Murong Fong even loathed them. After thinking to thus far, Murong Fong suddenly became full of alarm. His eyes were wide with panic and with a trembling voice, he asked, "You? If you're here, then who is the Murong Liufeng in the prison?" Gu Liufeng arrogantly looked at Murong Fong and coldly laughed at him. "Murong Fong, you hid day after day in here, refining pills. Don't tell me that you didn't feel that you haven't seen your beloved son and wife for so many days. Murong Feng's temple palpitated and he recalled that Madame Murong's servant girl had told him several days before that both Madame Murong and Murong Linfeng were missing without a trace. At the time his hands were full with refining pills and didn't have time to pay attention to some missing person. All he thought was that the two of them had gone somewhere to relieve their boredom. Could it be that wasn't it? If it wasn't, where could they have gone? Gu Liufeng lowly began to laugh. His laugh was laced with evil intentions. What? You still haven't figured it out? Or could it be that you still don't want to believe things when they're right in front of you? To tie a man up with black iron chains, to scald and whip him day and night, and to lock a woman in a tiny suitcase and arbitrarily bully and humiliate her in that dusky dungeon. Murong Feng, you're very clear on those feelings, right? But unknowingly, that person you scalded and whipped was your beloved son. The woman that you locked in a tiny suitcase and tortured until she turned into an idiot is your first wife. Who knows what you must be feeling now? Ha ha ha. No. This isn't possible. This can't be possible. Murong Feng suddenly let out a hysterical shout and threw himself at Gu Liufeng. You vile son, it was you, this vile son, that caused me to bring harm to Linfeng. You made me bring harm to Linfeng's life. Just thinking about the fact that he had just sent his own beloved son to that perverted Mr. Liao to play with, caused Murong Feng to feel as if his whole world had been shaken. His heart felt as if it had just been torn to shreds. Gu Liufeng's eyes burst with burning flames, but when he spoke, his words were actually icy cold. Oh. So your son was actually tortured to death by you. Big congratulations to you. You thought that the person you were torturing was Murong Liufeng, so you didn't care about his life or death. You could stare on blankly as he fell into the pits of hell, suffered torture, and died. Murong Feng, you're truly a good father. Murong Feng hysterically said, you're a lowly type of person, you were born from a SL****. I've never regarded you as my son, I only looked at you as another chess piece in my hands. If I want you alive, you'll live, if I want your death, you'll die. Just as he finished saying these words, he clapped his hands. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from a secret door located behind the pill stove and flashed over to Gu Liufeng. On the spot, Gu Liufeng rolled out of the way and was just about to retaliate. But when he saw the person in front of him, he involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. Jiao Jiao, one. The person that holding onto a knife and in the process of attacking him had lifeless eyes and a face full of unhealed scars. If it wasn't his Jiao Jiao, Guidao, then who was it? 1. Jiao Jiao, maternal uncle. Translator note: I think the most ironic thing about Murong Feng is that even though he was a good father to Murong Linfeng, he still enabled and spoiled him, which in turn ruined him. Chapter 479. Chapter 479 Battle Puppet. However, Guidao seemed to have completely lose consciousness and looked as if he didn't even hear Gu Liufeng's voice. With the knife in his hand lifted and all the spiritual power he had in him channeled into it, he faced Gu Liufeng and ruthlessly hacked in his direction. In the moment of life and death, Hashi's figure appeared, like a demon, beside Gu Liufeng's body. In one swift motion, she dragged him behind her body. At the same time, the purple vine came out and blocked Guidao's blow. Hashi looked back to see Gu Liufeng's dazed expression and couldn't help but coldly remind him, "What are you still dazed about, Gu Liufeng? Guidao is already being controlled by him. Do you want Murong Feng to have his way?" When Gu Liufeng had been scolded by Hashi, he suddenly returned to his senses. Sure enough, he saw that Guidao's movements were sluggish and his eyes were vacant. Not only this, he also saw that he was clearly at gold core stage, yet he wasn't able to display that strength. It was clear that he had been controlled. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary control over a slave. Gu Liufeng tightened his fists. He didn't expect that the Jiao Jiao he had intentionally sent to the outskirts to recuperate would ultimately end up in Murong Feng's hands. No wonder he hadn't received any replies from Guidao after sending multiple letters after he had rescued his mother. When Murong Feng saw Gu Liufeng seething was anger, he couldn't help but laugh and sneer at him. "Do you wish to know how I captured this man? When he heard that you were imprisoned by me, he foolishly ran over here to rescue you, all by himself. In the end, he just happened to have gotten into the Black Law Protector's hands. Ha ha ha. Death was near from him, yet this man was still yelling out your names, Gu Liufeng and Amp, his mother's. That type of manner is truly nauseating. But, that's all in the past. Nowadays he's my puppet. If I order him to kill people, he'll kill people. If I tell him to go die, he'll go die. When he finished speaking, the spiritual power in his body flowed out and he coldly ordered Guidao, go and kill those two for me. Don't be stingy with your life, fight as if your life depends on it. When Guidao heard Murong Feng's words, he looked like a puppet that had just been switched on. The knife in his hand raised and he ruthlessly chopped down at Gu Liufeng. Gu Liufeng raised his long sword several times to retaliate, but when he saw his Jiu's face, he couldn't help but lower his sword again and blindly evade his attacks. All the while he was shouting out, Jiu, I'm Liufeng ah. Quickly wake up. Ha ha ha, wake up. Don't dream. Murong Feng loudly laughed, who let him have such bad luck and made him bump into the Black Law Protector. Nowadays he's long since already lost his soul and become a mindless battle puppet. It's better if you wait until your next lifetime for him to wake up. Ha ha ha. Gu Liufeng looked at Murong Feng with scarlet red eyes and pounced on him. Murong Feng, you brute. I'm going to kill you. However, a knife quickly cut horizontally in front of him, blocking his road. Guidao was fighting like his life was on the line. Unless Gu Liufeng moved to kill him, he would be unable to forcefully make him withdraw. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with discontentment and hatred, but he couldn't vent his feelings. It caused him to want to dismember Murong Feng into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, he heard Hashi's clear and cold voice sound out from beside him, I'm stalling Guidao, you go capture Murong Feng. Regardless of what disease it is, capture the person and clearly look into it before making any other decision. If you act so impulsive and don't form a plan, aren't you just falling right into Murong Feng's calculations? Gu Liufeng heaved a sigh and the anger and franticness in his heart slowly washed away and he became serene. That's right, he had Shiyu by his side. As long as Shiyu's here, Jiu had a chance to be saved. Even if Jiu's soul was lost and he was unable to recover, he will certainly make Murong Feng, that brute, pay the price. Chapter 480. Chapter 480 Patricide. 1/7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. When he thought of this, an ominous glint sparked in Gu Liufeng's eyes. Seconds later, he disappeared from where he originally stood, like a phantom. At first, Murong Feng was looking incredibly carefree as he stood there. Then, all of a sudden, he saw Gu Liufeng disappear and then saw his figure flash moments later. To his surprise, Gu Liufeng appeared not even 5 meters away from him. Murong Feng paled from fright and took out his magic weapon, completely flustered. He was the most skilled at refining pills in Murong family, even his cultivation level was only as a result of pills. He was gold core stage, but in reality, he wouldn't even be able to stand his ground under the attacks of someone at the initial stage of gold core stage. And what about Gu Liufeng? His cultivation level was a result of a secret technique with the cost of burning away his life in order to forcibly rise in level. However, he had gone through a period of time that was filled with countless battles and self-discipline. He was also at the summit of gold core stage. How could Murong Feng, this coward, be his match? Therefore, even a mere encounter with Gu Liufeng had Murong Feng wanting to shout for Guidao to come protect him. But before he could order Guidao to do so, he felt a pain emerge from his thigh. Immediately after, his entire person was ruthlessly thrown to the floor. Natural silks, 1, shot out from Gu Liufeng's hands and in the blink of an eye, Murong Feng was sturdily tied up with silks. On the other hand, Guidao and Hashi were engaged in an intense knife fight. But, in the end, a puppet was a puppet. Therefore, all his movements were mechanical and easily predictable. Even if he was at gold core stage, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. Hashi only had to dodge a few times before she quickly found the hole in Guidao's fighting. After Guidao swung his knife at her once more, her purple vine suddenly came out and tightly bound Guidao's hands together. Guidao began to violently struggle once he was bound by the purple abyss vine. Hashi took the opportunity to run forward with a silver needle in hand, accurately sticking it into the back of his head. Not even a moment later, the originally struggling Guidao slowly calmed down and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Gu Liufeng immediately threw Murong Feng, who had been tied up by the natural silks, to the side and hurried over to Guidao's side. He anxiously asked Hashi, Shiyu, is my Jiu still savable? She regained her examining brain domain spiritual power and knit her brow. We have to wait until we get back in order to be able to clearly grasp the current situation. But upon my initial examination, I found that his brain domain seemed to have been dug around by someone and thrown into chaos. But, if his mind has truly been taken by someone, I'm afraid that even if I can keep him alive, it'll be very hard for him to return to his original state. When Gu Liufeng heard He's verdict, his whole face became lifeless and he started to shake. Then, he suddenly stood up and rushed over to Murong Feng. He firmly grabbed him by the collar and sternly asked, "Murong Feng, what exactly did you do to my Jiu?" After being shaken, Murong Feng's vision blurred. Furthermore, the pain coming from the wound on his thigh caused him to grimace in pain. Gu Liufeng firmly punched him in the face and shouted out a warning, "Murong Feng, if you don't speak, trust me, I'll kill you right now." Hi. Murong Feng fell into a fit of heavy coughing. He looked at Gu Liufeng with eyes brimming with hatred and resentment. "You bast ****, don't tell me you wish to commit patricide." Patricide. Gu Liufeng acted as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Blood rushed to his eyes and his face was full of taunting. "Murong Feng, do you think you're worthy of being my father? Does a father watch as his own son is being abused and stand by like a bystander? Does a father watch as his own child is being assaulted and indifferently watch on? And what father would ignore his own child's face in front of his mother, even going as far as to blackmail him? And what father would whip his own child and press a flat iron on his own child countless times, all in the name of forcing secrets out of his child? 1. Natural silks, silk that comes from silkworms, aka silk created through natural processes. Chapter 481. Chapter 481 Unworthy to be called a person. 2.7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. Murong Feng, you're such a brute, yet you actually still dare to call yourself my father. I see that you're really unworthy of being called a person. Murong Feng's eyes were red due to Gu Liufeng. He seemed like he had seen an evil spirit and had been scared out of his wits. His body could only recoil backwards. But, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He raised his voice and said, "Even if these scenarios are true, so what? It can't change the fact that I'm your father. The blood flowing in your body is my blood. The skin on your body was something I gave you. Would you be alive on this world without me? I can treat you however I want to treat you, these are the rights I'm privy to. If you were to kill me, you would be branded with the accusation of patricide. You wouldn't be able to wash this crime off your body in your whole lifetime. In the future, you'd face heaven's wrath." Ha. Yes, heaven's wrath. During their promotion, every martial artist had to overcome their own demons. The higher the martial artist's cultivation was, the stronger their demons were. At the moment, Gu Liufeng was at the summit of Gold Core stage. Sooner or later he would have to face the point at which he broke through to nascent soul stage. At that time, his crime of patricide would most likely become his scariest demon. When Murong Feng thought of this point, he thought he had figured out Gu Liufeng's fatal weakness. He suddenly burst into laughter and was unable to continue arrogantly spewing words. "There's also that SL*** Guyolan. I allowed her the chance to hand the things over, but she actually didn't agree to living or dying. She even wanted to elope with another man. Ha. But can she run away? What chastity does she have in front of my face? In the end, she ate the cold food pill and turned into a SL***. In order to obtain a cold food pill, she obediently knelt in front of me and licked my leg, begging me to hand one over to her. Even when I sent her to the Black Law Protector, she still obediently lied under 3 men and moaned. Ha. No wonder she bore such a disgraceful, lowly breed of person like you, she's a loose woman." Gu Liufeng suddenly extended his arm out to ruthlessly pinch Murong Feng's neck. His eyes were bloody red and the veins on his hand became prominent. Murong Feng's eyeballs protruded out when he was pinched by Gu Liufeng. Challenging words still spit out from his mouth, "You dare. Patricide. Heaven's wrath." Slender, white jade-carved hands softly pressed down on Gu Liufeng's veiny hand. A pure cold voice quietly said, "Gu Liufeng, don't be impulsive, I still have things to ask him." Gu Liufeng took a deep breath before releasing his hand. Murong Feng fell to the floor with a loud bang. He let out a lung-splitting cough and still continued to rain down curses on Gu Liufeng, unfilial son. Bast asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hi, you're disgraceful, you don't deserve a good death. Hi. He still hadn't finished speaking when a purple vine came out from Hashi's hands and ran over to Murong Feng, ruthlessly whipping his face. Murong Feng let out a brief shriek and looked at Hashi with bitter eyes. He opened his mouth and started speaking, you. He didn't get to finish his words before the purple vine struck at his face again, followed by a loud "pa" sound. Then, the sound of vomiting came after as Murong Feng spit out blood and several shattered teeth. If you looked at him right now, you would see his face full of alarm. Hashi lightly laughed and warned, if you curse myself or Gu Liufeng again, I won't mind completely knocking all your teeth out. Murong Feng's entire body shook and he felt a scorching hot pain emerge on his face. After a long time passed, he rushed to Hashi and angrily yelled, I'm warning you guys, you. If you guys kill me, you'll regret it later on. If you guys killed me, you wouldn't be able to run away. Hashi's face filled with contempt and she sneered at him, cutting him off, will regret it. Based on your Murong manner, that can't even be seen publicly. Oh. Or is it based on Murong Hai and Murong Zhangfeng who have both turned into watery blood in sealed dragon domain's secret territory? Chapter 482. Chapter 482 Black Law Protector. 3.7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. At first, Murong Feng turned completely blank. Then, his face greatly changed. Despite the fact that he was bound together, he still threw himself at Hashi. You know how they both died. Was it you that killed them? SL asterisk asterisk, exactly what kind of person are you? When Murong Feng uttered these words, the purple vine suddenly perked up and firmly landed a slap on Murong Feng's face. This time, Murong Feng's nose was fractured, causing him to start screaming in pain. Hashi coldly said, right now, it's I who's interrogating you. You say that we won't be able to run. Who's the person behind Murong family? Is it the person who wears that gray cloak? At first, Murong Feng was still letting out miserable screams, but when he heard the last part of Hashi's question, he became startled. You. How could you know? You've seen him. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his face greatly changed. That night, the Black Law Protector's feeling of someone spying in the manor, that was you, wasn't it? You. Exactly what type of person are you? You're clearly at Foundation establishment stage, yet you're able to evade the Black Law Protector's probing. The Black Law Protector is an expert at nascent soul stage, nobody can evade him. Black Law Protector. Hashi knit her brow, he's the same person who also holds Ji Dao's soul. That's right. Murong Feng clenched his teeth before saying, the Black Law Protector has a refining soul banner on him, it's an extremely difficult to deal with magic weapon. That Gui Dao overestimated himself and ran over here to rescue Murong Linfeng, that animal. Consequently, he had been sacrificed by the Black Law Protector to his banner and had his soul refined. Since his soul has been completely taken away, Gui Dao can be considered immortal. Then why is he a puppet now? Murong Feng's face held hesitation, he didn't wish to reveal this. But he saw the purple vine, in Hashi's hand, perking up and became scared again. He could feel an unbearable pain bursting from his face and was scared out of his wits, so he promptly answered, I'll speak. I'll speak. The Black Law Protector has a Mr. Liao by his side who's an expert at the technique of refining puppets. He frequently snatches good-looking boys and girls, after picking and mending them, their souls would go to the Black Law Protector's refining soul banner. All that they would be left with would be one soul in their body star dot. A body with only one soul won't die, but it would lose wisdom and become muddle-headed. Mr. Liao uses this special method to refine people into puppets and leave them by their side. Gui Dao is a battle puppet that I paid a high cost for Mr. Liao to personally come help me turn him into one. All the people that were refined into puppets are unable to return to their normal state. Even if the puppet restriction was removed, they would just become muddle-headed, like an idiot, for their entire lifetime. I'll kill you dash. Murong Feng's words made Gu Liufeng turn berserk. His entire person was practically about to pounce on Murong Feng and ruthlessly tear this sickening, callous, and selfish man apart. Hashi grabbed Gu Liufeng to stop him and lowered her head to look at Murong Feng. What's the origin of the Black Law Protector? Where does the cold food flour come from? When Hashi initially entered this room, she spotted beautiful and tender cold food flowers being raised. Cold food flowers looked extremely similar to poppies, but these poppies had a much larger build than the ones in Hashi's past life. Not only that, the flower's fragrance was strong and the flower itself held a darkness around it. It was clearly a spirit plant connected to darkness. First, Hashi used a hoarding pouch to collect the flower, before she stored it away in her space. When she finished, she came over just in time to see Guidao holding knife as he was just about to strike at Gu Liufeng. She was very curious about this cold food flower. It was a plant connected to such a large amount of darkness, so Hashi could easily guess that such a plant would be impossible to find on Miluo continent nowadays, let alone nurturing it until it bloomed. Asterisk at the time it was believed that people had 7, the number varies, souls. People with the correct amount of souls were normal, any less would mean that the person wasn't. For example, someone who had autism would supposedly have less than 7 souls. Chapter 483. Chapter 483 Dying at Ease. 47. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. When Murong Feng heard Hashi's question, his entire body began to shake and he violently shook his head. I don't know. I don't know. I only know that the Black Law Protector sent these cold food flowers and the prescription to the pill so that I could refine cold food pills. I truly don't know anything else. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, it was that he couldn't. Murong Feng was clearer than anyone else on the Black Law Protector's vicious and merciless ways. If he leaked information that shouldn't be leaked, then Murong Feng didn't even dare to imagine the downfall of Murong family. When Hashi heard Murong Feng's denial, her lips picked up in a radiant curve and she asked, her voice clear and pleasant, "Oh. So you don't know anything, ah? Since you don't know, then what's the point of leaving you alive?" Once she said this, the purple vine cheerily turned around, generating flapping sounds, and flew over to Murong Feng. It quickly wrapped around Murong Feng's head and neck and proceeded to relentlessly pull Murong Feng's lips apart. At an unknown time, a singular black pill had already appeared in Hashi's slender, white fingertips. She quickly shot the pill and it accurately fell into Murong Feng's mouth. With all his strength, Murong Feng attempted to struggle against the two, but his hands were already wrapped in the natural silks. How could he fight against the purple abyss vine? All he felt was a pill dissolving down his throat and the following bitter aftertaste that ensued alongside the smell of medicine. After he fully swallowed the pill, the purple abyss vine released him. Murong Feng's entire face was painted with anger and alarm and his eyes were wide open, glaring straight at Hashi. He opened his mouth and was just about to begin cursing at her. Then, a piercing pain erupted from all the bones in his body. Alongside the pain, he heard the frightening sounds of G-E-G, creaking sound, in his ear. It felt as if there were countless insects digging into his bones and simultaneously gnawing at them. Ah, ah. Murong Feng's face twisted from the pain and he was screaming and rolling about on the floor. The feeling of his bones being slowly gnawed on and his flesh being mixed into the broken bone fragments was too horrible and too painful. However, the strangest part was although that he was clearly experiencing an immense amount of pain, from an outsider's perspective, he didn't have any marks on his body, whatsoever. He incessantly beat his own joints and bones, but apart from fracturing them, there was no other way to cease the pain. Spare my life. Spare my life. I'll speak. Woo woo woo. I'll speak. Murong Feng crawled over to the side of Hashi's leg and begged her in the midst of the waves of pain. At this moment, the terror he held for Hashi far outweighed the terror he felt for the Black Law Protector. Currently, Murong Feng's entire face was already full of mucus and tears, his hands and feet were fractured, and his face held a prominent scar left by the purple abyss vine from earlier. His entire person looked like a sorry figure, his current appearance was far from the one of Murong family's clan head. His heart was brimming with bitter resentment and dread. He vented some of these feelings by fiercely glaring at Gu Liufeng. It was all this unfilial son's fault. If this unfilial son didn't collude with outsiders and scheme against Murong family, his Murong family would have never fallen into such a plight. But once Murong Feng's eyes met with Hashi's smiling ones, his body immediately started trembling again and he didn't dare to hide anything anymore. As it turns out, Murong Manor suddenly lost several elders who were at high-level gold core stage, some 20 years back, and suffered a drastic decline. Many of the owners of businesses Murong family owned began to turn restless. They wanted to replace Murong family. Chapter 484. Chapter 484 Personally Ending. 5/7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. During Murong family's desperate time, a person proclaiming themselves as the Black Law Protector suddenly appeared, and he sought out the clan head of Murong family at the time. Their agreement would be able to help Murong family suppress the powers under their family, allowing them to steadily stay in their position as one of the four most influential families. The catch was that Murong family had to be their eyes and ears and wholeheartedly swear their loyalty to them. Nobody in Murong family knew exactly what type of person the Black Law Protector was. All they knew was that his cultivation was extremely high. 20 years before, his cultivation was already at nascent soul stage. By his side he had a fourth-rank doctor and a Mr. Liao who was an expert in refining puppets. With the Black Law Protector's help, their Murong family was quickly able to establish themselves in Jinling City. And secretly, they began to help the Black Law Protector in all kinds of shady businesses. Every day, their Murong family had to hang up a sign saying that they were recruiting littleman servants. They would fetch children from remote mountain areas or from the streets. From these children, they would filter out the ones with spiritual roots and use them as culture fluid for the cold food flowers. Hashi knit her brow and said, "You guys have kidnapped so many children for so long, have you guys seriously not had any parents who came to complain about their children missing?" In response, Murong Feng's head drooped and he quietly said, "Naturally that's happened. If any parents discover any clues, we usually kill their entire family, or perhaps even the entire village. Then we shift the blame onto loose martial artists or bandits. Are you guys even human anymore? Do you have any humanity?" Hashi didn't even respond before Gu Liufeng couldn't take it anymore. He walked over to Murong Feng and firmly kicked him. "Could it be that you guys are the only people on this world and other children and people are nothing more than brutes? Even if they are brutes, that's still a life. Why are you allowed to willfully trample and slaughter them? Murong Feng, are you not scared of meeting retribution? Of not reincarnating after death? Of forever walking the path of a brute?" Murong Feng was only afraid of Hashi. He held much hatred toward Gu Liufeng. So once he heard Gu Liufeng's questions, he immediately answered back with confidence, "All of our actions are for the sake of reviving Murong family. The death of hundreds of those lowly people is the same as the death of hundreds of ants. What worth do they have to be able to receive our guilt and pity? Actually, you're the evil creature here. You clearly possess Murong family's blood, yet you colluded with outsiders and trapped Murong family. You're the one who really deserves to die 1,000 deaths. You brute, you're the one who'll receive retribution." The long sword in Gu Liufeng's hand suddenly transformed in his hand. Step by step, he walked over to Murong Feng. Murong Feng saw that his eyes were even more red than before. It looked like blood was practically about to drip down. And each step Gu Liufeng took, the killing intent on his body became even thicker. This caused his heart to burst with intense fear. He began to wiggle and recoiled backward. I'm your father. If you kill me, you'll face heaven's wrath. You'll meet countless demons on that day. You'll also fall down." Hashi walked forward a step and held onto Gu Liufeng. She faintly told him, "There's no need to face demons just for a person like this. Let me do it, okay?" "No." Gu Liufeng whirled around to face Hashi. His eyes were burning and there was 20 years' worth of built-up pain and hatred in his face. But more than that, there was determination. You've already done enough for me. I want to personally end this person's life." A sneer appeared on his face. "Do you know how much I abhor my name Murong Liufeng? How much disgust I hold for Murong Feng? But unfortunately, his blood flows through my veins. This is a sin I can't avoid." Translator note: I feel like this all is partially not Murong Feng's fault. This sick mentality has been drilled into his mind when he was still young and impressionable, and his entire life has just been Murong family. He doesn't know anything else. My heart holds many mixed feelings toward Murong Feng. Chapter 485. Chapter 485 Nobody Can Escape. 6-7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. Since it's my crime, let me personally end everything. Let me personally end the cycle of nightmares that have plagued me for the past 20 years. Even if I have to face demons due to this one incident, I won't hesitate. Right after saying this, Gu Liufeng's long sword glinted in the light as it rose up. Then, it chopped down at Murong Feng. Murong Feng's face was filled with fear and despair. He opened his mouth and seemed to have become hysterical. "You'll regret killing me. You'll soon join me, nobody can escape. Ha 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 ha." Murong Feng's face felt as if it had a line drawn between the middle of his eyebrows down to his nose. Moments later, Gu Liufeng's long sword came crashing down right at this mark, perfectly splitting his face in half. Boiling blood came sprouting out, splashing right onto Gu Liufeng. It was obvious that he could have dodged all of the blood splashing on him, but he stood completely still, completely expressionless, allowing it to be sprayed onto him. The only thing that changed in him was that the decisiveness in his eyes became more and more apparent as the seconds ticked on. From now on, Murong Liufeng and Murong Manor ceased to exist in this world. There was only the Gu Liufeng who admired and vowed loyalty to Shi Yu. Gu Liufeng abruptly turned around and knelt down on one knee in front of He. His sword was propped on the floor and his back was curved. On his face there was sincerity, serenity, and not a trace of humiliation, as he thanks to Master for allowing me to take revenge on my greatest enemy. It's just that this subordinate taking his own initiative may have caused heaven to bring her wrath on the day that this subordinate advances in rank to nascent soul stage. At that time, it's quite possible that this subordinate won't be able to advance in rank and will therefore be unable to stay by Master's side. He rubbed the goosebumps on her arm away and quickly interrupted Gu Liufeng. "What nonsense has gotten into you, Gu Liufeng? Have your brains gone rotten after Murong Feng's blood splashed onto you? Can you speak properly?" Unhappy, He rolled her eyes. Following this, her face became dignified. "I've always thought that the words Murong Feng spoke before death's door has some deep meanings. Moreover, I feel a bad premonition. Let's quickly leave." "Oh, depart from here. Where do you guys want to go?" A deep and muffled voice sounded out from the doorway, lacking any prior foreshadowing of its entrance. Gu Liufeng and He's faces both changed and showed displeasure. Without a second thought, both of their figures soared up. The sound of a crash ensued and a large hole appeared on the ceiling of the refining room. Both He and Gu Liufeng's figures jumped onto the roof. However, the newly arrived person's speed was much faster than theirs. In a split second, a gloomy and cold breath enveloped the both of them. The gloomy and cold breath carried a bloody stench and a pressure that suffocated people alongside it. When they lifted their heads to look up, they saw a dark red cloth covering over the sky. And that bloody stench and suffocating pressure was emitting from the middle of this cloth. They could both see that this cloth was just about to drop down and wrap them up. He and Gu Liufeng's faces both immediately became unsightly. He had already begun to bleed from her mouth. This was because her cultivation level was still low. She didn't have the skill to contend against martial artists at nascent soul stage quite yet. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing could be heard. Looking up revealed that the dark red cloth had been cut into 7 or 8 pieces by a long sword. Cut into tatters, each of the pieces were taken away by the wind, blown away to another place. He looked at Wu Xian, who was standing in front of both her and Gu Liufeng, and let loose a breath. Then immediately after, her hand flew to her stomach and she vomited a mouthful of blood. "Shi Yu, are you okay?" Gu Liufeng worriedly supported her. He shook her head. "Nothing's wrong. Wu Xian, be careful, this person's cultivation level is higher than yours." Chapter 486. Chapter 486 Abnormal and Lacking Humanity. 7-7. These chapters were generously sponsored by Anonymous. Standing in front of He and Gu Liufeng was Wu Xian, who nodded his head at He's previous words. His expression was grave and his eyes held an icy and bloodthirsty glint on them as his gaze landed on the distant male. The male wore clothes made out of ashy, coarse cloth. His body was covered by a black cloak, which had a high collar that covered his face. The only thing exposed were a pair of falcon-like eyes that peered at them from the darkness. It seems like this is the Black Law Protector Murong Feng was mentioning. The cloaked man was currently standing opposite to He, Gu Liufeng, and Wu Xian. His appearance seemed relaxed and his eyes were brimming full of arrogance as he looked over at them. His eyes slowly shifted over to Wu Xian's body and he softly laughed. "You actually have a nascent soul stage expert, no wonder Murong Feng fell. With great difficulty I nurtured that dog for over 10 years, but he was disposed of so quickly, it's such a pity. What price are you guys planning to pay for making me lose such a handy dog?" Hashi narrowed her eyes and sneered at him. I imagine your heart would feel more pain over losing those cold food flowers rather than that handy dog, right? You touched the cold food flowers. When the cloaked man heard what she said, he suddenly became angry. He used his divine knowledge to sweep over the room and found no shadow of the cold food flowers. The gaze he looked at Hashi with was as sharp as a sword. It was no longer like the insipid cloud and soft wind one from before. What about the cold food flowers? Naturally they're destroyed. Hashi coldly laughed. Those spiritual plants have the darkness attribute. They have the ability to endanger the world. Are they just supposed to be left to be eaten? I'm sorry, I'm not as abnormal and inhumane as you guys are. You, courting death. The cloaked man let out a strict shout and his figure suddenly flashed from where he was standing and began charging at Hashi. Hashi could already see that this move was far different from the one he used with the red cloth, which was played down. Instead, this one carried anger and a desire to dismember her into 1,000 pieces. Wu Xian's entire body turned into a glowing white light as he soared over to meet the cloaked man head-on. Nascent soul stage level fighting was something that Hashi wasn't capable of participating in yet. Even Gu Liufeng, who was at the summit of Gold Core stage, could only stand by the side and watch on. Even though Gold Core and Nascent Soul were merely a step away from each other, the step was still the distance between heaven and earth. Once someone entered Nascent Soul, they would be considered one of the top strengths in Miluo continent, a supermaster. However, even if Hashi couldn't participate in the fight, it didn't mean she couldn't clearly see the circumstances of the fight. Although Wu Xian's upgrade to Nascent Soul stage had already become stable, this cloaked man had clearly been at Nascent Soul stage for countless years. He was far away from a match Wu Xian could take on. Hashi's brows wrinkled. Her brows then seemed to have thought of something. From her space, she took out a golden, long sword and threw it over at Wu Xian, instructing, "This is a replica of Killing Sky Sword. It's suitable to all martial artists with thunder and fire attributes." After she threw the long sword over to Wu Xian, a sudden boom sounded out and Wu Xian flipped over in the air. As he grasped the long sword in his hand, he felt the spiritual power in his body surging and let out a surprised expression. The Killing Sky Sword was a unique, legendary spirit weapon. Its craftsmanship was only secondary to the Sealed Dragon Sword. The replica of the Killing Sky Sword couldn't recreate the same power as the original sword, but compared to ordinary flying swords, its power already far surpassed them. As expected, after Wu Xian began using the Killing Sky Sword, his strength suddenly rose. For a moment, Wu Xian and the cloaked man were evenly matched. And the cloaked man's face changed colors when he saw this new advancement. Whilst he was fighting with Wu Xian, he also began to yell at Hashi, "Youngster, what kind of person are you? The Killing Sky Sword has long been lost, even the replica of it hasn't been seen in the world for 100 years. How come you have it in your hands?" Chapter 487. Chapter 487 Refining Soul Banner. Hashi faintly smiled and said, "I feel like the origins of the cold food flower are even fishier than the Killing Sky Sword, right? This spiritual plant shouldn't even be able to grow in Miluo continent. If you told me how you guys got cold food flowers, then I'll tell you the history of the Killing Sky Sword, okay?" A scowl formed on the cloaked man's face and his mind scattered. In this moment of carelessness, Wu Xian was able to cut through his clothes. The cloaked man retreated several steps back and sneered at Wu Xian, "Yay, I'm bored of playing with you. Do you really think you're my opponent?" Wu Xian slowly turned over the qi and blood in his body, mixing them together. His expression remained detached and he didn't bother to pay attention to the man's words. The cloaked man looked at Wu Xian and then looked over at Hashi, who stood behind him, and a bloodthirstiness rose up in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to court death, I'll help you guys. In any case, I'm bored of playing." Right after saying this, a small, black banner appeared in the cloaked man's chicken claw-like hands. He began to mutter incantations under his breath. As he was muttering them, the black banner grew larger and larger, until it grew even taller than himself. The cloaked man mischievously let out 2 laughs and touched the banner's icy flagpole. He faintly remarked, "Go ahead, my darling. Lately you haven't had any chance to show off, you must be starved. But this one time should compensate you. You haven't gotten the chance to taste nascent soul stages yet. They taste much more delicious than 100 gold core stages." After saying this, the cloaked man's hand raised and a flash of spiritual energy entered the banner. In a moment, the banner began to shake, and following this, a round black shadow shot out from the banner and flew up into the sky. That black shadow condensed and became thicker, forming into a black devilish face with tusks. Once it was done forming, it faced Wu Xin and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow surrounded Wu Xin. The devilish face opened up a bloody mouth and unceasingly started biting at Wu Xin's body. Every bite the face took, the face grew larger and Wu Xin's breath became weaker. Although the killing sky sword was still in Wu Xin's hand and he was constantly waving it around, it began to wave around slower and slower as the seconds ticked by. Gu Liufeng clenched his teeth and said, "That should be the refining soul banner." The soul refining banner was a sinister magic weapon that grew stronger whenever it engulfed martial artists' souls and essence. The cloaked men began to laugh out loud. "Rest assured, when that youngster has been engulfed, the next ones are you too." After saying this, his figure flashed and his chicken claw-like hands changed into demonic claws. Then he faced Hashi and threw himself at her whilst clawing at her. Bang! A loud sound rang out and the black air suddenly scattered. Even the devilish face turned over and fell 10 feet away. It fell down on the ground and twitched with a majority the shadow surrounding it even fading out. Hashi then felt a large force pulling herself and Gu Liufeng back a few steps. It felt as if she was able to escape the cloaked man's clutches. Wu Xin stood in front of Hashi and Gu Liufeng. The muscles and bones in his hands and arms were entirely broken and his whole body was filled with bruises. It looked as if he was going to collapse at any moment. Wang! Shui Gongzi, quickly run! Wu Xin hoarsely shouted. "At most, I can only hold him back for a quarter of an hour." Hashi stared blankly at Wu Xin. It was as if blood had filled her sight, everything turned red and a burst of burning rage filled her. She hated feeling weak and she hated allowing the people by her side receive injuries even more. When the cloaked man saw the devilish face's weak state, he was suddenly furious. He had used countless spirits to fully raise and condense this devilish face, its face could even rival initial stage of nascent soul stage. But unexpectedly that repulsive youngster actually dared to risk losing his arm by exploding his spiritual power which, in turn, caused his devilish face to gain a serious injury. And now, even if it swallowed these 3 youngsters' souls, it would still need to recover for a period before it could return back to its previous state. 1. Yay, paternal grandfather or old man, in this case, he's calling Wu Xin an old man. Translator note: this may be the last chapter for a bit. The new house doesn't currently have Wi-Fi, so I won't be able to post as often as before, so sorry guys. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. I'm helping you fight him. Thinking up to here, the cloaked man clenched his teeth then bit down on his tongue, intentionally injuring it in the process. With a mouthful of his own blood essence, he spit it out onto the refining soul banner. Want to leave? Hee, don't dream. Today, none of you should think of leaving. Once his words went out, the originally weakened and unable to move devilish face suddenly became enveloped in a red light and a malicious howling and crying face resounded around everyone. The devilish face moved and suddenly soared into the air. Before long it was already rushing over to Wu Xin, ready to begin a second round of attacks. The cloaked man let out a chuckle then sneered, "I want to see what method you use to defend yourself this time." Wu Xin was unable to lift one of his arms, his spiritual power was practically drained, and his entire body was littered with injuries. When Hashi saw that the devilish face was about to eat Wu Xin's head in one go, she suddenly summoned a golden ball of flames in her hands and flew over to the devilish face. When the cloaked man saw her actions, he began to laugh out loud. "Ignorant child, the black devil's face has a spirit body, how could an insignificant fire harm it?" But the smile on his face was quickly wiped away. Because once the golden flame made contact with the devilish face, the sound of burning sounded out and the devilish face twisted. It let out a pained expression before trying its best to run away. The cloaked man paled in fear. "Spiritual fire? How can this be? You're only at foundation establishment stage. Even if you were able to practice and conjure up heavenly fire, you would still be unable to hurt the devilish face to this degree. You. Just what type of person are you?" The black devilish face was a spirit, it feared all spiritual power attacks, but at the same time, it dirted spiritual power. Adding onto that was his blood essence, which supported the devilish face even further. Even if spiritual fire attacked the devilish face, it was reasonable to assume that his blood essence could dissolve it. But how could the cloaked man have expected the spiritual fire Hashi released to have such high spiritual power and essence purity? His shock didn't last long though. Soon after, the cloaked man burst out into laughter again. Regardless of where your spiritual fire came from, for you to be able to release spiritual fire with such pure essence must mean that your soul is much more solid than that of an ordinary person. As long as my refining soul banner is able to swallow you and that youngster at nascent soul stage, its strength will definitely increase by tenfold. Ha ha ha. Coming here this time can't be considered a loss. Right after saying this, a black thread flew out from the cloaked man's hands. Before Hashi would react, it had already restricted all of her actions. Zze, you're now my most precious treasure and the best food for my devilish face. If I were to let you die, where would I find someone with as solid a soul as yourself? Obediently wait here for me, wait for my devilish face to swallow that youngster with nascent soul stage. Then, I'll properly receive you. Ha ha ha. After saying so, the cloaked man's figure flashed and he directly threw himself at Wu Xin. The current Wu Xin was completely spent, he was even unable to use the killing sky sword, killing him would be a simple feat. However, just as the cloaked man flew up, a strong wind suddenly hit him. Pang was the only sound that was heard and the cloaked man felt as if he had been hit by an iron board. His entire person fell down and he let out a groan when he hit the floor. Ayaya, my bottle gourd, my fine wine, it all spilled. The entire thing spilled. Outrageous youngster, actually daring to spill my fine wine. Quickly compensate me. Hashi suddenly blanked, she knew this voice and its all too familiar intonation. Sure enough, the wrinkled face of an old man appeared in front of her face, growing larger and larger as the pungent smell of wine hit her in the face. When the old fellow seemed to have clearly seen her, he suddenly let out a laugh. Ayaya, my obedient disciple, how could you be here? Ah? How coincidental, too coincidental. Seeing as you can't move, has someone bullied you? You tell me and I'll go hit him for you. 1. Bottle gourd, a type of vine that's grown for its fruit. When harvested young, it can be eaten as a vegetable and when harvested mature, it can be used as a utensil once dried. Wikipedia page, translator note Wi-Fi is back-end amp, so is her master, woohoo. Chapter 489. Chapter 489 Master. After speaking up to here, the old fellow suddenly shook his bottle gourd around and mischievously laughed. However, since your master's wine is gone, shouldn't you, as a disciple, express? Hey, mischievous laughter. For a moment, Hashi was unable to respond, the sudden turnaround was too theatrical. She lowly coughed, untie me first. Okay. Then you have to give me wine, clever disciple. The old man's black hands raised and were just about to move to untie her when he abruptly paused and said, Wrong, clever disciple, you still haven't called me master. If you don't call me master, how can I untie you? I'm only saving my clever disciple. Hashi's mouth twitched and she fiercely stared at him. You're threatening me. Hey, how can that be considered a threat? In the mountain, didn't you agree to pay respects to this old man as your master? When did I agree? The old man's face looked like that of a rascal as he winked and pointed at Wu Xin, beginning to make a fuss. Ayaya, this fellow's injuries aren't shallow. If you don't quickly provide critical care his cultivation will drop from nascent soul stage. Zze, how pitiful, how unfortunate there's nobody to save him. Hashi looked over at the bloody and barely breathing Wu Xin and clenched her teeth, spitting out 2 words, Master. 1. Ayaya, clever disciple. The old man's eyebrows raised in joy when he heard those 2 words, come from Hashi's mouth. He waved his hand and the black rope tied around Hashi's body also fell down. Hashi didn't bother to talk to him and quickly walked over to Wu Xin's side. The first thing she did was to give him a pill to swallow. At this point, Wu Xin's mind was already hazy. When he opened his eyes and saw her, he murmured, Fortunately Wang Fei is fine, otherwise Master will definitely be worried of your death. Fool. Hashi picked up a silver needle and efficiently stuck it into his body so his injury could be prevented from worsening. Then, she hoarsely said, Idiot. Whose life could be more important than your own? You're about to die and yet you're still afraid that Nangong you will be worried. At this moment, the cloaked man that had been knocked away by the bottle gourd had finally stood back up from the roof. He felt dizzy from being knocked, but his body didn't have any injuries. When he saw Hashi, who had been untied, and that crazy old man, he suddenly angrily shouted, "Which smelly old man actually dares to spoil my affairs? Are you tired of living?" The old man clicked his tongue and shook his head in response, "You're a part of the younger generation, how come you lack manners? Don't you understand to respect the old and cherish the young? It was clearly you who had knocked over my wine, isn't it the right thing to pay me back? Zze, you even dare to plot against my beautiful, clever disciple. Look at you wearing a cloak in the evening, how shameful ah! I see that you must be jealous of my disciple's good looks." This annoying troublemaker directly angered the cloaked man enough for him to want to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hashi's mouth twitched before she interrupted the old man's words, "Master, compared to this fellow, which one of you is stronger?" Since she had already agreed that this old man was his master, Hashi wouldn't be unreasonable anymore. The old man rubbed his bottle gourd and mischievously laughed, "Well, that's hard to say, hard to say. If I drank some wine, this old man would be able to beat 3 cows, if I haven't drank wine. Master, knock him down and I guarantee that, in the future, you'll have so much wine that you wouldn't be able to drink it all. Really? Clever disciple, you better not cheat me." Hashi's hands hugged her chest as she smiled at him, "If I'm cheating you then you can expel me." "Aiya, how could that be done? You're the clever disciple that I worked so hard to get." 1. Master. In Chinese, master is comprised of 2 characters, Shi Fu. Chapter 490. Chapter 490 Miscalculated. Whilst Hashi and her master were speaking, neither of them tried to conceal their words. This directly caused the cloaked man to become angry again. "You dare underestimate me, directly go and die for me." Right after saying this, bursts of bone-chilling cold wind started up and faced Hashi and everyone else. In response, the old man threw the empty bottle gourd away and his figure disappeared from his original spot. Hashi hadn't even reacted to what he had just done when she suddenly heard pang. Soon after the bitter cold wind dissipated and even the black fog disappeared, leaving nothing else in front of them. That's right, precisely. Nothing was left. The cloaked man's presence had completely disappeared. The old man rubbed his black palm and guiltily looked toward Hashi. With forced laughter he said, "Aiya, it seems like I didn't control my strength and miscalculated." Hashi frowned. "Miscalculated? By how far?" Hiccup. "This. That." The old man looked at the sky, "Just then I wasn't looking at the direction and didn't see where he flew off to, ha ha ha. So clever disciple, even though I didn't knock him flat. Your master can be considered to have exerted energy, right? Moreover, by the time he falls back onto the ground, he'll definitely fall flat. He wouldn't even be able to crawl back up after 6 hours. That. About that wine." Hashi narrowed her eyes and silently watched the old man for a long time. She was certain that this old man had deliberately not laid a heavy hand on the cloaked man. She stared at the old man until he nervously scratched his head. Then she loosened her expression and lightly laughed, "Rest assured, there will be plenty of wine. In any event, thanks to Master for saving us. Aiya, clever disciple, you're too considerate and too filial. Your master loves you the most. Smelly old man, your entire body is full of louse and wine, quickly get away from me. Clever disciple, don't be like this. Master likes to hug you, how can you decline? Do you believe that I won't pour all the wine out in front of your face? Clever disciple, clever disciple. I know my wrongs. You must give fine wine as presents, to one's elders/superiors as a sign of respect, to Master Ah. Dash. The fight between Hashi's group and the cloaked man started quickly and also ended quite quickly. However, it still roused up quite a lot of movement. Just speaking of Murong family, a few of their houses collapsed. The children in Murong family had been scared by the shaking and were reduced to shivering in their rooms, none of them dared to step foot outside. When Jin Ling's imperial guards arrived at the scene and saw the terrifying fighting going on, they were filled with fear. How would they dare to continue investigating? So, naturally, this matter remained unsettled. However, who could have thought that Murong Manor would have disappeared just 3 days after the fight occurred at Murong Manor that night? In the span of a night all of Murong Manor's guards, manservants, servant girls, and children had disappeared without a trace. Even their bones couldn't be found. What was the scariest part of the whole ordeal was that the houses inside Murong Manor all looked as if they had been burned by a fire. Apart from ashes and fallen walls, there was nothing else. Murong family was one of the 4 most influential families in Yanjing City. Yet in a breath's time all of its people had disappeared without even the smallest bit of a trace left behind. This matter left the people of Yanjing City alarmed and restless for a few days. The most worried were the remaining 3 most influential families. Although they were busy with receiving the power of Murong family, they were still wary and fearful. The enemy was just too powerful. They actually dared to thoroughly eliminate Murong family right in front of the Imperial Guards. Would there be a day when it was their own turn? Chapter 491. Chapter 491 Shameless. As Heshi was listening to Shisan's report, a grave expression crept onto her face. By the side, Gu Liufeng raised a cup and lightly drank a sip of tea before smiling and saying, "Their subordinates are truly fast. As long as they're a useless chess piece, they'll be completely and utterly eliminated. It's really ruthless enough, absolute enough." Gu Liufeng switched the topic when he saw concern surface in Heshi's eyes. "After passing through this event concerning Murong Manor and Qingde Hall, I'm afraid that they'll soon know that genius Dr. Shi is you. Shisen, you have too many treasures that cause people to become crazy with longing on your hands. In the future, you have to tread carefully." Heshi nodded her head. "You can be at ease. I know when I should look after my own hide and when I should press forward and slap faces. If they want the things in my hands, then they should try and see if they have the skills. I want to see if they have the life to come and leave." Gu Liufeng laughed. "Sometimes I really don't know where you learned such bizarre words from. Press forward and slap faces. And although these words are vulgar, their meaning is just right." Heshi ignored Gu Liufeng's teasing and looked at Shisan. "Is there any other news?" Shisan knit his brow and hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, "There is another piece of news. This subordinate doesn't know whether it's fake or true, but one of Qingde Hall's young waiters overheard a customer and merchant, who had come from far away, say these things. The news is about the Ice Fairy Lotus and the King of Hell." Heshi's eyes dimmed and cold air unconsciously emitted from her body. Still, she lightly laughed and said, "Oh, let me hear it. That customer and merchant were saying that around Songming Kingdom and Haoyu Kingdom it's rumored that the Ice Fairy Lotus treated several martial artists who were infected with an odd poison whilst in sealed dragon domain. Those martial artists, their sects, and family members are all extremely thankful toward the Ice Fairy Lotus. They even named her as Xian Nu Ren Doctor. It's heard that because of this matter, the Doctors Association has even promoted her rank and nowadays, she's the highest-ranked doctor in Miluo continent as a 6th-ranked doctor." Heshi was startled when she heard the news. But before she could say anything, Gu Liufeng already erupted into angry words. "Does that Black Lotus Flower Fairy still want to save face? Obviously it was you, who saved people in 100 Herb Mist. She actually dares to steal all recognition. Has she already forgotten that it was her careless treatment that caused several people to be reduced to puddles of thin blood? How can this woman become shameless to this extent?" For a moment Shisan was calm before he suddenly realized that his family's master's contributions had all been claimed by some other woman and immediately became angered. "What's up with that bullsh *** fairy? Why would she falsely claim young Miss contributions? Does she want her face anymore? Could it be that those saved martial artists wouldn't refute her claims?" Heshi coldly laughed and her mouth curved, slowly saying, "That's why this news has spread in mainly Songming Kingdom and Haoyu Kingdom. Songming Kingdom is entirely under Feng family's control. If they wanted to completely control public opinion, it would be an easy thing. And Haoyu Kingdom is very far away from Jinling Kingdom. There were few people from there who came to Sealed Dragon Domain. Even if a few people knew the truth, they wouldn't go against Feng family just for the sake of some insignificant doctor's innocence." Shisan became so angered he clenched his fists and furiously said, "Don't tell me we'll just allow that rotten fairy steal young Miss contributions. Not only this, but nowadays, there's a widespread rumor in Songming Kingdom. Rumors that His Majesty King of Hell admires the Ice Fairy Lotus humanity, benevolence, virtuousness, and kindness. Therefore, he has already intended to bring up marriage with Feng family. But, His Majesty King of Hell is clearly acts partial toward you." Chapter 492. Chapter 492 The Best Conclusion. Gu Liufeng couldn't help but sneer at this. That's right. Anybody who saw that black lotus flower fairy's appearance whilst in 100 herb mist must have been experiencing nausea for half a day afterwards. Nangong, you would not be wanting to marry her unless his brain has short-circuited. Shisan was still feeling aggrieved, but that rotten fairy has used her contributions to become a 6th-ranked doctor. I'm too bitter. Don't worry about it. Hashi waved her hand and indifferently laughed. If she wants to jump, let her jump at ease. The higher she climbs, the more tragic her fall will be. As for the Doctors' Association, 6th-ranked doctor. Would I pay attention to that? After saying this, Hashi called Gu Liufeng to follow her as they walked into Gu Yulan's room. The only one left behind was Shisan, who was still standing in his original spot. For a while now he had admired his family's young miss, so he felt indignant at the injustice that his young miss was facing. When Hashi first entered Gu Yulan's room, the first thing she saw wasn't Gu Yulan sitting on her bed, but instead she saw a lifeless Gui Dao who was standing upright beside her bed. Hearing sounds, Gu Yulan turned her head and saw Gu Liufeng entering the room. Happiness quickly flooded her features and a joyful smile appeared. You've come, Liufeng. Gu Liufeng immediately quickened his step and rushed over to Gu Yulan's side. He took a nearby pillow and adjusted it behind her so that she could sit more comfortably. Mother, are you feeling better? Gu Yulan merely laughed and didn't respond. Soon after, she picked up a nearby red rope and weaved it into a strange design. It could be said that the current Gu Yulan had improved but still hadn't. After passing by this difficult time full of torment, the cold food pill addiction Gu Yulan had disappeared. However, even though she was sober, after all was said and done, her mind had still received injuries. She lost practically all of her memories and the only person she recognized was Gu Liufeng. After she lost her memories, she would always take this red rope and weave the same strange pattern whilst mumbling incoherently under her breath. At times, her face would be full of hurt and concern, but other times, she would have a joyous expression painted on her face. Gu Liufeng gently brought some of her scattered hairs and brought it back behind her ear. His voice was soft as he said, perhaps this is the best conclusion. For Mother, if she could forget all the torment and suffering she experienced these past 20 years, she would be the happiest. Although she can't remember anything now and her wisdom is that of a young child's, compared to the past 20 years, her life now is tranquil and mild. But, my Jiujio is the most unfortunate. For the sake of my mother and I, he silently endured, fought, and persisted for so long. Yet in the end, he was left with just this one soul. Hashi softly sighed, I'm sorry, I can't recover the people whose souls had been taken away. In spite of her words, Gu Liufeng laughed. I haven't even thanked you and you're actually saying sorry to me. Shiyu, do you want me to owe you until my next lifetime? Anyway, isn't Jiujio also happy now? He lost his souls, so he now lacks consciousness and desires. He only recognizes Mother, just like a most loyal guard, defending by Mother's side. Perhaps this is what he wanted to most in over 20 years. Hashi nodded her head and confirmed Gu Liufeng's theory. After losing his soul, Gui Dao was equal to a human body with no wisdom or spirit. He lacked desires and heart. But she didn't expect that after seeing Gu Yulan he would stick so closely by her side. One time, a stray cat had run in front of Gu Yulan. He had nimbly picked it up and set it down before rushing it away. Chapter 493. Chapter 493 Home of Good Virtue. Even though he lost his soul, he still didn't forget what he wanted to do the most, which was to protect her and to ensure that she didn't receive any harm. This attitude made it impossible for Hashi to remain unmoved. Gu Liufeng looked at his mother's peaceful face and quietly said, actually, Jiujio isn't my biological Jiujio. I don't even know what his previous surname was nor do I know why he changed it to Gu. Even more so, I don't know how he and Mother came to know each other. All I know is that he's been treating me so well ever since I can remember. So well in fact that I resented the heavens. Why wasn't my biological father Jiujio instead of that brute Murong Feng? But, nowadays everything is good. Gu Liufeng stood up and the smile on his face no longer had a hint of melancholy, instead, it was calm. All of my hatred and desires have come to the perfect end. The rest of my time will be dedicated to fulfilling my promise to you, to serve you. Shiyu, if there's any need to use any of my territory, please, don't hesitate to ask. Hashi didn't get to respond to his claim when the sound of Dan Dan's crying voice suddenly rang out from outside the room. Mother, mother, that bad old man stole my freshly steamed meat. Woo woo woo. Mother, you must take responsibility for Dan Dan ah. Yeah, you little pig, tell me how you don't speak any reason ah. This dish has clearly been prepared by my clever disciple, what's wrong with me eating a little? And I haven't even talked about you yet. You're so small, how come you eat so much? Where does all the food you eat go? So much delicious food has entered you, a little pig's, stomach, isn't that a waste of resources? Woo woo woo, I dislike this bad old man mother. Dan Dan doesn't want him to be mother's master, doesn't want him to steal Dan Dan's food. Mother, is it okay if you drive him away? Hearing the big and small voices from nearby and distant places, Hashi felt her temple throbbing at their argument. She expressionlessly looked at Gu Liufeng as she faintly said, if you can settle those two annoyances for me, I'd even be fine with calling you master. At first, Gu Liufeng blanked, then he burst into rambunctious laughter. I didn't expect there to be any problem that would leave you, helpless ah. I thought you were already omnipotent. Hashi blankly stared at him for a moment before lowering her voice to say, during this period of time, you need to first deal with good virtue hall's matters. Someone also needs to be trained for the matter pertaining Shi Lang and that group of children entering. When good virtue hall's matters are on the right track, hand it over to shopkeeper Zhou. His temperament is mild, which is the best suited for dealing with children. Following this, I have another very important matter for you. Hashi's tone turned serious at this moment and even Gu Liufeng withdrew his smiling expression. Nodding his head, rest assured. Those children's temperaments are determined and steady, I'm certain that their strength will help you in the future. The children rescued from Murong Manor's dungeon mainly consisted of homeless street urchins. They didn't even know their own surnames. They all mutually went by the same few nicknames of Little Wolf, Naughty Monkey, and Little Stone. After they began following Hashi changed their surnames to Shi, just like she did with Shi Jia and them. As for their names, they could each think of their own. At a low price, Hashi had someone buy Murong Manor, which consisted of the burnt buildings that had turned into haunted houses. She named it, Home of Good Virtue, and arranged for those children to learn and train in those houses. The house's nature was analogous to the orphanages in her previous life. After finishing instructing Gu Liufeng, Hashi turned around to leave the room. Once she exited the door, she was welcomed with a little pink pig throwing itself at her. In one motion, she carried it and held it within her bosom. Chapter 494. Chapter 494 Big Hunting Match. The front of her clothes was instantly soaked with the little fellow's tears. Following his sobs was a magic voice in her head that was tearfully complaining, Mother, woo woo woo. You must take responsibility of Dan Dan ah. Dan Dan is suffering even more than the white cabbage in the floor. 1. You even know of white cabbage. How many melodramatic dramas did you see then? On the outside there was the old man who was drinking, whilst letting out satisfying burps, and mischievously laughing, clever disciple, the wine's almost gone. Aren't you going to replenish some for your master? And that snake soup from this morning was delicious ah, master wants to eat more tonight. AI. Hashi felt that she would rather eliminate 100 Murong families and several cloaked persons combined before she would want to deal with these two big and small clowns. It's been a long time since she's had such days. What Hashi didn't expect was that she would unexpectedly receive a transmitting slip 3 days later. This slip was different from the simple and crude one she had in her hand. The slip was silver and there was a dark red design drawn on by a cinnabar. The first thing Hashi thought of was the middle-aged man from 100 Herb Mist who bitterly hated Feng Lian-ing and had lost his wife and child. Hashi channeled her spiritual power into the slip and burned it. Soon after, a male's rough and hoarse voice, carrying anger and resentment, rang out in her ears. As she listened to the man narrating, a cold smile appeared on Hashi's lips and her eyes shone with a deep profoundness which was faintly discernible. She quickly asked for Shi-san to appear in front of her. Dropping her voice, she said, Shi-san, you need to substitute me to deal with something. What matter? Don't hesitate to instruct me. Hashi took the silver slip that was a third of the way burnt and softly entered a few words inside. Then, she poured spiritual power inside it, allowing it to fly up. After the silver slip flew away, Hashi slowly told Shi-san what task she wanted him to go complete. The days passed as Dan and the old man unnecessarily quarreled through them. Soon, the date approached for the big hunting match that the invitation from Ouyang family mentioned. The only thing that left Hashi gloomy was that when she announced she was to go to the hunting match alone, both Wu Xian and Gu Liufeng firmly opposed her. Wu Xian's tone was heavy and his voice was full of refusal. "Wang Fei, you can't go alone, let this subordinate go with you." Hashi frowned. "Your injury still hasn't healed yet. If you use a large amount of spiritual power, you'll definitely injure your foundation. When that time comes, you'll quite possibly fall from nascent soul stage down to gold core stage and be unable to even near it, nascent soul, again in this lifetime." Wu Xian anxiously retorted, "But this subordinate's responsibility is to follow and protect Wang Fei. How could this subordinate allow Wang Fei to take any chances?" Hashi's entire face was helpless. She looked at Gu Liufeng, whose expression was heavy, then looked at Wu Xian again before sighing. "Aren't you guys too wary? As far as I know, the hunting match is only held every 4 years and the host is Miluo Continent's Sida sect. The purpose of the hunting match is to search for gifted martial artists. After, Sida sect will recruit some. As for the one Sida sect doesn't deem worthy, the imperial and aristocratic families can recruit them. Since they're looking for talent, there's a possibility for injury in the big match. However, it won't be uncalled for and bring harm to someone's life. Let alone for the fact that the big hunting match's competitors can only be at Foundation Establishment stage, Meridian stage, and Gold Core stage. There are also guards at Nascent Soul stage and some are from the Imperial Guards. This can be said to be the safest place and experience." Speaking up to here, Hashi raised her head. Her phoenix eyes were narrowed, but a burning fire could still be seen in them. "I want to become strong. I don't want to be bullied or suppressed by anyone. So how can I escape danger? Escape competition. 1. White cabbage in the floor, usually used to represent children who have lost their mother. Chapter 495. Chapter 495 Master's Obligation. 1/1, chapter kindly sponsored by Mara Redheart. If I only hide away in safety and cultivate, I'm afraid that any movement would leave my life in danger and myself defenseless. Would I be any different from a caged canary? Is this the life I, Naylan Hashi, wish to lead? Absolutely not. Let alone the fact that I'm not alone. By my side I have Dan, Little Purple, and Long, they can help me." Hashi sighed and her tone became decisive. "Therefore, if we're friends, don't dare to block me again." Wu Xian and Gu Liufeng turned to look at each other in dismay and were momentarily speechless. Wu Xian wanted to go with her, but his injury still hadn't completely healed. Gu Liufeng also wanted to go, but he didn't have an invitation and the big hunting match wasn't just an event anyone could enter. The room quieted down and for a long time, nobody spoke. Suddenly, loud laughter sounded from outside. "Aiya, really deserving to be my disciple. You're ambitious and have skill, it seems this master really didn't pick the wrong disciple." Those words had just been spoken when the door opened with a pop and an old man wearing shabby clothes and reeking of wine appeared in the doorway. He let out a satisfied hiccup and mischievously laughed. "Although your words are pleasant to hear, your strength is far too weak. If you meet someone at Gold Core stage you can risk your life. But if you run into someone at Nascent Soul stage, zee, that would be far from good. Then, the clever disciple this old man worked so hard to get would be gone. Aiya. Then wouldn't the fine wine and good food be gone? Very bad, very bad. Too bad." Wu Xian and Gu Liufeng were in the midst of concern when they heard this old man run over and cause trouble. They couldn't help but become fidgety. "Senior, you clearly know Hashi wants to go take risks, yet you aren't thinking of any means to get her to not. How could you only stand here making cynical remarks?" "Who says this old man is only making cynical remarks?" When the old man heard this, he became unhappy and immediately retorted, "Isn't this old man coming to think of a way? I say clever disciple, can you just not go participate in that pain of a hunting match? If you leave, then won't this master be unable to eat fresh dishes for several months?" Hashi glared at him and coldly stated, "Rest assured, I'll prepare half a year's worth of dishes and fine wine for you. I hope you don't drink yourself to death, master." Ha. Drinking yourself to death and bursting full of food, isn't that life's best pleasantries? You know your master's intentions far too well. When the old man heard Hashi's words, he wasn't angry, rather he burst into rambunctious laughter. "Since you're so clever, your master must also fulfill his obligations." After saying this, the old man disappeared from his spot and brought Hashi along with him. Wu Xin and Gu Liufeng both turned pale with fright from this stunt. They went to follow them, but found that they couldn't even sense the breaths of either of them. Soon after, they heard the old man's loud laughter ring out from a distant place. "You two babies, rest assured. I'm only teaching my clever disciple some defensive skills. This will guarantee that she'll return from the big hunting match safe and sound." 10 days had already passed since that old beggarman had brought Hashi away, and the big hunting match was just 3 days away from starting. Alone, Gu Liufeng sat at the base of Tsang Mountain in B courtyard. He blankly stared off into the distance with wrinkled brows whilst drinking. Suddenly, he felt a frosty wind blowing from behind his back, causing him to shiver from the cold. Chapter 496. Chapter 496. Inhumane Smelly Old Man. By the time he reacted and lifted his head to look at the doorway, he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. You. You're back." After uttering these words, Gu Liufeng actually looked frightened. He looked at the sorry figure of Yu in front of him and inevitably felt like he was staring at a dangerous animal. That's right now Yu was truly a sorry figure. All her clothes were tattered and torn, and even the top of her head was coated in dust. Her originally satin-like hair now resembled a bird's nest. And her face was somewhat unsightly. Her eyes were deep-set and she looked tired. Her phoenix eyes seemed to hold a colder light than what she had 10 days prior. Gu Liufeng strode forward and worriedly welcomed her back. "Yu, you're fine, right? Where have you been? Your master instructed you to practice. Don't mention that inhumane old man to me." Hashi spit each word out, one by one, and the cold air surrounding her seemed to grow more gloomy the moment her master was mentioned. Gu Liufeng lowered his voice and couldn't help but softly ask, "What did he do?" What did he do?" Hashi bit her teeth and chillingly said, "He threw me in the middle of a sword fight, inside. Inside is entirely filled with swords emanating the chi of gold core and nascent soul stage martial artists. Then, he told me that I was to go inside and train. He said that after 1 day, he would take me out and I was to work on making sure my spiritual power wasn't depleted and that I wasn't hit by any swords during that time. In the end, 1 day passed, then 2. And finally 10, and that old man still hadn't appeared. I was stuck in the sword fight for 10 days and nights. I went without food and sleep. I was forced to constantly block the sword's attacks. Not only that, the longer I stayed there, the more those swords tore up the mountains and rocks. Every day, dust and sand flew around. I couldn't even open my eyes, and every breath I took filled my lungs with dust and sand. Just a little bit more and I would have suffocated to death." Speaking up to here, Hashi's face twisted and a raging flame appeared in her eyes as she swore, "Smelly old man, just you wait. The next time I get my hands on you, I'll give all the fine wine and delicious food to the pig, right in front of your face. I'll let you see but not taste, smell but not drink, just you wait." Gu Liufeng lowly coughed twice and covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Hi. Yu, I do feel like, even though you haven't advanced in rank, your power and killing spirit has greatly increased. How did you escape from the sword fight? One had to know that the swords never stopped swinging. Even if Hashi wanted to get some food from her space, she was completely unable to find the opportunity. If she loosened for even a second, she could have been chopped in half. The torture and hardship from these 10 days were obvious. Hashi played down her situation, but shock still appeared in Gu Liufeng's expression. However, his shock quickly disappeared. "No wonder I've always felt that your cultivation wasn't lower than mine. It appears that you can already fight against nascent soul and gold core stage martial artists. Little you are you certain that you could win against someone at gold core stage now?" Hashi frowned then nodded her head. "If they're at high-level gold core stage or below, I'm confident that I'll be able to best them. If they're at the summit of gold core stage, it's no question that I'd at least escape in one piece." "How did I get out?" Hashi unhappily answered, "Obviously I fought against hundreds of swords before rushing out of the sword fight. Don't tell me you thought that I would allow myself to be trapped in there and die of thirst or starvation." Chapter 497. Chapter 497. Breaking Spirit Mountain. 1 of 1, chapter generously sponsored by Anonymous. Heart suit. Her self-disciple wasn't only from training for 10 days in the sword fight, it was also due to what happened after her elder Jiang. Once again, she had a taste of her Maha inheritance. Even though her cultivation hadn't raised by much, her cultivation and actual fighting skills were much stronger than before. Gu Liufeng released a breath and said, "Now, if you go to the hunting competition and there aren't any major mishaps, nobody will be able to threaten you. You guys were the one with groundless fears in the first place." Hashi softly smiled and retorted, "I'll go inside to wash up first. This afternoon, I plan to set out to Breaking Spirit Mountain." Breaking Spirit Mountain, as the name implied, was a place that ordinary people couldn't enter and return from. Breaking Spirit Mountain is a mountain range that stretches thousands of kilometers from south to north. Running across all three countries, it was a mountain range far more vast than Song Mountain. Breaking Spirit Mountain's highest point was located in the middle of Jinling country. There, thick fog swirled around the mountain all year, and there were countless magic beasts that called the mountain home. The ranks of the magic beasts there were quite high. It could be said to be second only to those in the magic beast forest. Moreover, most of the magic beasts in Breaking Spirit Mountain had lost all rationality. They were completely savage. The magic beasts were cunning and treacherous in a completely different way than the ones in the magic beast forest. The magic beasts residing here were even able to take the shape of a human, so normally, few people would willingly step onto the mountain. However, because of how savage the magical beasts were, they would even occasionally come off the mountain to harm people. Therefore, the elders from the 4 biggest influential families and the largest sects created a large array to prevent the magical beasts from coming down and prevent others from entering. Afterwards, the 4 biggest sects suddenly opened up a relatively safe location at the top of the mountain one year. Inside, there were numerous magical beasts at 6th rank and lower which could be hunted, and any other magical beasts weren't drawn to the location. Every 4 years, a hunting competition would take place and everyone participating would be sent to this location via a teleportation array. Once they arrived, they would all kill the magical beasts. Every time they killed a magical beast, they would need to obtain an internal pill. This way, they would earn points. Whomever ended up with the most points would be declared the champion of that year's competition. The more they held this competition, the more Miluo continent buzzed about it, so naturally, there were more and more martial artists competing each year. This was because, not only would you obtain good achievements during the big hunting competition, you would also earn many of the large sects' interest. As for the elite disciples of the large sects, if they were able to perform exceptionally well, they would be able to receive great honor within the sect, earning them much more rewards and resources. Jinling country is actually a very small country, so for the hunting competition to be held here was merely based on the geographical location of Breaking Spirit Mountain. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a sect or the imperial family handling the event, they would each treat it as a major event. And the people of Jinling country who were able to receive an invitation were very few and far between. After saying this, Hashi began walking inside the room. But, who knew that Wu Xian's figure would suddenly flash and come forth? Without waiting for Hashi to say anything, he stuffed the things in his hands toward Hashi's and in a lowered voice, he said, "Wang Fei, while you're participating in the hunting competition, please wear this. During a crucial point, perhaps it can help you pass it." While saying these words, Wu Xian's face seemed unsightly, he seemed to be full of discontentment and restlessness. But soon, his expression changed into sincerity as he asked Hashi this. Hashi held the jade slip in her hand and inspected it. No matter how she looked at it, all she saw was an ordinary jade slip that was light green in color and held no peculiar points. She then raised her head and looked at Wu Xian with a beseeching expression. She couldn't help but sigh before saying, "Okay, I'll accept it." Chapter 498. Chapter 498 Meeting Shen Qingchu again. 1/3, chapter generously sponsored by Mara Heart Suit. 3 days later, Hashi arrived at Jinling's imperial family's temporary residence at Breaking Soul Mountain. The residence was enormous and decorated splendidly, presenting a dazzling sight to all who beheld it, that is, except for martial artists. To martial artists, all this couldn't meet the eyes of an immortal cultivator. Just having arrived, Hashi was just about to pull out her invitation card, but she was interrupted by the sound of a woman's surprised voice, "Gong. Gongzi." Surprised, Hashi turned around and came face to face with an elegant and beautiful young lady. The young lady's appearance seemed familiar, but no matter how long she pondered over it, she couldn't recall where she had seen her. Gongzi, it's really you. The young girl's face was filled with satisfaction and she lightly ran over, thanking Gongzi for saving my life last time. Has Gongzi fared well after leaving Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory? Saved her life. Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory. Once the young girl's words were out, Hashi immediately remembered her, your Shen Qingchua. Hashi had always possessed the ability to remember everyone she met, but at the time, the young girl was such a sorry figure, a complete contrast to her now, as she was wearing magnificent clothes, so the Hashi didn't immediately connect the two. Shen Qingchua was extremely surprised. Each time she spoke, her voice quivered. Gongzi, I never thought you would actually remember me. I engraved the memory of Gongzi saving me. I haven't forgotten it since. The young lady's face was bright red and her voice was quivering and quiet, like that of a tiny fly. Her entire person looked like a flower that had been touched by dew. She emitted a shy aura and her eyes were sincere and clear. In response, Hashi's tone unconsciously softened by several degrees when she saw her. It was merely a slight effort. Young lady Shen, there's no need to be so troubled. Shen Qingchua immediately wanted to refute those words. That wasn't a mere effort, it was a life-saving grace that she had etched into her memory. But before she could even speak, a male soft voice sounded out from behind her back. Chuer, is this your new friend? When Shen Qingchua heard that voice, she immediately turned around and affectionately called out, Xiao Shu, this is the person I spoke to you about, the Gongzi who saved me in Sealed Dragon Domain. If it weren't for her, Chuer would have long died in that mist and I wouldn't be able to see Xiao Shu and Ye, too, anymore. Hashi raised her head to size up the newcomer. All she saw was a man that looked to be about 27 or 8 years old. He looked to be cultured and refined, but when she sensed that his cultivation had, terrifyingly, already reached the middle of nascent soul stage. And standing behind him were a couple disciples, each of whom were wearing cyan-colored clothes. Most of these disciples were already at a high level of gold core and meridian stage. When the men heard Shen Qingchua's words, he reached a shaking hand out and rested it atop her head. With unhappiness coating his voice, he said, You still have the nerve to speak of that. That day, we urged you not to go. We told you that Sealed Dragon Domain's border was extremely dangerous and didn't want you to follow your senior male and female students there. But you. Not only do you not listen, you actually even colluded with younger students to run away from the group and sneakily run to the secret territory. Fortunately there was someone to save you, otherwise, if your Ye came to know that your body was in Jinling country, he would have wreaked havoc on Jinling country. If you continue to disobey us, we'll lock you up on Qingxia Mountain for 100 years. You'll have to cultivate every day and you won't be able to come down. When Shen Qingchua heard his threat, her face immediately showed suffering and she grabbed onto his sleeve and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Xiao Shushu, I already know my wrongs, don't scold me, okay? Especially not in front of Gongzi's face. Can't you leave me some face? 1. Xiao Shu, her paternal uncle. 2. Ye, paternal grandfather. Chapter 499. Chapter 499 Journeying with Qingxia Sect. 2/3, chapter generously sponsored by Mara Heart Suit. The men cast a glance at Shen Qingchua before looking away and slowly walking forward before stopping in front of Hashi. He extended his hand out and introduced himself. I am Qingxia Section Senator. Many thanks to you for saving Chuer's life in Sealed Dragon Domain. I still haven't asked, what is Gongzi's name? Hashi calmly extended her hand out and grasped his. I am Shiyu. After seeing him, Shensen was immediately filled with more respect for this youngster. Not only was he respectful because he saved Shen Qingchua's life, but he saw that he was a mere foundation establishment stage, yet when he faced him, he emitted a pressure that was neither servile nor overbearing, and it was completely calm. Moreover, Qingxia sect was one of the 4 largest sects in Miluo continent and Chuer's identity within the sect was special. However, he showed no signs of wanting to curry favor. When Shen Qingchua heard Hashi introduce herself, she mulled over the 2 characters Shiyu for a few moments. She sneaked a glance at the youth in front of her. He was quiet, elegant, and outstanding. He was clear and bright, similar to the moonlight, and he surpassed the sky and mountain snow. This type of person hadn't appeared before, even in Shen Qingchua's fantasies. Moreover, he was so brave and powerful, he had saved her from her nightmare in hell. When Shinqinghua thought of this, her face turned a shade redder and she lowered her gaze, not daring to look at Hashi any longer. She tugged at Shinsen's sleeve and lowered her head, and occasionally, she glanced up at Hashi. Her voice was that of a mosquito's as she said, "Has Shigongzi come to participate in the hunting competition?" "That's right." "Then my fellow students and I have also come to participate." Shinqinghua's voice was filled with expectations as she suggested, "It would be better if we went together to the sign-up place. If the number we pull out are close, perhaps we'll be set to nearby positions." To enter the Breaking Spirit Mountain, you had to go into the teleporting array in the order that you drew your number. However, where you teleported was completely random. Therefore, there wasn't anything such as being sent to closer positions just because the numbers they drew were close. Shensen lowly coughed and held back his smile, but he didn't go to expose his family's niece's thoughts. "Shigongzi, if you haven't come with a sect, it would be better if you go with us to the meeting place, wouldn't it?" Hashi didn't hesitate to nod her head. Rather than going alone, it would be better if she went with Qingxia sect, which would save her many inconveniences along the way. So, together, the few people avoided the crowds and walked to the nearby residence. Although the road there wasn't long, it still allowed Shinsen's impression of this youth named Shiyu to become better and better. He was elegant, his voice was pleasant, and when he spoke, his words were neither servile nor overbearing. There wasn't the slightest hint of a loose, low-level cultivator who felt inferior or bitter. Moreover, Shinsen had originally planned to talk to him about cultivation and kindly point some things out to him. However, who could have known that Shiyu's knowledge of cultivation, dantians, and meridians would even be beneficial to him? As for the disciples following behind Shinsen, they were currently swarming Shiyu and incessantly asking questions, completely forgetting that Shiyu was a low-level foundation establishment stage cultivator. "Shigongzi, why do my knees feel slightly sluggish whenever I practice the basics of my water attribute? Not only that, the higher my cultivation becomes, the more that sluggish feeling in my knee turns to pain." As she cast a glance at the young disciple, she observed his color and also used her spiritual power to look over his knee, before she slowly said, "Your constitution leans more toward yin and coldness and the water attribute is classified as negative, so once you practice it, your yin and cold air will become congested in your joints." In the Ross, he refers to himself as Zaixia, which is a humble way of referring to oneself in the Ross. He calls Hashi, Gashia, which can be translated as, your distinguished self, or, your excellency. Chapter 500. Chapter 500 Sweetheart. 3/3, chapter generously sponsored by Mara Heart Suit. When you're younger, it won't be clear, but when you're older or perhaps when your water attribute is promoted, you may find it hard to even walk. Anxious, the disciple immediately asked, "Shigongzi, are there any ways to help me?" "That is very easy." Hashi faintly smiled, "All you have to do is gather cassia twig, acaranthes root, earthworm, chin nai, rhizoma atractylidus, and immortal spirit. Then, boil all of these ingredients until it becomes medicinal juice. It's best if you have someone who's an expert in the fire attribute to come do this for you. Then, each time you practice your water attribute, spread it onto the afflicted areas. After a long time, the dampness in your joints will be removed and you won't feel pain anymore." When the disciple heard her orders, he felt overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Hashi. Hashi's response caused the rest of Qingxia sect's disciples to be unable to wait anymore. At once, they all started asking her questions. "Shigongzi, after my daily meditation, my chest always hurts and I feel nauseous. Do you know why this could be happening?" "Shigongzi, I have an old father who's now 53. A few years prior, his body was well, but these past 2 years, he frequently feels dizzy and sleepy. Do you know why this?" "Shigongzi. Shigongzi." Shensen looked at the group of youngsters surrounding Hashi and intimately calling out her name and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, what left him the most amazed at was that these disciples' questions were of all sorts of problems, and each one was odd and suspicious. Even their Qingxia sect's 4th-ranked doctors weren't able to cure them. However, this youth in front of him, which looked nothing more than 16 or 17 years old, was able to answer each one that came her way. The youth's voice was mild and elegant, and he spoke clearly. His black and white eyes were clear and calm, causing people to inexplicably want to trust him. He was such a remarkable man, no wonder Chor would be so captivated and think of him so much. Although his cultivation was still quite low, he was still young. And if they were going to compare minds, his beat chores many times over. If you think about it a little, it'll one day shine. Shen-sen cast a glance at his niece and saw that her eyes were glued onto Shigongzi's figure. Her expression contained shyness and cowardice. When he saw this, he couldn't help but tease, "I say, Chor, isn't this the sweetheart you missed and longed for over these few months and days? Now that you've finally met again, why aren't you going up and speaking to him?" Shen Qingchua shyly buried her face in her hands and mumbled, "Xiao Shushu, how could you say such nonsense? What sweetheart? If Shigongzi hears of this, I'll lose so much face." Shen-sen burst out in laughter. Bye. Now, the group had already reached their destination. Shen-sen and the rest of them handed over their invitation to the guard, who immediately turned respectful upon seeing it. Soon after, he nodded his head and another guard appeared. His head was bent and he led them to their seats of honor. Hashi was the last one to hand over her invitation card. The guard in charge of checking over the invitations was originally carelessly doing so, but his expression soon turned grave. He held her invitation in his hand and refused to hand it back to Hashi. "Is there a problem with my invitation?" The guard looked at Hashi, then turned to look at Shen-sen and everyone else waiting for her, and hesitation appeared on his face. His eyes immediately turned back to her and he laughed. "Gongzi's invitation card has a problem. I need someone to come verify it for me. Asking Gongzi to please wait a moment." After saying this, the guard secretly motioned to his companions before quickly exiting. Those guards' manners looked unconscious, but they quickly formed a semicircle around her, stopping her from exiting the lobby. Translator Note: Happy 500th chapter. Chapter 501. Chapter 501 Murderer. A few moments later, that guard came back, but this time, he had 7 or 8 martial artists following behind him. Each of the martial artists were at gold core stage. The person heading the martial artists had a bearded face, making it hard to tell his age. However, his cultivation had already reached the summit of gold core stage. His tiger eyes carried a trace of chilliness as he directly stared at Hashi. His voice was quiet as he asked, "You're Shiyu?" That martial artist immediately waved his hand and sternly ordered, "Capture her for me." Right after he said this, those martial artists behind him charged forward and surrounded Hashi. And at some unknown guards, some of the temporary residence's guards had come and formed another vague circle around the 7 or 8 martial artists. Hashi frowned and asked, "I got my invitation from Ouyang Jiangjuan and came to participate in the hunting competition. May I please ask what's the meaning of all this?" That martial artist scoffed and lowly said, "Brazen traitor, you committed such a grave crime, and you actually dared to run here. You walked right into a trap. I see that you're impatient to live." After saying this, he faced the shocked martial artist standing nearby and cupped his hands together. With a clear voice, he announced, "Jin Ling's Emperor's personal guard, Luo Yingqi, has provided a secret imperial decree to capture the culprit who murdered the 3rd Prince Shangguan Rui. Shiyu, your crime of murdering the 3rd Prince Shangguan Rui in the Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory has already been publicly announced. Do you have anything else to say?" The light in Hashi's eyes faintly turned cold and chilliness slipped across her eyes, but she didn't lose her head. "You guys say that I murdered 3rd Prince Shangguan Rui, but do you have evidence?" If she didn't remember incorrectly, Shangguan Rui should be the first pitiful victim of Feng Lianying's 5 elements blood coagulating pill. Yet, how come the crime of killing Shangguan Rui has now been put onto her head? It seems like her coming to participate in the hunting competition had already been calculated by her opponent. Hee, Feng Lianying, you're sinister enough. You stealing my achievements, I won't speak of, but you actually dare to put your crime of killing someone onto my head. The bearded martial artist coldly snorted, "The Emperor's secret imperial degree is proof. Come people, quickly seize him for me." Seeing that Hashi had been surrounded by the 7 or 8 gold core stage martial artists and that she was already in the position of an easy target, Shen Qingchua felt extremely worried. Shen Qingchua anxiously said, "Xiao Shushu, how can they trap Shiyu and kill him? We should quickly go and help Shiyu." Shen-sen knit his brows and answered, "This is Jin Ling country's affair. We're visitors. If we recklessly get involved, bad things can happen. It would be better if we lay low and watch the situation before thinking of ways to help Shigongzi escape. If we lay low and watch, Shigongzi will be hurt by them." Shen Qingchua was on the verge of tears. "Xiao Shushu, you. If you have a heart of stone and don't wish to help, it's fine. I'll go help Shigongzi myself. After she said this, she ignored the crowd and recklessly charged over. Shensen helplessly watched on. He saw as Shen Qingchua neared the martial artists and was just about to start opposing them. He was left with no other alternative but to step forward and use his spiritual pressure to heavily say, "What's going on?" The several gold core stage martial artists were reduced to trembles by Shensen's voice that carried spiritual pressure. The surrounding guards were even more unable to stand it and they recoiled a few steps back. When the bearded martial artist saw Shensen, his originally arrogant expression turned respectful and flattering. "Elder Shen, this subordinate didn't notice you asterisk here. This subordinate has alarmed you asterisk, I'm truly sorry." Shensen's expression remained indifferent and his tone remained light as he slowly said, "This Shiyu is related to our Qing Xia sect and even arrived with us. Why would he been stopped here by guards?" Asterisk he's saying it respectfully. Chapter 502. Chapter 502 Venomous Snake. Luo Yingqi was both the emperor's personal guard and the commanding officer of the imperial guards. But when he faced Shensen, Luo Yingqi didn't dare to act big. His voice carried great respect as he replying to Elder Shen, "It isn't us who's deliberately causing trouble for Shigongzi. Rather, it's because Shigongzi is suspected of killing the third prince, so the emperor has ordered this subordinate to go apprehend her. Shensen narrowed his eyes. "What proof do you have that says Shigongzi killed the third prince?" "This. The proof is in the emperor's hands, this subordinate isn't clear on it. However, as far as this subordinate knows, this Shiyu has had issues with the third prince previously and ever since then, they've harbored hard feelings for each other. Perhaps it's because of this reason that she killed our third prince in the sealed dragon domain in order to vent her hatred." Before Shensen could respond, Shen Qingchua already yelled, her voice full of anger, "Impossible, Shigongzi isn't that type of person. Moreover, your Jin Ling is too unreasonable if it places a crime on someone purely based off of guesswork." Shensen held onto the emotional Shen Qingchua, stopping her from talking, and unhurriedly laughed, "Since there's no evidence, what reason do you have to seize someone? Wouldn't it be better if the leader went to get the evidence before arresting the person? Shiyu, let's leave." When Luo Yingqi saw that Shensen was just about to walk away with the person, he urgently said, "Elder Shen, that's not possible. We're acting under imperial orders, we cannot allow for Shiyu to be taken away." Why would Shensen pay attention to him? He held on to Shiyu was just about to leave. Qing Xia sect was one of the 4 largest sects on Miluo continent. They didn't even pay attention to Tiangang country's monarch, so why would they pay any mind to Jin Ling, this insignificant country? But, before Shensen could step out, a man's gloomy voice rang out from behind him, "Shensen, you're a grand elder of Qing Xia sect, could it be that you want to ignore what's right and shield an assassin?" Shensen turned around and when he saw the person behind him, his pupil slightly contracted. Feng Yunjing. Luli sect was in Songming country and Qing Xia sect was in Tiangang country, the two sects both minded their own business. However, regarding the matter with the ruler of Feng family and the person who truly wielded power in Lulu sect, Shensen was very clear on it. At a young age he was already at nascent soul stage. Moreover, his personality was fiery and firm and he had innumerable amounts of magic weapons on his hands. To provoke him and the Feng family would be like provoking a viper, it would be difficult to back out once you've done so. Behind Feng Yunjing was an exquisite, immortal-like woman wearing a white cotton skirt and a handsome youth. It was Feng Lianying and Nie Jinchen. Shensen frowned and said, "Young Master Feng, what is the meaning of this?" However, Feng Yunjing's burning gaze was currently resting on Hashi. His gaze was so intense that it made it hard for others to ignore it, even if they wished to. After not seeing her for a few months, he found that the girl had grown into an even more beautiful and moving person. Even though she was dressed in men's clothes and wore no jewelry, it was still impossible to hide her lovely features. Her skin was snow white, like porcelain, and there were no blemishes to be seen on it. Her phoenix eyes were colorful and clear, but in them there was a cold gleam. Even though she was in these circumstances, her eyes still held a calm and unflustered light. It felt as if she didn't feel a hint of fear or confusion. Feng Yunjing pursued his lips as he unconsciously entered a fantasy. That face appeared by his side and held a weeping and begging expression. When he thought about this celestial snow-like, lofty, and proud person being ruined under him, with misty eyes and calling out his name, his eyes ignited with a burning fire. He suddenly clenched the hand laying limply by his side. He deeply sucked in a breath, forcibly trying to suppress the oncoming heat wave. Translator note: the new school year is hitting hard. Downcast face with sweat. I hope you guys are faring better than I am. Chapter 503. Chapter 503. Her fiancé. But there was no need to hurry, soon this person would become his own. Fen Yunjing's eyes swiveled over to Shen Sen as he faintly laughed. The evidence clearly shows that you killed the third Prince Shangguan Rui. Isn't Elder Shen worried that the reputation of Qing Xia sect will be affected if you continue to shield him and obstruct the Imperial Guard? You're telling lies. Before Shen Sen could respond, Shen Qingchua angrily yelled out, "Where's the proof?" Just then we asked that Imperial Guard to bring out proof. How come he can't take it out? Moreover, even if you have proof, I'm certain that you framed Shi Yu. Chuor, don't be rude. In one motion, Shen Sen pulled his niece back. Feng Lianying, who was standing behind Feng Yunjing, cast a loathing glare in Heshi's direction before turning her head to face Shen Qingchua with a soft smile painted on her face. Chuor Mimi, you can know someone for a long time without knowing their true nature. You must not allow yourself to be tricked by this Shi Yu's outward appearance. She stepped forward 2 steps, her body moved like she was moving clouds and flowing water, giving off the appearance of an immortal. On her face, she wore a mild and affable smile that caused people to easily form a favorable impression upon first look. Standing in front of Shen Qingchua, Feng Lianying let out a sigh and said, "Chuor Mimi, you're the pearl in the palm of your grandfather's hand, so you haven't yet seen the ugly side of this world. Therefore, you don't know that this world has numerous repulsive people who are beasts hiding behind a human face. When I first met this Shi Yu, I was also tricked by his outward appearance. I too thought that he was a modest Gongzi. However, later on I learned that his heart was actually so shameless and ruthless. He actually tried to seduce my fiancé and repeatedly framed me. Chuor Mimi, you're still young, so you're gullible. But, by the time you've been tricked by him, it'll already be too late. This is something I, Jie, definitely doesn't wish to see happen to you." Feng Lianying's words were reasonable and deeply sentimental. One after another, the martial artists circling around Heshi all turned to look at her in disgust as they fell for Feng Lianying's words. Someone couldn't help but mutter on their breath, "I was just saying how this man has such evildoer looks. As it turns out, he's like a cunning fox, even going as far as to try and seduce other people's fiancés. He really is too shameless. Who is the fiancé that he seduced? Ah, you don't know this. Naturally it's His Majesty the King of Hell. Ah, you don't know, but before, there were rumors spread in Yanjing country that the King of Hell was behaving intimately with a man on the streets. Everyone thought that the King of Hell had a cut sleeve, too. So it's actually His Majesty the King of Hell. If he's shameless, then we won't talk about it, but he actually dares to drag the King of Hell down with him. He's truly too vile. No wonder that even the Ice Lotus Fairy, who has such a good temper, would look down at him with so much loathing." When Feng Lianying heard everyone around her discussing, she felt immensely proud of herself. Turning around to look at Shen Qingchua again, the smile on her face became even kinder. "Chener Mimi, my words now aren't for selfish reasons, I just hope that you won't be cheated by this person. I won't be cheated by others, and Shi Gongzi won't trick me." Shen Qingchua snapped and couldn't help but loudly yell out, "I remember you, Ice Lotus Fairy, Feng Lianying, you. You're the shameless one. What qualifications do you have to speak of Shi Gongzi?" Feng Lianying's face was painted with shock, but Shen Qingchua didn't stop there. I also entered into the Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory. You don't think that I don't know you exited the Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory with no clothes on your body. I saw all of it. You're the one who doesn't want to save face. You provoked His Majesty the King of Hell, and now he doesn't even want you. You also actually want to frame Shi Gongzi. You're the one who's truly shameless here. Jie, an older sister, but in this case, Feng Lianying is calling herself Jie and Shen Qingchua Mimi in order to make it appear that they're close/are friendly. 2. Cut sleeve, a euphemism for being homosexual. Chapter 504. Chapter 504. Meddling in others' affairs. Once those words were said, Feng Lianying's face switched from green to white in a flash. The martial artists crowding around them let out a roar of laughter when they heard what was revealed. Naturally, these martial artists had heard of what happened, but none of them took it seriously, thinking it was someone else who made up a story to frame the Ice Lotus Fairy. But, now that they heard it directly from Shinqingchua's mouth, they now believed the rumor 70 to 80%. Only because Shinqingchua's face and voice still held the same innocent and shy charm of a child's. To everyone, it felt like Shinqingchua would never speak lies just to slander someone. Elder Shen, are you allowing your niece to be a troublemaker in order to stall for time and protect Qiyu, that murderer? A deep voice sounded out, instantly suppressing everyone else's voices in the hall. When everyone heard Feng Yinjing coldly say those words, they immediately quieted down out of fear. Shensen sneered and didn't make any motions to back down. Young Master Feng keeps repeating how Qiyu is a murderer, but I've yet to see any evidence be taken out. I still say that you're framing someone. After saying so, Shensen turned his attention toward Hashi and asked, Qiyu, did you kill the third prince? Hashi unhesitatingly answered, no. Shensen peered deeper into her eyes and only saw that they were clear, but he did notice a flash of cold light flashing through them. She openly welcomed his gaze and didn't show any motions to shrink back or dodge it. Shensen soon let out a faint smile and clearly said, I trust you. Since you didn't do anything, I definitely won't allow others to brazenly accuse you. Once Shensen's words were heard, Feng Yinjing's face became incomparably gloomy. His expression toward Hashi grew even more grave. He didn't know how much charm this person had. First, it was in Sealed Dragon Domain where she had Nangong Yu and Gu Liufeng protecting her. Nowadays, at Breaking Spirit Mountain, she had Qing Xia section family's people protecting her. He cast a cold glance at Shensen and gloomily said, when did Shen family's people begin meddling in other people's businesses? We're in Jinling country. Furthermore, it was Jinling country's third prince who died. Qing Xia sect doing so is really exceeding their bounds. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by everyone else? So young Master Feng also knows it's Jinling country's matter. Shensen sarcastically shot back, refusing to yield even an inch. Since it was someone from Jinling country who died, what relation does it have to Feng family? Young Master Feng is being so overbearing to a foundation establishment youngster. It makes me wonder whether or not Feng family harbors bad intentions. The expression on Feng Yinjing's face darkened. H was stuck in a difficult situation. Shen family's power was equal to Feng family's. Feng family and Feng Yinjing were unwilling for the two families to fall out just for an insignificant Qiyu. He just didn't understand why the Grand Shen family would actually go head-to-head with Feng family for a single low-level, foundation establishment stage martial artist. At this moment, Feng Lianing couldn't hold herself back anymore. Facing Hashi, she began to sternly reprimand her, Qiyu, you're still acting so shameless. Clearly it's a sin you committed yourself, yet you actually have the face to allow Shen family's people and Chuar Mimi to rush forward for you. If you still have some conscience, quickly admit to your wrongdoings. If not, when the evidence comes out and everyone knows you're a murderer, you'll greatly affect Qing Xia sect's reputation. Don't tell me you actually want this outcome. Hashi, who had been silent all along, finally raised her head when she heard Feng Lianying's words. Facing her, she offered a smile that wasn't a smile and said, oh. Who was it exactly who killed Shangguan Rui? I believe that Ice Lotus Fairy and young Master Feng are the two most familiar with that, no. Chapter 505. Chapter 505 Public Trial. Without waiting for the Ice Lotus Fairy to refute, Hashi's voice turned cold and she slowly said, Feng Lianing, didn't you say you had evidence in your hands? Please take out your evidence for everyone to see since you're so sure that I killed Shangguan Rui. I'm also curious. How exactly did I kill the third prince? You think I don't dare? Feng Lianing shrieked, just wait until I bring the evidence out for everyone to see. That way, everyone can see your true colors. Since it's like this, Shensen suddenly interrupted Feng Lianing and heavily said, wouldn't it be better if we let Shangguan Wenji, Jinling's emperor, come and conduct a public trial? What does Feng Lianing think? Feng Yinjing's eyes turned gloomy. He turned to Hashi and slowly said, Qiyu, you need to clearly think this through. If the public trial finds you guilty, you'll forever carry the crime of being a murderer. It would be impossible to have the status of a doctor on Miluo continent after that. If you obediently admit your crime now, perhaps I can plead leniency on your behalf and let you leave Jinling country and practice medicine and saving others elsewhere. It was common for martial artists to kill others, but as a doctor, if you gained the reputation of killing others with your medicine, then you would be spurned by most martial artists. He sneered, I don't need young Master Feng's fake kindness. I'm genuinely curious, how? Are you guys going to press such a crime on my head? This is something your Feng family is the best at, I don't know how. Fortunately, I can master it today. When Feng Yinjing heard her, his face instantly darkened and the little bit of tenderness left in his eyes instantly vanished and was replaced by coldness. He then coldly scoffed, since you want to court death, don't blame us. After warning her, he turned toward Shenzhen and faintly suggested, since it's going to be a public trial, how can just having Shen family and our Feng family be enough? We should call upon people of Qixing Palace, Moonwater Sect's elders, and the representatives of other large sects here at the hunting competition. Everyone should come over and see the results. Seeing the steadiness and determination to win in Feng Yinjing's eyes, Shenzhen slightly frowned. Could it be that Feng family really had evidence on hand? If it was truly so, then if Shiyu was convicted in a public trial in front of the four big families, Shiyu would truly be unable to free himself and Shen family would also be implicated. Shenzhen didn't have time to respond before Shen Qingchuo loudly said, if it's a public trial, then so be it. There isn't a shadow of fear in Shi Gongzi's body. As long as he hasn't done it, our Shen family will support Shi Gongzi to the end. Shenzhen immediately felt a headache coming on, but all he could do was helplessly allow the trial to continue. The hunting competition was taking place in the afternoon and right now, it was sure, between 9 to 11 a.m. Adding onto that fact was that all the martial artists partaking in the competition had already signed up. So, there was more than enough time to conduct a public trial. In the temporary imperial residence's large hall, there were countless high-level martial artists sitting on either side. Jin Ling's emperor, Shangguan Wenji, was currently sitting in the dragon throne. But at this moment, his forehead was dotted with cold sweat and he was nervously shifted on the chair. He was definitely Jin Ling's emperor. In front of ordinary people, he was able to command the impressive aura that an emperor should have. But, Miluo Continent's martial arts world had more strength than he did. In front of the aristocratic families and large sects, he was unable to find even the courage to speak a few words. Especially the fact that he was currently sitting in front of the biggest and most famous four sects of the martial arts world. On either side, there was the elders of those four sects sitting there. Each of the elders were at nascent soul stage. The first elder sitting to his left was Qing Xia Sect's Shenzhen and the first elder sitting to his right was Lulu Sect's Feng Yunjing. Chapter 506. Chapter 506 One Witness. The person sitting in the second seat on the left was Qixing Palace's elder Xia. The person sitting on the second seat on the right was Water Moon Sect's elder Han. Behind these four nascent soul stage martial artists, there were also each sect's respective younger generations. Most of these people were at Gold Core stage with a handful of them even being at Meridian stage. And behind the sects were several representatives of small sects and families of different countries. Most of these people were at the summit of Gold Core stage. Naturally, apart from the sects and families, there were also other scattered martial artists who had high enough cultivation levels to be invited. In Jinling country, apart from the Hell King, His Highness Nangong Yu, the person with the highest cultivation was merely at the summit of Gold Core stage. There wasn't even any martial artists at nascent soul stage. So, when Shangguan Wenji faced this group of people, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. But when he met Feng Yinjing's gaze, he steeled himself and faced He, who was standing beneath him. Raising his voice, he questioned, Brazen Shi Yu, someone has accused you of killing my prince in Sealed Dragon Domain. Do you recognize the claim? Hashi's reply was concise and consisted of only two characters, I don't recognize it, asterisk. Shangguan Wenji had originally expected to hear this youth defend themselves for a long time. Yet who would have known that he waited such a long time for just two characters? Furthermore, the one accused didn't even seem to have the slightest indication to want to expand on their statement. He suddenly choked and couldn't get any words out for a long time, coughing. Shi Yu, the evidence that you killed someone is already certain. Today, even if you don't recognize it, you can't escape punishment. Hashi faintly smiled, her expression like a mild cloud and light wind, since you say so, please take the evidence out. Don't blindly argue just because someone else said something. That's enough. Shangguan Wenji had been angered by Hashi to the point that his face flashed between purple and red. He was so caught up in his anger that he even forgot his fear toward Shen family. He waved his hand and ordered, "I'll let you die to understand. Someone come and have Zhen Yugongju, princess," and the guards called over. Soon, a beautiful figure dressed in flowery clothes appeared. It was Zhen Yugongju. Her cultivation was quite low, but right now, she was exactly in the prime of her youth. Her body was maturing into a seductive and well-developed woman. At this moment, she walked over with tears streaming down her cheeks. Her red eyes and nose were exposed for everyone to see, evoking feelings of pity from the crowd. Following behind her were a couple of unremarkable guards, most of whom were only at foundation establishment stage. Zhen Yugongju walked up to Shangguan Wenji and performed a proper ceremony before turning to He. Abruptly, she angrily cried out, "How could you be so malicious, Shiyu? My third brother only had a few minor disputes with you. How could you actually murder him in Sealed Dragon domain? How pitiful of my third brother. His behavior was always so kind-hearted and modest, yet he actually died in such a way. Woo woo woo." When Shangguan Wenji was reminded of how his son died, bitterness also flashed across his face. He fiercely cast a glare at He before saying to Zhen Yugongju, "You're saying that Shiyu already had conflict with Ruier? Zhen Yu, you need not hide anything. Completely tell us everything that happened that day." With a weeping voice, Zhen Yugongju slowly said, "That day, we originally wanted to go to Ming Wang Manor to call on Yu Gij. Who would have imagined we would actually come across Shiyu at his doorway? At the time, we didn't know who he was. But, even though he was merely a chi refining stage, his manner was so arrogant toward third brother. I couldn't bear it and had a couple words with him. Who would have known he would grab onto Hell King's power and humiliate me? Though third brother is extremely patient, he couldn't overlook it as Shiyu's words put both he and I in an awkward position. Asterisk 2 because she said. Chapter 507. Chapter 507 Paranoia is an illness, get treatment. 1/2, chapter generously sponsored by Mara Heartsuit. If it weren't for third brother's kind character advising me not to use my princess status, I would have properly taught him a lesson that day. Now knowing that, even third brother's kindness didn't make him feel grateful. Unexpectedly, he even plotted to murder third brother in Sealed Dragon domain. Woo woo woo. If I had known earlier, I would have had the guards capture this youngster. That way, third brother's life wouldn't have been harmed. After Princess Jinyue, 1, finished, those several guards immediately agreed with her words. She had taken the conflict between herself, Shangguan Rui, and He and added oil and vinegar, 2, to the tale. When Shangguan Wenji heard the princess, he immediately became angry and sternly said to He, "Do you have anything to say, Shiyu?" He sneered, "Everything has already been said by you guys, what else can I say? You dare say that my Huanger and guards are lying?" He indifferently replied, "More or less." Immediately, Shangguan Wenji loudly said, "In other words, from that time on, you harbored bad feelings for my son. So in Sealed Dragon domain, you seized the chance and murdered him." A laugh appeared on He's face and she looked at Shangguan Wenji with the same gaze she would hold toward an idiot. "Your Majesty, how come I feel you've reversed the story?" Shangguan Jinyue said it herself. That day, the people who had been humiliated were herself and the third prince. What bad feelings do I have? You're talking nonsense. He's words sparked anger in Shangguan Jinyue, causing her to jump forth and defend her words. "It's clearly you who became jealous after seeing His Highness Hell King and I's relationship is so good. You even stopped us from going in and meeting Yu Gij. Third brother defended me, so you also began hating him. Little sister, your brain is working fine, right?" He couldn't help but start laughing. "If I recall correctly, before I even arrived at Ming Wang Manor that day, a certain 2 people had been obstructed by Butler Nan at the door, isn't that right? You said I resent your and His Highness Hell King's relationship. What am I jealous of? You guys were blocked outside. You wouldn't even be able to use the excuse of visiting a sick person in order to get in." He's words were incredibly vulgar and frank, but when the martial artists heard her, they all started lowly laughing. Jinyue's face turned ashen and she pointed a shaking finger at He. However, for the longest time, the only words she could make out was, "You. You." At this moment, Feng Lianying, who had been sitting beside Feng Yunjing, suddenly stood up and softly said, "Shi Gongzi, your cultivation is higher than Jinyue Mimi's. How can you speak so overbearingly toward her? Don't tell me that you only know how to bully weak women. Let alone to say, I've known you Gij for many years, he once mentioned me to you. You're nothing more than a lowly doctor's attendant in Ming Wang Manor. How can your identity compare to Jinyue Gongzhu and the third princes? How could Ming Wang Manor's butler Nan block the third prince and Gongzhu from entering but allow you? As she was speaking, she wore a rebuking expression on her face. Lightly, she said, even if you wish to show off slightly and stir up rumors, you shouldn't slander Ming Wang Manor's butler in the process. 1. Zhen Yu switched to Jinyue. 2. Oil and vinegar. She's added extra details / exaggerated what actually happened. Chapter 508. Chapter 508 Two Witnesses. 2 of 2, chapter generously sponsored by Mara Heartsuit. After receiving Feng Lianying's support, Shangguan Jinyue immediately gained confidence again and even her words became harsher. What Feng Jie said is right. You're nothing more than a lowly doctor's attendant, why would third brother and I go bother with you? Your heart is narrow, so you hate us and plotted to murder third brother. What words do you have to say now? Hashi indifferently replied, oh, however you guys say it is however it is. I have nothing more to say. Since you've admitted to it, there's no need to continue this trial. Shangguan Wenji immediately waved his hand and loudly proclaimed, come, immediately arrest him for me. Hashi merely sneered, is His Majesty's hearing poor? When did I admit I killed him? Don't tell me that disagreeing with someone means that they'll be a murderer. In that case, I heard that the Crown Prince once had an argument with third prince at the imperial court. Don't tell me that the third prince's death means that his Gij, the Crown Prince, is also under suspicion. Originally, the Crown Prince had been quietly sitting in the back, listening to this joke. But once he heard Hashi's words, his face turned unsightly. Shangguan Wenji was even more furious and his body began shaking from the anger. He hated that he couldn't immediately strangle this rude youngster to death. Feng Yinjing cast a cold glance at the dragon throne and the emperor immediately cleared his head. Gently laughing, he said, since you insist on going this way, don't blame me for being unsightly toward you. Come someone, bring the witnesses out. Once he said that, 2 gold core stage martial artists with scars on their faces were soon brought out. Once she laid eyes on these 2, understanding filled Hashi's heart. These 2 were the 2 gold core stage guards that Shangguan Rui had brought with himself to 100 Herb Mist that day. Together with Shangguan Rui, they both contracted blood-intoxicated poison. After Shangguan Rui died, they each used a magic weapon to exchange for the detoxifying soup. She never thought they would turn into people who would come and testify against herself as a murderer. Hee. It really was interesting. When the 2 guards saw the sneer at the corner of Hashi's mouth, they both frantically avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her. At 100 Herb Mist that day, although Hashi required a high price, she was still considered to be their savior. Now, they were going to bite the hand that fed them and testify against their savior in front of all these martial artists. Their conscience was certainly filled with much guilt. But when they thought of the large reward and beautiful feature Feng family promised them, they clenched their teeth and forced their faces to remain calm. Shangguan Wenji looked at the 2 of them and loudly said, you 2 accompanied Rueer into sealed dragon domain that day. Now, I'm asking you 2 to relay everything that happened in the secret territory. The 2 first performed the proper ceremony toward the emperor and the various sects in the crowd. Then, they started talking. That day, we were in sealed dragon domain's Greenwood realm looking for 100 Herb Mist. After we entered into 100 Herb Mist, we and third prince made the mistake of eating a poisonous plant and we were nearly about to die. At this time, this Shi Gongzi appeared and said he was a doctor and could detoxify us. However, we had to each give up a precious magic weapon or medicine in order to receive treatment. One of the guards took a small silver bell out from his chest and said, this is a 5th rank magic weapon passed down from generation to generation in my family. It's called a gold and silver dream spirit bell. This dream spirit bell was originally a pair. Its other half was given to Shiyu that day in order to get an antidote. Isn't that so, Shi Gongzi? Hashi nodded her head and smiled, that's right. Moreover, this dream spirit bell had long since been given to Gu Liufeng's subordinate, Mei Ruyan. Chapter 509. Chapter 509 Kill him. The guard's mouth hardened and he continued to say, once we got the antidote, naturally we assumed it was real, so we completely swallowed it. At the beginning, we somewhat improved. But, we never thought that bad symptoms would soon show up. The third prince had the worst end of the stick. After swallowing the antidote, a long time passed before his entire body unexpectedly burst open and he turned into a puddle of watery blood. The first few claims the guard laid down already caused everyone to go into an uproar, but his final sentence caused everyone to dissolve into a state of complete shock. Moreover, the third prince wasn't the only one to die there. The guard turned around to look at the distant crowd and heavily said, "On the day, many of the martial artists, from the large sects, also ate Shigongzi's antidote and died. I only personally know that Nailin families Nailin Yenming alongside Murong families Murong Zhangfeng and Murong Hai died. We originally had a hard time escaping the fate of turning into watery blood, but fortunately, the Ice Lotus Fairy and the Feng family's people hurried over. In this pressing time, they quickly treated us, saving our lives." Once the guard's words were out, everyone present immediately flared up. They never thought that this little foundation establishment stage martial artist would be able to use poison and kill so many people. Not only was Jinling country's third prince among one of the victims, but so were many influential families' elders. Great distress and anger flooded Feng Lianying's face as she looked at Hashi. With a heavy voice she said, "Shigongzi, on that day, when we ran into each other at Water Moon Realm, didn't I advise you? You don't have any of the skills of a doctor. Even if you have a few minor methods, you shouldn't diagnose illnesses and you definitely shouldn't carelessly prescribe medicine. Who would have thought that not only did you not listen, but you also harmed so many people in the process? And when I rushed to 100 Herb Mist, you actually attempted to block me, stating that your way of healing was the right way. If you weren't so selfish, you wouldn't have killed the third prince and so many other innocent people." By now, Feng Lianying's eyes had already turned red. "Shigongzi, you're also a doctor. Don't you know that every life is precious? That each sick person has their own family and friends? If their friends and family knew they died by your hands, they would feel extremely sad and hurt. I'm just regretful that I didn't arrive earlier and wasn't firm enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hurt so many lives." The hall's atmosphere had been very tense since the beginning. Now, after Feng Lianying's perfect performance, everyone's emotions were nearly at the bursting point. Especially for those that were a part of sects and influential families that sent their members to the sealed dragon domain. They all fixed their angered gazes at Hashi, practically burning a hole through her. I never thought that this youth who seems to put on airs would actually turn out to be so malicious. This type of person simply doesn't deserve to live in this world anymore. Exactly, how come you guys didn't just directly kill this person on the spot that day? Surprisingly, you actually let him run around for so long. The Ice Lotus Fairy is truly too kind-hearted. My Xian Sex people entered sealed dragon domain and never returned. They were most likely harmed by him. Obviously he doesn't even have a doctor's rank, yet he actually dares to pretend and detoxify others. Now that he's harmed others' lives, don't tell me that a debt of blood can't be paid in blood. Such an utterly heartless person should be thrown into a magic beast pit and die without a burial place. Kill him. Kill him. Let's take revenge for those who've died under this quack. Translator note: the Feng family makes my blood boil face with steam from nose. Chapter 510. Chapter 510. Everyone's angry, hard to offend. Everyone's angry shouts soon starting filling the large hall. Hashi merely coldly looked on, but didn't speak. She looked like she was merely an observer that had nothing to do with the situation. Suddenly, a slender youth squeezed out from the crowd. He stared Hashi down with a face full of killing intent. "I didn't expect that my Nailin family's elder was actually killed by you. What hatred do you have with my Nailin family for you to so maliciously kill him?" This youth seemed to be around the same age was Nailin Hashi. His appearance was elegant and he even seemed to hold some resemblance to Nailin Jingza. And Jingling country's Prince Shangguan Qi, who had been silently standing in the crowd all along, suddenly slowly walked up to this youth's side. He patted his shoulder and tried placating him. "Ziyun, you can feel assured. Father Emperor will definitely get revenge for third brother in your Nailin family." Ziyun. Nailin Ziyun. It was the original Nailin Hashi's twin, younger, brother. Hashi faced the youth, whose face really resembled Nailin Jingza's, and a gloomy light flashed through her eyes. The crown prince faintly looked around and sneered, "This brute who completely lacks humanity was let off by us once. But everyone here won't let him off a second time, isn't that right?" Immediately, someone loudly agreed, "The Crown Prince is right, such a person can't be let off. Take his life for murdering someone. Take his life for murdering someone." Feng Yinjing, who had been silently sitting to the side the entire time, looked at the turbulent circumstances in the hall and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This public trial had been suggested by Shen himself and now it had escalated to this degree. Even if the Shen family was powerful, it was hard to offend everyone when they were angry. They definitely wouldn't protect some insignificant martial artist who was just at foundation establishment stage if it was at the cost of their Qing Xia sect's reputation. Doing so would turn them into the public's enemy. And Shiyu was destined to become an assassin. He would only be able to plead for asylum, there wouldn't be another alternative. Feng Yinjing's gaze landed on Shen, who was sitting opposite to him, and he faintly smiled, "Elder Shen, this public trial was first brought up by you. Now all the evidence has been laid out and the trial's outcome has been determined, what other words does Elder Shen have to say now?" Shen's face also became extremely unsightly. He always felt this whole affair was odd, but now, everything was pointing toward Shiyu. If he continued to protect Shiyu, he was afraid that Qing Xia sect would be pulled into the waters. Although Shen didn't speak, Shen Qingchua anxiously blurted out everything in her heart, "Your so-called evidence is all one-sided. You guys have so many people while Shiyu is all alone, he definitely can't outspeak you guys. If you guys are able to, then bring out decisive evidence." When Feng Lianing saw that they had gotten to this step and Shen Qingchua was still defending him, her gaze toward He became filled with even more hatred. This shameless youth only goes around fooling around with people. Even if he seduced you Gij, it's whatever. Now, he actually was able to seduce Qing Xia sect's most beloved person. What was this SL*** worth? Feng Lianing deeply breathed in before painting on her most tender and friendly expression. She faced Shen Qingchua and said, "Chuer Mimi, the facts are all laid out here. You don't need to believe such lies anymore." Without a second thought, Shen Qingchua immediately replied, "Because Shigongzi is a good person, he saved my life." Shen Qingchua was still young and her mind was pure. She completely missed the fact that Feng Lianing was encouraging her to talk. Chapter 511. Chapter 511 Keep Dreaming. Sure enough, after Feng Lianing heard her words, she had an extremely astonished expression on her face. "Oh, so Chuer Mimi means that because Shigongzi saved you, him killing many other people doesn't have any relation." Shen Qingchua was stunned and was suddenly tongue-tied. Shen's face turned cold and he stood up. "Young Miss Feng, I advise you to be cautious with your words." What, is Elder Shen preparing to threaten us now? Or is it that Shen family has decided to shield a murderer? Feng Yinjing immediately interrupted Shen and mockingly asked, if Elder Shen was prepared to shield Shiyu from the beginning, regardless of any sins he committed, what was the point of suggesting a public trial? Now that the truth has come out, could it be that Elder Shen wants to go back on his words? Feng Yinjing's words immediately caused the martial artists to place their blame on Shen family's shoulders. Even the other two influential families, who had originally just been there to watch the show, also began placing accusations against the Shen family. Qixing Palace's Elder Xia rubbed his long beard and meaningfully said, "Elder Shen, Laofu has always heard that Shen family is just and fair. You can't ruin Shen family's millennial-long clean reputation for some little monster. If Clan Head Shen were here, he would make the proper decision." Shui Yu sect's Elder Han had a fiery temper, adding on to this was that the sect had lost quite a few people in Sealed Dragon Domain and hadn't gained much rewards this time. So, at this moment, he hated Shiyu, this possible murderer, to her very bones. His cold gaze landed on Shen. What Elder Xia said was right. If we allowed this heartless murderer to live, wouldn't the entire Miluo continent be in trouble? Elder Shen protecting this person so vigilantly can't help but cause people to harbor doubts about Qing Xia sect's intentions. When other families and sects saw 3 of the 4 largest sects raising their dissatisfaction, they also started to point blame at Shen family. They no longer looked at Shen with gazes of respect, instead their eyes were filled with anger and questions. Feng Yinjing watched the scene in front of him and the happy expression in his eyes grew more and more intense as time passed. His gaze couldn't help but land on Heshi's body. He saw his eyelashes faintly turned down, casting a faint shadow on his snow-white skin. His body was straight, making him appear weak and beautiful. This person would soon be his. Feng Yinjing suddenly turned to Heshi and using his spiritual power, he secretly said to her, "Shiyu, if you agree to be mine in the future, I'll absolve you of all your guilt, so you don't become the monster everyone in Miluo continent wants to beat. When Hashi first heard Feng Yunjing, she became distracted. She turned around to Feng Yunjing and faced him with a burning gaze filled with a greedy light. Very quickly, her mouth turned into a ridiculing smile and her red lips noiselessly spit out 2 characters, "Keep dreaming." Feng Yunjing's cold expression twisted and he heaved a deep breath. An eerie chilliness flashed across his eyes. "Do you have any other words to say, Elder Shen?" Shen Sen wrinkled his brows and faced Hashi, asking her, "You, do you have anything to say?" Hashi softly shook her head, "No." Shangguan Wenji immediately slapped the dragon throne and sternly said, "Since the evidence has been proven true, come people, arrest Yu." "Slow down." Hashi slowly opened her mouth, interrupting Shangguan Wenji's order. Shangguan Wenji grimly laughed, "Didn't you just say you didn't have anything left to say? Now that death is near, you want to argue." Chapter 5:12. A sly smile crept around the corners of Hishi's mouth. "Indeed, I have nothing to say. However, I didn't say that there wasn't any evidence for you to have a look at." As soon as the words came out, everyone in the hall looked at each other in surprise. They were wondering what had she got up her sleeve. Seeing Hishi's expression, Feng Yunjing instinctively felt a bit of uneasiness. He asked the guards who came over deeply, "Why are you still dazed? Do you really slow down just because he asked you to?" Those guards finally came to their senses. They were about to rush towards Hishi. However, a light golden fire lit up out of a sudden. Immediately, a playing image emerged in the void area located in the center of the hall. As soon as this image appeared, the people who knew about it exclaimed suddenly, "I know it. It's fixing charm. It can record scenes which the eyes see into the charm. This is a very rare charm, the record time gets longer as the level gets higher." A medicinal field was currently played in the Jade Slip. There were high-level spiritual plants growing in the medicinal field. A group of martial artists were rushing towards the medicinal field frenziedly, picking and devouring the plants desperately. Shangguan Rui and the 2 testifying guards were 3 of the many who were rushing in. Feng Lianning's face turned pale immediately when she saw the image in front of her and heard the discussion of the surrounding people. She rushed over almost instinctively, trying to snatch the half-burnt charm from Hishi. However, she was quickly stopped by Shen Sen. "What's wrong with you, Miss Feng? Do you feel unwell? Even if you feel unwell, you don't have to throw yourself at young Master Shi." Shen Sen was pressed hard by Feng Yunjing and members of every major family. He was very furious but had nowhere to let his anger out. Now that he saw Hishi took this thing out, it was clear that the situation took a favorable turn. How could he give the Feng family a chance to interrupt Hishi? Or could it be that the evidence in Shiyu's hand is unfavorable to Miss Feng, so Miss Feng wanted to rush over to destroy it? Hishi smiled faintly after hearing that. She took out a stack of identical charm from her arms and said slowly, "Rest assured, Elder Shen. Even if Miss Feng accidentally destroyed this charm, I still have a dozen of them with me. The images in them were copied from the same fixing charm. The content is guaranteed to be exactly the same and without any difference. If you are curious, you can take the charm from me later and watch it slowly yourself." As soon as Hishi said this, Feng Lianing screamed hysterically, "This is fake. It's fake. She deliberately forged it as she wants to frame me." Shen Qingchua made a pay sound and said indignantly, "It has just begun to play. You have already claimed that it is fake when no one knows what will happen next. Could you be a clairvoyant? Humph, I think you must be having a guilty conscience. Also, how have I never heard that things carved in the fixing charm can be forged? I would like to have the Feng family forged a fake one for me." Shen Qingchua's anger was nothing less than Shen Sen's. She was also worried about Hishi. She was extremely disgusted by this pretentious woman who slandered Shiyu. She really didn't know why there were so many senior brothers in the faction admired her like a goddess. She was obviously an affected woman who was extremely feigned all over. Looking at her losing herself now, Shen Qingchua guessed that they must have been working together to slander Shiyu. She immediately became excited. Feng Yunjing's expression was not much better than Feng Lianning's. He had never expected that. Chapter 5:13. Clearly, it was practically certain, but Shiyu could still turn the tables. He clearly noticed that no one within the group of Shiyu and Nangongyu was using fixing charm that day in the 100 herb mist. let alone that he knew no one in the Hell King Manor was good at drawing this special charm. Who knows, at such a critical moment today, she could come up with a fixing charm. Feng Yinjing gnashed his teeth. His gaze towards she immediately became hotter and hotter. He sure had underestimated her. However, he became more and more obsessed with this person because he couldn't successfully pursue her. At this point in time, the images in the fixing charm had been played for a while. The crowd was too frightened to even say a word when they saw the scene of people getting poisoned. The face full of blood blisters and black liquid, the scene of body decaying bit by bit. They were really terrifying. The timid Shen Qingchua had already hidden behind Shen Senator. She covered her eyes and shivered in fear. She only dared to peek from time to time. Everyone then saw Feng Lianying was the one who first stepped forward to offer help instead of Shi Yu. This was different from the narration of the two guards. Initially, Shangguan Rui, who consumed Feng Lianying's medicinal pill, got better. However, he then exploded to death without warning and turned into a pool of blood. Although there was no silhouette in this scene, it was extremely scary in everyone's eyes. There were some people couldn't help but exclaimed, It's the Ice Lotus Fairy who killed the third price." Seeing this scene, Shangguan Wenji, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, clenched his fist tightly. There were creaks at his joint areas. However, he still couldn't show his hatred towards the Feng family and Feng Lianying. He could only maintain his apparent calm. However, Shangguan Jinyue, who saw this scene, was stupefied. She kept yelling, "Impossible! Impossible!" The two guards were even more embarrassed and horrified, their bodies curled up on the floor and shivered in fear. They felt regretful when thinking about their desperate and terrifying future. The image was still playing. Eventually, everyone saw that Shi Yu was the one who really saved everyone. It was indeed the young man who was accused of being a ruthless killer by them. His medicinal methods were simply fantastic. He cured dying patients with just a bowl of inconspicuous black medicinal liquid. On the other hand, Feng Lianying was desperately looking for someone to test out her pills, even though she knew that her medicine was useless. Seeing that these people who still had a chance of surviving became Feng Lianying's prey out of her selfishness, everyone in the hall had indignant expressions. However, compared with the accusations against He just now, they became furious yet afraid to speak when facing Feng Lianying and the strong Feng family. They just secretly looked at the so-called Ice Lotus Fairy with contemptuous and angry gazes. When these people thought about the news of the Ice Lotus Fairy rescued countless martial artists in the Sealed Dragon territory, spreading in the streets and lanes, they felt extremely ironic. Even the beautiful face of Feng Lianying had become disgusting. The charm slowly burned out and the image in front of them slowly disappeared. Just when everyone thought that the contents in the fixing charm had finished playing, a light suddenly lit up above the charm. Everyone immediately saw that Feng Lianying's undressed body appeared in front of many martial artists at the foot of Tsang Mountain outside of the Sealed Dragon territory. The delicate skin, the exquisite body and the private parts which appeared indistinctly were uninterruptedly seen. Chapter 5:14. Ah, ah, ah. Feng Lianying screamed. Her eyes turned white and her body fell back weakly. Eventually, Nie Jinchen held her in his arms. Despite their efforts to suppress it, the people in the hall couldn't help but discuss softly in high spirits. This final bonus scene was thrice as good as the images of the 100 Herb Mist just now. No one expected the Ice Lotus Fairy, who seemed pure, noble and unapproachable, was such a debauched woman in private. Tut, it was really unexpected. Although the young and innocent Shen Qingchua had seen this scene earlier on, she had only slightly seen what was happening, as it was far away after all. When she saw such an explicit scene at such close range, she suddenly screamed in shock and covered her eyes. She was also shouting with her clear voice, "Shameless! People in the Feng family are really shameless." She also held the hands of his uncle and other senior brothers as she spoke. She grumbled, "All of you are not allowed to look at it too. Beware that you might get sty after looking at it." The senior and junior brothers from Qingxia sect were all looking at her with pampers. They felt exalted at the same time. They all remembered how overbearing the Feng family and other sects were against them. The Qingxia sect was the strongest in terms of comprehensive strength amongst the 4 largest sects. Its disciples had always had strict self-discipline and possessed fine untarnished reputation. It had never faced such grievance. Fortunately, this honest young master, she feared no gossip and finally proved his innocence. This slap in the face was believed to cause the Feng family and Liuli sect unable to recover for a few months' time. This felt so refreshing. She smiled lightly and flicked the remaining charm ash off her hands. She said clearly, so. There should be nothing that I'm concerned with now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. She left calmly right when she was done speaking without even looking at the reaction of the people that were present. Shangguan Wenji, who sat on the emperor's throne, was panic-stricken. Feng Yunjing had a gloomy expression. Feng Lianying was semi-conscious. Those guards looked at one another and none of them dared to interfere. When the martial artists who were originally surrounding the hall saw this teenager who was just at the foundation establishment stage approaching slowly, they backed up as thought they were bewitched. She suddenly stopped when she was passing by His Highness the Crown Prince and Nalin Ziyun. She glanced at Nalin Ziyun with a faint smile and her gaze finally fell on the Crown Prince. She curled the corner of her lips up and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, don't forget what you have just said, to uphold justice for the deceased. After all, one of them is your biological brother who came from the same mother as you. Or was it that you intend to let the culprit who killed your brother off if it was a different murderer?" The Crown Prince's face turned pale when he heard her words. Nalin Ziyun yelled softly, "How dare you? What do you think you are? How can you comment on whatever decision His Highness the Crown Prince is going to make? I also saw in the images that you clearly have the ability to cure the disease and save them, but you made the martial artists exchange it with magic weapons and medicinal pills. Is this the integrity of a doctor? Even if you are not a murderer, you don't deserve to be called a doctor." She curled the corner of the lips up even more and her gaze slowly swept from his head to his feet. She finally sneered after quite a long time, "Oh. Is a doctor who goes back on his words considered a good doctor? A doctor like Nalin Jingza who declined the marriage because he couldn't cure someone's muscle and tendon fracture?" Nalin Ziyun was stunned by her words. His expression was not well and he was speechless for quite a long time. Chapter 5:15. She smiled faintly, "Nalin Ziyun, I have kept it in my mind." Having said that, she quickly walked out of the hall without stopping. Shen Qingchua was not willing to be apart from He. She grabbed Shensen to catch up with He when she saw He leaving. When Shensen passed by Feng Yunjing, he couldn't help but smile gently. "Young Master Feng, your complexion seems bad. Is there any problem with your body? I remember young Master Feng has just said that Shen family's reputation will be dragged through the mud for shielding a murderer. I'm wondering how would Feng family handle a murderer who has killed numerous people? Young Master Feng better not disappoint everyone." After saying these words, Shensen got into a great mood. He quickly walked out of the hall following the grab of his little niece. Regardless of how the Feng family is going to handle Feng Lianying, in the end, the Feng family has lost all their faces this time. Particularly in front of every major sect and family, they may not be able to gain any ground for a long time. This boy Shiyu is really wicked. He obviously possessed such important evidence, but he only took it out at the end after watching their well-rehearsed performance for a long time. That was quite a slap in the face. People in the Feng family may still feel the pain in their faces whenever they see a fixing charm in the future. Ha ha ha. She walked out of the hall, but she wasn't smiling too much. It was because she knew that she would be unlikely to escape the consequence of paying with her own life, if she was the murderer of Shangguan Rui. However, if the murderer of Shangguan Rui was Feng Lianying, she would lose some faces and be condemned by the public at most. Essentially, she would not be punished too heavily. This was Miluo continent, a world where the fittest survived and strength determined everything. The so-called axioms and justice were written by the strong. As long as you were not strong enough, you only deserved to be bullied by others. Fortunately, she received a talisman from that middle-aged man this time before coming to the big hunting match. The middle-aged man was named Jiang Huai. He was the man whose wife and son were killed by Feng Lianying in the 100 Herb Mist. Their generations were good at drawing special runes, including the talisman and fixing charm. Jiang Huai had been turning on the recording function of the fixing charm since he entered the Sealed Dragon Territory's secret territory. His initial intention was to allow his son to witness this adventure in the future and learn from it. Unexpectedly, it had now become the evidence to prove He's innocence. Jiang Huai was currently in Haoyue Kingdom and he coincidentally heard the news of Feng Lianying is curing diseases and saving people in the secret territory. He already hated Feng Lianying to his core, even more so now that he saw her shamelessly taking credits for someone else's works. Therefore, he communicated with He through a talisman. He told her that he possessed the fixing charm that could expose Feng Lianying's conspiracy and asked if he wanted to put it out immediately. However, He stopped him and let San widely spread the merit of Feng Lianying in Yanjing City instead. She also asked Jiang Hui to send the fixing charm over to herself through the black market. She wanted Feng Lianying to be held high before falling down heavily. Otherwise, how could this shameless woman be hurt and frightened from the fall? Unfortunately, even if Feng Lianying's reputation got any worse, as long as she is still the daughter of the Feng family, it is impossible to stop her from reviving. She would also not let me off so kind-heartedly. Soon, it was the afternoon. The opening ceremony of the big hunting match was held routinely. It was actually a very simple opening ceremony. It was a characterless banquet with songs and dances. Chapter 5:16. However, she, who should have been unknown to the public, had become the focus of attention in this banquet. Not only because of her reversal in the hall or her close relationship with the Qingxia sect made them admired her, but also because of the medical skills and methods displayed by the teenager in the images. Although this young man named Qiyu had yet to reach the doctor rank, it would be easy for her to get the title of a fourth-ranked doctor if she wanted to. However, there were some people who actually recognized that Qiyu was exactly the young master that appeared in Qingda Hall. Many martial artists believed that there must be a grandmaster-level pill refiner behind Qiyu when they thought of the best quality pills sold by Qingda Hall and his legendary skills in the images. This suspicion turned into shock when they saw General Ouyang walking towards He and greet her with a toast. Everyone knew that the only son of Ouyang Zhixiong, Ouyang Haoshuan's muscles and tendons were once all fractured. He lay in bed for 2 years. Dr. Naylan and the elders of the Doctors' Association were all powerless to do anything. But just a while ago, Ouyang Haoshuan was suddenly healed by someone. It was rumored that the healer was a young man with a naive appearance. In this case, the young man who healed Ouyang Haoshuan's fractured muscles and tendons was actually this person in front of them, Qiyu. How superb did Qiyu's medical skills have to be? Ouyang Zhixiong said to He guiltily, "Genius Dr. Shi, I really didn't know that was the way they would treat you. If I were there." "Please don't mind, General Ouyang." He took a sip of wine and smiled lightly. The Feng family already knew my identity and my relationship with the Ouyang family, so they would naturally send you away before doing such things. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you were there, not only you wouldn't be able to help, you would offend the Feng family for no reason. Moreover, I have come out intact anyways. Ouyang Zhixiong breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately said gratefully, "The Ouyang family will never forget that genius doctor. She has saved my son's life." Haoshuan will be participating in this big hunting match too. If you have any concerns, you can contact Haoshuan with the Ouyang family's unique method and let him help you. Although the big hunting match would have the martial artists of the Foundation Establishment Stage, Meridian Stage and Gold Core Stage jointly participate, these martial artists of the 3 ranks would be placed in different areas when being transmitted in. After all, if the Foundation Establishment Stage martial artists were let to face the rank 5 magical beast, wouldn't it be equivalent to letting them face death? In addition, although the big hunting match did not prohibit snatching between martial artists, the conventional rules were, high-rank martial artists must not attack low-rank martial artists, no killing in the big hunting match or one would be hunted down by the 4 major families across the continent. She accepted the black stone handed over by Ouyang Zhixiong. She nodded smilingly and put it into her space. Even if she entered the Breaking Spirit Mountain, she would definitely not seek help from Ouyang Haoshuan. However, she decided to accept General Ouyang's kindness at the sight of his guilty expression. Meanwhile, Ouyang Haoshuan, who had finished socializing, also came over. He wore moon-white brocade robes and his hair was bound by jade crest. He looked handsome. The obscure dark complexion from the day when he was in bed had disappeared from his face. Instead, he appeared to be dashing and spirited, which caused numerous women who were present to lock their eyes on him. Chapter 5:17. However, she knew that Ouyang Haoshuan had completely changed his disposition after experiencing major changes when she saw his eyes. Although he was smiling, his smile was never fully genuine. He was modest and respectful while socializing with other martial artists, but he always kept his distance from others. Only when Ouyang Zhixiong called him, his eyes were then filled with sincere warmth. Haoshuan, I have given the traction stone to genius Dr. Shi. If he faced any difficulties in the big hunting match, you must go and help her. Ouyang Haoshuan looked at He Shi. His careless expression had become full of gratitude. His gaze was sincere and his voice was as serious as though he was taking an oath. The life-saving grace of genius Dr. Shi, Haoshuan will dare not forget. Please call me if you have any request in the big hunting match. Before He Shi could answer, she suddenly heard Shen Qingchua's anxious voice, Young Master Shi, I can await your call anytime too. It was unknown when this little girl approached her. She handed a piece of charm paper over with a blushed face. Young Master Shi, this is the charm commonly used by the Qingxia sect for communication. When you enter, you could look for me anytime if there's any problem. I have a cultivation base of the Meridian stage, maybe I could help you. Even if my cultivation base is insufficient, there are a lot of experts in the Qingxia sect. Young Master Shi, you don't have to ask for help from others. As she spoke, she glanced at Ouyang Haoshuan with hostility. This person is so nasty as he actually gets to please young Master Shi before her. This makes her act of giving out charms seems like a belated effort. Ouyang Haoshuan took a sip of the spirit wine with a faint smile and didn't speak. Shen Qingchua was getting angry as she saw his expression of despising her. Just when she was about to continue speaking, her head was suddenly patted heavily by someone. She heard her uncle, Shen Sen's voice with a mocking tone. Little Chuer, are you thinking of helping young Master Shi out? I think it would be good enough if you don't do more harm than good. Who was the one who needed help in the sealed dragon domain? Don't you aggravate and trouble young Master Shi, or he would have to be distracted to take care of you. Uncle. Shen Qingchua flushed with anger. She looked at He Shi with shame and embarrassingly. Her tears were almost falling. I cultivate every day effortfully and I'm much better than I was. Shen Sen teased his niece until she almost cried. However, he didn't worry at all, he instead laughed conscientiously. He Shi saw that Shen Qingchua was terribly embarrassed, her smiley face was as flushed as a ripe apple. He Shi reached and accepted the charm from her. Her voice was faint but it had a strange soothing power. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Shen. I'm keeping this charm and I will contact you if necessary. Shen Qingchua was wild with joy when she heard it. Her small blushed face which was hanging low nodded heavily. Shen Sen rubbed his niece's head gently, causing a protest from Shen Qingchua. He then said to He Shi, you have to be careful this time. I'm afraid the people in the Feng family are going to harm you. But he suddenly switched the conversation. He looked at He Shi with admiration and confidence. However, don't you worry too much. The Breaking Spirit Mountain is separated by strong arrays and restriction barriers. High-rank martial artists and low-rank martial artists will be sent to different areas respectively. Chapter 518. Low-rank martial artists can cross the restriction barriers to challenge the high-rank magical beast areas. However, the strengths of high-rank martial artists will be greatly weakened by the array once they cross the restriction barrier into the low-rank magical beast areas. They can't utilize 1/10 of their normal cultivation base. I can see that although you are only in the foundation establishment stage, your cultivation methods and experience are incomparable by ordinary martial artists. I believe that you will be able to find a way out even if the Feng family lets hundreds of foundation establishment stage martial artists to attack you in the low-rank magical beast areas. He Shi suddenly came into realization that there were such arrays and restriction barriers at the highest peak of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. She wasn't very clear about that. In this case, even if Ouyang Haoshuan wanted to come to her, his cultivation base would certainly be weakened. Ouyang Haoshuan saw He Shi was looking at him. He smiled and said, Genius Dr. Shi, don't worry. The Ouyang family has a secret method handed down in the family from generation to generation. It can break all the restrictions and rules for a short period of time and allows us to fully utilize our strengths. Moreover, even if the cultivation base is weakened, it would be better for both of us to face the enemy rather than you alone, if you faced any danger. That's right. That's right. Shen Qingchua said immediately, Young Master Shi, don't listen to my uncle. If there were people besieging you, you must burn the charm to call me over. I will bring along a lot of senior and junior brothers-sisters. If any scoundrel dare to besiege you, I will beat them until they kneel for mercy. At the sight of the sincere expressions of Ouyang Haoshuan and Chen Qingchua, she nodded while she felt a little warmth in her heart. Shen Sen sighed resignedly and said, "It's accurate to say that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. When she needed me back in the days, she would keep calling for my name by my side. Now that she has. Young Master Shi, whatever said by uncle is wrong." "Uncle." Shen Qingchua stomped her feet and grumbled. Shen Sen laughed for a while and then looked at Shi solemnly. "Shi, I keep feeling that the Feng family will not let you off easily now that they have been put at such great disadvantage. There will be many inconveniences for me to take action in the Breaking Spirit Mountain as I have been assigned tasks. So, even if you could deal with rank 4 magical beast, I suggest you better not leave the rank 3 magical beast area. This is to avoid any opportunity that allows them to attack you. As soon as you come out, the Qingxia sect can keep you safe." Shi nodded. "Thank you, Elder Shen." After Shen Sen gave a briefing, he was quickly pulled away by martial artists from other sects for social activities. As the person in charge of the safety of the big hunting match, Ouyang Zhixiong had a lot of work to do. He also said his goodbye and left with Ouyang Haoshuan. The two passed through the crowd. As they were about to reach the entrance of the hall, they passed by an inconspicuous man who was dressed in white. Suddenly, the man who was dressed in white stopped and looked towards the figure of the Ouyang father and son with surprise and excitement. He was then lost in his thoughts. Shen Qingchua and her several senior and junior brothers gathered around Shi, continuing the topic that was left off in the morning. Suddenly, a group of men in Qixing Palace's clothes approached them. Most of these Qixing Palace's disciples were only 17 to 18 years old, but their cultivation bases were generally meridian stage. There were several who were in foundation establishment stage, but they had all reached the summit of the foundation establishment stage. They were led by an 18 or 19-year-old teenager with a handsome face and very tall figure. His expression had an obvious superiority, as if he looked down on everyone. What surprised Shi was that there were the Crown Prince and Nalin Ziyun amongst these people. Chapter 519. When Shen Qingchua saw the people who were approaching, her small face immediately showed unconcealed hatred. "What are you doing here? The hall is so big, won't you go elsewhere? You're not welcome here." The leading teenager seemed to know Shen Qingchua's character. He didn't get angry when he heard her words, but instead his gaze towards her was filled with affections. He straightened his gorgeous brocade robes that were embroidered with dark gold threads and looked at Shi's hand-woven coarse clothes contemptuously. He smiled at Shen Qingchua. "Sister Chuor, I know you're unhappy about what my grandfather said in the public trial, but my grandfather was well-intentioned. He was afraid that you were deceived by someone with questionable origin and damaged the centenary reputation of the Shen family." As he said, he glanced at Shi coldly and said disdainfully, "He's just a fellow at the foundation establishment stage. Sister Chuor, you're the beloved daughter of the entire Qingxia sect. How can such a person deserve you? Why become enemies with the Feng family for a person of little significance and open a can of worms? Xiao Chen, speak with some respect. What do you mean by a fellow at the foundation establishment stage? Haven't you just been promoted to the meridian stage?" Shen Qingchua's pretty face flushed. Her slightly trembled voice showed how angry she was. "What are you so proud of? Don't you think I don't know that you were able to be promoted to the meridian stage only because you took a lot of medicinal pills? Even though young Master Shi is only at the foundation establishment stage, he fully relies on his own efforts. He's not worse than you cowards who only depend on your sect." She then grabbed Shi's sleeve and said hatefully, "Young Master Shi, let's go. Ignore them." Shen Qingchua's words made Xiao Chen feel very embarrassed. At the sight of Shen Qingchua holding Shi's hands, he suddenly became angry. His gaze towards Shi was as though he wanted to tear Shi into shreds. This stupid fellow who doesn't belong to any sects and has a low cultivation base, what else does he have besides his face? Why does he deserve to be favored by Chuor? He stepped forwards and stood barring the way of Shi. He said sneeringly, "Young Master Shi, right?" Shi raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything?" This group of people in front of Shi was a group of spoiled brats to her. She really had no interest in arguing with them. Xiao Chen rolled his eyeballs and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said calmly with a smile, "This is what it is. This is my second senior brother Shangguan Qi and my junior brother Nalin Ziyun. They want to apologize to you about what just happened. Before she could answer, Shangguanqi, who was standing behind Xiao Yichen, had stepped forward and said while making a bow with hands folded in front, "Young Master Shi, I didn't know the truth and regarded you as the murderer of my third younger brother. Please forgive me for having offended you." Having said that, he suddenly switched the conversation. He showed a meaningfully expression. It wasn't expected that young Master Shi has such important evidence. However, since you have evidence, why don't you take it out in the first place? Or such a misunderstanding wouldn't occur. The gazes of the Qixing Palace's disciples towards He immediately became cold and angry as soon as they heard the crown prince's words. This little boy obviously had evidence but didn't take it out, which makes their elder offended Shenzhen. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to embarrass them? She casually stroked her hair and chuckled, "Oh, the situation was too intense and I was frightened. I couldn't remember that I had evidence for a while." Chapter 520. The prince choked after hearing the words. He could speak for a moment. Those who were there all saw Shi Yu was watching calmly, but he easily made a comeback at the end. No one would believe that she was scared. Seeing everyone looking at him for being shameless, He couldn't help but smirk. "Prince, blame me for giving evidence too late. Is it that if I provide you the evidence, then Prince will let the third prince pay his life for Feng Lianying?" The prince immediately froze when he heard those words. His face looked extremely ugly. "Since you won't, what is the difference for taking it out early or late? You're making a sophistry." The prince hadn't spoken yet. Nailin Ziyun had taken a step forward, yelling at He, "It's clear that you are cunning and you don't want the other to live better. If you take the evidence out early, this matter wouldn't be so serious. Ziyun, watch your words." Until Nailin Ziyun had finished speaking, Xiao Yichen said softly, "Did you forget that we are here to apologize to young Master Shi?" Nailin Ziyun gave a cold humph, but he still gritted his teeth. "Sorry, young Master Shi, we misunderstood you just now." He looked at him coldly and suddenly lowered her voice, "Do you know Nailin He?" Nailin Ziyun was first stunned, then a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes, but her face did not show it. "Nailin He is my sister. Why does young Master Shi know my sister?" He neither nodded or shook his head. "Young Master Nailin, do you know how your sister is doing now?" "My sister is of course doing well." Nailin Ziyun frowned, wondering what He meant. "Her body is unwell, so she has been raised in another courtyard. But both father and mother treat her as the third miss of Nailin family. She has the best food and clothing. Why does young Master Shi asks this? Live well." There was a mocking smile on the corner of Hashi's lips, and her eyes looked gloomy. "I didn't mean anything, but I just saw your sister occasionally somewhere, so I'm curious." Then, she looked at the prince. "I heard that the prince intends to marry Narin family's third miss as a concubine." The prince was astounded as he heard this. He didn't understand how the topic shifted to him. "Ziyun did tell me that her sister is beautiful, virtuous, and talented. I did have this intention, but getting a concubine still needs the approval of Father Emperor and Dr. Nailin. Why does young Master Shi ask this?" The prince looked suspiciously at the handsome young man in front of him. He secretly thought, he put so much effort in inquiring about Nailin Hashi's news, is it that he has intention to Nailin family's third miss? However, that day, after listening to Nailin Ziyun's words, he also investigated the third miss of the Nailin family, but the fact made him disappointed. Not only did third miss Nailin look ugly and undisciplined, but she also had no place in Nailin family, getting bullied. Only someone kind and innocent like Ziyun would believe that his sister had been living a good life. However, if this Shi Yu is really interested in Nailin Hashi, does it mean that this Nailin Hashi still has some value? The prince carefully pondered about it, but Nailin Ziyun stared fiercely at Hashi. He didn't know why the man suddenly mentioned his sister. Chapter 521. Chapter 521, Going Mad. Hashi smiled softly, "It's nothing, I'm just asking casually." After speaking, she turned and left without waiting for the others to speak. Now, she was sure that the person who wrote to Nailin Feishue that the prince would marry Nailin Hashi as the concubine must be inseparable from this Nailin Ziyun. It seemed the plot to kill Nailin Hashi was also related to his dear brother. When Shen Qingchua saw Hashi leave, he didn't bother to entangle with Xiao Yichen. He quickly followed her. He asked, "Young Master Shi, do you know the third miss of the Nailin family?" "You. What's the relationship between you two?" Xiao Yichen watched the backs of several people leaving behind and clenched her fist in resentment. Scumbag, I see how arrogant you can be. Let's go. At this time, the opening ceremony of the big hunting match in the action hall was in full swing, but none of the Feng family participated in it. They all stayed in their special room with sour faces. Feng Lianying fainted in the hall due to out of breath. Now that he woke up, he suddenly felt sad and resentful as he thought of the face he lost in front of every noble family. She looked up to see Feng Yunjing, then she suddenly pounced to him while crying, "Brother, you that bitch ruined my reputation and my future, you must avenge me." Before Feng Lianying's words were finished, Feng Yunjing had slapped her. Feng Lianying let out a wailing. She flew out and she was caught in Nie Jinchen's arms. She looked at Feng Yunjing as she was astounded, her face full of tears, her expression was sullen, she couldn't hide the writhing hatred in her heart. Her face looked twisted horribly for a while. Feng Yunjing looked down at her, and his eyes were full of spine-chilling murderous intent. "Feng Lianying, if it weren't for your stupidity, how could you give Shiyu a chance? Now you have damaged the reputation of our Feng family. You dare to cry and complain in front of me. If it were not for your master's sake, I will kill you now, lest you stay alive and continue to lose the face of the Feng family." Feng Lianying was covered by Feng Yunjing's murderous gaze. She only felt that the chillness penetrated into every inch of her body. She trembled immediately. Her expression turned pale, and her crying gradually receded. Because she knew that Feng Yunjing was telling the truth. Her half-brother really had to murderous intention toward her. Feng Yunjing took a deep breath, calming down the anger in his heart. Shiyu. I originally thought that I will get her for sure this time. Who knew that she had once again escaped from my hand again, and it also made the Feng family offend the Shen family, ruining the reputation of the Feng family. Shiyu, these two words were about to become his mind obstacle. He was thinking about her days and nights, and he was almost going crazy about getting her. Feng Yunjing took an inconspicuous inscribed jade slip from his arm and threw it to Feng Lianying. "If you fail again in this matter, you will be expelled from the Feng family. It's useless even if your master pleads for you. The Feng family never keep those who are useless." Feng Lianying took over the inscribed jade slip. She was stunned for a moment, then the panic and fear on her face immediately turned into excitement after she looked clearly at the shape and content of the slip. The appearance of this inscribed jade slip looked exactly the same as the summoning inscribed jade slip entering Breaking Spirit Mountain, but Feng Yunjing gave it to her. Apparently, he did something on it. Immediately, Feng Lianying thought of the thing he asked his master some time ago, and a sinister grin slowly appeared on his face. "Shiyu, I don't believe you can still escape from me this time." Chapter 522. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a white man with a normal appearance and no spiritual fluctuations walked in. Feng Lianying didn't know who this man was, so she was shocked to see him came in. But Feng Yunjing's guards looked as if they didn't see the person at all. They were standing by the side as usual. The man in white walked to Feng Yunjing and whispered a few words in his ear. Feng Yunjing's face suddenly changed, and he lowered his voice, "Are you sure you didn't sense the wrong thing?" The man in white nodded and said, "I wouldn't dare to make any mistake in such an important matter. That thing is likely to fall into the hand of either one of the Ouyang family father and son." Feng Yunjing's initial somber face slowly showed a smile of excitement. "If we can find that thing, then it is a worthwhile trip for our Feng family this time." Immediately he said in a deep voice, "Let's split up. I will stop Ouyang Haoshuan in Breaking Spirit Mountain. You go to Ouyang Jingxiong and take him into the Breaking Spirit Mountain Rank 5 Magical Beast area." As he was speaking, he seemed to think of something. Feng Yunjing's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness. "To be safe, you should bring Mrs. Ouyang here too. We must not make any mistake in this matter." The man in white smiled and bowed his head. "This time it is really a blessing to our Feng family to find that thing easily. Young master, rest assured that I will definitely get things done." Feng Lianying couldn't understand Feng Yunjing's conversation with the man in white, but she recognized him. The man in white who didn't seem to have a normal appearance was actually the white protector of their family. Black and white protector were the powerhouses at nascent soul stage, but she didn't know why he disguised himself to appear in Breaking Spirit Mountain. However, Feng Lianying's attention quickly focused on the inscribed jade slip in her hands. There is no more important thing than letting that bitch suffer eternally." In the afternoon, the big hunting match officially started. Originally, when submitting the invitation letter, the contestants all would get an inscribed jade slip, but Hashi's invitation letter was confiscated because he was framed as the murderer of the three princes, so he could not get the inscribed jade slip. Of course, there were also some martial artists who did not have time to exchange the invitation letter to the inscribed jade slip after arriving, so they were now receiving it from the hands of a middle-aged person. Hashi lined up in front of the middle-aged person and took the inscribed jade slip from his hand. As soon as she got the slip, she felt a pain at her finger. When she lowered her head, she saw blood oozing from the tip of her right index finger. The middle-aged person saw her stunned, looking at the blood beads on her hand, and he expressed with a mild expression. This time, there are more martial artists participating in the big hunting match than in previous years. Our inscribed jade slip isn't enough. The quality of the inscribed jade slip that is made later is not particularly smooth, so it is easier to cut people. Hashi looked around. It turned out that there were also several other martial artists who accidentally cut their fingers with the inscribed jade slip, but none of them felt weird about it. She frowned, checked her body with divine sense, and determined that there were no abnormalities, so she could only take the inscribed jade slip and leave. But there was an uneasy feeling in her heart. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. Hashi picked up the inscribed jade slip and looked at it.is. This inscribed jade slip, jade really fine. Looking at Hashi leaving, the middle-aged face with a thick face flashed a taunt of laughter in his eyes, and then the taunt quickly turned into excitement. Chapter 523. The inscribed jade slip was distributed quickly, and the middle-aged man didn't waste any more time in the same place, rushing to his house in a hurry. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a scent of fragrance coming out. In front of him was a beautiful woman in white fluttering clothes sitting in the room. A pair of beautiful eyes were looking at him earnestly. The middle-aged man suddenly felt that all his blood was flowing to the lower body part. He quickly entered the room, closed the door and rushed toward the woman. Embracing the woman's soft and tender body in his arms, the middle-aged man was excited. He was about to kiss on her pink lips. The woman covered his mouth instead. She said coquettishly, "Why are you so in a rush? Did you finish? Ice Lotus Fairy, you promised me that as long as I give the inscribed jade slip you gave to that kid, you will let me do whatever you want. You can't renege." The middle-aged man's eyes were full of lust, and the hands that were hugging Feng Lianying were already moving around, stroking her body. Feng Lianying's eyes flashed a strong disgust and murderous intention, but her face still had a coquettish expression. She pushed his chest and complained, "How can I renege? As long as you really help me get things done, I'm all yours. You can do anything to me." "But..." Feng Lianying glared at him, "But you have to let me know whether you help me get things done right." The middle-aged man laughed out loud, "When will Li be talking nonsense? Don't worry, I'm sure I gave the inscribed jade slip you gave me to the boy with the last name Shi, and I saw her hand was punctured. There was even blood dripping on her hand." Feng Lianying showed a burst of excitement in his eyes as she heard it. That slut's hand was punctured. It means that the love-devouring voodoo has entered her body. Ha ha ha. I would like to see how miserable this slut will die this time. After the middle-aged man spoke, he stretched out his hands into Feng Lianying's clothes. The mouth with bad breath even kept messing around Feng Lianying. "Baby, since I have done the matter for you, you have to keep the promise and let me do whatever I want." "Of course." Feng Lianying smiled. "Since you have done all the work for me, then why would I still keep you alive?" As soon as the words were out, the middle-aged man felt only a sudden pain coming from behind him. He looked back in anger, and he saw Nie Jinchen standing behind him with a smirk and piercing his body with a sword. Seeing Li He looking at him, Nie Jinchen stirred his sword a few times. The middle-aged man wailed suddenly and fell to the ground. He was dead. Feng Lianying transfigured the water spiritual power and washed herself fiercely in the places he licked, then she looked at the dead middle-aged man with a sneer. "You want to take advantage of me? Why don't you take a look at how cheap are you? Are you worth to get me?" Feng Lianying's words let Nie Jinchen's eyes look cold, his gaze swept around Feng Lianying's exquisite body, his eyes slowly burning with a hot flame. Feng Lianying saw Nie Jinchen standing beside him stupidly, and she couldn't help feeling angry. "Don't just stand there. Can't you clear it up for me?" This middle-aged man was a martial artist of Shuiyu sect, and he also had a gold core stage. If anyone knew that he died in Feng Lianying's hands, it would be very bad for the Feng family. Feng Lianying's tone was full of dominance, as if she was commanding Nie Jinchen as a dog. Chapter 524. But Nie Jinchen did not complain at all. He obediently took out the corpse-dissolving powder and cleaned up the corpses and traces on the ground. Feng Lianying was very satisfied with Nie Jinchen's willingness to work. She walked out of the room elegantly, but she didn't see Nie Jinchen's eyes full of shadows behind her. She checked her body several times. She even checked her pulse, but she still couldn't detect any abnormalities, so she had to give up resignedly. However, when the teleportation array was activated, the light shone on her, and she appeared in an unfamiliar area. Then she immediately knew what the problem was. Suddenly, a huge dazzling white tiger yelled at her. Its eyes turned blood red, and it pounced toward her. She jumped up into the air, then she launched the purple vines at the white tiger. However, the action of the white tiger was faster than the purple abyss vine. Its huge body was like a phantom, avoiding the attack of the purple vine. Roar, a terrifying roar. Immediately afterward, a red flame spewed out of the white tiger's mouth, shrouding He directly. He took out the Li Shui sword calmly. She suddenly transferred her spirit into the sword, chopping fiercely forward. The sword chi rushed into the sky, submerging into the sky. The white tiger's movement paused. It looked up in horror. The next moment, countless dense sword lights descended from the sky. It was like the sword rain that covered the sky and earth, leaving the white tiger nowhere to hide. Oh, waves after wave of painful screech sounded. The white tiger moved left and right, desperately trying to jump out of the area. However, after He launched the second and third sword chi, the sword rain falling from the sky became more and more dense. The white tiger's fur was completely stained with blood. It looked indescribable pity. Finally, the white tiger could no longer take it. Its speed was getting slower and slower. The purple vines in He's hands flew out again, piercing into the heart of the white tiger with a clean blow. The white tiger's eyes turned white. Blood bubbled out of its mouth, and finally lost its vitality and fell to the ground. He withdrew the Li Shui sword and looked at the white tiger that had fallen to the ground, showing an ugly face. "Boss, this is the magical beast that has just advanced into rank 5, right?" Little golden dragon appeared out of the space and jumped to this white tiger. "Aren't you supposed to go to the rank 3 magical beast area? How will the rank 5 magical beast appear after we got out of the teleportation array immediately?" He made a cold hum. "My inscribed jade slip has been manipulated. Although the prohibition of the Breaking Spirit Mountain cannot allow high-level martial artists to enter the low-level magical beast area without damage, it never said that low-level martial artists cannot be teleported to the area with the magical beast of higher rank. She only looked like she was just in the foundation establishment stage. Now, she was teleported to this rank 5 magical beast area. The magical beasts here were basically equivalent to have the cultivation of the gold core stage. Wasn't this sending her to death? Little Golden Dragon said angrily, "Boss, these people are too much. This is not only to let you lose, but also to let you die under the threat of magical beast. Fortunately, Boss is so powerful that you can easily slay a rank 5 magical beast." As the little Golden Dragon said, it flew to He charmingly. It said as it was admiring, "Boss, what was that skill just now? The sky is raining sword rain. It's so powerful." He drew the mouth tilted a little. She said after a long while, "I don't know what the skill is. When I was put into the sword array by the dumb old man, I was really forced to do whatever I could. I was almost sliced into minced meat, then I used the skill in a desperate moment." Chapter 525. Although he didn't want to admit it, He knew that it definitely had a great effect, for the old fart locked her in that sword array. If it were in the past, although she could still win this rank 5 white tiger, she would definitely need to double her efforts, and she may even run out of spiritual power. However, after coming out of the sword array, the rank 5 magical beast was actually not a challenge for her at all. Rank 5 magical beast should have the gold core stage strength, but it could definitely be compared to the real gold core stage martial artists. Moreover, this white tiger had just been promoted to rank 5. Its strength was very weak. He bent down and took out the elixir from Baihu and put it into a storage ring. The little egg in the space also jumped out, and it also put the body of purple abyss vine on its head. Hashi looked at its appearance, and her mouth was twitching. A pink piglet head was topped with a purple seedling. This look was too non-mainstream. What kind of aesthetics did her little egg have? Little Golden Dragon knew that his prototype was special. To avoid being coveted by others, he had become a gray Tyrannosaurus Rex image. Due to his small size, he couldn't transfigure into a big spiritual pet. At this moment, he looked like two palms which looked like a model figure of Tyrannosaurus Rex. He still learns the appearance of Hashi, with his small claws pointing to the sky, and a forced expression on his face, whoosh a flying flower sword rain, kill. It's so handsome. Boss, let's call this flying flower sword rain. Hashi turned her head. You dare to say that you are a golden flying dragon who has lived for thousands of years? You literally look so damn stupid that it is intolerable to the eye. The little egg was initially swirling around the body of the white tiger, trying to dig out the monster essence pill and swallow it. But when Hashi took the monster essence pill, he suddenly wept and said, "Mum, little egg is angry. Little egg want to eat that round pill." Hashi was annoyed. This monster essence pill was her big hunting matches points. If she let little egg to eat it, wouldn't she be the last place? She was still thinking about the fire attribute technique. Hashi held up little egg and said, "This pill is useful to Mum. I will find something better for you later." Little egg nodded obediently, then she pointed at the white tiger's body. Then little egg wants to eat tiger meat. I want it to be grilled, steamed and stir-fried, and a little spicy. Little egg seemed to think of something. Her initial frustration suddenly became excited. Now that the old fart wasn't here to fight for food with him, and Little Dragon and Little Purple loved him the most. Didn't it mean that the delicious food made by his mother was all by himself? Drooling was drooling, dragging Hashi's clothes and shouting, "Mom, I don't eat the pill, but the magical beast flesh we encountered on the road all should belong to me." Hashi sighed with relief when she saw that she was no longer stingy. For her now, cooking a little food was a piece of cake. Hashi released all the blood of the magical beast to let Little Purple eat it, and she also added a bit of spirit spring water to the magical beast blood to season it. Little Purple shook his purple leaves. He was extremely happy. The white tiger meat was processed into delicious dishes by Hashi. The fragrance of the food permeated the air, and the gluttonous little egg and the little golden dragon drooled. Little egg dived himself into the roasted tiger meat, eating from the end of the meat to the another end. He got himself oily, but he was still giggling. The days when the old man did not snatch food with him were so enjoyable. The two actually swallowed such a big tiger meat in less than half an hour. Chapter 526. Little Egg still murmured while caressing his round belly, "Little Dragon, you ate too much. You even ate Little Egg's portion. I can't get full. This brat is getting more and more overbearing, relying on my spiritual pets and Little Purple's pamper." Hashi smiled as she condensed water spiritual power and washed his greasy skin. Before Little Golden Dragon could speak, there was another beast roar suddenly. Obviously, the aroma of food here had attracted other magical beasts. Little Golden Dragon and Little Egg were terrified by the roar at all. Instead they immediately brightened their eyes, looking at the two figures coming quickly from the far distance. One big and one small black bears. Little Golden Dragon swallowed his saliva and murmured, "Master, you said that bear's paw is very delicious food, right? I can try it this time." Little Egg touched Little Purple, who was on the head of Little Egg, and pointed at the big bear. "Auntie Little Purple, take down the big bear. You drink blood and I eat meat. A good future is waiting for us." Then, without waiting for Hashi to speak, the purple vines rose into the sky and turned multiple vine shadows in the air. The two magical beasts charged as they roared. Hashi held her temples in pain. These reckless guys. Do they know that these two are rank 5 magical beasts? It would work out if it was a 3 versus 1, but if it was a 3 versus 2, they would be defeated utterly. As expected, after a while, Little Egg covered his head that was scratched by a rock and wailed as he ran back, "Woo-woo. Mom, the big bear bullied me. You have to revenge for me." Hashi took out her Li Shui word without saying anything. The paths of the sword strikes appeared like rainfall. At the end of the battle, the big bear was decapitated. Its body was sliced into 3 chunks. On the other hand, Little Golden Dragon and Little Purple also joined forces to put the little black bear down. From the beginning to the end, Little Egg, who didn't do anything, ran over and kissed Hashi's ass. "Mom, you are so powerful. Little Egg really admires you the most." Hashi tapped on his little head, and she couldn't help laughing. In the next few days, Hashi and these few guys killed a lot of magical beasts, but they never encountered other martial artists. Hashi only had the map of the rank 3 and 4 magical beast. She didn't know what was her location now, so she could only aimlessly move forward. The 3 little ones were having fun on the road, but the magical beasts in Breaking Spirit Mountain were miserable. Almost every day, 2 or 3 rank 5 magical beasts were killed in Hashi's hands. Their skins were peeled and their blood was drained, then they were being cooked into delicious dishes. Little Egg and Little Golden Dragon actually didn't get bored for eating so much meat, but they became more and more addicted. Especially after several actual combat experiences, the cooperation of the 3 little ones became more and more tacit. The ordinary rank 5 magical beasts were not their opponents at all. Only when encountering magical beasts that were particularly fierce and flexible, such as the powerful rank 5 magical beast like the 8-armed ape, they would cry for Hashi's help. In an instant, Hashi wandered in the Breaking Spirit Mountain for 3 days, and the number of monster essence pills she gained increased at a terrible rate. At the same time, Hashi also felt that she was stronger day by day. In the battle with magical beasts, she slowly integrated the lessons learned by in the sword array. Even now, even if she was fighting a high-level martial artist at the Gold Core stage, she was confident that she had the power to fight. It was just that something that made the party depressed occurred. Chapter 527. Not sure if it was because they were so fierce that even the magical beast that lost its mind also felt threatened. There were no more magical beasts appeared in front of them. Little Egg was very unhappy as he didn't eat any fresh magical beast's meat for 3 days. Suddenly, Little Egg's keen eyes found a magical beast with odd shape not far from them. The most important thing was that this magical beast's size was similar to him, and the magical beast didn't have strong coercion at all. Little Egg immediately became excited. Although she followed Little Purple and Little Golden Dragon to fight magical beasts every day, in fact, he was terrified when the magical beast appeared. He didn't dare to fight at all, he could only cheer and observe by the side at most. Little Egg always thought that he was the most powerful child of his mom. Since his mother was so powerful, how could he be so useless? Therefore, despite Little Egg having a full stomach these few days, he still felt sad in his heart. "I also want to fight a magical beast alone, I want Mom to look at me differently." He didn't dare to fight big magical beast, but now there was a small magical beast for him to fight at least so that he could show off this time. Therefore, Little Egg was delighted when he saw this magical beast with odd shape. Such a small beast without a powerful spirit pressure, this beast was tailored for him. Little Egg glanced at Hashi and Little Golden Dragon, who were meditating with their eyes closed, and then snickered twice, approaching the little magical beast secretly. When he was only 2 steps away from the little magical beast, Little Egg pounced on it excitedly. "Cut you dash." However, the expected scene where the little magical beast was struggling after being subdued by him did not appear. Little Egg fell into the lawn. He was so painful that his pig nose and mouth were wrinkled. The magical beast turned around and saw that a pair of small green bean-like eyes were looking straight at it not far away. The ugly nose was even moving up and down as if it had met something that made it excited. Little Egg reluctantly muttered, "It's impossible that I can't even catch such a magical beast." As he spoke, he was about to pounce on that little magical beast again. Who knows, before he could move, the little magical beast sprang up suddenly and leaped toward Little Egg. Little Egg was caught off guard. He was put down by the little magical beast on the ground. He cried with his back on the ground, "Mom, help! Little Egg is going to get eaten, woo-woo." However, what made Little Egg unexpected was that the little magical beast did not eat it, but it lay on Little Egg and kept licking its face and neck. Little Egg was stunned first as he couldn't react at first, then he cried and pushed the magical beast away, crawling quickly to the direction of Hashi. Hashi was awakened by the cries for help, and she quickly got up. Seeing Little Egg's 4 feet were on the ground, sprinting at full speed toward her. He cried as he sprinted. Behind Little Egg was a similarly short-legged magical beast. It was grunting white gas from its mouth, and a pair of small eyes like green bean were particularly shiny. Little Egg's speed was considered to be extremely fast, which was like a lightning, but the magical beast's speed was actually faster than Little Egg. Without waiting for little egg to run back to Hashi, it leaped and thumped the egg to the ground. Hashi's face changed. As the Li Shui sword in her hand was about to strike, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw that not only the magical beast didn't bite little egg, it even climbed onto little egg. It kept licking little egg's stomach and face. Chapter 528. Hashi was petrified. What is the situation? Little egg was struggling under that little magical beast and crying, "Go away, you ugly. Woo-woo. Mom, save me quickly." Hashi stood stiff for a while, only then she took a few steps and caught little egg's small leg, saving him out of the magical beast's clutch. The little magical beast was took off by Hashi from little egg. It fell to the ground and rolled clumsily, then it looked up at Hashi and little egg with a stupid face. A pair of green bean-like eyes were full of desire and grievances, but Hashi only wanted to laugh seeing this. Because this little magical beast was really too clumsy. The clumsiness was even mixed with cuteness. This magical beast was round with 4 small short and slim legs as if they could not support its body at any time. Its face was very short. It was like its entire face was flattened by someone. Its nose was tilted up, which made it look like a small bulldog, but those green bean-like eyes made it lose the fierceness of the bulldog, leaving only a silly and cute look. After little egg was rescued by Hashi, he instantly turned into the child who had suffered a grievance and he could finally complain to his parent or teacher. He wailed as he said, "Woo-woo. Mom, it is molesting me. Help me defeat it quickly, woo-woo." When the little magical beast heard little egg's cry, it became very anxious. It lay on Hashi's leg, making a weeping sound as if it was trying to comfort little egg. Hashi whispered, "Don't be afraid, little egg. You see, he is just trying to be friendly with you. He didn't bite you at all, right? Woo-woo. I don't want to see it. It is so ugly, and it even licked me." Little egg hugged Hashi's neck and didn't want to give up. He was sobbing as he said, "I'm still a virgin. The places that it licked were polluted. Woo-woo. Mom, help me wash quickly." Hashi's mouth twitched again. "This kid gives me more and more trouble. You're even a virgin, and you even despised it for being ugly. How old is he? He already knows how to judge other by appearance. Ugh, it's so troublesome." Hashi transfigured water spiritual power and washed little egg, only then little egg was satisfied. At this time, little purple and Xiaolong also stopped cultivation and rushed over. Little golden dragon said, "Little egg, who dares to bully you? I will help you to punish them." Little egg immediately shouted at the little magical beast, "I hate this ugly monster. Chase it away, now." Little purple and little golden dragon didn't hesitate as they heard him. Purple vines immediately flew toward the insignificant little magical beast. Hashi could see that the little magical beast's strength was definitely not low, and it was not hostile to them, so she was trying to stop little golden dragon and purple abyss vine. However, when she saw the fighting scene, she was relieved. Because the ugly little magical beast didn't fight back or run away, but no matter how fierce little purple and little golden dragon attacked, it could still dodge all of them. Moreover, it didn't look away from little egg throughout the whole process. The obsessed maid look even made Hashi have a toothache by just looking at it. Hashi held the little egg in her arms and touched his little head and laughed, "Little egg, I see that you have met an avid admirer, and its strength seems to be very high. Maybe even Mom can't be its opponent. Why not you just let it be?" Hashi was joking about this, but little egg took it seriously. Chapter 529. He made a loud cry and shouted, "Bad Mom." Then he glanced at little purple and little golden dragon secretly. They really couldn't deal with the ugly beast. Little egg was really frightened this time, thinking that he was really going to make an engagement. Without waiting for Hashi to say anything, he immediately hid into the void, hiding himself in the corner of the spirit void palace. No matter how Hashi called, he just wouldn't come out. Hashi couldn't help laughing. She called Purple Abyss Vine and Little Golden Dragon back. Little Golden Dragon just said that he wanted to help Little Egg to punish the bullier, but he didn't expect to not touch his opponent at all after a long fight. He was angry and embarrassed, so he hid into the void and didn't want to come out. The ugly cute little magical beast saw Little Egg disappeared from its sight, and it was suddenly anxious. It kept making weeping sound, running toward Hashi and circling her non-stop. When Hashi drove it away, it stared dumbfounded with its two green bean-like eyes. Its eyes even looked foggy, filling with desire and grievance. Hashi suddenly felt like she was an evil mother-in-law who broke up a destined couple. She couldn't stand being watched by it, so she had to turn and run. But who knows, the speed of this small magical beast was incredibly fast, and internal spiritual force was extremely powerful. No matter how fast Hashi was, it could actually keep up. Besides, it wasn't making any noise along the way, it was just weeping. When Hashi was busy fighting with a few magical beasts, it would even come to help Hashi disrupting those magical beasts. Because this small magical beast had been following Hashi, Little Egg had been hiding in the void for a while and refused to come out. Little Golden Dragon and Little Purple naturally stayed in the void to accompany him. Poor Hashi now had to fight Magical Beast alone. After defeating the magical beast, she had to send the cooked food into the void for the three little kids to enjoy. On the contrary, this stupid little magical beast, although foolish, it was particularly well behaved. It would even help Hashi to fight the magical beast. Hashi remembered that the magical beasts in Breaking Spirit Mountain are all insane, but this little magical beast was stupid, but it obviously had a little intellectual. Not sure what kind of mutation it was. Hashi sometimes felt pity for it, so she gave it some cooked food. The small magical beast looked at the food in a silly manner, its green bean-like eyes looked like crying. It took a long time for him to start eating the food. After eating, it was even more clingy toward Hashi and refused to leave. This made Little Egg in the void keep crying and rolling, saying that his mother did not love him anymore. Hashi was also helpless. She didn't know how to get rid of this little thing. She could only hope that when she leaves this Breaking Spirit Mountain, this brat wouldn't follow her anymore. The time of big hunting match was 1 month in total. After 1 month, the teleportation circles in various places would be activated, which also indicated the end of the competition. This was Hashi's 7th day in Breaking Spirit Mountain, and at this time, her rank 5 magical beast essence pill in the storage bag had reached a terrifying amount. As he went deeper and deeper into Breaking Spirit Mountain's side, Hashi encountered more and more magical beasts, and they were relatively more brutal. But strangely, she didn't encounter any martial artists who also came to the competition. On this day, she killed 3 rank 5 golden leopards in one breath, and the spiritual power in her body was almost exhausted. Just after taking a sip of 9 ghost springs, she was planning to meditate with her knees crossed. However, Hashi's heart suddenly came a hint of annoyance. It was just that before Hashi could react to the unknown feeling, a strong spiritual power suddenly shrouded her. Chapter 530. A low, arrogant male voice with a little amusement sounded slowly in his ears. "I finally caught you, you." Hashi was suddenly shocked. She struck her Li Shui sword at her back without thinking, then she backflipped, escaping the pressure that made her suffocate. It was just that this moment of relaxation did not let Hashi breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the figure appearing in front of her eyes, and her face became extremely ugly. "Feng Yunjing, why are you here?" The person was Feng Yunjing. At this time, he was wearing a dark blue robe embroidered silver silk, his hair was bound by a jade crest and tassels were drooping, his clothes were blown up by the breeze in the mountains which made him look superior. His features were originally sharp, but at this time, with the amusement in his eyes, he looked a little elegant. Feng Yunjing was really in a good mood at this time. In Big Hunting Match, he was responsible for the monitoring of the rank 5 magical beast and the security of the martial artists in the West District, so he manipulated in the inscribed teleportation jade slip and sent Hashi to the West District. However, the area of the Breaking Spirit Mountain was extremely large. Even if it was only the west part of the rank 5 magical beast, there were also countless mountain ranges. It was not easy to find someone in it. Feng Yunjing got the news from the Ouyang family before entering Breaking Spirit Mountain. He originally planned to find Ouyang Haoshuan first, but he was worried that Shiyu's strength was too weak, and she would be injured for staying alone in the rank 5 magical beast area. Therefore, he specifically ordered several disciples of the Feng family to control Shiyu first when they met her in the rank 5 magical beast area. However, Feng Yunjing did not expect that he and Shiyu were so destined. He was just wandering around randomly, looking for the trace of Ouyang Haoshuan, but he didn't expect to encounter Shiyu himself, and she was still intact. Does this mean that Shiyu should belong to him? Feng Yunjing stared at Hashi not far away with gleaming eyes, only to see that there was a lot of dust on her body, and there was blood on the clothes of magical beast. However, these did not affect her superb beauty at all. Smooth and fair skin, long eyebrows like mountain, watery eyes. If she were to put up women's makeup, her beauty could make a country fall for it. Feng Yinjing had never put women in his eyes before, and he was even disgusted by the delicate and tender women around her father. In his eyes, women are just men's accessories, a little embellishment on their hegemony. If he likes, he could summon them immediately. If he doesn't like, he would kick them away like an animal. When the next time he went to recruit bride, the women would crawl toward him and lick his feet like an animal. However, the appearance of Shiyu changed his mind. Whether Shiyu was male or female, this person had elicited his desire to conquer him or her. The more he couldn't get it, the more he longed for it, and the more he couldn't help himself. Feng Yinjing slowly raised the corner of his mouth and spoke to Hashi, "Do you want to come here obediently or you want me to catch you myself?" His eyes seemed to flash a fiery flame. He arrogantly assessed Hashi from top to bottom, as if he was stripping her clothes with his sight. "If you obediently come into my arms, I can still be gentle to you. If you are still ungrateful, then don't blame me for being rude." The moment Hashi saw Feng Yinjing appeared, she was channeling her spiritual power in her body. Fortunately, she drank Jiuyo Lingquan in time. She had now recovered 70% to 80% of her strength. Chapter 531. Hearing Feng Yinjing's words and facing his predatory gaze, Hashi's eyes flashed a coldness. She said coldly, "Of course, I will come to kill you." As soon as she spoke, she rose up into the air. She slashed her Li Shui sword in the air, the edge of the sword was whistling in the air. Feng Yinjing chuckled and said leisurely, "Do you think you are still in the smoke cloud array? This little trick, I don't even need to use my artifact." Seeing the sword-like trajectories flying toward him like rain, Feng Yinjing's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Sword-like trajectories were knocked to the ground and stirred up the dust. Hashi felt that it was bad through her instinct, then a hand suddenly appeared and caught her hair. Feng Yinjing's teasing and humiliating voice resounded in her ears, "Shiyu, which man's hair will be as smooth and soft as you, and it also exudes a faint fragrance. I am addicting to it by just smelling it." Hashi spun her body, and she immediately extended her hand to cut her hair. She was retreating quickly. During the struggle, the long hair originally held up with a wooden crown fell down and flew in the wind. The long black hair paired with a jade face in a palm size made her look so delicate and tender, tempting people to humiliate her badly. Feng Yinjing also held a cut of Hashi's hair in his hands, looking at her look in long hair. His eyes were full of surprise and lust. He raised his hand, slightly lowered his head and sniffed the broken hair in his hand. His voice became slightly hoarse, "Shiyu, I have never been infatuated with any woman like I am infatuated with you. As long as you are willing to be my people obediently, I will let you take the position of the young lady of Feng family. In the future, you will even be the mistress of Feng family, holding mighty power." Hashi sneered, her face was frosty, "I'm sorry, even if the position of Feng family's young lady is high, I'm afraid I can't accept it. Because I'm so sick of facing you every day." Feng Yinjing smirked and sneered, "You reject me now, because you still have Nangong Yu as a choice. Do you think Nangong Yu is better than me, and King of Hell Mansion is more worthy to affiliate than our Feng family? Hee, Shiyu, your vision is too narrow. One day, I will kill Nangong Yu and make the King of Hell Mansion disappear in history. Wouldn't you belong to me again by then? But then, you can only become my exclusive beauty and pet, instead of the high-profile mistress of the Feng family. Can't you figure it out?" Hashi held up her sword and said coldly, "You want to kill Nangong Yu? Hee, Feng Yinjing, you think very highly of yourself too much." As she spoke halfway, she drew a circle in midair with her Shueli sword. She condensed a little at the center of the circle, and then suddenly turned into a dragon sword shadow rising into the sky, striking straight at Feng Yinjing. Feng Yinjing's face turned gloomy. He transfigured a light ball in his hand, covering the dragon sword shadow that was charging at him. He sneered, "Shiyu, don't use this little trick in front of me." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Yinjing's expression suddenly changed. His figure stepped back like a phantom. But he was still a step too late. His gaze seemed to be bone-chilling. He reached out and slowly stroked his left face. There was a long and narrow scar, and there was a spooky purple gas around the scar. Hashi stood still, panting and holding an inconspicuous dagger in her hand. Chapter 532. It was just that there was a strange purple light on the edge of this dagger, which was showing that the dagger had poison on it. Feng Yinjing looked directly at He. His voice was low and soft, but it seemed to be brewing the storm. Yu, every time I see you, you can always give me unexpected surprises. However, my patience is limited. Since you are ungrateful, then don't blame me for being rude. After that, the spiritual power on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The purple gas that was on the wound was instantly shrouded by powerful spiritual power. The purple venom was devoured by the spiritual power until nothing was left, as if it had encountered its nemesis. And Feng Yinjing's face no longer had a hint of playing mouse and cat. It became an inevitable crazy overbearing. He's heart sank a little. As expected, facing Feng Yinjing, she couldn't resist at all. Even the venom that was deadly for the low-level martial artists could only make Feng Yinjing feel a little painful. Between Meridian stage and Nascent Soul stage, it was an insurmountable distance. Feng Yinjing's spiritual power slowly condensed into a thick black mist. Then a familiar black flag rose into the sky, hovering in the sky and becoming larger. The whole world seemed to be shrouded by a dark cloud which brought a spine-chilling coldness. He's face was gloomy. She cast a fire spiritual power in her hand and launched it at the black flag in the air. The pale golden fire spiritual power entangled a corner of the flagpole. It seemed to burn the flag a bit. But soon, the thick black mist swallowed up the fire spiritual power. She didn't expect the fire spiritual power to hurt Feng Yinjing. As Feng Yinjing's attention was put on the Rakshasa flag, she pointedly shui sword into the sky and struck straight toward Feng Yinjing. Feng Yinjing commanded the black mist to devour the fire spiritual power. When he looked back at the close-distance sword strike, he wasn't afraid. He showed a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth instead. She watched as the sword tip was about to pierce Feng Yinjing's chest, but she suddenly felt a stun in his heart. Then a creepy breath appeared behind her, a steady breath that was nearby her. It was almost clinging to her back. Feng Yinjing disappeared like a phantom without a trace, but behind her, a tall shadow slowly appeared. She was horrified. As she wanted to run away, she suddenly found out that a chilling black gas had already penetrated her limbs and bones. It was like a black chain that locked her limbs, making her unable to move. What's more terrifying was that this chilling black gas didn't stop. It slowly penetrated from her bloodline into her dantian. 1. For a time, the spiritual power that she was brewing couldn't be channeled anymore, as if it was frozen. She was blanched by the cold black gas. She bit her teeth. Feng Yinjing, what did you do to me? Feng Yinjing's quiet laughter came from behind her with a great deal of teasing and contentment. She could feel Feng Yinjing taking a step forward, then he grabbed her waist with one hand from behind, dragging her into a hot embrace. Feng Yinjing's lips were half closed to her ear, and he said slowly with a hoarse voice. I think you should be familiar with this Rakshasa flag, right? In Smoke Cloud Array, you've seen its power. But I couldn't channel spiritual power at that time, so the power of Rakshasa flag could not be exerted by even 0.0001%. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/dantian. Chapter 533. Rakshasa flag is an artifact made by sacrificing thousands of magical beasts' wraith. The wraiths in it were all fierce magical beasts that died after a lot of torture and pain. In addition to being unable to resist me, they are very cruel. So you better don't act rashly, otherwise, your spiritual power will be devoured by these wraiths if it is a minor case, or your dantian will be devoured if it is a serious case. She did feel the violent tyranny of the wraiths wandering around dantian. The icy coldness eroded her body, making her face whiter again. Feng Yinjing, what on earth do you want to do? Don't you understand what do I want to do? Feng Yinjing chuckled. He suddenly gave her a princess hug. Looking at her delicate transparent face, his scorching eyes were slowly getting lustful. I want you to be mine. Since you are not willing to follow me, then I will possess your body first. Do you think Nangongyu will still want you when he knows that you are mine? Shameless. She raised her hand and threw it fiercely at Feng Yinjing's face. However, her palm just touched Feng Yinjing's face, then she felt cold and stiffness for a while. Her hand could only drop down helplessly. Feng Yinjing sneered, in this world, there is only the law of jungle. How is that shameful? I, Feng Yinjing, will get whatever I want. Especially you Shiyu. Then, Feng Yinjing placed Heshi's body on a flat rock. Facing Heshi's angry look that was going to devour people, Feng Yinjing's hand slowly pressed on her clothes, then he pressed hard with his palm. Listening only to the tearing sound, the tough and strong clothes were shattered mercilessly. The rags flew gently in the air. After the clothes were torn, it revealed a corset vest that exuded spiritual power. The vest was embroidered with pale gold matrix patterns. It wrapped Heshi's petite body tightly. Heshi's body shape could be seen at all. Feng Yinjing's eyes brightened. Despite he already had speculations, his heart was still filled with ecstasy. Before Heshi struggled, his hand rested on the corset vest. He channeled his spiritual power and quickly destroyed the defensive array on the vest. The corset vest was shattered, revealing the exquisite body in a white robe. Feng Yinjing looked at the scene in front of him and took a breath. His eyes were stunned due to the stunning scene. The girl who was lying on the brown-gray rock had a hair like a waterfall. Her dark hair was complemented with the crystal-clear white skin. Her lips also became more pink and pink because of anger, bringing a sense of enchanting someone. The girl had only a thin blouse with a slightly open neckline, exposing a delicate white collarbone. The curve of the collarbone slowly extended below the neckline. It was like a mysterious line that led people to search for a secluded area. Under the clothes was the exquisite body that could no longer be hidden. The graceful body shape with the youthfulness of a girl and the beauty of a woman. Even the best painters couldn't draw such a magnificent scene. She had smooth and fair skin, and she could make everyone fall for her. Although she wasn't bewitching, she was still very attractive. Feng Yinjing's eyes stared at the delicate girl body like an art in front of his eyes. His voice was exceptionally hoarse because of his desire. Such a perfect body. Did Nangon Yu ever see you like this? Chapter 534. Heshi stared at the men in front of him desperately, trying to struggle, but she could do nothing more than accelerating the corrosion of Dantian by the wraiths. She was stricken, her eyes were bloodshot. Feng Yinjing, kill me if you dare, otherwise, I will tear your body into pieces one day and make you pay thousands of times for what you did today. Feng Yinjing watched her blush cheeks because of her anger, only to feel that it was a gorgeous peach color like a mutton-fat jade, also known as nephrite. 1. He gently touched Heshi's face and let out a hoarse laughter. Kill you? How can I be willing to do it? Shiyu, do you know that the angrier you are, the more charming this face is, which let me have the greater desire to possess you. As he said, his hand grabbed Heshi's placket. He was going to tear her underwear away. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light came suddenly, slashing ruthlessly at Feng Yinjing. Feng Yinjing responded very quickly and retreated quickly, but the clothes at his chest was still torn, leaving a shallow wound. Heshi stood up from the rock. She had lost her balance, but her eyes were like the fiercest beast, staring at Feng Yinjing momentarily. Feng Yinjing looked at the wound on his chest, but he didn't feel angry. Instead, he looked at Heshi banteringly. His experience was like teasing with a little pet. You are really worthy of being my woman. The result is very clear now, but your little claw is still sharp. But Shiyu, don't you know? The more you resist, the more excited I am. As soon as he spoke, Feng Yinjing reached out his hand and Heshi's body flew toward him involuntarily. Feng Yinjing embraced her soft body into his arms. The sky was still shrouded in black flags as if this area was isolated into another world. People inside this area had no connection to the world outside. Feng Yinjing pressed Heshi on her body, feeling the fragrance from the girl's body. His eyes became blurred and red because of lust. He stroked the girl's silky face lightly, his voice was dull, and his breath was short. Shiyu, you are so beautiful. As long as you obediently become my woman, I will treat you better than Nangon Yu. I will let you take the mistress position of the Feng family, letting you be jealous of all the women in Miluo continent. Shiyu, give me everything you have. With that said, Feng Yinjing was about to bow his head and kiss deeply toward the red lips. But all of a sudden, his face changed. His spiritual power suddenly emanated from his body. But it was a step too late, and purple vines wrapped around his neck tightly, leaving him unable to move for a while. Heshi, who was paralyzed and unable to move under him, suddenly grabbed his shoulder and kicked toward his crotch. Feng Yinjing suddenly felt pain, moaning silently. At the same time, because he had loosened his focus, and the lethal threat of purple abyss vine, the black gas of the wraiths was dispersed immediately, and then went back to Feng Yunjing. She took the opportunity to roll on the spot, and she retreated to a few hundred feet away. At the same time, the spiritual power in her body exploded. The whole person left a few feet away. At the same time, the spiritual power in the body multiplied and cleansed the wraith's black gas away. At this time Feng Yunjing had broken away from purple abyss vine, but his face turned blue. The purple vines shattered to the ground. Even the main vines were wounded. It obviously suffered a lot of damage. Just as she stood firm, she felt two small figures flashing beside her. There was a sobbing voice from Little Egg due to excessive worry. "Mom, are you okay? Woo-woo. Mom, why don't you let us out? I'm so worried about you." 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/nephrite. Chapter 535. As she glanced at the sinister Feng Yunjing who wasn't far away and the black flag in the sky, then she immediately shouted in a lowered tone, "Little Egg, you and the little golden dragon return immediately. Don't come out without my order. I don't want." Little Egg shouted, and wailed. "I don't want to watch my mother be injured anymore, but I can do nothing. I don't want to be a child without a mother." She had a heartache, but she still said sternly, "Little Egg, you don't listen to your mom anymore. If you don't go back, do you believe that mom will abandon you all? Little golden dragon, did you hear me? I command you as the master to take Little Egg back immediately." She was not sure if she could escape Feng Yunjing's clutches, and she was full of fear and disgust at Feng Yunjing's filthy mind. However, she was more afraid of the little ones she valued, taking irreparable damage. Little Egg cried even more fiercely. He was out of breath, his tears even flowed non-stop. Little golden dragon soared in the air. At this moment, there was no more arrogance and ridicule in his tone, there was only dignity. "Boss, even if I have to violate command order, even if you want to terminate the contract with me, I still have to disobey your command this time. We are going to stay and fight alongside you." She wanted to talk, but Little Golden Dragon interrupted her immediately. "Boss, I know we are not strong enough, and I know you are worried about our safety, but we are your spiritual pet. If our master is in danger, and the spiritual pets aren't around, then we aren't worthy of being a fighting spiritual pet. How can we live up to our contract of life and death? Boss, don't say it again. I will never go back to the void. If we live together. If we die together." Little Egg cried, holding a small paw and sobbing, "Little dragon is right, Mom. If we live together. If we die together." Purple Abyss Vine, on the other side, also shook its wounded purple vines and wrapped around Hashi's wrist. Hashi was shocked. She only felt a slight warm current blooming in her heart, then it permeated into her blood. The light in her eyes suddenly flashed. She took a deep breath and nodded as she spoke, "Okay, if we live together. If we die together. Live together, die together." Feng Yunjing's sinister laughter suddenly came from not far away. "It also depends on whether I will give you the chance to live and die together." Little Egg suddenly said furiously, "You shameless old man. You are obviously around 70 years old, you are ugly and old, but you dare to marry my mom. Who do you think you are? You aren't even worth it to serve me, you shameless pervert." "That's right." Little Golden Dragon went along loudly immediately, "Boss has obviously rejected you, but you still pestering her. Are all members of the Feng family like this? They can't find any partner, so they can only steal and force others to marry. This kind of shameless family might as well be extinct." Little Egg stomped its short legs as he said excitedly, "This kind of person is obviously lack of calcium during childhood, lack of love after growing up. Grandmother didn't bother him and uncles didn't love him. Anybody would bully him if they see him. Letting him live is just wasting the oxygen, letting him eat is wasting the food, burying him into the soil after death will also pollute the soil. Scum like him should be burned into ashes, then flush it into the latrine, stinking and smoking him to death." Chapter 536. Chapter 536 Fight Desperately. Little Golden Dragon was stunned by the speech. Hashi's mouth corner was even twitching. They didn't know how to react to this little one's speech. As Little Egg's IQ gets higher and higher, he seemed to have better memory of what he had seen before. This kind of shrewd words was one of them. Of course, the most ugly face definitely belonged to Feng Yinjing. His eyes seemed to have quenched the most terrible poison, staring at Hashi and these little ones. He said word by word sinisterly, "Yu, congratulations, you have successfully angered me. Or do you think that with these little animals, you can compete with me? Hee, since the little animals around you are so desperate to find death, I will fulfill their wish." As soon as the words were out, Feng Yinjing pointed at the Rakshasa flag in the air with one finger. The huge Rakshasa flag was spinning constantly, bringing up a cold hurricane. For a while, the grass spun around, and the black gas was blowing. Hashi and the several little ones were staggered by the wind. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow suddenly emerged from the black flag, flying toward Little Egg. The shadow had a ghost-like cry. Everywhere it went, the plants was withered, and even the fertile land became sand. Little Egg was stunned by this situation. He screamed in shock, "Mom!" Hashi quickly drew a light with her sword, enveloping Little Egg. However, Purple Abyss Vine was faster than her. The purple vines rose into the sky, quickly covering up in front of Little Egg and Hashi. After a loud bang, the black shadow hit the purple vine, but in the blink of an eye, the original tender purple leaves withered. Even the branches fell down one by one. Even the tender little purple seedling in Hashi's sea of consciousness was withered at this moment as if it would lose its vitality any time. Little purple dash. Aunt Little purple dash. Little Egg wailed, trying to rush out of Hashi's light shield to see the withered purple abyss vine. However, at this time, the black gas was blocked by purple abyss vine and then dissipated, but Feng Yinjing was already in front of it. He had a long sword with cold light in his hand, chopping down at Hashi's light shield. Hashi concentrated all his spiritual power on Li Shui's sword, preparing to make her last stand. "Boss, you and Little Egg must take care and live well." The sound of Little Golden Dragon suddenly came to their ears, then he rose into the sky after a dragon roar. Little Golden Dragon's entire body suddenly turned into a huge flying dragon, slamming into Feng Yinjing's long sword fiercely. Just listening to the thunderous roar, Feng Yinjing stepped back quickly. He stumbled a few steps before he could stand firm. On Hashi's side, the little golden dragon recovered its original shape and dropped from the air. He twitched a few times, then passed out. Under his body, the shocking blood was slowly flowing. Little dragon, don't die." Little Egg was crying as he shouted the name of Little Golden Dragon. He wanted to rush out of Hashi's light shield, but Hashi held him tightly. Hashi bit her lips. Her eyes flushed. There seemed to be crystal water droplets in her eyes. Her gaze looked at Feng Yinjing not far away. Her eyes were full of brutal murderous intentions. As expected, Feng Yinjing recovered immediately after he stood still. The long sword that was mixed with the vibe of spiritual power struck ruthlessly at Hashi's light shield. Just a moment, Hashi felt that the meridians of her whole body and dantian were in pain. There was even blood flowing out of her mouth corner. Chapter 537. The silvery light shook violently as if it would burst at any time. Feng Yinjing chuckled, "It's just a sword energy shield of the Foundation establishment stage. I see how long you can last." Seeing that the second sword was about to land, suddenly a huge meatball hit Feng Yinjing fiercely at the speed. Feng Yinjing was caught off guard. He was actually knocked back by it. He fell back for a few hundred feet before he stood firm. His mouth corner was bleeding, and his face looked a little pale. His face was so gloomy that it could even drip water. Hashi was shocked by this sudden change. When the huge meatball regained its conscience, it tilted its head at Hashi. The pair of green bean-like eyes were blinking. It revealed a silly smile. Hashi screamed, "Little dumb cow." Little dumb cow was the name Hashi gave to the ugly cute little magical beast these days. She called it Little Dumb Cow because she just wanted to tease this dumb and adorable little magical beast, but who knows, the little magical beast was so excited when it heard it. It whirled around her feet for several turns while making exciting screams. When Hashi called, "Little Dumb Cow eat," afterward, the small magical beast was dumbfounded first for a moment, then it immediately flung its small short tail, ran to Hashi, and hit her toe. Hashi even exclaimed at the time, "How is it ugly cute bulldog? It's obviously a mutated little adorable dog." It was just that the little dumb cow looked really different from its usual look. At this point, his body that was initially the size of 2 palms inflated for dozens of times. It was like a gas-filled cowhide, defending Hashi and Little Egg behind it. Little Dumb Cow fought Feng Yunjing for a while. Apparently, it was injured, making the sound of air leaking. But when Hashi called its name, it immediately desperately shook its tail, which looked shorter at the moment, and gave Hashi a flattering smile. Immediately, Little Dumb Cow's eyes looked at Little Egg. The green bean-like eyes became a little brighter, showing a silly expression that was asking for praise and attention. Little Egg shrank his neck being stared by those eyes, but then he remembered that it saved him and his mother. He immediately extended her little paw and touched Little Dumb Cow. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful despite of your ugly look." Little Dumb Cow froze as Little Egg took the initiation to touch it, then the green bean-like eyes turned white slowly. It seemed that it couldn't bear the surprise coming too fast. It was so excited that it almost fainted. But Hashi couldn't bother about the interaction of these two little ones at this time. Instead, she looked at Feng Yunjing. Feng Yunjing slowly wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and the corner of his mouth tilted slightly as if he was smiling, but his eyes looked grim and mad. "I didn't expect that an animal can even hurt me." "Good. Very good. You, don't you value your spiritual pets? I will kill them one by one in front of you. I'd like to see if you can still look at me with this expression. I want to see if you will kneel in front of me and beg me." Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words were spoken, Feng Yunjing's spiritual power transferred into the black flag. The next moment, he saw 2 black lights shot from the black flag toward the unconscious little golden dragon on the ground and purple abyss vine who was already scattered. The little golden dragon and purple abyss vine were engulfed by the wraiths, and they flew toward Feng Yunjing. Chapter 538. Little golden dragon was now dying, and purple abyss vine had suffered a fatal injury. If they fell into Feng Yunjing's hands, they would surely be dead. "Little golden dragon, and little purple, come back." "Woo-woo." Little Egg cried and wanted to rush over. But he was held behind by Little Dumb Cow. At this moment, a whirl of green light was slowly condensing in the Little Dumb Cow's body. As the light swirled, the green light in the body became larger and larger. At the same time, it kept making whining sound toward Little Egg and Hashi. It seemed to be telling something anxiously. Hashi stared at him, glanced at Little Dumb Cow, and whispered, "Take care of Little Egg, don't let him go." Hashi absolutely didn't allow Little Egg to take a little damage. As soon as she spoke, Hashi took the Li Shui sword and flew into the sky, pursuing at the direction of Little Golden Dragon and Purple Abyss Vine. As she reached midair, Li Shui's sword was glaring. She fiercely slashed it at the wraiths. The pale golden spiritual fire covered the upper layers of Li Shui's sword. In a blink of an eye, it consumed the evil black gas. However, at the same time, more black gas came out from the Rakshasa flag, wrapping around Hashi. Seeing that she was about to be constrained by the black gas, Hashi made an immediate decision and threw Little Golden Dragon and Purple Abyss Vine back to Little Egg and Little Dumb Cow, shouting, "Little Dumb, protect them." "Mom, Mom," Little Egg yelled anxiously behind her. Feng Yunjing, who was commanding not far away from the Rakshasa flag, laughed instead. "You, so what if you let those 2 animals out? Aren't you back into my hands again? Not to mention, do you think I won't kill them later?" As he said, he reached out with one hand that turned into a claw. A huge suction pulled Hashi flew toward Feng Yunjing involuntarily. But until this moment, a strange smile appeared on Hashi's face. Instead of stepping back, she used the remaining spiritual power to quickly move toward Feng Yunjing. At the same time, Li Shui's sword in her hand bloomed in a shockingly bright light. The powerful spirit pressure filled the air, causing the black flags in the sky to fluctuate. Feng Yunjing's face changed greatly, and he said in undertone, "You want to self-destruct your artifact. You don't want to live anymore." Hashi didn't give him any answer. She just rushed to him faster and faster, and Li Shui's sword's spirit pressure in her hand became more and more threatening. Self-destructing artifact was a method of hurting oneself more than hurting the enemy. Li Shui's sword was a legendary artifact. Self-destructing in such a close distance, even Feng Yunjing would suffer major injuries. But the most important thing was that with Shiyu's practice now, if she really self-destructs Li Shui's sword, she would definitely die. For Feng Yunjing, he hadn't gotten Shiyu's body, and he hadn't made her his own. How could he let her die like this? Feng Yinjing made a decision immediately and snapped and beat Hashi's chest while retrieving Rakshasa flag in the sky to quickly defend himself. Hashi flew out like a disconnected kite, and blood gushed from her mouth. However, a slick smile appeared on her face. Feng Yinjing, do you think I want to self-destruct my artifact? Hee hee, I just want to die rather than fall into your hands. Hashi slammed to the ground, but she did not feel the expected pain. Instead, she was held by little dumb cow's plump body. Chapter 539. Feng Yinjing held the small-size black flag in his hands, staring coldly at Hashi. His eyes full of tyranny and cruelty. You dare to be pretentious in front of me, but it's because I can't bear it kill you. But even if I don't kill you, I will erase your cultivation, pick off your tendons and hamstrings, and keep you in a cage. I can still get your body. It was you who forced me. Forced me to be ruthless. Do you think you can escape from me? As soon as Feng Yinjing spoke, his spiritual power suddenly became like a violent wind, surrounding the whole world with frosty air. He was like a hurricane, moving toward Hashi and others. That was the full-scale burst of the spirit pressure and power of the nascent soul stages. It could never be resisted by little tricks. Hashi's eyes already looked despair. At this time, she was seriously injured, and her spiritual power was emptied. She couldn't stop Feng Yinjing's casual blow at all. Suddenly, there was a sobbing voice from Little Dumb Cow. It was waving its short legs, then it pulled Hashi and Little Egg under its belly. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light astounded Hashi and Little Egg's eyes. Hashi had a quick wick and kept into Little Golden Dragon and Purple Abyss Vine into the void while her hands held Little Egg tightly. After that, the green light shrouded several people completely. As the green light dissipated, Feng Yinjing's earth-shattering blow hit it. Listening only to the loud sound, the ground where Hashi and others stayed originally cracked like a cobweb, and then the collapse into a deep pit with a height of tens of meters. However, when Feng Yinjing came to the deep pit, what he saw was an empty scene of smoke and dust. There was neither the dying Shiyu nor the bodies of several spiritual pets. They disappeared strangely without a trace. Feng Yinjing looked angry and frustrated. His hands clenched into fists, and his eyes were full of bloodlust and mania. He took a deep breath, then he revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. He whispered, Shiyu, you have exhausted my patience. When I meet again next time, I will let you suffer a living hell. You can only kneel at my feet and beg me to pamper you. As the sun set, the darkness slowly covered the entire peak of the breaking Spirit Mountain. In the dense and silent mountain forest, the last light of setting sun was disappearing slowly at this moment. In the dim light, a panther with dark hair and green eyes was walking through the forest, looking for prey that unfortunately fell into its prey range. Suddenly, the black panther suddenly looked up. Its green eyes revealed a greedy murderous vibe. In the void not far away, a burst of dazzling green light appeared. The green light split open the void, then a huge meatball fell from the sky with the whistling wind. The black panther smelled the blood from the meatball that made it become exciting and eager. The black panther lay on the ground, making a low whining sound. Its hind legs were slightly curved, and the front claws gripped the ground. The breath of rank 5 magical beast emanated from it. It waited for the food to land to give it a fatal blow, then it could enjoy the delicious food. There was a loud noise when the meatball fell to the ground, stirring the leaves and sand on the ground. The black panther howled again. As it was about to pounce over, suddenly, the flat head on the fat meatball turned around and looked straight at it. There was only a pair of green bean-like eyes on its head that was faintly glinting in the night. Chapter 540. The panther suddenly stopped its posture to pounce, then it was followed by a terrifying gaze in its fierce eyes. It's not rank 5 magical beast. Is it rank 6, or higher? But how can there be a magical beast higher than rank 5 in this area? The black panther has no intellect and reasoning, it only had instinct. It instinctively felt that this fat meatball was terrifying. It terrified the black panther, rendering the black panther lose the courage to resist. Woo! The black panther made an undertone howl again, then it turned without hesitation and flew away. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared into the darkness of the tree shadow. Seeing the black panther leaving, the little meatball seemed to be unable to support it anymore. The air in its body leaked, turning into 2 palm-size ugly adorable little bulldog. However, its eyes still looked worried. It immediately made a crying sound anxiously at the two targets that were protected by it. Hashi stood up from the ground, only to feel the pain everywhere on her body. She looked around and determined that the place was very unfamiliar. She indeed escaped from the hands of Feng Yunjing. Only then she was relieved. Seeing little dumb cow looking at himself and little egg, he couldn't help but reached out and touched his little head. Little dumb cow, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would all die. Little dumb cow whimpered a few times, but its expression was extremely exhausted. Its skin became dry, and her green bean eyes were dimmed as if she would fall asleep at any time. Little egg also popped out of the void and turned into a pink piglet, appearing in front of little dumb cow. He touched its little head as he said childishly, "Little dumb cow, are you all right? You look so uncomfortable. Are you out of spirit? Little egg can give you." As little egg spoke, his small claws emitted a light green light, then he transferred it into the little dumb cow. When little egg's spirit entered little dumb cow's body, little dumb cow's dried skin was replenished as the speed visible to the naked eye, and its initially weak breath became steady. However, it still seemed very sleepy. Its little green eyes was closing. Little egg, who had given his spirit, became weak. He rubbed his eyes with his small paws and fell asleep in Hashi's arms. Hashi hugged little egg and stroked little dumb cow gently. She slowly said, "Little dumb cow, would you like to leave this Breaking Spirit Mountain with me?" Logically, the magical beast in Breaking Spirit Mountain should have no intellect but only killing and appetite. However, this ugly adorable little magical beast, although it was exceptionally dumb, it obviously had not lost its mind. This time they went through life and death and little dumb cow loved little egg so much, so Hashi couldn't leave it in Breaking Spirit Mountain anymore. Little dumb cow's eyes brightened. It nodded heavily, then passed out completely. Hashi examined the bodies of the two brats and found that they were both asleep. Besides, the spirit in their body was slowly repairing themselves. Hashi was relieved seeing this. She found a quiet place and arranged a simple array around her body before entering the void. What worried her the most was Little Golden Dragon and Purple Abyss Vine. Little Golden Dragon withstood Feng Yunjing's full blow, he should be badly injured. Little Purple was even worse. In order to save Hashi twice, even her main vine was polluted by the wraiths of Feng Yunjing's Rakshasa flag and became withered. Chapter 541. The body of Purple Abyss Vine was transplanted into the ancient rhyme spiritual field. Hashi used a lot of ninth secluded spirit spring to water it. She also endured the pain on Dantian and fed it a lot of spiritual fire. The little purple seedling that was about to. However, it takes at least 10 days to grow a vine plant that could be used for battle. Even in the ancient rhyme spiritual field, it still had to take around 10 days. After ensuring that several brats were fine, Hashi began to deal with her injuries. She drank a lot of ninth secluded spirit spring and took the medicinal pill, so she could barely suppress the scorching injuries on her dantian. However, it was just treating the symptoms instead of the root cause. In fact, she suffered severe internal injuries this time. Combined with pretending to self-destructly shui sword forcefully, it had caused great damage to her meridians and dantian. If she weren't in Breaking Spirit Mountain now, she might be able to take a good rest and recover in a few months. But the problem was that in this place where magical beasts and gold core stage martial artists were everywhere. There was really northwest safe place to let her rest in peace. Hashi frowned and sat next to the spiritual fountain. She took out the black stone that Ouyang Haoshuan gave her and the talisman that Shen Qingchua gave her. Just in the middle of the battle, she tried to activate the stone that Ouyang Haoshuan gave her, but nothing happened. The talisman that Fu Qin gave her did have a response, but it was unlikely that anyone would come to save her. Hashi didn't know whether it was Ouyang Haoshuan and Qingxia sect who were in danger, or Feng Yunjing did something on the rules, making them unable to cross through the boundary. In any case, Hashi knew that she could no longer stay in this rank 5 magical beast area. Her strength today was less than 1/3 of her heyday, and her several little ones had been seriously injured. If she encountered a rank 5 magical beast at this time, she could do nothing but run away. However, things would change if she could go to the rank 4 magical beast area. The magical beasts there were only at the meridian stage, and they were not under the control of Feng Yunjing. At least she could guarantee her safety. Thinking of this, Hashi took out the talisman that Shen Qingchua gave her. When the spiritual power burned the talisman, a direction immediately indicated on the talisman, and there was a faint force trying to drag Hashi in that direction. Shenqingchua was now in the southeast direction. That means the rank 4 magical beast area was also in the southeast. Hashi breathed a sigh of relief. As she was about to keep everything, she suddenly touched a smooth and cool inscribed jade slip at her fingertips. It was an inconspicuous pale green inscribed jade slip. Hashi remembered that before she left, Wu Xin once told her to put this inscribed jade slip after entering Breaking Spirit Mountain. In a critical moment, it might save her life. Hashi responded very quickly at the time. She immediately forgot about this thing after a while. She just left it in the void and forgot about it. Now seeing it again, Hashi decided to wear it. Now she had lost a lot of strength, it was always good to have a safeguard. Hashi found a rope to wear on the inscribed jade slip and hung it close to her chest. As soon as the warm jade touched her skin, a slight throbbing came, making Hashi slightly blur. She didn't think much about it. She began to meditate, slowly cultivating the powerful spirit of the 9th secluded spirit spring in Dantian. Early the next morning, Hashi was awakened by the beast roar that was getting closer. A mighty breath of powerful magical beast came from a distant direction, shaking the leaves of the whole mountain forest that it made a rustling round. Chapter 542. Chapter 542. How could it be a woman? Hashi frowned and got out of the void. She decided to set off for the rank 4 magical beast area now. Along the way, Hashi followed the indication of talisman and proceeded very carefully. Her stealth skill had always been very strong. She never stayed in a place for more than 5 minutes, and she now basically didn't use spiritual power. Instead, she was moving with light steps. Therefore, she really avoided all the rank 5 magical beast all the way. Finally, she arrived at the border between rank 4 and rank 5 magical beast areas. As long as she walked through this boundary, she could some rest to take good care of her internal injuries. Hashi breathed a sigh of relief. As she was walking toward the boundary, her mind was suddenly alerted. Hashi's hand was almost touching the edge of the boundary, but her face changed drastically, and she retreated quickly. At the same time, she kicked a stone toward the boundary, making a sizzling sound. Hashi's face looked ugly. At this moment, she heard a woman laughing loudly behind her. Well, Shiyu, why don't you run into it? I'm still waiting to see how you are cooked by Thousand Thunder Trap. I even set it up using so much time. It's really disappointing. Hashi turned around slowly, staring at the slowly appearing figure on the hill in the distance and biting her teeth fiercely, Feng Lianying. 5 to 6 gold core stage experts were standing on the hill. They were mostly young men in Luli sect costumes. The leader was a young woman in white fluttering clothes. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but her eyes that were looking at Hashi far away was full of resentment and madness. If it wasn't Feng Lianying, who would it be? The person following her closely behind Feng Lianying was Nye Jinchen, whom Hashi had seen in Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory. Feng Lianying walked toward Hashi and laughed leisurely. Shiyu, I had guessed that you would not be able to live in the rank 5 magical beast area, and you would definitely go to the rank 4 magical beast area to seek the help of the Shen family, so I have been for you here since the beginning of the hunting. However, you didn't appear after I waited for so many days. I thought you were killed by the rank 5 magical beast. I felt regret for a long time. After all, it is really too easy for you if you die so easily. Fortunately, my hard work pays off. You finally come to me yourself. Ha ha ha. Feng Lianying laughed wildly as she led people in the direction of Hashi. At this time, she thought Hashi had no way to escape this time. Hashi could only listen to her command. However, when Feng Lianying stepped down the hill and came to Hashi to see her, she suddenly widened her eyes and screamed, "You, why are you a woman?" Not far away, there was a young girl with long hair like silk satin. She only used a simple ribbon to tie her hair. A few strands of her hair were drooping by her face, which made a perfect foil of her white skin. The person in front of her was clearly wearing a simple men's wear, but it no longer covered her exquisite body. However, the most important thing was not only that. The person in front of her was Shiyu, but she didn't know what kind of changes she had made to change her initially handsome face features into a beautiful face as if it had the charm to steal the other's souls. No one would ever recognize her as a man again. Chapter 543, No Injustice. Chapter 543 No Injustice. The girl's facial features were still immature, but she had a long nose, small lips, long eyelash, and slanting eyes. Every detail looked like it was carved by an artist. Every inch of her skin was so smooth as if it would break by the wind. It was obvious that when this young lady grew up, she would be a resplendent beauty after getting rid of her tenderness. Feng Lianying was astounded on the spot, staring deadly at the girl in front of her eyes. Her hands clenched into fists. She already hated and was jealous of Shiyu so much when she was pretending as a man. However, now that she found out that Shiyu wasn't a man but a woman who was 100 times beautiful than her. Yes. More beautiful than her Feng Lianying, and it was 100 times more beautiful. Feng Lianying couldn't stand the fact that she turned her head to see her fellow apprentices. All of them showed an obsessed expression on each of their faces. Each eye stared at Hashi, they were unwilling to look away. Looking at those obsessed looks, they seemed to have forgotten about the intention of this trip. Even Nie Jinchen, who was always obsessed with her, also looked lost. The pair of eyes were full of surprise and lust. Why? Why does this bitch always want to compete with me? Why does this bitch like to seduce men so much? These fellow apprentices of her always praised her like a fairy, saying that the other women were all mediocre women, and only her Feng Lianying was the goddess that could charm the men all over the world. Those sweet words seemed to be still in her ears, but at the moment, they all looked at Shiyu with fiery eyes. They completely forgot Feng Lianying's existence. Did brother you know her female identity long ago, that is why he is so obsessed with her and cherishes her, and even wants to marry her? No. I don't allow this to happen, I will never allow it. Feng Lianying suddenly screamed sternly, why are you all just standing there? Quickly catch this shameless bitch. The people who were obsessed with Hashi finally woke up, and their faces turned red. But Feng Lianying was the young master of Luli sect, the only niece of the Feng family. If they disobeyed Feng Lianying's order, they could no longer stay in Luli sect. So after being shocked, these people quickly went behind Hashi and surrounded her. Hashi took a deep breath. She felt the surge of spiritual power in her body. Just before Feng Lianying and others came over, she had already taken a medical pill. This medicinal pills could quickly stimulate her potential, allowing her to exhibit 60% of her original strength in a short period of time. Of course, there would be side effects later, but she couldn't care much at this time. However, it would take a while for these medical pills to work. Therefore, when Feng Lianying and the others approached her, Hashi took no action. As for the makeup on her body, after Feng Yinjing removed her face mask and the vest, she only focused on treating herself and the few little ones. She didn't have time to redress. She only had one human skin mask of Nailin Hashi, so she wanted to bother about it after reaching the rank 4 magical beast area. She didn't expect to be blocked here by Feng Lianying. Hashi took a deep breath and looked at Feng Lianying, who showed a crooked face, then she said slowly, Feng Lianying, I have no grievance with you, why do you keep pestering me? No grievance. Feng Lianying suddenly uttered a harsher scream, her face was twisting. Chapter 544. You bitch stole my inheritance in the purple golden palace, making me embarrassed in the 100-herb mist. You also made me lost my face in front of all the other sects during the public trial conference. Now you are telling me that you have no grievance with me. Hashi sneered and said, if you didn't provoke me and frame me first, why should I oppose you to let you lose your face? Is it that you want to kill me now? You want to make me unable to resist under your feet and let you bully. You're just a low-life martial artist, and I'm the high-position descendant of the Feng family. What's wrong with you being stepped on my feet? Feng Lianying yelled, trash like you were born to kneel and worship at our feet. It is your pleas to be trampled by me. Why do you resist me? Hashi looked at Feng Lianying as if she was looking at an idiot. Aren't all people of the Feng family having a mental problem? This is really a big joke. Feng Yinjing is like this, Feng Lianying is also like this. In the eyes of the Feng family, the other martial artists were all animals, they should be humiliated by the Feng family as they pleased. If the animal was unwilling that it wanted to resist, then it was the animal's fault for being ungrateful. Who do they think they are? God. Feng Lianying took a deep breath, then she stared fiercely at Hashi. She gritted her teeth as she said sharply, not to mention, you shameless bitch also tried to seduce brother you. Brother Yu and I are in love with each other. We Feng family and the King of Hell Mansion will have a marriage sooner or later. By then, I will be the mistress of the King of Hell Mansion. I will become the woman of the highest position in the world one day. But then you appeared. You made Brother Yu despise me, alienate me, and even draw a sword against me. If it wasn't for your slut, Brother Yu and I would be fine. Maybe we have all already married by now. You dare say that you have no grievance with me? Heshi's eyes narrowed, looking at Nie Jinchen, whose face couldn't be seen clearly because he was looking down. She said meaningfully, but isn't there already Nie Jinchen by your side? Starting from Sealed Dragon Domain's secret territory, he risks his life to protect you. He is obedient to your command. Can't you see how much he sacrificed for you? Feng Lianying looked back at Nie Jinchen behind him, seeing that he still looked at her with deep affection. She couldn't help but smile. She looked back at Heshi and said proudly, so what if that's the case? I am a descendant of the Feng family, the young master of the Luli sect. I am praised as the Ice Lotus Fairy by all martial artists. My suitors are everywhere in this Miluo continent. Shouldn't Nie Jinchen like me and be obsessed with me? You still hope that he would like you, this bitch? Speaking of the thread of discussion, Feng Lianying became gritted again. But, the only person who matches me is only Brother Yu. Other men are even worthy of comparing with Brother Yu. Everyone knows that Brother Yu is mine, but you slut wanted to seduce him instead. Don't you think that you really deserve death? Before Feng Lianying finished her words, Heshi, who had been silent, suddenly moved. She jumped into the air, then Li Shui's sword appeared in her hand, turning into the 1,000 of sword lights. Luli sect's disciples, who surrounded Heshi, was caught off guard. They actually couldn't stop Heshi at once. Seeing the thousands of sword lights flying toward, 1,000 thunder trap. A continuous sizzling sound could be heard. The trap was shattered by the lights. Heshi also flew toward the rank 4 magical beast area. Chapter 545. Feng Lianying came into her sense immediately. Looking at Heshi trying to escape, she couldn't help shouting furiously, "Are you all dead? 5 gold core stages can't even stop a foundation establishment stage. If she runs away, you all are better off dead." Those 5 Luli sect disciples' faces were extremely ugly, but they still pursued Heshi due to the fear of Feng Lianying. Seeing that Heshi was about to pass the boundary between the rank 4 and 5 magical beast areas, a huge spiritual pressure suddenly came from behind her. Heshi's face changed. Her body suddenly turned in midair, and she avoided the fatal blow. But because of this dodge, 2 gold core stage martial artists appeared behind her soon, blocking her escape completely. One of the older men had the advanced level of gold core stage. He held a small blue bell in his hand, making clanging sound. He was the one who made the fatal blow. He looked at Heshi with pity. He said in an undertone, "Sorry, we don't want to make a move with a woman for you. It's your fault who offended someone you shouldn't." As he spoke, the man's small bell was launched again. The martial artists around him also launched their flying sword in cooperation. Heshi's current strength was only 60% of the original. Of course, she couldn't stop the attacks of 2 gold core stage experts. She could only retreat step by step. Finally, she was forced into the face of Feng Lianying again. She was besieged once again. Feng Lianying looked at Heshi, who looked flustered being surrounded by Heshi, and she laughed. "You, when you showed off to me on that day, when you embarrassed me at the public trial conference, did you think you would have such fate today? But you can rest assured that I will not kill you. How can killing you vent my hatred? Not only I will not kill you, but I will also hand you to someone to let you enjoy the ultimate joy." After speaking, Feng Lianying took out a talisman and quickly burned the talisman. After the talisman was burned, a flash of light quickly flashed on the ground in front of Feng Lianying. After the light, people in black robes appeared in the light. The leader was a man of about 40 years old. He looked extremely sinister and weird. His hands and feet are extremely slender, his face was like a shoehorn, his eyes were long and narrow, but his eyes were drooping instead of slanting. Even his mouth corner was drooping also. He gave others the sinister feeling. He was also surrounded by 7 men, wearing the same black clothes and black robes, and even the same hairstyle decoration. Each of them was extremely ugly. Some had crooked eyes and mouth, some had a face full of pimple, some only had one eyeball. All in all, everyone looked disgusting. But their bodies were exuding a bone-chilling breath, making people couldn't help but shiver. The weirdest thing was that these people obviously seemed badass, but they didn't seem to have any cultivation. When Feng Lianying saw the few people, disgusted expression revealed on her face. Then, she walked up and laughed, "Mr. Liao, I have let you wait for so long at the Breaking Spirit Mountain. I'm really sorry." The middle-aged man, known as Mr. Liao, lifted his eyelids, then he made an evil laugh. "Miss Feng specifically asked me to come to Breaking Spirit Mountain before big hunting match, saying that you have a gift for me. But I have been waiting in the Breaking Spirit Mountain for 8 days. There were some young ladies and young men passing by. I really wanted to catch them to have fun. Now, I'm filled up with anger. If Miss Feng's present can't satisfy me, then..." Chapter 546. Chapter 546 Feng Lianying's Plan. Feng Lianying was startled by his gloomy expression, and she immediately laughed. "Since I specifically asked Mr. Liao to come, the gift that I offer will naturally satisfy Mr. Liao. Why don't Mr. Liao see it for yourself?" As Feng Lianying spoke, she sneered as she pointed her finger at He not far away. Mr. Liao's eyes with horror and death turned slowly as he couldn't control them. It took a short while before he set his gaze on He. The next moment, Mr. Liao's whole body trembled. His eyes widened incredibly. Perfect, perfect masterpiece. How could there be such a perfect masterpiece in this world? Mr. Liao's dead eyes suddenly became extremely hot. It was like a viper staring at his prey. He glanced at He's body from top to bottom. Look at the tender skin, the lips that are softer and pinky that flower, and the slim body figure. Ah. Mr. Liao kept inhaling, but his whole body twitched uncontrollably, then he laughed sinisterly after a while. It was just that the laughter was less sinister than the previous one, but there was cruel and craziness of a pervert. As long as I think about stripping away such an exquisite body, put her in a 1,000-needle cage, letting poisonous snake and ants crawl on her body, listening to her screaming and crying, watching her white skin bleeding. That was really wonderful. I am really fascinated by it. Ah, no, such a perfect masterpiece can't be damaged so quickly. I want to put a collar on her, drag her beautiful neck, and let her lie on the ground to please me. When I get bored, I will tear off her flawless skin and hang on my bed, ha ha ha." Just by thinking this, I couldn't stop trembling with excitement. Mr. Liao said more and more excited, but the disciples of Luli sect couldn't help but show an unbearable expression. Although they were mostly murderous as martial artists, they were so terrifying by the means of torture. As soon as they thought that the little girl like a flower would be so tortured by this old pervert, their hearts burst into guilt. The more Feng Lianying listened to Mr. Liao, the happier she was. When she thought of He's tragic end, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement like Mr. Liao. "Mr. Liao, are you still satisfied with this gift?" "Satisfied? Too satisfied." Mr. Liao chuckled, "As long as Miss Feng hands this person to me, I will never reject any request of Miss." Feng Lianying's face had a sinister smile on her face. She looked at He's beautiful face from afar and slowly said, "I said earlier that this person is a gift to Sir, of course, I will hand her to you. However, before I hand it over to Sir, I hope that Mr. Liao can show me a wonderful show with your disciple." She raised her finger as she spoke. 2 talismans appeared in her hands. Feng Lianying's gaze looking at He as if they were poisonous and vicious, but full of pride and excitement. "I have prepared these 2 recording talismans. As soon as Sir made a move, I will record this so that I can send it to others to let them enjoy." As soon as Mr. Liao's eyes turned, he immediately understood the meaning of Feng Lianying. No wonder Feng Lianying asked him to bring some of his ugly disciples, and she also found some ways to send only the Meridian stage martial artists to the rank 5 magical beast area. Chapter 548. Mr. Liao really knows the goods. Feng Lianying smiled lovely. Although the level of this offspring voodoo of love-devouring voodoo is only level 3, it can absolutely make people burn in lust. "Mr. Liao, you can see this woman lying on the ground and pleasing you to pamper her in a while. Never mind your disciples are just ugly, even if it is magical beast, she will please without hesitation. Love-devouring voodoo's lust desire is can't be able to resist with human will." Ha ha ha. Mr. Liao glanced at He. That her cheeks were peachy red, and she seemed to be have with an enchanting charm. His mouth was dry by just looking at her. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Miss Feng thought so thoughtfully, "You can rest assured that I will not disappoint your expectations." As he spoke, several people laughed and approached Hashi. Hashi felt that the fire in her body was burning, making her limbs weak. She couldn't even hold the sword in her hand. However, there was a burst of madness in her heart. There was an anger to perish together with the enemies. Feng Lianying saw that Hashi still wanted to use the flying sword in her hands, and she laughed. Don't you know that spirit voodoo's favorite is spiritual power? The more you use spiritual power, the more active spirit voodoo is. Ha ha ha, I advise you to be obedient. There are so many people serving you, you don't have to worry about not being able to satisfy the poison of love-devouring voodoo. I'm good enough for you, right? Before Feng Lianying's words were finished, Hashi lifted her head abruptly and said coldly, "Feng Lianying, die." As soon as she spoke, she rose into the sky. The Li Shui sword slashed at the sky fiercely. Immediately afterward, swords rain fell from the sky at Feng Lianying and the others. Feng Lianying was so certain that Hashi would lose. She didn't expect Hashi to have the chance to fight back after she was infected by the love-devouring voodoo. She was caught off guard. The sword's rain had already reached the top of her head before she managed to channel her spiritual power. The shadow of death enveloped Feng Lianying. She screamed and pulled Nie Jinchen around her, trying to throw him into the air to block the sword's rain. However, Nie Jinchen moved faster than her. He quickly caught another disciple of Lu Li sect and threw him at the sky. Ah! A miserable scream went through the sky. That disciple also had no time to activate the spiritual power shield. He was instantly penetrated by the sword rains in the sky and died. Bang! The body dropped from high altitude and rolled on the ground. The disciple's eyes turned white, blood flowed out from the 7 orifices. The pair eyes were staring deadly at Feng Lianying's direction. Feng Lianying fell to the ground, shuddering all over her body. She only regained conscious a moment later. She screamed suddenly, Are you looking for death?" She took out the mother voodoo abruptly, bit her tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood toward the mother voodoo. Hashi's face turned white for a moment, then her face became more flushed. She couldn't help groaning. That sound was so sweet, as if it was honey sweet with a tender charm. Hashi's heart sank a little. Feng Lianying shouted at Mr. Liao and others, "What are you guys waiting for? Do you want to enjoy this woman's body?" Mr. Liao recollected his mind. He was smiling evilly. His gaze at Hashi looked a little dignified. Obviously, she was just a girl at the Foundation establishment stage. Logically, she couldn't fight back at all after being infected by the love-devouring voodoo. Find out what happens next by getting early access to chapters with Patreon. Please do check out the community goal in our Patreon as well. Thanks for the support. Chapter 547. Mr. Liao immediately laughed. "How difficult is this? Since Miss Feng wants to see it, we will definitely make Miss enjoy it. He. My disciples haven't encountered a delicious tender girl in a long time. They are blessed to have Miss Feng's kindness." The 7 incomparably ugly men in black robes couldn't help laughing, and they were looking at the unearthly lady with lust and greed. Although following Mr. Liao, they could occasionally play beautiful women, they had never encountered such a perfect lady. Today, they could enjoy such a beautiful lady's body. It made their blood boiled. Feng Lianying smiled and turned to look at Hashi, thinking that she could see fear and surprise in her face. However, to her surprise, Hashi's expression was calm from beginning to end. Hashi was even looking at Feng Lianying with her eyes full of disdain and contempt, like she was watching a bunch of stinking waste. Feng Lianying's anger surged into her head. This bitch. How can she look at me like that? She was going to tear her mask and make her cry and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Feng Lianying took a deep breath. She suddenly said faintly to Mr. Liao, "Mr. Liao, in order to let you better entertain her, I want to give you another present." After speaking, Feng Lianying's palm spread out, and a dark red bug appeared in her palm. Feng Lianying exhaled softly at the little bug, and a weird smile filled the corner of his mouth. When Hashi took out the little bug, Hashi had a bad feeling in her mind. Before she knew what was wrong, she felt a sudden rush of heat in her abdomen. This heat flow was completely different from the burning pain of the injured meridians. It was like there were countless small bugs surging in the lower abdomen. Everywhere the bugs went, there were numbness, itchiness, and burning hot. She couldn't refrain herself from groaning and trembling. Hashi's eyes finally showed a hint of fear. "Feng Lianying, you actually poisoned me." "I was poisoned." "When?" "Why did I not notice it at all?" "No, it wasn't done just now, but it was just when entering the teleporting array of Breaking Spirit Mountain." Hashi remembered the inscribed jade slip that hurt her. At that time, the poison had already permeated into her body. "No, maybe it isn't poison." Hashi's gaze fell on the little bug in Feng Lianying's palm. "This is voodoo." When Feng Lianying saw Hashi's always calm and self-sustained face finally revealed a panicked expression, she suddenly laughed. "This is not a drug, but a spirit voodoo, and it is the most ferocious love-devouring voodoo in the spirit voodoo. My master raised this love-devouring voodoo with a lot of hardship. He has to feed the mother voodoo with the blood of 999 girls with only one attribute for 3 years. After the mother voodoo gives to offspring voodoo, then let the offspring voodoo devours the 999 girls. After that, the offspring voodoo will fight each other until the number of voodoo reduce from 1,000 to 10. I have wasted one precious offspring voodoo on you. You should be grateful." Love-devouring voodoo. Mr. Liao couldn't help but compliment. "I did not expect that the master of the Thousand Poisons Valley can cultivate love-devouring voodoo. If the level of love-devouring voodoo is high enough, the mother voodoo can control those who are cursed by the offspring voodoo. It can make the cursed party fall in love with him or her desperately. It can even make the target kill himself." 1. https://www.thoughtco.com/in-and-yang-629214. Chapter 549. Chapter 549 Wanton Bullying. However, she was still able to make such a powerful move, and even killed a Luli Sect's Gold Core stage disciple. This girl's qualifications and talent seemed to be much higher than Feng Lianying. It was no wonder that Feng Lianying would be so jealous of her. However, the stronger she was, the more stubborn she was. Would he be more excited and delight to torture her? Feng Lianying saw Mr. Liao and others stayed still for a long time, thinking that they were also scared by Hashi's move just now, and she couldn't help but snort. "Mr. Liao, don't you know that spiritual voodoo loves spirit the most? This bitch is still fine if she didn't make a move, but she used the flying sword forcefully. That will only make the love-devouring voodoo more active. Can't you see that she can't even stand still now? Are Mr. Liao afraid of such a charming and defenseless girl?" Mr. Liao laughed. "Why would I be afraid? Miss Feng, you don't have to be anxious. We will show you a good show that makes you satisfied now." Then, he waved at several disciples and walked in the direction of Hashi. Hashi's situation at this time was indeed not good. Her cheeks were already redder than peach, and her eyes were covered with mist. The things in her eyes seemed to have double shadows. Her vision was shaking so badly. The fire in her body surged again and again, making her unable to resist that she wanted to tear up all the clothes on her body. Every inch of her skin became extremely fragile and sensitive. Even if it was just a gentle wind, it made her want to moan and shiver. However, her pride and her self-esteem did not allow her to show such an embarrassing ugly look in front of the vicious woman, Feng Lianying. Hashi saw Mr. Liao and several of his disciples coming toward her, surrounding her in the center. There were non-stop laughter and heavy gasps from the few black men. A dozen of eyes were looking at her. They were full of disgusting, obscene and lust. Hashi raised the Li Shui sword in her hand, trying to kill all those around him. Mr. Liao suddenly pulled out a black barbed whip and whipped heavily on Hashi. After a tearing sound, Hashi reached out and blocked, but the Li Shui sword fell to the ground. The sleeve on her arm was ripped by the whip as well, exposing the crystal-clear jade arm. The red whip drew on the smooth skin. It was just like the red plums falling in the snow, it was so gorgeous, making people eager of trampling her and torturing her ruthlessly to leave more marks. Mr. Liao trembled with excitement. The hand that was holding the black whip hand cramped until the blue veins became obvious. He stared straight at Hashi, kept swallowing his saliva, and sneered, "Baby, did the whipping just now make you happy? Do you want more? He, don't look at me with such terrifying eyes. Love-devouring voodoo will make the host eager to be abused. You will soon kneel under my feet, lick my toes, and beg me to continue whipping you." With that said, Mr. Liao quickly made a second whip which was directed at the clothes on Hashi's chest. This whip had barbs. If she was whipped, her clothes would be torn easily, exposing her white jade skin. The eyes of Mr. Liao and his disciples were all beaming. They greedily looked at the weak girl in front of them who was going to be trampled by them. However, when the whip waved in front of Hashi, suddenly a slender white hand appeared out of thin air and clutched the whip. Chapter 550. She dragged her hand so hard that Mr. Liao was caught off guard. She actually dragged away his whip, even Mr. Liao stumbled by the drag. Hashi's movements didn't stop for a moment. She first whipped away Mr. Liao who was closest to her, then she turned around and whipped at Mr. Liao's two disciples. The two disciples' cultivation was actually not high. They were summoned by Feng Lianying just because they looked ugly. Now that they were whipped by Hashi with internal force, they screamed abruptly and fell to the ground. Hashi didn't dare to stay for a while. Regardless of the surge in the body, she channeled her remaining spiritual power and quickly flew toward the rank 4 magical beast area. This was her only chance, and the only chance. Feng Lianying's hysterical scream came from behind her ears. "Liao Qingfu, you piece of shit. I let you torture and play with her. If you let her run away, I want you all to die." The rank 4 magical beast area was in front of her. Hashi was suffering the torments of hell inside her. Her vision was blurred, but there was still hope in her eyes. Just a little bit, it is just a little bit. However, there was a loud bang in the ear, then a severe pain came from behind her head. Hashi didn't even have 10% of her power and agility now. Before she could react to it, she was smashed to the ground. She spat a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs were so painful as if they were being stirred. However, after the pain, there was the heat wave of lust that was even harder to resist. She heard Mr. Liao's proud laugh in her ears. "Baby, do you think you can escape my palm? Ha ha ha, no one has ever escaped after falling into my hand. However, for such a masterpiece like you, I promise to let you enjoy before killing you." Hashi closed her eyes, her heart full of despair and sadness. But what Hashi didn't find was that the blood she spat splashed onto the inscribed jade slip on her chest. There was a light silver like it was breathing on the inscribed jade slip. Mr. Liao and his disciple walked toward Hashi. He held something like an iron rod in his hand, tapped his palm gently, and sneered, "Why are you not running now? You can try again. Let's see if you can escape from me." Hashi looked at him coldly. Her body was obviously very fragile after being influenced by the lust fire, but those eyes were like cold swords, making those who saw them trembled felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Mr. Liao's brows frowned, and a bit of uneasiness surged in his heart. Suddenly, he spoke to his disciple faintly, "This girl has a little temperament. If she keeps messing around, wouldn't we not be able to enjoy it? You all go tie up her hands and legs. If she dares to resist, just cut off all her tendons and hamstrings. Miss Feng just wants to see us play with her white jade-like body. I think Miss Feng won't bother whether she becomes cripple." Feng Lianying laughed immediately when she heard it. "Mr. Liao, the worse you torture her, the happier I will be." At this moment she was channeling the recording talisman. Looking at Hashi who was about to fall into a miserable state, she just excitedly wanted to laugh loudly. Mr. Liao's disciple listened to the command and pushed toward Hashi. Hashi's vision was blurred at this time. The sound in her ears became a noisy and distant echo. The only feeling in her whole body was the burning desire. Chapter 551. A man with a pimple face tried to approach her and grab her hand. Hashi snorted, "Go away," the invisible needle in her hand shot out. However, her voice had already become hoarse. There was no deterrence at all. It seemed to be the most seductive flirt instead. The man with a pimple face avoided the invisible needle. He was first stunned, then he made a hoarse and excited laughter. Everyone catches her, the voodoo in this girl's body is activated. The concealed weapon she launched was powerless. The man in black heard the words and pounced at Hashi with excitement. Hashi stumbled and dodged the man wobbly, but there was a tearing pain on her left shoulder suddenly. Immediately after tearing, half of her clothes were torn open, exposing the white shoulder and the vicious whip mark. Her initially weak body was also severely knocked to the ground. It turned out that Mr. Liao had already retrieved the whip that He took away. At this moment, he was waving the whip with a disgusting grin on his face. When several disciples of Mr. Liao saw how she fell, they rushed over to hold her hands and feet. The beautiful and unparalleled looks of the girls were observed at close range. These people took a deep breath, but they only felt a shortness of breath. Their eyes looked straight. They couldn't help drooling. Mr. Liao had ripped off his clothes and shouted, "Baby, don't worry, wait for Grandpa to tear off all your clothes and leave beautiful whip marks on you, then I can pamper you properly." As he spoke, his black whip was raised high. The weird laughter together with the tremble of excitement made the others feel chill by just listening to it. However, the moment the black whip was about to fall again, suddenly, a dazzling light lit from Hashi's neck. The dark red light immediately shrouded the clouds over Breaking Spirit Mountain. There was a strong wind abruptly, dust flew in the sky, the cloud was rolling. Immediately after that, the dark red light strangely ripped a crack in the sky, exposing a black hole in the bowl size. In the wind, everyone was blown upside down. Even if they used spiritual shield, it still seemed they were going to be cut into pieces by the wind and sand. Someone shouted in panic, "What is happening?" As soon as the words were out, there was a tall figure appearing in the crack. The figure was slowly falling from the sky. The dark red halo shrouded his whole body, making it difficult to see his appearance, but the terrifying vibe from his body made everyone stiff and trembled. Finally the figure landed on the ground, the winds receded, and the dark red light gradually disappeared without a trace. Mr. Liao held himself up with the iron rod in his hand. He could finally see what was happening only at this moment. However, when he saw the person's face, he shuddered instantly and made a terrifying exclamation, "The King of Hell! How could the King of Hell appear here?" The man in front of him had long black hair and a picturesque eyebrow. The golden sunset setting on his face reflected the handsome face that made countless young girls crazy. Holding the black long sword in his hand, he stood there quietly. His clothes were fluttering gently. There was no sorrow or joy in his eyes, but it seemed that he could destroy everything in front of him by just moving his eyes slightly. The King of Hell. Nangong Yu, why is he here? Chapter 552. Without entering the inscribed teleportation jade slip of Breaking Spirit Mountain, how can he appear here? The King of Hell, what does he want to do? The fear and horror like the end of the world spread in everyone's heart. All of them remembered what Ice Lotus Fairy had just said. Shiyu seduced Nangong Yu, the King of Hell. Nangong Yu liked and even obsessed with Shiyu. What about Shiyu? Now that Shiyu was tortured by them. As soon as Nangong Yu landed on the ground, he didn't even look at these people. He first looked at Hashi. However, just a glance made his eyes suddenly red. He could hardly conceal the murderous intentions from his body. Nangong Yu landed next to Hashi and hugged her. The girl's face was so pale, but her cheeks were abnormally crimson. The corners of his mouth had some dried blood stain, and the scar on her lips that was bitten deeply. Her breath was so weak, and the clothes on her shoulders and arms were torn, revealing her white skin and the ugly whip mark. Moreover, her spiritual power and breathing became obscured, and her body unnaturally twisted and had a fever. She closed her eyes with a face full of pain and despair. Nangong Yu carefully held her in his arms. Her hot body temperature was like a soldering iron on his palm. Even when he was burned by the spiritual fire, it was not so painful. The pain permeated into his heart and into his bone. He carefully put her in his arms to take care of her. He couldn't bear to hurt this little girl. He was reluctant to leave her, but he was willing to stay away just to protect his girl. However, she was injured to such extent now. Besides, when he thought that if he was one step later, what would these bastards do to Shiyu? Nangong Yu's heart was filled with killing intentions that were enough to destroy the world. He put the unconscious Hashi in his embrace with one hand, then he slowly stood up. The cold bloodthirsty eyes glanced over Mr. Liao and several of his disciples. Mr. Liao held the iron rod tightly in his hands. He was shouting in a tremble as he backed up, "Please, forgive me, Your Royal Highness King of Hell, it's not me. I didn't want to do it. Yes. It's Feng Lianying. She asked me to deal with Miss Shiyu. It's none of my business, it's really none of my business." Before Mr. Liao's words were finished, Nangong Yu's sword sliced through gently. It was just a simple slash, and Mr. Liao was still shaking as he was begging for mercy. Without realizing what had happened, he saw his right hand that was holding the iron rod flew away. Ah! Mr. Liao screamed painfully afterward. His body slammed to the ground, and he crawled out to escape. A second strike sliced through gently. Mr. Liao only felt a pain in his left leg, then he lost his left leg sense again. His face was full of snots and tears, and his mouth just kept crying, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, it was Feng Lianying who made me do it. King of Hell, please forgive me, please be mercy." The third strike swept through, but this time it was Mr. Liao's left hand and right foot flew out together. Mr. Liao could no longer cry at this time. The blood on his four limbs kept spitting out. Nangongyou seemed to feel that it was not enough. The corner of his mouth even evoked an evil sneer, "Relax, I will keep your life. When Shiyu wakes up, she will want to torture you personally. If you die so simply, maybe Shiyu will be angry with me instead." Chapter 553. But Nangongyu's eyes looked at Hashi's torn clothes, and he whispered softly, "You dare to touch Sierre, you actually dare to touch Sierre. How would it be enough to just cut off your four limbs?" Nangongyu's voice has become violent and crazy in the later section of the sentence. As soon as he spoke, there was a watermelon-sized stone not far away suddenly flying into the air, then it dropped straight down at Mr. Liao's crotch. All of a sudden, flesh and blood splashed, his pelvic bone shattered, and a crunching sound could be heard. Mr. Liao was already out of breath. This blow made him scream out of despair again, then he eventually passed out. Nangongyou picked up Mr. Liao before his eyes slowly fell on the men in black who had been desperately running away. These men were nearly crawling and rolling at this time. They were running toward the place where Feng Lianying and Lu Li Sec's disciples were at. As they rolled, they cried and shouted, "Ice Lotus Fairy, Miss Feng, help! Save us!" Someone also begged for mercy from Nangongyou, "Master King of Hell, we are only executing the Master's order. We haven't touched Miss Shiyu, we really haven't." Woo-woo. Nangongyou hugged Hashi in one hand while holding a sword in another hand, walking slowly toward the crowd. His posture seemed to be walking in the courtyard. There wasn't any fluctuation in spiritual power, but wherever his cold gaze looked at, it made everyone trembled with fear. Feng Lianying had been watching him obsessively since the appearance of Nangongyou. At this time, watching him come holding Hashi, she could not help crying, "Brother Yu, are you going to kill me? I do all this because I love you. I have been with you for so many years. I always thought that I would be your wife. If it weren't for Shiyu, you would be my husband, you would love me. Brother Yu, she is just a low-life woman. It doesn't do you any good to marry her. Only me are worthy of you." Nangongyou raised his head, looked at her, and sneered, "Are you done?" Feng Lianying shuddered at his cold, red bloodthirsty eyes, but her voice became more hysterically, "Brother Yu, are you really going to kill me for this bitch? I am the young master of Lu Li sect, miss of the Feng family. My father is even your life-saving person. You want to kill me just for such a shameless slut? Brother Yu, are you not afraid that the Feng family will trouble you? What's more, this bitch woman has just been insulted just now. She was born to be a bitch, she was very enthusiastic to Mr. Liao and those men. Her body has already been occupied. Ha ha ha. For such a shameless woman, Brother Yu, why are you?" Before Feng Lianying's words were finished, Nangongyou waved his sword gently. A light and ingenious sword strike, but it could shake the earth and bring a strong wind. The horrible dark coercion shrouded everyone. Under the sword strike, Feng Lianying and her fellow disciples vomited blood. Afterward, there was another sword slashed through their body and face relentlessly. Feng Lianying's clothes were cut by the slash, and her body kept having hideous wounds. The appearance of those wounds was very similar to the lash on Hashi's body. Chapter 554. Feng Lianying screamed in horror. She desperately covered her face. She kept shouting, "Nangongyou, you can't do this to me. I do this all for you, it's all for you." As soon as Nangongyou's sword net was closed, the world restored to its original state in an instant. The place where the sword net disappeared, there were torn clothes and scarred on it. Feng Lianying thought that Nangongyou was touched by her, and there was delighted tears on her face. As she was trying to say something, she heard Nangongyou spoke slowly, "Since it's all for me, then you die for me." He was a cruel, bloodthirsty, ruthless king of hell. He was never a romantic man. All his feelings and persistence had been given to the only woman whom he loved. Those who hurt her should be dead for 10,000 times. The delight on Phong Lianying's face suddenly turned into horror. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Li Sec's disciple and the faces of the men in black showed a look of fear and despair. Seeing Nangong Yu's sword lifted again, the savage murderous intention was like the death scythe hung above their heads. It would fall at any time. Suddenly, the girl in Nangong Yu's arms groaned in pain. The hoarse voice with a soft, fragile, and hopeful tone sounded in his ears faintly, "Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu. I'm so uncomfortable." The monstrous murderous intention suddenly disappeared. Nangong Yu threw away the flying sword almost clumsily, holding the girl in his arms tightly with both hands. Phong Lianying and others suddenly escaped from death. All of them were astounded. Their faces were filled with fear after escaping death. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hurry up, run!" In the blink of an eye, everyone took out their flying swords and magic weapons, and they were about to flee like a loser. Nangong Yu raised his head. A cold and violent smile revealed from the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "You hurt Sierra, and you thought you could run away safely." As soon as the words were out, the martial artist who had flown into the sky fell down abruptly. They didn't even know what happened, then they fell on the ground and lost their consciousness. Want to escape? Stop dreaming. I can deal with them bit by bit slowly later. After Nangong Yu made everyone fainted to make sure that they couldn't run away in a short time, then he focused his attention on He completely. At this point, He had completely lost her mind. All his consciousness was concentrated in the burning lust in her body. She was completely desperate initially, and she intended to desperately end her life with Mr. Liao. However, at the very moment, she suddenly felt a huge spiritual pressure appearing, then she was embraced into a familiar and warm embrace. The person holding her was so careful, it was full of distress and pity. Even the way he stroked her face was so familiar for her. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw Nangong Yu's unparalleled handsome face. He thought she was dreaming, but he couldn't help murmuring her name softly. Nangong Yu carefully hugged her and sat down on his knees, trying to check the injuries at her shoulders and arms. However, when Nangong Yu's warm fingertips just touched the silky skin, she could not help but utter a soft moan. The desire in the body burned 100 times stronger, erasing her only last bit of reasoning and consciousness completely. She frowned. She tore her clothes, and her body was involuntarily approaching Nangong Yu. Chapter 555. Nangong Yu took a breath, and he was stiff there. The girl in her arms had messy hair and clothes, and her collar was opened, revealing her delicate skin that was whiter than lamb's white jade. The sweet peach color stained the girl's lip color, and it brought up with an enchanting fragrance and charm. The pink lips were bitten by the white teeth, and the little lilac tongue was exposed between the moans. The girl's body seemed to exude a faint fragrance which was like the strongest filter, making Nangong Yu losing his mind bit by bit. The fiery eyes moved along the pink lips, passing the arc-shaped perfect jaw, and landed on the slender neck and delicate clavicle. The lines of the clavicle were so sexy and beautiful. The lines faintly extended down to the open collar. The slight undulation of the round object in the placket dazzled Nangong Yu's eyes. He couldn't help but have a dry mouth, and he was breathing rapidly. However, she didn't know that Nangong Yu's struggle was so tormenting. She just felt uncomfortable. Fires were igniting in her body, but when her little hand touched Nangong Yu's face, she felt as if there was a coolness flowing into her body and mind from her fingertips which made her couldn't help herself from moaning comfortably. But it was not enough at all. Hashi's hand slowly moved down. She eagerly peeled off Nangong Yu's collar, wanting to get more coolness to relieve the burn that almost tortured her to death. Nangong Yu's eyes were red, and he stared directly at the blurred Hashi. Finally, he couldn't help but clasp Hashi's small hand, and lowered his head, and kissed her lips. This kiss was no longer as gentle and ambiguous as before, but it attacked like a storm of aggression. Hashi just faintly felt that her body was almost going to be buried in that hot embrace. The stormy deep kiss made her unable to breathe as if she was about to be swallowed in. Nangong Yu's hand pressed tightly to Hashi's soft back, pressing her against himself and making her unable to escape. Then, the hot palm kneaded the slim waist, and it extended into her clothes again. Sheer. Sheer. The rough voice could no longer keep his mind. He wanted her, he frantically wanted to possess her and aggressively invade her, making her his woman completely. Nangonyu extended his hand with red eyes as he was going to tear off the obstructing clothes on the girl. Suddenly, he touched a warm object with his fingertips. That was an inscribed jade slip. That was the inscribed jade slip that tore through the space and summoned him. There was still Hashi's blood on the inscribed jade sleeve. Nangonyu only felt as if there was cold water pouring down his head, calming down the lust elicited in his body. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped his face ruthlessly. A low-pitched voice with a strong heartache and guilt, "What the hell am I doing?" Yes, what was he doing exactly? Knowing that Sheer was drugged, knowing that she was seriously injured, and her breath and spiritual power were weak. How can I take advantage of someone and want to occupy her in this way? Nangonyu wanted Hashi very much to the extent that he almost went crazy, but he wouldn't do it in this way absolutely. Having an outdoor sex was an insult to Sheer. He would make Hashi his own, but he would marry her in a decent way and make her his legitimate wife. Instead of taking advantage of her unconscious state while disregarding her safety and will. Nangonyu took a deep breath, condensed a cold ice water, and poured it on himself ruthlessly. Only then it cooled down the aroused desire completely. Chapter 556. He hugged Hashi, who was struggling, and released his spiritual power into her, trying to know what poison she got. Although Nangonyu did not have a doctor grade, he had been sick for a long time. Although he did not have superb medical skills, he still had some understanding of various strange poisons. However, when spiritual power got into the body and felt the weird little bug in Hashi's veins, Nangonyu's pupil shrank suddenly. Voodoo. She wasn't drugged, instead she is cursed by voodoo. Feng Lianying, this vicious woman, dares to treat Sheer like this. Nangonyu took a deep breath again, suppressing the violent and destructive killing intention. He raised his hand to gather a cloud of spiritual power in his palm. If at this time someone could see the spiritual power condensed by Nangonyu, they would scream out of shock. Because the spiritual power turned out to be pure black like a thick cloud. It was slowly hovering in the palm of Nangonyu, looking extremely horrible and strange. As soon as this cloud of spiritual power appeared, the offspring voodoo that was originally lurking in the heart of Hashi was agitated. As if it was terribly afraid of this back spiritual power, but it was eagerly and involuntarily approaching. The dark spiritual power was unique in the Miluo continent. The legend about this power was even rare. This unique spiritual power was the favorite of all dark flora and fauna and bugs. But at the same time, voodoo insect was extremely afraid of this dark power because the voodoo insect that survived by devouring other insects could instinctively realize the horror of this dark spiritual power that would devour them. Yes, the most terrible thing about the dark spiritual power was that it could devour all dark creatures that were a lower class than the power and transform them into one's own cultivation. The dark power in Nangonyu's hands carefully entered Hashi's body. The offspring voodoo couldn't bear it anymore. It finally came out of Hashi's body, trying to escape. However, Nangonyu's action was extremely fast. He took out a palm-sized jade box instantly and contained the offspring voodoo, which was almost invisible to the naked eye in the box. Without the torture of offspring voodoo, Hashi's expression soon ceased to be painful and tormented, and her complexion slowly returned to normal. Nangonyu carefully placed the sleepy Hashi on the soft lawn before slowly standing up. His gaze focused on the jade box containing offspring voodoo. When he opened the jade box, a dark red bug inside shivering in fear. Love-devouring voodoo, it turns out to be love-devouring voodoo. Nangonyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His handsome face was as horrible as Ashura. He didn't expect that the poison he hated the most, the poison that had killed his mother, was now planted in Sheer. If it weren't for the pair of mother love-devouring voodoo's level was still very low, Sheer would probably be dead under the torment of the voodoo before he could come to help her. As soon as he thought of the possibility of losing Hashi, Nangonyu's hand holding the jade box trembled. He slowly walked toward Feng Lianying and Nie Jinchen, who were unconscious. The icy spiritual power dropped and poured on Feng Lianying and Nie Jinchen. Feng Lianying trembled, moaned, and opened her eyes slowly. Nie Jinchen also woke up quietly. He saw Nangongyu, and he quickly spoke in a tremble, "Nangong, listen to me, I really didn't. brother Yu. Feng Lianying was trembling as she wanted to say something. Chapter 557. Nangong Yu interrupt them coldly, where did you get this love-devouring voodoo? Feng Lianying was stiff, and she looked ugly. Love-devouring voodoo is taken out by Nangong Yu. Isn't it mean that that bitch is fine now? She is no longer under my control. Nangong Yu saw that neither of them spoke, then he hit their dantian with his spiritual power. Suddenly, Feng Lianying and Nie Jinchen both made a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Nie Jinchen lay on the ground, clutching Nangong Yu's robe corner, crying and begging, Nangong, no. King of Hell, let me go. Love-devouring voodoo was found by Feng Lianying. It's not related to me. Nangong Yu's eyes looked at Feng Lianying. Feng Lianying stared at Nie Jinchen fiercely, trying to say something to plead with Nangong Yu. When she saw Nangong Yu condense the cloud of second spiritual power, she turned pale and quickly screamed. It's my master who specially gave it to me to deal with Yu. Your master? Thousand Poison Valley's master? Yes. Yes. Feng Lianying replied without hesitation. My master loves me most. He will not let anyone who hurts me live. Seeing Feng Lianying's eyes flickered, Nangong Yu didn't speak with her anymore. He suddenly took out a small fabric-woven bag from Feng Lianying. The bag had a strong spirit. After opening the bag, a small red bug crawled to Nangong Yu's hand. Feng Lianying's eyes widened in horror. When she saw even the mother voodoo didn't dare to cause trouble in Nangong Yu's hands, her voice trembled. You, what do you want to do? Love-devouring voodoo is cultivated specifically by my master. Only I can use it, even if you take it. Only you can use it. Nangong Yu sneered. Since you like love-devouring voodoo so much, why don't you taste it yourself? After speaking, under the horrified gaze and scream of Feng Lianying, Nangong Yu flicked his fingertips and the offspring voodoo flew into Feng Lianying's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Feng Lianying was stiff at first, and her eyes were filled with terror and despair. Immediately afterward, her face became flushed. She kept moaning, and she started to tear off her clothes like crazy. Feng Lianying's clothes had been cut to pieces when she was hit by Nangong Yu's sword strike net. Now that she ripped it, her body was naked quickly. Feng Lianying's eyes were blurred. When she saw Nangong Yu's figure, she rushed toward him. Brother Yu, I want you. I'll give myself to you. Nangong Yu kicked her away, then he looked at Nie Jinchen with the gaze that was colder than the devil. Do you not want such a good opportunity? Nie Jinchen stared intently at Nangong Yu who kicked Feng Lianying away, but she did not know the pain. She still moaned like a bitch as she was rolling on the ground. Her chest was undulating, and her eyes were full of lust. The next moment, he rushed out, pounced on Feng Lianying, and pressed her under him. The miss of the Feng family, who treated him like a dog and looked down on him previously, was now moaning shamelessly underneath him. She even wrapped her legs around Nie Jinchen and kept rubbing her body against him. Chapter 558. Under the torture of love-devouring voodoo, the lofty ice lotus fairy was nothing more than a woman who let him play at will. Nie Jinchen growled, ripped off his clothes, and completely owned Feng Lianying. After Nangong Yu said that to Nie Jinchen, he turned and left. He wasn't interested in seeing the faces and behavior of the two people, and he didn't want Sheer to stay in this dirty place. However, after taking a few steps while holding Hashi, Nangong Yu took out the mother voodoo, and there was a faint sneer on his mouth. Things are not over yet. Didn't Feng Lianying find so many people to bully Hashi? Then, I will keep those people. I believe that when Nie Jinchen cannot satisfy Feng Lianying, those few scums who wanted to humiliate Sheer will definitely come in handy. However, Nie Jinchen is a gold core stage, so he isn't afraid of letting his spirit being sucked by the offspring voodoo. Those who are only at the foundation establishment stage and meridian stage, I don't know if they will be sucked by offspring voodoo into an empty dry shell. Of course, I will definitely satisfy Feng Lianying's wish to use the recording talisman. Nangong Yu spat out black gas on mother voodoo, then he kept the mother voodoo and quickly left with Hashi. Hashi woke up slowly in the warm spiritual power. The pain in her dantian and 5 internal organs was soothed under the slightly cool spiritual power. It became extremely comfortable as if she was soaked in the hot spring. Hashi slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Nangong Yu's pale face. Seeing her waking up, Nangongyu's eyes were beaming with joy. Her hand that originally held her suddenly tightened. Heshi's memory was disrupted, and she almost thought she was seeing hallucinations. Then, she slowly recovered her memories. Those painful and desperate scenes that made her powerless came into her mind. She even planned to sacrifice herself to die with the enemies. However, she was really unwilling to let Feng Lianying, the main culprit, escape. But all of a sudden, Nangongyu appeared. Without any sign, he appeared from the sky like an immortal god or demon, saving her out of this abyss of despair. "Shi-er, how do you feel?" When Nangongyu saw her staring at him silently, he thought she felt painful, so he could not help showing anxiety on his face. "Do you still feel pain?" Nangongyu. Heshi said softly. Her voice was hoarse and trembling. "Is it really you?" "It's me." Nangongyu hugged her, bowed his head and kissed her forehead gently. "Shi-er, it's me." Heshi froze for a moment. She suddenly hugged his waist, burying her face in his arms. Her body was shaking slightly. Nangongyu felt ecstatic when Heshi took the initiative to hug him. This was the first time Shi-er being intimate to him. However, after feeling the coldness and trembling of the girl's body, all the joys were replaced by heartache and guilt. "Shi-er, don't be afraid, I'm here. No one can bully you with me." Heshi just hugged him tightly and didn't speak for a long while. The girl's body was soft and fragrant. Nangongyu felt her body curve that was clinging onto him tightly. He felt aroused for a moment. However, he took a deep breath and suppressed the turbulent tide of desire. "Nangongyu." The low voice brought a girl-like grievance and coquettishness. It was soft and cute. It was like a feather ticking his heart. "I thought I would never see you again." Chapter 559. Nangongyu held her tightly in her arms and said softly, "Shi-er, I said that you are my wife, you are destined to stay with me in this life. Even if you arrive the end of the earth or the hell, I will surely chase you back and take you back to me. Therefore, you will see me forever." Heshi's petite body trembled slightly in his arms, and it took a long time to slowly release him. The small face was still calm, but those beautiful phoenix eyes were slightly red as if she had just cried. Heshi, whom Nangongyu knew, had always been calm and proud. Even if she was drenched in blood, she would never cry. But this time, she even cried. For a time, Nangongyu felt only the inexplicable killing intent and violent circling in his mind. There was more pity that made his heart tightened. He lowered his head and kissed the girl's dark hair, warm cheeks, and finally stamped on the pink lips. Unlike in the past, Heshi did not struggle again this time, but she held Nangongyu's neck and accepted his kiss. Nangongyu's pupils shrunk slightly. His eyes was flashing with incredible ecstasy and excitement. He pressed the girl's back with one hand and pressed her firmly against him. Their kiss became passionate and aggressive. Heshi instinctively wanted to escape, but how would Nangongyu give her the chance? He hooked her fragrant tongue and sucked sweet liquid from her mouth, making every inch of her breath have his taste. Heshi was in a daze being kissed. She only felt that her body was hot, and her thought was full of the reddish handsome face of Nangongyu, and the way he descended from the sky and rescued her from the abyss of hell. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, this man had invaded Heshi's closed heart with an overbearing attitude and gentle pampering. If she doesn't see him, she will miss him often. She would be worried if she knew that he was doing something dangerous. She would be jealous and angry to see him standing with Feng Lianying. When she thought of despair, the person she thought was still him. Nangongyu. Can I really believe this person? Can I really open my heart to love this person? Heshi thought for a moment, then there was a sudden glance of determination in her eyes. Since she really had feelings for Nangongyu, then why did she have to worry so much? This was never her character, right? If one day, Nangongyu betrayed her, then she would castrate him to vent her hatred. Thinking of this, Heshi no longer hesitated. She hugged Nangongyu tightly and indulged in his stormy passion. For a long time, the lips were separated. Nangongyu's eyebrows were sweet and tender. He gently stroked Heshi's soft hair and whispered, "Shi-er, are you willing to marry me and be my wife?" Heshi raised her eyebrows at him. Her eyes were full of cunning expression. "It's not easy to marry me. My possessiveness is very strong. I will not allow my husband to have any kind of ambiguous relationship with any other woman. I will never allow polygamy. If I find out my men betraying me, I will probably castrate that scum. Nangongu scratched the tip of her nose and chuckled, "Bad girl, I never had any woman before meeting you. There will only be one queen in the future, and I will never look at other women anymore. Is this okay?" Chapter 560. Hashi flickered her eyes. She lowered her head and grabbed his slender fingers to play gently, but she said coquettishly, "Okay, now you're in the inspection period. I allow you to be the boyfriend of Nalan Hashi." Nangongyu's fingers looked very nice. They were fair and slender, and the joints were clear, making her feel inexplicably secure. Boyfriend. Hashi's cheeks were reddish. She coughed lightly, then she turned her eyes to the other side, that is, the relationship before the marriage. Seeing Nangongyu looking at her in a shock, Hashi's ears became hot. She pretended to be angry. "Why, you don't want to? Even if you don't want to, it is my first time to have a boyfriend." Before she could finish, Nangongyu blocked her red lips. It took a long time for him to release the girl whose cheeks could drip red water, then he got close to her ears and said in an undertone, "As long as it's Shir's command, your husband will always listen." Hashi's face was redder. She glared at him fiercely, then she thought of something. The blush on Hashi's face suddenly faded, and her eyes became colder than the ice sword. "One more thing, I'll tell you right now. No matter what your relationship with the Feng family is, and whether the Feng family has done you a favor, but I will never let the Feng family go. The shame they have done to me today, I will make them pay back for 1,000,000 times." Hashi's eyes stared coldly at Nangongyu. She thought Nangongyu would frown and would be put into a difficult situation. Who knows that Nangongyu's face showed a pampering smile. He said after a while, "Shir, rest assured, Luli sect and Feng family will soon disappear. Anyone who tries to hurt Shirman, I will never let go." Nangongyu's words made Hashi startled. She didn't understand what Nangongyu's words meant. What does he mean by Luli sect and Feng family will soon disappear? She wanted to ask more, but Nangongyu suddenly showed a weird smile. He said faintly, "Shir, don't you want to see the end of the people who just hurt you?" After Nangongyu finished speaking, he took out an inscribed jade slip with weird shape in his hand and gently injected his divine sense and spiritual power into it. Hashi was stunned. She knew this inscribed jade slip, and no one in Miluo continent did not know it. This was the identification and traction inscribed jade slip of entering the boundless black market, virtual space. With it, anyone could look up goods, purchase magic weapons, and even participate in virtual space auctions. But why Nangongyu wants to enter the black market now? Inscribed jade slip was activated, and Nangongyu and Hashi soon appeared in a virtual space. Before Hashi had time to ask questions, she listened Nangongyu smiling slightly. On the boundless black market, there are often people who sell strange things, such as video recording talisman. Because of the scarcity of recording talisman, the videos on the black market are often bought and viewed by many people. If the videos are shown to thousands of martial artists, and they are played in real time, then it is even more fascinating and popular. What's more, the price I set for this video is exceptionally low. It is only 10 yuan crystals. I believe that today there must be thousands of people who buy and watch. Hashi wanted to ask what kind of video it was, then she saw a light shone in the virtual space of black market. It was followed by a familiar scene. In the messy valley, the sun had set, but in the light of moonlight and stars, everything still looked very clear. Chapter 561. Hashi's eyes widened slightly. She was astounded as she looked at the bodies entangling each other's and the men and woman who moaned from time to time on the screen. Even though the woman's jade body was tangled with another body at this time, her hair was disheveled, her face was sweaty and looked confused. It was completely different from her usual superior look, but Hashi recognized the person at a glance. Isn't this Feng Lianying? And the person tangled with her is Nie Jinchen. But this was not the most startling part. The most shocking thing was that Mr. Liao's 7 extremely ugly disciples were all undressed at this time. They were surrounding Feng Lianying with a fascinated look. Some people caressed her skin, some people bit her jade arm, someone kept rubbing against her, showing an expression of enjoyment. This scene was really inscrutable and disgusting. Nangongyu originally pulled out this video in order to vent Hashi's anger, but when he saw the scene, his face suddenly turned gloomy. He exited from the boundless black market immediately. He pulled the girl closer to her arms and covered her face fiercely. "Don't watch." Nangong Yu felt that he was really out of his mind. He just wanted to stick up for Hashi. Why didn't he realize that the scene was so unsightly, it almost polluted Shir's eyes? The most important thing was that the men were naked shamelessly. How could he let Shir see it? Even if he wants her to watch, she can only watch his. At this time, Nangong Yu was annoyed that he wanted to delete the live broadcast in the black market. Hashi laughed in his arms. He grabbed his big hands, and there was amusement at the corners of her eyebrows. "Nangong Yu, you are doing this to stick up for me." Nangong Yu sneered, "Isn't Feng Lianying want your reputation to be ruined? Then I will fulfill her wish." The number of purchases of this video has exceeded 10 million. I believe that the entire Miluo continent today will know what kind of person the Miss of the Feng family is. Hashi hesitated for a moment. She had always been alone. She would get her revenge on her own, she would deal with her business on her own. But now, for the first time, she felt dependent on someone and being cared for, but it was so sweet and soothing. As Hashi was about to say something, a pink pig suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed between Hashi and Nangong Yu. Little Egg rubbed his eyes and looked around, then he suddenly woke up and pounced into Hashi's arms and cried, "Woo-woo, Mom, are you okay? Little Egg always knows that you were in danger during my sleep, but I just couldn't wake up." Little Egg was worried and anxious, but fortunately, Dad arrived. Hashi touched his little head and said softly, "Little Egg, don't worry. Mom is fine now." She knew that this little one exhausted his spiritual power in order to heal the little dumb cow and fell into a coma. Hashi was happy now that he could wake up safely. But wait, what the hell is Dad? She saw Little Egg turn around and looked at Nangong Yu timidly, then he screamed with a soft child voice, "Dad." Nangong Yu's cold eyes showed a hint of warmth, and he nodded, "Come here." Little Egg turned to look at the astounded Hashi, then he stepped with his short legs and ran to Nangong Yu clumsily. Nangong Yu took out a lotus-shaped jade, threw it to Little Egg, and said, "Giving you a present." Chapter 562. Little Egg grabbed the lotus-shaped jade, and he was suddenly overjoyed. The peculiar spiritual power inside was thick and pure, and it was mixed with a flavor of magic energy. Whether it was for Nyo Nyo, Little Dragon, or Aunt Little Purple, it was the best supplement. Little Egg quickly put the lotus-shaped jade into the void. His eyes that were watching Nangong Yu were full of worship and kindness. He grabbed his clothes and said, "Dad, you are so good. Those bad guys were defeated easily under your hand." But he seemed to think of something again. Little Egg immediately became weeping. "But Dad, it would be nice if you come early. That way, Mom would not be bullied by that bad guy." That bad guy took off Mom's clothes, and he still wanted to humiliate Mom. Little Dragon and Auntie Little Purple were also injured. "Woo-woo, if Dad were there, you can definitely protect your mother." When Nangong Yu heard that, his face suddenly turned gloomy. The pair of beautiful eyes became dull like a storm condensing into a whirlpool. "Little Egg knows." Little Egg immediately raised his little paw, clenched into fist, and shook it fiercely in the air. "My mother called him Feng Yunjing, and he asked Mom to marry him and become the Miss of the Feng family. Mom wasn't willing, so he wanted to force Mom. That old and ugly shameless man, he doesn't even match Dad's shoes. How can he covet Mom?" Nangong Yu looked at Hashi with a somber and cold look. That chilling anger and murderous intention made Hashi shiver. He stretched out his hand, then Hashi shuddered and she was pulled into his arms. He hugged her tightly. "Feng Yunjing, where did he touch you?" Nangong Yu's voice was filled with the murderous intention that could pierce into the bone and jealousy. "Shir, you are mine. Anyone who covets you should be damned. Why didn't you ask me for help earlier?" Hashi shivered under his cold gaze, then she immediately returned to her senses. She said furiously, "How do I know that the inscribed jade slip is used to summon you? Wuxing just told me to let me bring this inscribed jade slip with me. If there is a danger, it can save my life. I don't know how to use this inscribed jade slip, let alone summoning you." Nangong Yu frowned, and he was extremely dissatisfied with Wuxing. He knew what Wuxing was worrying about, but it was because of Wuxing's worry that Shir almost suffered irreparable harm. Maybe he should let them know the position of Shir in his mind. Wuxing, who was recovering from his injuries in the Tsang mountain, shuddered. He looked around suspiciously without finding any peculiar. He was totally unaware that his master had marked down one demerit on him. Under Heshi's explanation, Nang Gongyu's complexion eased. However, he held Heshi's hand tighter. "Sheer, I will never let Feng Yunjing go. Since he dared to touch you, then he should prepare to suffer a living hell." Heshi was stunned. She had the same cold expression on her face. "Nang Gongyu, if you want to revenge on the Feng family, count me in." If she didn't return the pain and humiliation that the Feng family's people added to her, she would not be Heshi. Nang Gongyu frowned as he remembered the plot hidden behind the Feng family, and he wanted to refuse. He didn't want Sheer to be in any danger. However, seeing the persistence under Heshi's eyes, Nang Gongyu still sighed, lowered his head and kissed her gently. "Well, let's go together." Heshi breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she thought of the name that Little Egg addressed just now, her eyes suddenly squinted with a hint of warning. "Little Egg, why do you call him Dad?" Chapter 563. Little Egg tilted his head blankly, and he said childishly, "Dad taught me. He asked you to do it, then you have to follow. Do you still have a little vigilance? Besides, weren't you calling pretty brother happily in the beginning?" Nang Gongyu leaned closer to Heshi's ear and whispered, "I haven't asked Sheer yet, pretty brother." It seems that Sheer really likes my looks. I'm really honored." "Damn you." Heshi pushed him away and laughed. "What, Dad, you don't take advantage of our little egg?" Nang Gongyu squeezed her upright nose and said seriously, "I'm just trying to get used to the feeling of being called as Dad. After Sheer marries me and gives birth to a child for him, I will know how to take care of our baby." "Bullshit. Who is going to give you a baby?" Heshi patted his hand away, her face flushed. As she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Nang Gongyu's pale face suddenly became paler. Heshi panicked, grabbed Nang Gongyu's hand, and said, "Nang Gongyu, what's wrong with you? Was it hurt?" "I'm fine." Nang Gongyu waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. It's just the sequelae for tearing through space." Heshi quickly took out 9th secluded spirit spring and fed it to Nang Gongyu, but she was a little confused. Tearing through space. She remembered that almost no one in Miluo continent could do that right. And now that he was being governed by the rules of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. Even if he was an advanced-level nascent soul stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to enter without the inscribed teleportation jade slip. How did Nang Gongyu come here? Thinking of this, Heshi's face showed an anxious look. Did you use any secret method? So you have to pay a heavy price to appear here." Nang Gongyu lifted her worried eyebrows. In those clear and beautiful eyes, all the reflections were his own shadow. He couldn't help lowering his head and softly kissed on those eyes before he said softly, "Sheer, rest assured, your men is not so weak. Although tearing through space has to pay a little price, it's just a minor problem for me. It's just that this is just my clone, and it will soon dissipate into fundamental essence and merge with the original body." Clone. Heshi was even more surprised, and she suddenly felt that the Nang Gongyu in front of her was full of mystery. Miluo continent's martial artists can cultivate clones, but most clones can only support the user and confuse the enemy. Like Nang Gongyu, clone that can tear space, has powerful combat power, and can be transformed fundamental essence and merge with the original body. How terrifying is that strength? Nang Gongyu, the strength that he shows, is it only at the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage? Nang Gongyu embraced the doubtful girl in her arms and pinched her soft little hand. He couldn't help lowering her head and kissing her tender cheek again. "Sheer, we don't have much time together. Don't worry about other things. Just focus on being with me, okay?" The man's voice was low and hoarse with a sense of coquettishness and grievance. Coupling with the exquisite and delicate face of Zhang Juanxiu, even the most stubborn person would be enchanted by his tenderness. Nang Gongyu only hated that his clone, that could tear through space, didn't have much time before merging back to the original body. Now that he and Heshi had just established their relationship, it was the most affectionate moment. He couldn't wait to separate from her lips and hold her in his palms. He didn't want to separate from her anymore. Heshi just felt that her ears were hot and her body was soft and weak, but she felt sweet and shy in her heart. Chapter 564. She grabbed Nang Gongyu's big palm, Then she suddenly straightened up and gently made a soft kiss on the man's side face. Immediately afterward, she turned her face and whispered, "Is this okay? I did focus on treating you right." Nangong Yu responded to her with a fiery deep kiss, completely engulfing her breath. However, the sweet time was always short. Nangong Yu's face was getting paler, and his breath was getting weaker. He put his hand on Hashi's face, but it slowly became cold and empty as if it would disappear at any time. Nangong Yu sighed softly, "Sheer, wait for me for a while. I will be back soon, soon." As soon as the words were spoken, Nangong Yu's body seemed to be dissimated, turning into many light spots and dissipating in the air. Hashi heard from him that it was only his clone disappearing and merging back into the original body. But when Hashi watched this scene, there was still an unspeakable panic in her heart. Even her breathing almost stopped. It was as if Nangong Yu would disappear forever from her life. "Boss, don't worry about it. He'll be fine." There was a weak voice from Little Golden Dragon in his ear. "When the fundamental essence returns to his body, he will mostly spit a few mouthful of blood and get itchy." As soon as she heard that, Little Golden Dragon appeared in front of her. Although the little dragon's breath was still a bit weak, it was obvious that his injuries were mostly recovered after consuming the dozen monster essence pills. Now he even had energy to mock Hashi. Hashi grabbed this little one and checked his wound. She only let out a sigh of relief after determining that he was fine. Little Golden Dragon spoke calmly, "Boss, the dragon's vitality is very powerful, especially after entering rank 5. This minor injury is nothing at all. And after swallowing so many monster essence pills, I think my strength improves a lot after I've recovered." However, Little Purple Abyss Vine had the most serious injury. After all, she was a plant. After her root was hurt, it was more difficult to heal than Magical Beast. Little Egg immediately took out the lotus-shaped jade flower that Nangong Yu gave him, and he spoke excitedly, "Little dragon, look, this is the treasure I got from Dad. There is even magical energy in it. After Aunt Little Purple consumes it, she will definitely get better." Little Golden Dragon extended his claw and examined the lotus-shaped jade flow, and he suddenly panicked, Isn't this Yin-Yang Lotus Jade? This is a treasure that can't be bought by hundreds of millions of crystals. King of Hell can actually gift such a magnificent present. He is really so generous." Little Egg held a lotus-shaped jade flower with his small paw. His face looked adored. "Of course, Dad is the most powerful person." "Little dragon, you fell asleep, so you did not see the people who bullied Mom, begged for mercy after being punished by Dad. I decided. In the future, Dad will be my idol. I want to learn like Dad, and I will become as powerful as Dad, and then protect my mom." Little Golden Dragon looked at the cute face, short legs and pink claws of Little Egg, then he pursed his lips without speaking. The few spiritual pets in the void, together with Hashi's opinion, Little Egg only needed to act cute. As for becoming as powerful as Nangong Yu, after thinking about the tall and muscular image of Little Egg, he couldn't help shaking his brain to get rid of the image. That was too unsightly. Little Golden Dragon did not talk to Little Egg, and continued, "Boss, do you know what Nangong Yu's current cultivation is?" Hashi frowned. "Isn't it the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage?" Chapter 565. She could see through most of the martial artist's cultivation, including Feng Yunjing and Nangong Yu, but there were also some people whom she couldn't see through, such as her master and Zijin Immortal Master. But in her eyes, Nangong Yu's cultivation was indeed at the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage. Little Golden Dragon's small paw was holding his dragon's chin with a thoughtful look. "Boss, do you know what was Nangong Yu's trick just now?" In response to Hashi's gaze, Little Golden Dragon shook his claws. "That's the clone of the fundamental essence. Once the martial artist's cultivatoin reaches a certain level, they can use spiritual power to condense fundamental essence. If the fundamental essence is strong enough, you can make fundamental essence transfigure your own clone. In general, the higher the cultivation, the closer the clone of the fundamental essence to the original user, and of course, the stronger the strength. However, it's strange." Little Golden Dragon looked dignified. "Logically, there are very few martial artists below divine stage who can condense the fundamental essence's clone. The people in the Miluo continent who have heard about the fundamental essence's clone are probably very few. What's more, Nangong Yu's clone is still so solid. It seems that even its sensory emotion is exactly the same as his original body. The clone can also stay for a long time. This is definitely not a martial artist on the nascent soul stage can do it. Let alone, he also tore through time and space. Even if he is a martial artist of divine stage, there are very few people who can tear through time and space and enter the enclosed space. When my master, Zijin Immortal Master was still in Miluo continent, he might not be able to do it, but Nangang, you did it. Hashi listened to little golden dragon's words, but instead of being happy, she became more worried. You also said that this is not easy to do. Then he tore through space and sent his clone here, will he really be fine? Little golden dragon looked at Hashi's worried expression, and he immediately turned his eyes and laughed. Well, boss, you don't have to worry about it. You can see his ease look and is reluctant to disappear, then you will know. The King of Hell is so powerful. Since he was certain that he could do it, then he will be fine. What little golden dragon didn't say was that it was of course no problem to condense the fundamental essence's clone, but once the fundamental essence's clone was condensed, it meant that his strength would be divided into two. If the actual body was dangerous, he would most likely not be able to cope. In addition, the consumption of spiritual power was extremely huge to tear through space. Looking at Nangang Yu's pale face just now, he definitely didn't feel good. But he didn't want his boss to worry, so he refused to tell her the truth. Since His Royal Highness King of Hell didn't want to reveal it, then I won't talk much. Lest my boss worries for no reason. Thinking of this, little golden dragon immediately shifted the topic. He turned his claw, then a man who had no limbs and his lower body part was badly mutilated appeared in front of Hashi. Boss, the King of Hell specifically left him to boss to deal with him. How do we deal with him? Mr. Liao, who was thrown in front of Hashi, had his hands and feet cut off, even his reproductive organ and pelvic bones were also broken by stones. Mr. Liao, after all, was a martial artist with relatively high cultivation. Although he lost a lot of blood, he wouldn't die. At this point, he was smashed by little golden dragon, and he immediately groaned and turned around. When he opened his eyes and saw Hashi looking down at him coldly, he was frightened that his body trembled. Forgive me. Please forgive me. All this was what Feng Lianying asked me to do. It isn't related to me. Fairy, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Chapter 566. Hashi looked at him with a sneer. There was no mercy in her eyes. Mr. Liao, I have heard that many young boys and girls were killed in your hands. I don't know if you still remember their cry for mercy before they died. Mr. Liao's body was stiff, then he cried even more pitifully. Miss Shi Yu, the men and women I played with were mostly mortals who did not have cultivation. Those people were just scumbags. Those people weren't even worth being mentioned by Miss Shi Yu. Even if I kill thousands of them, they are just a bunch of nobodies. This time, it was my fault to recognize your relationship with the King of Hell. I deserve death to offend you. As long as Miss Shi Yu can let me go, I'm willing to offer my precious medicinal pills that I keep for my whole life. And those battle puppets I made, if Miss Shi Yu wants, I can give them all to you. Please let me go for this time. Mr. Liao took his words for granted, but Hashi's face became more and more sinister. In the eyes of these beasts, mortals and low-level martial artists were nobodies who could be trampled and tortured freely by him. However, they did not expect that they would be the nobodies and animals under the feet of the other one day. It was better to be dead rather than living. The corner of Hashi's mouth slowly evoked a charming arc. Even if Mr. Liao's situation was so miserable now, he was still attracted by her charm. He kept swallowing his saliva. He heard Hashi saying slowly, just rest assured, I won't kill you. Mr. Liao breathed a sigh of relief, then he had a lot of bad ideas in his mind. His cultivation methods was different from the other martial artists. If the other martial artists' bodies were destroyed and their pelvic bones were crushed, they would definitely be screwed. But who was this Liao Qingfu? He was best in making puppet. Even if his body was ruined, he only needed to make a puppet and put his soul in, then he could still walk freely and play with those beautiful men and women. It was just that his cultivation would forever be stuck at the puppet's cultivation forever after transferring his soul. However, as long as he found a puppet that had powerful cultivation, would he be able to live as ease? When he successfully transferred his soul, he would definitely get this chick and play with her. Such a beautiful girl, and she is still the sweetheart of His Royal Highness King of Hell. I wonder what is the taste of pressing her underneath me, ha ha ha. Mr. Liao's mind was rippling, but He suddenly reached out and sprinkled some powder on him. Mr. Liao's face changed. He thought she was poisoning him, so he suddenly screamed, "You, what do you want to do? I tell you, if you poison me, it won't do you any good." Mr. Liao shouted for a long time, but He just smiled faintly without giving any response. Mr. Liao froze and found out that after those powders were spilled on his body, instead of feeling pain and itching, he felt a lot of relief in the severed limbs. He suddenly overjoyed and sneered, "Miss Shi Yu, I'm really glad that you can be so sensible and considerate." But before he finished speaking, He spoke to Little Golden Dragon, "Find a good place for him, and remember that it must be a quiet and nourishing place. I don't want him to die so soon." Chapter 567. Little Golden Dragon smiled, and he looked at Mr. Liao's eyes full of strangeness and excitement. "Boss, please rest assured. When did I fail to execute the task that you gave? But you are really amazing, boss. Why do you have so many strange medicines on your hand? You have all kinds of herbs. I never thought that there would be this drug in the sky." "Well, if it were because we can't stay in Breaking Spirit Mountain for a long time, I really wanted to stay here and see the end of this scum." He patted his little head. "Stop the flattery. If you want to learn, I can teach you how to configure and use these poisons when I am free." "Whoa, thank you, boss." Little Golden Dragon flew into the sky delightedly after hearing it, then he dived down from a high altitude, grabbed the crippled body of Mr. Liao. "Boss, let me find a good place for him to rest. Until then, Mr. Liao's eyes finally showed a look of fear. He couldn't understand the meaning of the woman's conversation with her pet, but he knew that he might have a miserable end. When he was brought into the air by Little Golden Dragon, Mr. Liao couldn't help but shouted in horror and angrily, "Shi Yu, you shameless bitch. It is your honor to let me play. When I'm free, I will turn you into a puppet and let you crawl on the ground like a dog. Shi Yu, if you kill me, my master, Black Law Protector, will not forgive you. The Feng family will not forgive you either." She sneered. She didn't look at the disgusting scum anymore. She turned and walked away. "Feng family, either you die or I die. I am waiting for you." Little Golden Dragon grabbed Mr. Liao's body and flew to many places. He finally found a mountain crack with a length of hundreds of feet. The crack was deep, but it was very narrow. It could only allow one person to pass. It looked dark and gloomy down there, not even the sunlight could reach. One could know that it was a humid and cold place down there by just looking down. Little Golden Dragon suddenly laughed. He finally found a satisfactory place. He grabbed Mr. Liao's dive and flew down the crack. When he was about to land, he released his claw and threw Mr. Liao's crippled body down. When Mr. Liao was thrown, he suddenly screamed miserably. His body was desperately trying to struggle. Then he found in horror that he was stuck in the mountain. He could not move. Little Golden Dragon hovered in the air and looked down at him. He sighed, "This is really a good place. You can't see the sun, but there is a thin layer of spirit. You can't die even if you want to die. It's so far from the ground, and the mountain crack is so small. Even the magical beast can't get down. As long as I simply set up a soundproof enchantment, I believe that no one will find you here for thousands of years." Mr. Liao's eyes were full of panic, and he trembled. What do you mean? You left me here, what do you want to do? I warn you, if I'm dead, my master will know. My master is an expert of the nascent soul stage, he will never let you go. Ha ha ha. Little Golden Dragon laughed when he heard it. You can rest assured, you will not be dead. My boss has told me that it's too easy for you to die so easily. Do you want to know what boss had sprinkled on you? You will know very soon. Chapter 568, The Journey to Hell. As Mr. Liao wanted to say something, he suddenly heard a rustling noise in his ear. The sound was dense as if it was coming from the ground, and it also seemed to come from the crack in the mountain. Then it approached him in a hurry. Mr. Liao's body was stiff for a while. He slowly turned his head and looked to the side as if his head was stuck. Then, he saw a scene that terrified his heart. Countless bugs emerged from the ground and between the mountain walls and crawled toward him rapidly. Mr. Liao's eyes widened in horror. His mouth was widened, then he watched the bugs dig into his eyes, ears, and nose. Oh! The shrilling scream resounded in the deep valley. Little Golden Dragon covered his ears. He said annoyingly, "You are so noisy, useless thing. When you torture other little girls and boys, don't you think their screams are good? Don't you enjoy their look of despair? Why, now it's your turn, shouldn't you feel happy and enjoy it?" The miserable scream lasted for 5 minutes. Those bugs that appeared out of nowhere suddenly disappeared like a tide as if they had received a command. At this time, Mr. Liao's face full of biting flesh and blood. He was already out of breath. However, the thin spiritual power under the mountain began to enter his body, repairing his fatal wounds. It allowed him to be sober to endure the pain and suffering, but he could not die. Little Golden Dragon said with a laughter, "How? Boss, medicine is powerful. At 12 hours every day, your body will emit a fragrance that attracts insects and ants for 5 minutes every hour. After 5 minutes, it will become the fragrant that the insects hate the most. This can ensure that you will be suffering for every moment, but you can't die. No, no, please, forgive." Mr. Liao's voice was husky. The panic in his eyes turned into tears and despair. "Please, please, please kill me, kill me." The smile on Little Golden Dragon's face suddenly became cold. He smirked, "When the people you tortured begged for your mercy, did you spare them? Now in this dark and humid ground where you can't see the sun, you can feel the despair and torture they once experienced, feel their curse and resentment. Finally, there is another sentence that my boss wants me to bring to you. There are karma and justice in this world. Do you think God will spare a perverted scum like you?" As Little Golden Dragon finished speaking, he quickly set up a soundproof enchantment in the valley, then he flew away from this place leisurely. He couldn't wait to go back to his boss. He was afraid that he would spit out the monster essence pill he consumed for taking another glance at this scum. Under the crack, Mr. Liao just felt that the screaming and crying of those girls and boys constantly resounded in his ears. Then, the ferocious and malicious faces constantly appeared in front of him. Each of them was bruised and crippled. They were stretching out their bone-like claws toward him, asking him to pay his life. Ah! Mr. Liao screamed miserably and passed out. However, his journey to hell was far from over. Chapter 569, Devil. In Breaking Spirit Mountain, Hashi re-examined the injuries on her body. She found that Nangong Yu used some kind of method that she didn't know, and those internal injuries that took at least half a month to recover were now almost recovered. Purple Abyss Vine was also nourished by Yin-Yang Lotus Jade, slowly recovering as before. Now the main vine was bustling with life, and it did not look deprived like a few days ago. Hashi breathed a sigh of relief. She decided to enter the Fourth Order Magical Beast area. After all, she might still meet the pervert Feng Yunjing here. Feng Yunjing was not what she could handle now. To go to enchantment, she naturally had to pass by where Feng Lianying and Nye Jinchen were now. Hashi let Little Egg completely hide his spiritual power, and used light steps to reach the border between the rank 5 magical beast and the rank 4 magical beast area. From a distance, she heard Feng Lianying's moaning and the man's rough roar. There was a sneer in the corner of Hashi's mouth, but she didn't bother looking at them. She went straight through the enchantment of the rank 4 magical beast area. Most of the martial artists from Breaking Spirit Mountain were all disciples of the famous sect. Therefore, they rarely went to the black market, where a place specially prepared for non-martial artists. Therefore, no one here knew that the video of Feng Lianying having sexual intercourse was spread to the entire Miluo continent. However, the people of Feng family and the major families in Breaking Spirit Mountain would also see this video soon. How ugly would Feng family's face look like by that time? Thinking of Nangong Yu who did all this for her, Hashi was a little worried. She knew that Nangong Yu must be doing something very important, but no matter how she asked, Nangong Yu would only tell that there was nothing more important than her. Nangong Yu, whose his clone has returned to the original body, is he all right? However, Hashi, who was worried about Nangong Yu, didn't know that Nangong Yu was stepping on a pool of blood on the ground now. He was looking at the corpse across the square in the sect with a sinister smile. Everyone who looked at him at this moment had only one thought in their mind: this person is a devil. However, the Azure Dragon who followed Nangong Yu could see his feeble state and pale face at a glance. Master actually cast a clone and tear through space to save the princess. This is really for the princess. Never mind the plan and revenge, he doesn't even care about his life. Azure Dragon clenched his hand tightly. He lowered his voice after a while, "Master, are you all right?" Nangong Yu didn't answer him, but he just said lightly, "How is the Wugo's progress over there?" After hearing Nangong Yu's mention of the matter, Azure Dragon no longer dared to think wildly. He said quickly, "Wugo will breach this 9-turn Earth mysterious array in about 5 minutes." Azure Dragon and Nangong Yu didn't lower their voices at all when discussing this. The martial artists, who initially looked terrified, looked despair when they heard this. Suddenly, a white-bearded old man stepped out and yelled at Nangong Yu, "Nangong Yu, I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful animal. Both the Feng family and Luli sect treat you well, and our patriarch even saved your life. Not only you are not grateful, you even requite kindness with enmity, trying to eliminate Luli sect. Nangong Yu, aren't you afraid of suffering divine retribution and ending up being thundered to death by the sky? Saved me." Nangong Yu smirked, his eyes were cold and indifferent. His gaze on them was as if he was looking at death corpse. "Elder Feng, you know better than anyone whether Feng family is my benefactor or enemy." Chapter 570. Chapter 570. "You really thought I was ignorant at that time, so you could use a few lies to coax me. Hee hee, or did you tell too many lies that you think they are true?" The bearded elderman called Elder Feng's face suddenly changed. He stumbled and stepped back, then he spoke in a trembled, You bullshit, what enemy? You don't simply find a reason for being ungrateful." Nangong Yu looked at him coldly like he was looking at a clown. "I originally wanted to let you live a little longer, but you did something that you shouldn't touch the person that I care the most. Since you are digging your own grave, then don't blame me for counting the old and new hatred together." Elder Feng was trembling under Nangong Yu's terrifying Shura-like eyes, then he screamed, "You! Nangong Yu, do you know the consequences of doing this today? How dare you kill so many disciples of Luli sect? The Feng family will never let you go." Nangong Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. His handsome face looked extraordinarily fine and charming under the bloody sunset. It was a face that could turn people upside down. But at the moment, Luli sect disciple only felt that he was more horrible than devil. "Feng family won't let me go." Nangong Yu chuckled leisurely, then, "I will kill you all, and don't let Feng family know for the time being, wouldn't that be fine? Wait until I eliminate Feng family in the future, you all can reunite in hell. I won't be late to complain to the Feng family by then." The mountain where Luli sect was isolated by Wugo's enchantment, no sound or information could be transmitted. When Nangong Yu sneaked into Luli sect, he chose the magical beast forest that nobody else would ever think of. So, as long as Luli sect's people were completely killed, it was impossible for anyone to know that Nangong Yu eliminated Luli sect. "You Nangong Yu, you are going too far." Elder Feng was so angry that the muscle and beard on his face trembled, then he roared, "You really think that you can destroy Luli sect with you Nangong Yu alone? Stop dreaming. We Luli sect is one of the 4 major sects. Even if you are very talented, you are only at the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage. I don't believe that we can't beat you if all of us will join forces." As soon as Elder Feng spoke, he rose into the sky. He immediately broke out of the range of Luli sect's mountain guard array. At the same time, there were 3 men of the initial of nascent soul stage flying together with him. The 3 men surrounded Nangong Yu, and they all stirred up with their spiritual power. Their faces were full of ghastly murderous intentions. Just when the 3 were about to make a move, an excited voice suddenly came from not far away, "Master, 9-turn Earth mysterious array is breached." Before the words were finished, the light shield that was surrounding the whole sect trembled and disappeared without a trace. A cold, bloodthirsty smile evoked at the corner of Nangong Yu's mouth. He raised his hand that was long, fair, and well-proportioned joint. Then, he waved leisurely, "Kill dash." It was just a short word, but the mountain shook and the weather changed instantly. Countless martial artists wearing black armor came out from all directions with a murderous vibe. They were charging at panic Luli sect's disciple. Luli sect's disciple's face was full of astonishment and fear. Their hands that were holding magic weapons were shaking. The arrays they cast were disrupted. Their eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 571. Chapter 571. They were Luli sect, one of the 4 major sects in the world. Everyone was so respectful toward their disciples. They couldn't wait to kneel and curry favor with them. Outside the sect, there was a powerful 9-turn earth mysterious array. There were also several nascent soul stage elders protecting it, and there were countless gold core stage martial artists. They never thought that one day, Luli's sect would be breached, and the 9-turn earth mysterious array would be broken. And they, Luli's sect's disciples, who were always high above, would become a lamb slaughtered by others. When Nangong Yu shouted, "Kill," except fear, there was only despair left in them. People wearing black armor were more like trained soldiers than martial artists. Their steps were adjusted uniformly, and their move was swift. As soon as they rushed into Luli's sect's gate, they swung their swords and started slaughtering. That was the King of Hell Mansion's most powerful elite, Miluo Continent's most fearsome army Iron Kirin. In just a moment of few breaths, Luli's sect was filled with blood. People were mourning everywhere. More corpses were lying on the stairs and the gate. Their blood was staining all the blue stone brick on the square. When the 3 elders who besieged Nangong Yu in midair saw the tragic state of their disciples, they were so furious that their eyes were filled with blood. Mad hatred and murderous intention made the spiritual power around them surged out desperately. Nangong Yu, you dare to destroy my Luli's sect's mountain guard array, kill my Luli's sect's disciple. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Elder Feng's eyes were red. He suddenly took out a red medical pill, crushed the shell desperately, and swallowed the scary little bug inside. The old man standing next to Elder Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the spirit-burning voodoo that can inspire potential. Elder Feng, you take this spirit voodoo. Even if you win, you will be consumed by spiritual voodoo. By that time, not only your cultivation will be greatly reduced, it will even lead to the destruction of Dantian and death." After Elder Feng swallowed the spiritual voodoo, the turbulent spiritual power of the whole body suddenly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation suddenly rose from the initial of the nascent soul stage to advanced level. Elder Feng looked at Nangong Yu and laughed wildly, "Nangong Yu, you ungrateful dog. We Feng family let you live previously because we thought that you still have value. If you obediently do your King of Hell and let Feng family utilize you obediently, maybe you can live well. But you just don't know how to do what's good for you, thinking that you can compete with the Feng family with your little strength. Don't dream. Even if I give up my life, I must kill you, this sinister beast here, to eliminate the trouble of Feng family." Nangong Yu looked at him quietly without any fluctuation on his face. His eyes were full of disdain. "You want to kill me here? Elder Feng, are you overreaching yourself? You are just at the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage. I have now used the spirit-burning voodoo to stimulate my potential. I will soon reach the peak of the nascent soul stage. Together with my 2 disciples' help, Nangong Yu, do you really think that you can win?" Elder Feng yelled. The spiritual power on his body increased even more as time passed. "Nangong Yu, I will now kill you. When the Iron Kirin loses the King of Hell, they will be a bunch of trash. They can only be trampled by our Feng family, ha ha ha." Chapter 572. Chapter 572. Nangong Yu looked calm and didn't answer his words, but he slowly pulled out a cyan flying sword from the storage ring. As soon as this flying sword appeared, a dragon roar seemed to resound through the sky. The surrounding azure dragon and others looked difficult as they were originally suppressed by the spirit pressure of Elder Feng, but this dragon roar made them feel ease. When Elder Feng and others saw the cyan flying sword in the hands of Nangong Yu, they suddenly panicked and shouted in shock, "Sealed! Sealed dragon sword, how is it possible? How could Feng Long's sword be in your hands? Is that the one who got sealed dragon domain's secret territory is you?" Nangong Yu didn't bother the shouts of these people. He just held the cyan flying sword in front of himself and dropped a gentle kiss on the cold sword body. This was what Sheer gave him. That little girl is always duplicity, stubborn and persistent, but in fact, she cares about me from the beginning. Whether she cured his poison at the King of Hell Mansion, got angry in the sealed dragon territory because of Feng Lianying, and had a rare and fragile attachment to him in the Breaking Spirit Mountain, it all made him so touched and affectionate. Soon, he could return to the little girl, guard her forever, and spoil her. Let her be his wife. Nangong Yu lifted his head. The pirated version of the sealed dragon sword was whistling in the sky. All of a sudden, thundercloud gathered and a wild wind approached. Elder Feng's face was extremely ugly, but he shouted, "Even if he has the sealed dragon sword, he can't control the sword now, let alone, we are 3 people. How can we not win him? Let's do it together and kill Nangong Yu. The Feng family won't treat you unfairly afterward." The 2 elders of Luli sect regained their consciousness. They immediately took out their magic weapon and charged at Nangong Yu. Just before the 3 men hit him, Nangong Yu's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared without a trace. The 3 were startled. Suddenly, the youngest elder sensed danger in his heart, exclaiming, I lost contact with my magic weapons." Before he finished speaking, he felt a cold breath behind him. He turned back suddenly, and there was already a thunderbolt pearl in his hand. But before he activated it, he felt that coldness in his dantian, then all his spiritual power leaked out as if a bottle had cracked an opening. The elder stared in horror, looking at the handsome face near him. His body was trembling like a sieve. He reached out and tried to grab Nangong Yu's neck, but his body fell down uncontrollably. At an altitude of tens of meters, without the protection of spiritual power, the elder fell to the ground and instantly became a meat sauce. When Elder Feng saw this unexpected change, he felt that a mouthful of blood was stuck on his chest, and his heart was painful like convulsions. "Nangong Yu, you even killed fellow disciple Chen. I will kill you." However, before he finished speaking, Nangong Yu's mouth again sneered like Shura. He fluttered, and he appeared behind the gray-haired elder this time. The elder had been prepared for a long time. His body suddenly glowed with a dazzling red light, and he launched the spiral dart in his hand straight at Nangong Yu. However, he was fast, but Nangong Yu was faster than him. Chapter 573. Chapter 573. The sealed dragon sword, which was originally high in the sky, suddenly whistled down and easily parried the elder's spiral dart lightly. Immediately, a cold, slender hand strangled his throat, making him unable to breathe. The elder wanted to sneer. He was a martial artist and even a nascent soul stage martial artist. As long as he could absorb spiritual power, as long as his nascent soul still alive, never mind he couldn't breathe, he wouldn't die even if his heart stopped. But soon, he couldn't laugh. Because he found that his body seemed to be imprisoned by a cold evil power. All his spiritual power could not be channeled, and he couldn't even try to channel his nascent soul. But how is this possible? How? No one can do it, and no cultivation method can do it, even the peak of the nascent soul stage is impossible. No. There is someone in the legend of the Miluo continent, there is a kind of spiritual power that is the nemesis of all other spiritual powers and cultivation methods. Dark spiritual power. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he looked incredulously at the young, overly handsome man. How is this possible? Nangong Yu is only 20 years old. How is this possible? This was his last thought, and then a bone-snapping sound came into his ear, and his consciousness fell into coma eternally. Elder Feng couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that the 3 nascent soul stage martial artists should have the advantage when facing Nangong Yu. But in just 2 moves, Nangong Yu actually killed his 2 fellow disciples. How can that be? Isn't he only the intermediate level of the nascent soul stage? Elder Feng roared hysterically, and hurriedly charged at Nangong Yu with a glazed lamp. Sealed dragon sword was making a buzzing dragon roar. It made a violent hum when it was colliding with the glazed lamp. After a moment of colliding, the glazed lamps shattered and scattered, leaving no fragments, but sealed dragon sword returned to Nangong Yu's hands in an unharmed condition. Nangong Yu's figure flickered, and he appeared before Elder Feng. He could end his life by extending his hand. No. I'm not willing. Elder Feng growled angrily. I must not let the Feng family face such a threat. Even if I lose my soul and spirit today, I would perish together with you. As soon as Elder Feng spoke, the nascent soul in his dantian erupted suddenly in a dazzling light. Not good. He wants to self-destruct his nascent soul. Azure Dragon exclaimed, Master retreats quickly. Elder Feng's body lit up with intense light as he quickly retreated. He laughed out loud, Nangong Yu, you can't stop me anymore. As long as my nascent soul explodes, the circle of hundreds of miles will be flattened. You and your men will not survive. You all die. Nangong Yu looked at the old man with a sneer and sarcasm. Elder Feng's body figure that was retreating rapidly stagnated. He didn't know what he bumped into. Before he had time to look back, there was a sharp pain after feeling a coldness at his back. Something penetrated into his dantian, and then the force firmly held his nascent soul that was about to burst. The next moment, something that stunned everyone happened. One Nangong Yu, who was sneering, was standing in front of Elder Feng. Another Nangong Yu was grasping his nascent soul at his back. Two Nangong Yu surrounded Elder Feng at the front and back. The nascent soul that was about to explode could no longer be active, as if it was suppressed by some kind of power. Chapter 574. Chapter 574. Elder Feng's eyes were widened. His eyes were red and filled with terror. No, this is impossible. Why do you have a clone, and why can you prevent nascent soul from exploding? You, what is your actual strength? What cultivation method do you learn? Nangong Yu in front of him smiled faintly. Don't your Feng family always have someone to monitor me, and investigate my movement and strength anytime and anywhere? Why haven't you figured out my strength yet? You. Nangong Yu, have you always been hiding your strength? Elder Feng's voice was hoarse and horrified. You are guarding the Feng family since the beginning. Nangong Yu, how much do you know? You, what do you want to do? Hee, how much do I know? Nangong Yu chuckled. I know everything that I shouldn't know, and I knew it a long time ago. As for what I want to do. Nangong Yu suddenly took back his smile and turned into a spine-chilling expression. I just want to kill all those who threaten her. I said that. I wanted to allow you guys to live for a while. After all, it's not good for me to fight with Feng family so early. However, you provoked someone that you shouldn't. Now, you, all die for me. As soon as the words were spoken, the hand holding nascent soul tightened suddenly. A crack sound could be heard. The powerful nascent soul that was bursting was shattered by a dark force. Ah. Nangong Yu, my superior will know what you did. Nangong Yu, you can't run. The Feng family will not let you go, my superior is even so. Nangong Yu, you can't live for long. The Nangong Yu who crushed nascent soul's body shook, dissipated in the air, and the fundamental essence returned to its original body. Nangong Yu retrieved his sealed dragon sword and landed slowly from the sky. As soon as he landed, he turned pale and squirted blood. Master. Azure Dragon, Wu Yu, Wu Go, and the others rushed anxiously to help Nangong Yu. Master, are you okay? Wu Yu was turning in circles anxiously. Master, you used the clone of fundamental essence twice continuously, and you are injured trying to prevent the nascent soul from self-destructing. Now there is no doctor here. What should I do? Wu Go was also anxious that he broke into sweat. He couldn't help but said, Master, how can you transfigure your clone and tear through space at such a critical moment? If there is any accident, never mind utterly failed our plan, even Master's life is possible. Nangong Yu wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and indifferently took out a Bodhi fruit and a lotus-patterned peach from the storage ring. His tone was cold and indifferent. Since when you can judge my decision? I dare not. Nangong Yu swallowed both the Bodhi fruit and the lotus-patterned peach. The pain in the body was suddenly better, and the exhausted spiritual power was completely replenished. Seeing his face looked a lot better, Azure Dragon wiped the sweat from his face. He secretly decided that he must teach Wu Xing, this useless thing, a lesson when they were back. I let him protect the princess, but how did he protect her? Every time the master had to rush to the rescue her. Even the master's plan was almost ruined by it. Fortunately, the plan went well this time, but what about next time? Chapter 575. Chapter 575. It seems that Master really loves the princess as himself. Now, he even eliminated Lu Li sect for the princess in advance. For the sake of the Master's safety, we still find some ways to protect our noble princess. Nangong Yu adjusted his breath for a moment, then got up and looked at the silent Lu Li sect that only had the smell of blood. He sneered, Azure Dragon, did you clean it all up? Report to the Master, I have cleaned it up. There is no survivor. I also let Iron Kirin to clear the traces left by us. Nangong Yu nodded. Let's go. I believe that the destruction of Lu Li sect will give Feng family a headache for a while. Azure Dragon nodded quickly, following the steps of Nangong Yu, and led the Iron Kirin to lurk into the magical beast forest again. Before leaving, Azure Dragon couldn't help looking back. The big sex who had been surrounded by the fairy air now had only a bloody death silence. On the beams of Sex Hall, several crows had fallen on it. It was like they smelled the rotten smell of the corpse and they were waiting for a meal. Luli Sect. This was the Luli Sect, one of the 4 major gates of Miluo continent. They perished silently in the hands of the King of Hell Mansion. Azure Dragon smiled slightly, turning his head to look at Nangong Yu's eyes full of fiery and adore. He no longer stopped his footsteps and followed up in a hurry. The sun rose, the evening of the Breaking Spirit Mountain fades away, and the daylight covered the mountain again. All night passed, even the recording talisman was burned out, but the outdoor sex party was not over yet. When the sun shone on this land, one could see undulating figures hiding in the hills. It was occasionally accompanied by fiery moans. Ouyang Haoshuan's body landed in this area. Before he could search for the familiar figure, he felt a thick and disgusting obscene breath, mixing with a bloody smell. He walked past the corpses and found that they were all gold core stage cultivators, and they were wearing Luli Sect disciple costumes. As he walked past the corpses, the hoarse moan of the woman and the roar of pain and joy by men became clearer and closer. Thinking of Shiyu's call for help last night, Ouyang Haoshuan's heart froze as he frowned. What is going on here? Could it be that Shiyu encountered something unexpected? Thinking of this, Ouyang Haoshuan no longer stayed. He hurried forward and removed away the grass that covered those bodies. In the weeds, 2 or 3 men were lingering with a woman. The 3 men looked disgustingly ugly, but the woman had a beautiful face, but at this time, her original fairy temperament was replaced by lust. She was covered with marks that were left by men. However, she seemed to feel unsatisfied. She kept holding the 2 men on her body, making hoarse moans, and kept saying, "So comfortable, not enough, not enough." Ouyang Haoshuan recognized the true face of the woman at a glance. Isn't that Feng Lianying who once framed Shiyu for murdering in Breaking Spirit Mountain Palace? Humph. What Ice Lotus Fairy, pretty and innocent jade girl, and the high-profile daughter of the Feng family, now it seems that she is obviously a shameless lascivious girl. Several bodies were lying beside Feng Lianying. They were all ugly-looking men. However, at this time they looked skinny as if they were drained by some kind of succubus and they turned into a dead body. Chapter 576. Chapter 576. This is clearly the miserable result after man's essence being drained by woman. Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes glanced over Feng Lianying and the 3 men on her body. Sure enough, Feng Lianying was getting more and more excited, but the 3 men already had sunken eye sockets as if their vitality would be drained until empty at any time. The daughter of the Feng family, the young master of the Luli sect, actually cultivated such an evil cultivation method. She sucked man's essence by selling out her beauty. This was simply disgusting. Ouyang Haoshuan didn't want to watch this disgusting scene that made him sick for even looking at it for a minute. He turned around as he was about to leave. Suddenly, there was another man with a naked torso in the grass. Ouyang Haoshuan also knew this man too. He was Nie Jinchen, the head disciple of Luli sect. Nie Jinchen's gloomy eyes glanced at the entangled men and women, then he looked at Ouyang Haoshuan and smiled lowly. "How long does young Master Ouyang want to watch here? Do you also want to taste the Ice Lotus Fairy?" Ouyang Haoshuan showed an extremely disgusted expression. He said coldly, "You all are doing such a disgusting thing, why are you afraid of being seen by others?" Nie Jinchen laughed, "Not anyone can have a taste of the miss of the Feng family. This is a unique opportunity. Don't young Master Ouyang want to try it? Rest assured, you are a gold core stage, so you won't be drained to death like this scum. See, am I not fine?" When Nie Jinchen said this sentence, it was full of temptation, like he was sharing a magic weapon. Ouyang Haoshuan was even more disgusted, as if he would vomit for taking one more glance. Such a dirty and shameless woman. If you like it, keep it for yourself. After speaking, he turned and left quickly without speaking more with Nie Jinchen. "I didn't see Shiyu here. It seems she is out of danger." Ouyang Haoshuan's spiritual power was injected into the black stone, and he was found that the black stone was still pointing in the same direction. From this point of view, that direction led to the rank 4 magical beast area. Ouyang Haoshuan no longer hesitated. He quickly crossed the enchantment and entered the rank 4 magical beast area. Nie Jinchen, who stayed in place, held the recording talisman that was already recorded in his hand, and he revealed a vicious smile. Ouyang Haoshuan followed the instructions of the black stone and quickly came over a valley. However, when he looked into the valley, he was frightened and revealed a terrified expression. He saw in the hundreds of square meters of the valley, there were more than a dozen rank 4 magical beasts surrounding a fragile young man. Those magical beasts were ferocious. Their spiritual power was pulsating. There were even loud roars from time to time. The young man trapped in the middle was slender. He had dark hair. His skin was as white as snow under the sun and as delicate as jade. From the perspective of Ouyang Haoshuan, he can see the faint smile on his mouth, the beautiful and delicate eyebrows, and the slender neck. The young man looked so delicate and so cowardly as if he would be torn into pieces at any time. But his eyes were so calm as if the dozen magical beasts in front of him were just ants that he could kill at any time. Ouyang Haoshuan took a cool breath and then breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was obviously Shi Yu. Fortunately, he arrived immediately, otherwise he might see his body being torn by magical beast. Ouyang Haoshuan was about to jump down to rescue him, but saw that the boy who had stood up suddenly moved. Purple vines rose into the sky, extending toward the magical beast that surrounded her in all directions. Chapter 577. Chapter 577. Immediately afterward, Li Shui's sword was launched. He gently made the first strike, the second strike, the third strike. The next moment, Ouyang Haoshuan was shocked. Countless swords rained from the sky like a countless meteor. They curved through the sky, bringing a chilling sword energy and killing intention. The purple vines entangled the bodies of those magical beasts, preventing them from escaping and making any moves. Shua, 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 wherever the sword lights rained, there were corpses of the magical beasts. Flesh and blood were everywhere. The magical beast's heart-piercing miserable roar sounded again and again in the valley. In just a short period of time, there was no living magical beast in this valley anymore. There was only the young man who had the smell of blood, but he wasn't stained by the blood, which made up a sharp contrast. Ouyang Haoshuan held her breath tightly. He could hardly believe his eyes. That was a dozen rank 4 magical beasts. Even if it were him, he couldn't kill all of them so swiftly and easily. And this young man in front of him was just the Foundation Establishment stage. Foundation Establishment stage, he killed more than a dozen rank 4 magical beasts on his own. Who would believe in it? In the valley, Hashi, who was about to collect the magical beast monster essence pill, seemed to feel something. She suddenly looked up in the direction of Ouyang Haoshuan, and she said coldly, "Who is it? Show yourself." Ouyang Haoshuan suddenly woke up and quickly channeled his spiritual power, slowly falling from the top of the mountain into the valley. Hashi saw the appearance of the person. She immediately dispelled her alert and nodded at him. "Young Master Ouyang, why are you here?" Ouyang Haoshuan took out the black stone with a guilty expression on his face. "Young Master Shi, I received your plea for help the day before yesterday, but at that time, in order to avoid a few mysterious people who was tracking me, I got into the forbidden enchantment of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. I couldn't get out for quite some time. I was so anxious in the array at that time. I managed to break the prohibition in the early hours of this morning, so I hurried in. Fortunately, young Master Shi, you are all right, otherwise I really..." Hashi smiled. Her eyes showed a little grateful expression. She said lightly, "Young Master Ouyang, you don't need to be bothered by it. I asked you for help because I was accidentally sent into the rank 5 magical beast area. I was afraid I couldn't handle it, so I contacted you. As for young Master Ouyang, you came to this rank 4 magical beast area for me. Not only your strength will be deprived by the prohibition, it may even affect your big hunting match results. I'm safe here now. Why don't young Master Ouyang go back now?" Ouyang Haoshuan quickly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't come here for the sake of getting more places in the match. I just wanted to experience it. It didn't make much difference for me to be in the rank 4 magical beast area or the rank 5 magical beast area. What's more, I don't know if the mysterious people who followed me are still in the rank 5 magical beast area. If they are still looking for me, then I would be safer in this rank 4 magical beast area." Hashi raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and wondered, "Mysterious men were following you. Do you know who they are? I don't know. Ouyang Haoshuan frowned. His eyes like dim jades revealed a hint of coldness. But I can feel that they have bad intentions, and their cultivation is very high. Most of them are at the advanced stage of the gold core stage. Especially the leader among them, I couldn't even detect his cultivation level. I felt that something was off at the time, so I used the martial artists who teleported with me to cover me up and finally hid in the prohibition of the Breaking Spirit Mountain. Chapter 578. Chapter 578. Ouyang Haoshuan squinted his eyes and said slowly, because my father is the person in charge of this competition, I am familiar with the prohibition and enchantment of the Breaking Spirit Mountain main peak. That was why I could escape by chance. Those people seemed to be sure that they could catch me. If it weren't for the terrifying prohibition of the Breaking Spirit Mountain, I would have fallen into their hands. Hashi frowned. Do you know why they want to catch you? It definitely won't be a good thing, Ouyang Haoshuan sneered. I heard one of them say that if they can't complete the mission and they can't catch me alive, they will be whipped until they get cramped when they go back. Hashi suddenly remembered what happened to Ouyang Haoshuan, and she could not help asking, could it be the same group of people who severed your meridians in the magical beast forest? It shouldn't be. Ouyang Haoshuan shook his head. The person who set me up in magical beast forest didn't have high cultivation, but the poisons he carried were extremely rare. In addition, he bought my cousin off and conspired against me. I only fell into his trap because of that. However, whether it is the person who set me up in the magical beast forest or the person who wants to catch me in Breaking Spirit Mountain now, if they think that Ouyang Haoshuan is as weak as that day, then I am afraid they will be disappointed. As these words were spoken, the light in Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes was glittering as if it had a terrifying coldness. There was a dark and gloomy breath on his entire body. How could he be the facile and graceful young master in Yanjing City? It seemed that 1 year when his meridians were broken still had a huge impact on him. However, when Ouyang Haoshuan's gaze fell on Hashi Qingjuan's beautiful face, his original gloomy expression immediately became soft and gentle. Young Master Shi, let me not talk about it first. You were teleported into the rank 5 magical beast area by mistake, so you shouldn't have hunted any magical beasts. I still have some monster essence pills here. Why not I give it to you? Having said that, without waiting for Hashi's refutation, Ouyang Haoshuan quickly took out a dozen monster essence pills of the rank 5 magical beasts and handed them to Hashi. Hashi quickly shook her head. No, I already have monster essence. Pill. Keep it for yourself. Ouyang Haoshuan smiled. Although I hid in the prohibition, there were also many magical beasts went in mistakenly, so I have a lot of monster essence pill myself. Moreover, I am really not interested in the prize of big hunting match, but I know that young Master Shi, you are interested in it. Seeing that Hashi wanted to refuse, Ouyang Haoshuan grabbed her hand and put the dozen monster essence pills into Hashi's palm. It's good for you. Young Master Shi, please don't reject me. Hashi froze. She actually wanted to say that she now had dozens of rank 5 monster essence pills in her storage ring. But seeing Ouyang Haoshuan's sincere expression, she still kept the monster essence pills. She couldn't always tell Ouyang Haoshuan that she got a lot of monster essence pills in the rank 5 magical beast area, right? She should just find another opportunity to return this kindness in the future. When Ouyang Haoshuan originally held Hashi's small hand, he only felt that her hand was soft and smooth with a gentle and delicate touch. The slender 5-finger figures were like carved from white jade. When he pinched her palm, it felt like her palm was so soft that he couldn't feel her bone, and he could feel the temperature increase as he touched it. Ouyang Haoshuan's heart was rippling as he looked up. He just felt that the young man's eyes were bright and gorgeous, and his lips were pinky. His pair of eyes was clear like the river in autumn, and it could snatch one's heart. Chapter 579. Chapter 579. Until Hashi received the monster essence pill and retracted her hand. Feeling the touch and temperature lost in the palm of his hand, Ouyang Haoshuan only felt a loss in his heart. He wished to grab the white jade-like hand back and put it into his palm. Hashi returned to the corpse pile of magical beast to collect monster essence pill, and let purple abyss vine suck enough blood. As she was about to ask Ouyang Haoshuan to move together, she turned back and saw that Ouyang Haoshuan was astounded on the spot. His pair of dark jade eyes were stunned looking at her, but it also seemed like he was spaced out as he was looking at nothing. Young Master Ouyang. Young Master Ouyang. He called several times in a row before Ouyang Haoshuan slammed back, and his cheeks turned red. He gave a low cough and covered his embarrassment, then he only spoke casually, "Shiyu, we have a friendship at the very least, please stop calling me young Master Ouyang. Call me Haoshuan instead." He responded casually with an "oh." She wasn't interested in what to address. "Let's go." Watching the slender back of the young man walking in front of him, and the dark and soft hair fluttered lightly, Ouyang Haoshuan recollected his mind. He suppressed the peculiar state in his mind and quickly followed up. This time the two walked up the main peak. Because the main peak was steep and high, there were very few martial artists encountered on the way, but there were more and more magical beasts. But for He, the more magical beasts, the happier she was. This area only had rank 4 magical beasts. She was more than enough to deal with it by herself. Now, with the help of Ouyang Haoshuan, it went very smoothly. The magical beasts on the peak were so terrified that they didn't dare to come out. Ouyang Haoshuan had seen He's strength while in the valley. However, along the way, he was horrified to watch He showing his sword skills that were better than the gold core stage martial artists and harvesting a bunch of magical beasts in his hand. Shiyu is only at the foundation establishment stage. How can he defeat a group of rank 4 magical beasts? This is impossible no matter how. And, if I remember it right, Shiyu was just an ordinary person who couldn't use spiritual power a few months ago. At the time, she was still using Nangong Yu spiritual power to help me cure the poison. But in just a few months, her strength was close to the peak of the meridian stage. Such a speed of advancing made Ouyang Haoshuan startled. Ouyang Haoshuan didn't know that this was even the result of He hiding his strength. If Ouyang Haoshuan knew that He could beat up an intermediate-level gold core stage martial artist with his full force, Ouyang Haoshuan's jaw would be dropping. After a year and a half being laughed by people after his meridians were severed, Ouyang Haoshuan's heart was filled with a thick darkness. Apart from his parents, he could no longer believe anyone. He would never care about the lives of others. But this Shiyu was different, right? Ouyang Haoshuan would never forget that it was this beautiful and handsome young man who told him with an smile light and a loud tone, "I can cure you." Shiyu was like a light, pulling him out of the abyss of hell, allowing him to relive like a person, and giving redemption to the Ouyang family. Ouyang Haoshuan was grateful and eager for Shiyu. But now, he found that he was more and more attracted to this beautiful-looking, superb medical skills, and powerful youth. It was to the extent that he couldn't look away. Chapter 580. Chapter 580. The two men ascended halfway up the main peak, and finally came to a huge field on top of the mountain. Not far away, in the dense forest ahead, the sound of quarrels and fights could be heard. Occasionally, there were the voices of martial artists screaming. From here, they could vaguely see indistinct figures fighting. Ouyang Haoshuan looked at the direction of the screaming, his eyes were cold without any curiosity or sympathy. However, when he turned to see He's expression looking over there, he couldn't help asking, "Shiyu, do you want to help?" If Shiyu wanted to save them, he was naturally willing to accompany him. He smiled faintly and shook her head. "No, I just seem to see an acquaintance. However, it doesn't matter to me, let's go." There was a smile in Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes. As the two were about to leave, a familiar young voice suddenly sounded behind them, "Young Master Shi, help." This was Nalin Ziyun's voice. It was full of supplication and surprise. Why would He care about him? She literally ignored him and walked away. She even talked to Ouyang Haoshuan by the side as she walked as if there was no one there. Nalin Ziyun was being beaten as he was pressed to the ground at this moment. The one who pressed him was an extremely fat martial artist. When he heard him asking for help, he laughed and said, "What young master west or young master east? The 11 in Shiyu name represents west in Chinese, even the emperor couldn't save you now." After that, the fat fist slammed heavily on Nalin Ziyun's waist. It was so painful that Nalin Ziyun's body trembled for a while. He saw that Shiyu didn't mean to save himself at all, he was so furious and hateful. He turned his eyes, and there was ruthlessness in his eyes. He couldn't help increase his pitch, "Shiyu, weren't you very happy and proud to embarrass the Feng family in the palace that day? Now that you see the Feng family people oppress us innocent martial artists, you are going to flee. Nalan Ziyun's remarks immediately made the group of martial artists who were been beating Nalan Ziyun and others stop their movements, and looked at He fiercely. If, in this big hunting match, the most hated person of the disciples of Feng family and Luli sect was Shi, then no one could absolutely be the second. Hearing the name Shi, and then carefully looked at this young man's overly handsome face, if he was not the one who embarrassed the Feng family in the palace, who would it be? For a time, these Feng family's martial artists burst into anger. The leader waved his hand, then half of the martial artists who were beating Nalan Ziyun charged directly at He and Uinag Haoshuan. They immediately surrounded them in a blink of an eye. The leader looked 35 or 36 years old. His facial features were fairly angular, but his hair was thin and greasy. His forehead was even empty as if he was wearing a wig. He stepped forward a few steps and assessed He up and down, then he laughed coldly. "It really is you, Shi, ha ha ha. You can have a good life, but you run into trouble yourself instead." A mere foundation establishment stage martial artist actually overreaches himself to go to the rank 4 magical beast area. "Today, you are really unlucky to meet me, Feng Yunhai. Rest assured, according to the rules of big hunting match, I can't kill the contestants, but it's still very easy for you to survive a living hell. Ha ha ha." Chapter 581. Chapter 581. He only treated him as a crazy dog barking. Her gaze looking at him was full of unconcern. It's strange, Feng family and Luli sect were so embarrassed. Even their own misdelicate body was naked in front of everybody. I thought that the disciple of the Feng family should at least know how to be shameful and stay at home for half a moon to not see anyone. Who knows that even your face is lost, the Feng family still dare to let you guys come out and bark. This is really shameless, utterly shameless. Feng Yunhai snorted. He pointed at He and said angrily, "Slut, you're looking for death. You all come here and catch this slut, then beat him up badly." For a while, the Feng family's disciples who were staying around Nalan Ziyun all rushed over. What made He a little curious was that several of these disciples were actually at the gold core stage, but after entering the rank 4 magical beast area, their strength was suppressed. When they came over, they surrounded and protected Feng Yunhai firmly in the middle. It seemed that Feng Yunhai's status in the Feng family was not low. He and Feng Yunhai were at daggers drawn. Nalan Ziyun saw the men who had beaten himself fled, then he quickly rushed to a handsome young man not far away and carefully lifted him up. "Third fellow apprentice, are you all right?" The person who was getting help was Xiao Yichen, the grandson of Elder Xiao of the Shuiyu sect. At this point, Xiao Yichen's mouth was bleeding with blood, and his forehead was a little bruised. He was looking at the crowd in front of him with a sinister and fierce gaze. Nalan Ziyun glanced at He, Feng Yunhai and others, and said quickly, "Third fellow apprentice." Thankfully Feng Yunhai and his men redirect their attention to Shi. "They will not notice us at all for the time being. Let's go now." Nalan Ziyun pulled Xiao Yichen a bit, but Xiao Yichen's face turned blue. His body wasn't moving at all. Nalan Ziyun looked anxiously at the other young man beside him. "Fourth fellow apprentice, you should also advise third fellow apprentice. If the Feng family's people target us again, we would be damned." "Shut up." Before Nalan Ziyun finished his words, Xiao Yichen interrupted him coldly. "Since when my Shuiyu sect, Xia family, is afraid of the Feng family? This scum Feng Yunhai dared to let me crawl under his crotch, and he wanted to steal our monster essence pills. It is unbearable. If I run away today, where would our Xia families and Shuiyu sect's face be?" The fellow apprentices around Xiao Yichen immediately felt indignant and said, "Feng family is going too far. We Shuiyu sect is also a martial artist sect who is tied with them among the 4 major sects. Who the hell is Feng Yunhai? Isn't he just a not outstanding scum of the Feng family? He has been training for more than 50 years, but he is only at the meridian stage. He actually dares to be so arrogant to our Shuiyu sect. He really thinks that Shuiyu sect doesn't have any powerful person." Nalan Ziyun hurriedly said, "But Feng family now wants to deal with Shiyu's kid. Third fellow apprentice, don't you also hate that Shiyu? Wouldn't it be better to let them fight each other?" Xiao Yichen looked coldly at him for a moment. His eyes were full of contempt. "I do hate Shiyu, but I hate these scums of the Feng family even more and the people who set us up. If I want to trouble Shiyu, I will challenge the kid up front." If we use trick to set him up, wouldn't we lose the face of the Xia family? Third fellow apprentice is right. How fair is that for us to use dirty tricks? We need to regain our face. We must let those scums of the Feng family kneel down and apologize to us. Chapter 582. Chapter 582. Xia Yichen's fellow apprentice were all in their 20s. They were irritable and bad-tempered. Now, they were bullied by Feng family's people. How would they just give up that easily? Of course, part of the reason was that no one could kill anyone in this big hunting match. Similarly, Feng Yunhai dared to rob them, but they had absolutely no courage to kill them. Otherwise, wouldn't it let Xia family and Feng family completely have a fallout? Several people from Shui Yu sect pushed Nailan Ziyun aside, and some even taunted him. Fellow apprentice is still timid. You are probably scared after being beaten by the fat man. Since you have no courage, it is better to stay here to avoid being caught and getting your face beaten. You only know to cry for help. Wouldn't you ruin the reputation of our Shui Yu sect? Nailan Ziyun's face turned blue and white for a while. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with resentment and haze. If I didn't use tricks to shift Feng Yunhai and his men's attention to Shi Yu, these people would be beaten up badly just now. Now they actually blame me for being dirty. It's all because of Shi Yu. Because he refused to take the initiative to save me, so I got myself into such a situation. It is all Shi Yu, this bitch's fault. By this time Hashi and Feng Yunhai had already started fighting. Feng Yunhai's strength was just average, but the two gold core stage martial artists around him, whose strength was suppressed, were very powerful. As soon as Feng Yunhai ordered, a fireball and an ice blade were launched toward Hashi. Before waiting for Hashi to move, Ouyang Haoshuan stood in front of Hashi, waved his sword, and easily parried the fireball and ice blade. Obviously it was just a sword coated with a thin layer of spiritual power, but it could make the fireball and ice blade disappear instantly. The two gold core stage martial artists both showed shocked expressions, exclaiming, "Gold core stage." Several people's faces showed stunned expressions. No wonder Hashi dared to enter the rank 4 magical beast area at a foundation establishment stage. It turned out that she was followed by a gold core stage bodyguard, and he was also at strong gold core stage. Feng Yunhai saw that the attack of her two guards was parried by Ouyang Haoshuan, and he suddenly yelled furiously, "You two entangle that gold core stage guy, everyone else beat up Shi Yu, that scum." As Feng Yunhai's men were about to move, several martial artists from the dense forest suddenly flew over and landed around the crowd. Xia Yichen stepped forward slowly, stood next to Hashi, and sneered toward Feng Yunhai. Feng family's people are really good. They want to let so many Meridian stage martial artists bully a foundation establishment stage martial artist. This is really a big joke. Oh, yes, anyway, you guys had already been laughed at in the palace during the good show. Of course, you are not afraid now. After all, your face is already thicker than the city wall. Would you guys care embarrassing yourself more? When Feng Yunhai heard the words, he burst in rage. The thin, greasy hair on his head tilted as if it would fall off at any time. Hashi was surprised. She glanced at Xia Yichen and secretly thought, if I remember correctly, Silver Spoon Kid was very hostile toward me during the opening ceremony of the big hunting match. His gaze was so fierce as if it could pierce me. Why would he help me now? Xia Yichen looked into Hashi's clear eyes and handsome face, and his face flushed suddenly. He suddenly raised his tone, "What are you looking at? I'm not helping you, I'm just displeased with the Feng family's people only." Chapter 583. Chapter 583. Hashi couldn't help laughing and shook her head. As expected, he was just a child like Shen Qingchua. Feng Yunhai, who looked embarrassed by Xia Yichen's words, burst into rage. Now when he saw Xia Yichen talking with Hashi, he suddenly turned his eyes and said evilly, "Shi Yu, our miss said you like to seduce a man. She really didn't wrong you. Look at you, is it not enough to seduce His Royal Highness King of Hell? You also seduce a gold core stage martial artist. Now you even got the grandson of Elder Xia under your crotch, ha 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 ha. I was wondering why a foundation establishment stage boy dares to hunt in the rank 4 magical beast area, so you found yourself a few lovers to protect you." When Feng Yunhai said this, the Feng family's disciples behind him burst into laughter. Look at his thin skin and tender flesh, his red lips and teeth white. No one would believe that he isn't a boy toy. Aya, such a beautiful boy, even I am willing to keep him. I don't know if the young master she is short of lovers. As long as you are willing to sleep with us for a night, we can give you a lot of monster essence pill, ha ha ha. Feng Yunhai was extremely satisfied with the cooperation of his subordinates, then he immediately smiled at Xiao Yichen. Zuzu, Xiao Yichen, I heard that you are the only bloodline of Elder Xia, but you are mixing with a man. If you let your grandpa know, do you think that he will chase you out of the Xia family because you lose the family's face? Ha ha ha. What's more, even if you are looking for a man, you need to find someone with clean history. This young master she obviously has several lovers. I think the gold core stage next to him is better than you, Xiao Yichen isn't even comparable to him. Ha ha ha, Feng Yunhai's words aroused another round of laughter. The gold core stage brother next to Shi Yu, how does it feel to play with a man? Is it better than playing with a girl? Why don't you share it with us? Xiao Yichen's angry eyes widened. Even his handsome face was distorted. He took out his flying sword as he was going to fight with Feng Yunhai. But Ouyang Haoshuan moved faster than him. The whistling flying sword circled in the sky and flew toward the Feng family disciple who spoke last. Before the man's laughter stopped, his mouth widened, and his eyes revealed a wretched expression. However, before he closed his mouth, he felt a murderous vibe rushing at him. Ah! A short scream sounded, then it disappeared without a trace. There was a large hole in the man's forehead. Blood and brain juice were flowing out of it. The Feng family's disciples including Feng Yunhai were stunned by this scene. They never thought that this gentle-looking and handsome man would kill without saying a word. This was totally disregarding the rules of the big hunting match and the identity of the Feng family's disciple. The long sword circled back to Ouyang Haoshuan's hands. He bent his fingers and flicked on the sword, then smiled faintly. When will the Feng family people only do the talk? Oh, I forget, when you framed Shi Yu was at the public trial conference, weren't you guys only doing the talk? However, you guys failed to frame her and lost your own reputation unfortunately. I thought you guys really wouldn't use this unique skill again. When Ouyang Haoshuan said this, Xiao Yichen and the people of the Qixing Palace laughed out loud. Chapter 584. Chapter 584. Feng Yunhai and others were furious, pointing at Ouyang Haoshuan and screaming, "Shit, what are you? You dare to point finger at our Feng family? Besides, don't you know that killing is not allowed in big hunting match? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the 4 major sects after it is made known?" Ouyang Haoshuan sneered, "Big hunting match does not allow killings, but it is only for those registered martial artists, not the people who sneaked in around you. I don't know when the people in the Feng family were so brave. They actually dare to send in the non-participants illegally behind the other 3 major sects. If this is spread out, am I going to be sanctioned or the Feng family will be sanctioned?" When Ouyang Haoshuan said this, Feng Yunhai suddenly panicked. He almost instinctively blurted out, "How? How do you know?" Xiao Yichen and others were also shocked, then suddenly came to their senses. They felt weird. They were also the major sect's disciples who were teleported to Breaking Spirit Mountain for the big hunting match. Xiao Yichen's brothers and sisters all gathered together using secret methods. How come the Feng family's disciples were more powerful than them? There were even a few gold core stage martial artists followed Feng Yunhai to protect them. Logically, the number of people from the major sects and families had limited seats in the big hunting match. After all, most of the quotas must be reserved for those average martial artists in order for the major sects to select their talents. It turned out that these Feng family's people didn't all sign up for the big hunting match, but they sneaked in. No wonder, the Qixing Palace was defenseless against them. Xiao Yichen's gaze looking at Feng Yunhai was filled with caution and suspicion. "Feng Yunhai, what does Feng family want? Why did they send so many people into the Breaking Spirit Mountain?" Feng Yunhai's face was extremely gloomy. Instead of answering Xiao Yichen's words, he stared coldly at Ouyang Haoshuan. "Young man, who are you?" Before Ouyang Haoshuan answered, one of the gold core stage martial artists beside Feng Yunhai suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, I know who he is. He is Ouyang Haoshuan, the only son of Ouyang Zhixiong. Ouyang family was the organizer of this big hunting match, so it was normal for Ouyang Haoshuan to know the list of participants of the big hunting match." Ouyang Haoshuan. Feng Yunhai's pupils shrank sharply. His hand, that was rubbing his hair gently, suddenly gripped and pulled out 1/3 of his hair. Instead of being angry, Feng Yunhai showed a look of joy in his eyes. He winked at the 2 gold core stage martial artists around her. This Ouyang Haoshuan was the wanted person by the young master, Feng Yunjing. This time the Feng family had invested so much manpower into breaking Spirit Mountain. In addition to investigating the Prohibition Array's location of breaking Spirit Mountain, there was a temporary mission which was to find the location of Ouyang Haoshuan and secretly took him back alive. Feng Yunhai masked the joy on his face and yelled angrily at Ouyang Haoshuan, "Ouyang Haoshuan, are you tired of living? You dare to oppose our Feng family? You all catch him for me immediately. I must show him who has the say now." When Feng family's disciples heard that, they were about to charge at Ouyang Haoshuan. How would Xiao Yichen let him do as he wished? He hated Feng Yunhai's humiliation to his bone. He immediately shouted, "The Feng family dares to cheat in the big hunting match. Let's catch them all and look for the Feng family to reason with them." Chapter 585. Chapter 585. Qixing Palace's disciple responded and they cast their flying sword magic weapons. Sparks were everywhere instantly, roar resounded in the sky. 2 groups of people went into a fight. The 2 martial artists of the gold core stages, plus several people at the peak of the meridian stage surrounded Ouyang Haoshuan. It was a formation that would not allow him to escape. Even the people surrounding Heshi to take her life were not as many as those around Ouyang Haoshuan. Heshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. She always felt that Feng Yunhai became strange after he knew Ouyang Haoshuan's identity, or that the attitude of Feng family people became strange. They were shouting to teach Ouyang Haoshuan a lesson, but they were very careful in their moves. They seemed to be afraid of hurting Ouyang Haoshuan. In addition, most of the experts were around Ouyang Haoshuan. This was showing that they wanted to catch him alive. What is the Feng family trying to do? Why do they want to catch Ouyang Haoshuan? Although most of the Feng family's force was attracted by Ouyang Haoshuan and Heshi. However, the number and strength of the Feng family were still much larger than Qixing Palace. In particular, Feng Yunhai's men were almost at the advanced stage of the meridian stage or even the peak of the meridian stage. On the side of Xiao Yichen, except for his own cultivation which was at the peak of the meridian stage, most of his fellow apprentices were at most at the early stage and middle stage of the meridian stage. So after a battle, Qixing Palace quickly fell behind. The situation on Ouyang Haoshuan's side was also not so optimistic. The strength of the 2 gold core stage masters surrounding him were exceptional, and they even had powerful magic weapons in their hands. In addition, there were 3 or 4 on the peak of the meridian stage to interfere with him. Now that his strength was suppressed to the meridian stage, so he gradually became unable to cope with the situation. One of the martial artists on the gold core stage saw that he was short of spiritual power, and he immediately overjoyed, shouting, "Give me the natural silks. Catch him, then our credit will be." However, before this man finished his words, Ouyang Haoshuan suddenly channeled his flying sword. His eyes were so cold and ruthless. He actually ignored all the people who attacked behind him and ruthlessly cut toward the hands of the gold core stage martial artist. Ah! The gold core stage martial artists uttered a terrible misery. The hand that was holding onto the natural silk was chopped down forcefully, his severed limb was splashing blood everywhere. For a moment, those who were attacking Ouyang Haoshuan were stunned. They never thought that this young man with normal cultivation would actually be so ruthless. When he hacked at this gold core stage martial artist, he completely exposed his back and weakness to the enemies behind him. This was basically the same as risking his own life. Feng Yunhai was also startled, then he immediately shouted, "What are you all doing? Since he can't appreciate what is good for him, then you just cripple him and then catch him." Feng family's disciple responded immediately. They took out all the magic weapons in their hands. As Ouyang Haoshuan, who didn't seem to be able to guard on time, was about to be seriously injured, there were dozens of purple lights shooting out from the blind angle. They were aiming at the Feng family's disciples behind Ouyang Haoshuan like sharp arrows. PCH, PCH. There were several consecutive sounds of sharp blades penetrated the flesh, then followed by the horrible misery of the people. Immediately after that, the meridian stage martial artists who wanted to attack Ouyang Haoshuan suddenly crumbled to the ground. Their eyes turned white, their faces were gray, and they looked like they were dying. Chapter 586. Chapter 586. A purple vine was piercing through their chests. The leaves were trembling as they sucked their flesh happily. The only one who could survive from the vine attack was the only gold core stage martial artist. But the vine had cut an opening on his throat. He was standing on the spot in horror, he was unable to move. Before the group was completely sucked into dry corpses, Hashi waved her hand and the vine flew back to her. Feng Yunhai looked incredibly at the handsome young man standing not far away. Isn't this kid only foundation establishment stage? Why can a single hit make the martial artists at the top of the Meridian stage unable to fight back? Feng Yunhai's complexion fluctuated, and he suddenly took out a yellow talisman from his arms. This was the Thunderbolt talisman given by his elder in the family. The full blow of the talisman could even make the martial artists at the peak of the gold core stage unbearable. Feng Yunhai gritted his teeth and spit his blood on the talisman, then he suddenly activated the talisman and rushed toward Hashi. You, this slut, make our Feng family lose face. Now he dares to show off in front of us and spoil our important matter. I must let this bitch die without a trace in this breaking spirit mountain. Seeing Hashi's figure already appeared in front of him, but she still didn't realize it. There was a smirk in Feng Yunhai's eyes, and the talisman in his hand was about to burst open. You scum, die now. Feng Yunhai's arrogant shout came to an abrupt end. He couldn't believe seeing a little gray-black dragon appearing in front of his eyes. The little dragon opened his mouth to him, exposing his white and sharp teeth and grinning with ill intention. Then, his talisman was swallowed by the little dragon. It was swallowed in one bite. The little dragon made a burp and spat out a black smoke, then it murmured at Hashi, "Boss, this talisman is not tasty at all. The cinnabar used for painting talisman is not pure, but the spiritual power is quite rich, but it is still enough for a snack, hee hee." This little magic dragon was of course transfigured by the little golden dragon into the image of the doll T-Rex. After he was injured, he swallowed a lot of monster essence pills before completely recovered. Monster essence pill contained magical beast cultivation and essence. After swallowing more monster essence pills, little golden dragon slowly acquired some basic skills of the other magical beasts. This taste and ability to devour talisman was one of the new skills learned by little golden dragon. Feng Yunhai widened his mouth as he looked at the little dragon in front of him, then he looked at Hashi again with a horrified face. Hashi sneered, lifted her feet, and trampled on Feng Yunhai's fat belly fiercely. Feng Yunhai let out a horrible scream like a pig being slaughtered. He flew out like a kite with broken line and fell on the ground. The blood in his mouth continued to flow, and his dantian was having a burning pain. Feng Yunhai stared at Hashi fiercely. His eyes filled with horror and resentment. Xia Yichen and others were originally suppressed by the Feng family's disciples, but Hashi's one move reversed the situation all of a sudden. One of the two gold core stages of the Feng family was crippled, one was injured. The injured one is now being suppressed heavily by Ouyang Haoshuan. In addition, those experts at the peak of the Meridian stage were also crippled by Hashi. The leader, Feng Yunhai, was even kicked out by Hashi and rolled on the ground like a turtle. Xia Yichen was particularly happy to see Feng Yunhai suffered a hit. He laughed out loud, the Feng family's disciples only have this little strength. They want to besiege a foundation establishment stage kid, but they were beaten up by him utterly. Chapter 587. Chapter 587. Look, there is nothing to be afraid of the martial artists of the Feng family. We now will get our revenge. Beat these scums to their death. Okay. Beat them up. The disciples of Qixing Palace laughed loudly, and their momentum suddenly increased. Even in the face of people who were higher than themselves, they showed no fear at all. On the contrary, the Feng family's disciples felt scared when they saw Hashi's fierce and powerful vibe and Ouyang Haoshuan's ruthlessness. Even their movement was slowed down. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. And all this was just because of the two moves of the foundation establishment stage young men. Soon, the Feng family's people were all tied up by the disciples of Qixing Palace. Xia Yichen ransacked the storage bags and storage rings of the Feng family's disciples. They even removed their clothes, leaving them only a pair of underwear. Xia Yichen laughed as he watched the embarrassed and furious look when their clothes were stripped off. Feng Yunhai, didn't you just say that you want me to crawl through your crotch before you let me go? Now, how do you want me to let you go? Feng Yunhai looked more embarrassed than ever. His clothes had been stripped off, leaving only a pair of tattered pants. Even half of his butt was exposed. His belly was huge. It was full of fat meat. After peeling off his clothes, the fat was piled up, looking white and ugly. Especially his hair that was scarce, his hair that was entangled with the weeds was torn a lot because Hashish made him roll several times on the ground. Now that the middle of his head looked bad, which made him look extremely ugly. Feng Yunhai was tied up with natural silk. He was so angry that his body fat was trembling. He yelled at Xiao Yichen furiously, "Xiao Yichen, stop the bullying now. Do you really think our Feng family is easy to bully? You should let me go now if you are sensible, otherwise I won't let you guys go when I go back to the Feng family." "Aya, we are so scared." Another fellow apprentice sneered beside Xiao Yichen. "Feng Yunhai, don't forget that our Qixing Palace is also one of the 4 major sect. Do you really think we are afraid of your Feng family?" Xiao Yichen crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at Feng Yunhai. "If you want me to let you go, you can. As long as you Feng Yunhai obediently crawls through my crotch, I will let you all go. Otherwise, hee. Don't you think about it." Feng Yunhai was furious. "Who the hell are you? You want me, Feng Yunhai, to crawl your crotch? Are you worth pa?" Before Feng Yunhai finished his words, Xiao Yichen threw a slap on his face and smirked, "You can choose not to crawl. I can't kill you because of the rules of big hunting match. But I don't mind beating you all up badly." Feng Yunhai's face quickly swelled. He wanted to scold again, but another slap containing spiritual power hit him again. Everyone of the Qixing Palace laughed and beat up Feng family's disciple. For a time, there were wailing sounds on the mountainside. Feng Yunhai finally couldn't stand the humiliation and pain. He pleaded with tears and blood on his face, Don't hit anymore, I'll crawl. I'll crawl." Xiao Yichen looked at Feng Yunhai, who trembled as he crawled through his crotch, and was so proud that the grievance in his chest was clear. Chapter 588. Chapter 588. He turned his head and saw Hashish standing indifferently. He coughed and walked over as he said, Thank you." Hashish glanced at him and said indifferently, "Feng family and I already have resentment. I didn't mean to help you." "Thank for what?" "You." Xiao Yichen thanked him kindly, but in exchange for Hashish's lukewarm reply. He was instantly out of breath. But looking at the beautiful face of the young boy like ice sculptures, he couldn't say anything terrible. After all, if it wasn't for this man, he would be humiliated by Feng Yunhai today. How could he vent his anger? Before Xiao Yichen spoke, Nailin Ziyun, who was also following him, suddenly burst into anger. "Young Master Shi, what do you mean? Second fellow apprentice, thank you kindly. You don't appreciate it, but why are you so arrogant? Don't you know that the people who cultivate immortality should uphold justice? You just now wanted to see us die. Don't you think you are too cold and selfish?" Hashish sneered, watching Nailin Ziyun with a cold and sharp gaze. Her cheap brother was really interesting. Each time he made a young and naive look, but the words he spoke imply provocation and irony. He really got the best of Nailin Jingza. Nailin Ziyun's words were full of indignation. He initially thought he would get Xiao Yichen's understanding. Who knew that Xiao Yichen glared at him and said coldly, "Who asks you to talk now? Go to the side. Don't disturb me to talk to Shiyu." Nailin Ziyun's expression suddenly froze. His hands on his sides suddenly clenched into fists. His gaze revealed a grim light. Xiao Yichen ignored Nailin Ziyun. He just stared at Hashish for a long while, then he suddenly took out the items he ransacked and passed over. "Here you go." Hashish raised an eyebrow and looked at him in confusion. Xiao Yichen uneasily opened his eyebrows, and he tried to maintain a cold tone. "Feng Yunhai was defeated by you. This is the monster essence pill and magic weapons I found from him. I give them all to you." He also added, "The other people's storage bags are taken by my fellow apprentices, so I will not return them to you. I have given what I searched from them to you. I don't want to take advantage of you." Hashish looked at the young man's proud and shy face, and she felt a little funny. Xiao Chen treats me as a love rival, but he could still think of not taking advantage of me. It seems that this guy's heart is not bad. Xiao Chen saw that He had been silenced all the time. Her pair of slanted eyes obviously looked so beautiful, but her expression was arrogant and irritating. He stuffed the storage bag into Hashi's hand, and said coldly, "There is no rule that prohibits killing outside Breaking Spirit Mountain. You should be careful of Feng family's revenge at that time. Don't say that I drag you down later." Having said that, regardless of Hashi's reaction, he quickly greeted the disciples of the Qixing Palace and left the place. Until Xiao Chen and others went far away, Hashi looked at Feng Yunhai. Feng Yunhai took back his gloomy gaze from Xiao Chen and others at this time. He stared directly at Ouyang Haoshuan instead. There was a vicious sneer in the corner of his mouth. There was not much time left until the end of the big hunting match. When he got out, as long as he told the young master and white protector about the whereabouts of Ouyang Haoshuan, he believed that it could also be credited to him. Hashi's eyes revealed a coldness. She waved her wrist suddenly, and a nearly colorless and tasteless light smoke wrapped Feng Yunhai and others. Chapter 589. Chapter 589. These light fumes quickly invaded the mouth and nose of Feng Yunhai and others, especially their wounds, then it disappeared without a trace. When Feng Yunhai saw Hashi looking at him, she was instantly frightened by her cold eyes and shivered. You don't even think of doing anything to me. If I die, you will also be disqualified from the competition, and you will even be hunted down by the 4 major sects. You don't do stupid things. Hashi smiled slowly. Her voice was clear and soft. I don't need to do stupid things. Hao Xian, let's go. After speaking, without waiting for Feng Yunhai to react to what she said, she and Ouyang Haoshuan quickly left. Feng Yunhai looked at a little surprise, then he sneered again. What Ouyang family? When I leave the main peak of Breaking Spirit Mountain, I will never let them go. In the dense grassy hills, the breeze blew through the weeds. There were figures fighting behind the weeds. Feng Lianying pressed her head in pain, finally waking up from the raging lust fire. Her memory slowly recovered in her head. Feng Lianying's pretty face twisted. Her hands clenched tightly. After a click sound, her well-maintained nail was suddenly broken by her. She remembered Shiyu, who was almost humiliated and tortured. Then she remembered Nanggong Yu, who descended from the sky and rescued Shiyu. She remembered Nanggong Yu's ruthlessness toward her. The love-devouring voodoo given by the master was intended to use on Shiyu initially, but it was actually used on Feng Lianying herself. Then, her consciousness became blurred, leaving only a passionate desire for men. In these days, she couldn't remember anything. She just kept moaning constantly, holding on to men and moving up and down endlessly. If one couldn't satisfy her, then 2, if 2 couldn't satisfy, then 3 or 4. Even if she lost her voice, she couldn't feel anything. Her body and heart were dominated by lust. Feng Lianying stood up staggeringly and put on some clothes. When she looked down and saw the bodies of the ugly men around her, she felt that her stomach was churning. She kept retching, and her face was so ugly that it looked scary. Beauty girl Ice Lotus Fairy, let's come again, hee hee hee. The ugly man who had just had fun with her kept licking her white jade feet. His tongue was licking on her calf. As soon as Feng Lianying bowed his head, he met the man's face full of pimples. Especially the raised sarcoma on his forehead, it was more disgusting and ugly than magical beast. Feng Lianying only felt reluctance in her heart for a while. She raised her sword and cut off the man's head ruthlessly. She inhaled and exhaled deeply, then she did it again. Her face was twisting ferociously, her eyes were full of hatred and humiliation. I am the Feng family's miss, the lofty Ice Lotus Fairy. I was actually tarnished by these ugly men. Such a disgusting and dirty man, I even felt disgusted when he stood in front of me. How could he touch me? How? Nanggong Yu, how can you be so cruel and vicious? You gave my pure body to these ugly and dirty men. No, it's not Nanggong Yu's fault. All these should be blamed on Shiyu. It must be Shiyu, this bitch who instigated brother Yu to treat me like this. Shiyu. Shiyu. Holding the flying sword tightly, she spoke with a hoarse voice as if the voice would be lost at any moment, and the voice was filled with destructive hatred. Feng Lianying swears that I will tear your body into pieces. I must let you fall into disrepute. After you die, your soul will not reincarnate again. Just you wait. Chapter 590. Chapter 590. Feng Lianying turned around and walked out, suddenly sticking a warm body behind her. Nie Jinchen's soft voice sounded in her ear, Lianying, we now have skin relatives, and I will propose to Feng family when I return. Feng Lianying turned his head sharply, his eyes were waiting fiercely for him. Nie Jinchen, are you still alive? When she woke up, she looked around and found that there were corpses everywhere, and several of them were disciples of Luli sect. She thought that except her and those ugly men, everyone else had been killed by Nangongyu. Nie Jinchen looked at her affectionately, but her eyes were bottomless. Sister Lianying, have you forgotten? The first person to have sex with you is me. You hugged me passionately at that time. You even tore me in your clothes. Sister Lianying, you know that I always like you. Even if you have a relationship with these men, I will not despise you. When I go back to report to the head and Feng family's master, I will marry you. Marry me. Feng Lianying suddenly changed her face and screamed, Nie Jinchen, what do you think you are? Are you worthy of marrying me? You are just a dog beside me. You want me to marry you? Stop dreaming. I tell you, forget what happened today if you are sensible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You don't forget that I'm the young master of Luli sect. Nie Jinchen's pupils shrank suddenly as he heard that. His face looked grim. He held a piece of talisman in his hand. He gripped the talisman tighter. Even his fingernails carved into his palm. However, in the end, he just smiled coldly and lowered his head without talking. Feng Lianying thought he was suppressed by her, and she was relieved in her heart. She said coldly, if you can listen to me, you will still be the disciple leader of the Luli sect. After I become the head of Luli sect, you will be indispensable. Remember, don't tell anyone what happened today, otherwise I will never let you go. After Feng Lianying finished speaking, she didn't bother Nie Jinchen anymore. She began to carefully groom her appearance. She had full confidence in her charm. Nie Jinchen was fascinated by her. As long as it was her order, Nie Jinchen would listen. What's more, there were Feng family and Luli sect behind her. How would Nie Jinchen offend her? As long as Nie Jinchen doesn't say, and these disgusting men are also dead. Wait until I kill Shiyu, then nobody in this world will know what happened in these days. As for Nangongyu, in Feng Lianying's mind, Nangongyu was her destined husband. When she married to him and became Nangongyu's well-known wife, would Nangongyu publicize his wife's scandal? Feng Lianying planned well in her mind, so she didn't pay attention to Nie Jinchen's eyes at all. Nie Jinchen looked at her coldly behind her. A wicked and sly smile was evoked at the corner of her mouth. You dare to say that I'm a dog? You said that I'm not worthy of marrying you. Feng Lianying, why don't you look at what you are now? You are just a shameless bitch who had sex with 8 men. You even have the face to despise abandon me. If it weren't for the identity of the Feng family's miss and the position of Luli sect's master, I would have torn this woman to pieces. But Feng Lianying, you don't know yet, right? Your good days are over. Chapter 591. Chapter 591. Big hunting match, which lasted a whole month, was finally over. When Heshi came out of the transportation array of the Breaking Spirit Mountain while holding an inscribed teleportation jade slip, she saw the crowds in front of her. Most of them were shabby, they looked withered and dejected. But there were also people who looked proud of himself. Their eyebrows were full of complacent smiles. Obviously, they had achieved good results in this big hunting match. Heshi glanced through the crowd, then she quickly met Feng Lianying's cold, ghostly eyes. Heshi's gaze examined her up and down, then she glanced at Nie Jinchen beside her, revealing an inexplicable smile. It's really a pity for the Ice Lotus Fairy. Having sex with 8 men for a few days and nights, she can still appear here beautifully. Should I say that she is talented, or her desire is strong? When Feng Lianying saw Heshi smile, she was so hateful that she almost crushed her silver teeth. If this was not the closing ceremony of the big hunting match, she would have rushed over and torn Heshi who had framed her into pieces. Heshi's deep voice suddenly came from Ouyang Haoshuan, Shiyu, don't entangle with such a shameless woman, lest you dirty your eyes. He looked up and saw Ouyang Haoshuan looking at Feng Lianying with contempt and disgust. Seeing He's confusion, Ouyang Haoshuan explained something inexplicably. When I received your call for help, I rushed to the junction of the rank 5 magical beast area and the rank 4 magical beast area, and then saw the woman and several men. I didn't expect the ice lotus fairy who looks holy on the surface is actually so disgusting. You better stay away from them in the future. She almost laughed out loud after hearing this. She didn't expect that Ouyang Haoshuan also bumped into Feng Lianying's great scene. It was really a pity for Ouyang Haoshuan. Especially the appearance of Mr. Liao's disciples, that was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look. Just looking at Feng Lianying, I'm afraid that she thought no one knows her scandal right. She thought that if Nie Jinchen doesn't say, and she doesn't say it, no one will really know. As she was thinking, an anxious voice why came from Shen Qingchua, young master Shi, are you okay? I received your talisman, but my area is the eastern part of the rank 4 magical beast area. I have been urging my fellow apprentices to hurry, but there were so many magical beasts on the road, so I couldn't get through. As soon as she turned her head, she met the little girl's worried and guilty eyes. Her little apple-like face turned red, and her white forehead even exuded a thin layer of sweat. She's eyebrows quickly became soft, and her tone turned soft as she spoke to Shen Qingchua. Don't you worry, Miss Shen. Am I not fine now? When Shen Qingchua heard the words, her eyes became red. Her little hands were holding onto Hashi's sleeve, and her voice was slightly choking. Sorry, young master Shi, I promised to help you, but I couldn't fulfill my promise. Grandpa taught me not to promise anything that I can't fulfill. I am really useless. Hashi smiled gently. Who said you didn't help me? As Hexo spoke, she took out the contact talisman and stuffed it into Shen Qingchua's hands. She said slowly, in fact, I was accidentally teleported to the rank 5 magical beast area, so I asked you and young Master Ouyang for help. Although you couldn't come on time, the talisman you gave me showed me where you are, and it gave me a way to the rank 4 magical beast area. Chapter 592. Chapter 592. Hashi softly comforted, this way I could wait for Ouyang's help. Didn't you help me a lot by that? Shen Qingchua's eyes were beaming when she heard that. She lowered her voice, young Master Shi, are you telling the truth? Hashi nodded. Shen Qingchua was immediately delighted. Her little face seemed to be able to emit dazzling light. Xiao Chen, who came from the side, wanted to talk to Hashi, but when he saw the scene, he snorted in anger and left arrogantly. Nailin Ziyun whispered beside him, apart from Shiyu's handsome look, how can he compare to you? I really don't know what the girl of the Shen family thinks. She is actually fond of him. Do you not know what Shiyu is capable of except for his handsome face? Why did you ask him for help if he was so incapable? Xiao Chen glared at him, then gritted his teeth. I don't need you to comfort me. I know that I can't compare myself to Shiyu, so it's normal for Chua Er to be fond of him. His face was full of unwillingness, but his eyes looked calm. Xiao Chen clenched his fists and said, when I return to Qixing Palace, I train with my grandfather properly. One day, I will defeat that Shiyu and let my Chua Er take a different look at me. Hashi glanced at Xiao Chen's leaving figure, and she could hear everything the two guys said. Then, there was a smile on her face. Ouyang Haoshuan suddenly said in a deep voice, Shiyu, it's that Feng Yunhai. Hashi was astounded. When she looked up, she saw Feng Yunhai, who had bald hair, limped toward Feng Lianying and Nie Jinchen, and several disciples of the Feng family. As he walked, his gaze glanced viciously at Hashi and Ouyang Haoshuan. There was a sinister smile on his face. Ouyang Haoshuan frowned. It seems he is going to report to the elders of the Feng family. Hashi's expression was not flustered, and she smiled leisurely. Relax, he can't report it. Feng Yunhai had now stood in front of Feng Lianying and others. He couldn't wait for the closing of big hunting match and the end of the awards. Since he couldn't notify young Master Feng Yunjing for the time being, it would still be the same to tell Feng Lianying and the others. As Feng Yunhai thought of this, a venomous smile appeared on his swollen face. He said, Miss, senior fellow disciple, young master. When I entered Breaking Spirit Mountain to participate in the competition, I was asked to find the whereabouts of a person. Now I have found him. The young master told me to make sure that he should be caught alive. Feng Lianying wondered, who is this? That person is. Before Feng Yunhai's words were finished, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened, and blood gushed from his mouth. The blood was red at first, but it turned into a dark purple color. Feng Yunhai fell to the ground with a loud bang. His body twitched a few times, then he turned into a dead body. At the same time, there were also several martial artists who went into the Breaking Spirit Mountain with Feng Yunhai. It even included a gold core stage martial artist. Everyone's death was extremely weird. They were spitting blood, then the blood turned purple. The closing ceremony of the big hunting match was immediately chaotic. The prepared doctor hurriedly rushed over to check the dead men, but no one could find out the cause of the death. Feng Lianying's face was extremely ugly. On this trip to Breaking Spirit Mountain, their Feng family lost all their faces and they lost so many gold core stage martial artists when dealing with Shiyu. Today, the martial artists who followed Feng Yunhai to the Breaking Spirit Mountain were dead. Chapter 593. Chapter 593. Who the hell is it? Who is so bold to kill the Feng family's people under the daylight? The doctor who came to check up faced the fierce expression of the Feng family people and they were terrified that they trembled, but he still said, "My medical skills are not good. I really can't find out how these people were poisoned and when they were poisoned. Miss Feng, please be mercy." Ouyang Haoshuan not far away was startled by the scene. Then he stared blankly at Hashi, lowering his voice, "Did you do this?" Hashi's mouth curved slightly, and he slowly replied with a very low voice, "Ouyang Haoshuan, I guess those mysterious people who wanted to catch you may be sent by the Feng family." Ouyang Haoshuan froze, wondering, Feng family? What did the Feng family want from me? I don't know why they want to catch you. Hashi smiled slowly. I gave Feng Yunhai name Spirit Powder. As soon as Feng Yunhai and the others left Breaking Spirit Mountain, the name Spirit Powder will be triggered. During the onset of the name Spirit Powder, as long as they mentioned my name, they would suddenly find themselves unable to speak. It took at least a month to recover. However, if they mentioned your name, name Spirit Powder will be activated completely. No matter who says your name, the name Spirit Powder will kill all of them at the same time. Ouyang Haoshuan's eyes widened in shock. He said with disbelief, there is such a poison in this world. Shiyu, how powerful is your healing and poisoning technique? Hashi said indifferently, this is like the curse by the immortal. It will set some rules and restrictions. Once someone violates the curse, he or she will be punished. Name Spirit Powder is mixed with similar spiritual power. Together with the poison that can lurk the human body, this effect can naturally be achieved. Speaking of which, Hashi glanced at Ouyang Haoshuan and said slowly, shouldn't you pay attention to the death of Feng Yunhai and the others? As she spoke, there was a cold and cruel smile on her mouth. I obviously should be the most hated person of the Feng family. However, in Breaking Spirit Mountain, after Feng Yunhai found out your identity, he didn't even bother about Xiao Yichen and me. He just wanted to catch you alive. Moreover, the first sentence he spoke to Feng Lianying is even about you. Ouyang Haoshuan, don't you find it interesting? Ouyang Haoshuan was shocked, then his eyes flashed with a gloomy expression. After a long silence, he whispered slowly, Shiyu, I understand what you mean. I will be careful of the Feng family. Thank you. Hashi smiled and stopped talking. By this time, Feng Lianying had been angrily inquiring about Feng Yunhai's murderer. However, everyone saw Feng Yunhai came out of the teleportation array safely, who would admit it? Many martial artists were already full of doubt and contempt for the Feng family. Look at the Feng family who sent so many gold core stage martial artists this time. Now that only a few people came out now. They did not expect that the strength of the Feng family was so weak now. It seems that this time if they were lucky enough to be selected by the major sects, they definitely shouldn't choose the Feng family. Feng Lianying's heart was full of resentment and hopelessness. The criticizing gaze of those martial artists even made her ashamed. At this time, Feng Yunjing even disappeared. No one had the might to control this situation. If I know who is the one who harmed the Feng family's people, I will. Chapter 594. Chapter 594. Young Master Shi, I remember you were the last one with brother Feng Yunhai at Breaking Spirit Mountain, right? Suddenly a teenager's clear voice broke the depressive atmosphere. The speaker was Nalan Ziyun. When Feng Lianying and others heard the words, they looked at Hashi at once. Their gaze was like ice swords, wanting to tear her into pieces. Before Feng Lianying managed to speak, another middle-aged man at the peak of the gold core stage had already screamed, "Shi Yu, it's you again. Do you really think you can simply provoke our Feng family? You keep challenging the majestic of the Feng family." Hashi still looked no fear. There was still a calm smile on her face. She crossed her arms and said, "You can eat anything you like, but you can't talk nonsense. You said that Feng Yunhai was killed by me, is there any evidence? Since you were the one who last saw Yunhai, if it wasn't you, who would it be?" Hashi smirked. "He said that I was the one who saw Feng Yunhai last, then I was the last. If he asks you to die, would you listen? Not to mention, I saw Feng Yunhai 3 days ago. Can you poison someone 3 days ago and let him die when he just meets you?" The middle-aged man of the Feng family was so speechless for a long time by Hashi's words. When Feng Lianying saw Hashi, she couldn't wait to rip her off the bones, no matter whether she killed them or not. "Shi Yu, you bitch, who would oppose our Feng family except you? Stop quibbling. Today you better let us arrest you without resisting, otherwise you won't be able to get out of this breaking spirit mountain." Hashi glanced at Nalan Ziyun and spoke ambiguously, "Oh. No one except me would oppose the Feng family. Why do I recall that someone asked me for help when I'm in a conflict with Feng Yunhai? Nalan Ziyun, you said I was the last person to meet Feng Yunhai, but I remember you left long ago. How do you know what happened to Feng Yunhai after you left? Could it be that you still held grudges on Feng Yunhai because he beat you up, so you came back later and secretly poisoned him, right?" With that said, a creepy smile appeared on Hashi's face. "After all, we all know that you Nalan Ziyun is the son of Nalan Jingza, the first doctor of Jinyao Kingdom. If you want to poison someone, and someone who was being tied and defenseless, isn't that a piece of cake?" You nonsense." Nalan Ziyun panicked and screamed immediately. "I have been with my fellow apprentice rather since I left. I didn't go back to kill Feng Yunhai at all. Senior apprentice, please help me testify." Nalan Ziyun anxiously went to see Xiao Yichen and other disciples in Qixing Palace. But these people looked at him with disgust and contempt, and they didn't mean to help him at all. Nalan Ziyun suddenly panicked, watching the aggressive gaze of the Feng family. His hands and feet were trembling. No, I didn't kill them. Shi Yu, you don't put the blame on me." At this moment, Xiao Yichen finally stood up and said coldly, 3 days ago in the rank 4 magical beast area, we did have a conflict with Feng Yunhai. The reason was that Feng Yunhai wanted to rob our monster essence pills. Shi Yu was just passing by and he helped us because he couldn't accustom to Feng Yunhai's bad behavior. In the end, Feng Yunhai was defeated. He was being tied up and beaten up by us." Xiao Yichen took a few steps forward. He looked just like a 10-year-old young man, but his face was handsome and delicate. There was a dignified vibe which made his words convincing. Chapter 595. Chapter 595. If every one of the Feng family, you can go to the rank 4 magical beast area of the Breaking Spirit Mountain to see the traces left. They wanted to commit a robber act relying on numbers. I think you guys can see it clearly. What's more, what is that Feng Yunhai? In the Breaking Spirit Mountain, he was beaten up badly by us until he cried for his parents. Do we need to kill such a coward? Feng Yunhai took out a blast talisman and wanted to kill Shi Yu, but Shi Yu's spiritual pet swallowed the talisman. He was so scared that he fell onto the ground. This kind of garbage, is he worthy of us killing him? Xiao Yichen's sneer glance glanced at the few people who looked embarrassed in Feng family. He raised his hand as he said, You Feng family are narrow-minded, and you did such an injustice act. Don't measure the other using your villain's mind, thinking that the others would collude with you." When Xiao Yichen said this, the disciples of Qixing Palace cheered. Second fellow disciple said, "Well, we Qixing Palace are participating in this hunt with our own strength. We never did those filthy act. Maybe that Feng Yunhai was just doing bad things too much, so he got his retribution. Don't put the blame on young Master Shi. Feng family really thought that our Qixing Palace was afraid of you. If you want to fight, let's fight." Xiao Yichen's words made Chen Qingchua took a good look at him, then he said furiously at the people of Feng family, You failed to frame young Master Shi last time, but this time you want to repeat the trick. You are so shameless. Qingxia sect's other gold core stage disciple also sneered, Feng family is simply bullying others. If Qixing Palace confronts with Feng family, it's better to count me Zhang Danchen of the Qingxia sect in. Also count me in. Count me in. In the hall for a while, the people in Feng family seemed to be the target of criticism. Their faces were ugly, but in the face of the questions from Qingxia sect and Qixing Palace, they couldn't argue with them for a while. Feng Yunhai's death could naturally just let it be. Feng Lianying was so enraged that her face also twisted as she watched Shiyu escape once again when she was about to catch her. At this moment, on the master seat of the main hall, the elders of several majors who came in late sat in their respective positions. When these elders of the nascent soul stage appeared, the original noisy hall was suddenly quiet. Everyone knew that this time the big hunting match was finally coming to fruition. However, the people of Feng family looked awkward, and their faces looked even more ugly. Their Feng family, the nascent soul stage elder Feng Yunjing, did not appear. There were already martial artists sneering as they were discussing, maybe Master Feng feels ashamed that he doesn't dare to come out. Even if it's me, I don't have a face to show up to. Making such an embarrassed thing in the match, and most of the elite who sent into the Breaking Spirit Mountain didn't make it out alive. Feng family's loss this time is too serious. These people were talking secretly. One of the casual martial artists next to him seemed to have received an inexplicable message from a friend. He was surprised when he saw the message, but he still couldn't help but take out the inscribed jade slip of the black market and inject his spiritual power. When he found the sales video recorded by Recording Talisman from the black market according to the guidance of a friend, his eyes suddenly straightened. He completely forgot where he was, and made a huge exclamation, "My God!" The martial artists in the hall were listening to the teachings of Elder Qixing Palace. Although there were martial artists whispering below, surely no one would shout out loud. Chapter 596. Chapter 596. So when the voice of this martial artist came out, he suddenly attracted the attention of the whole hall. The elder Xia who was speaking looked ugly, and the disciple beside him immediately reprimanded, "What's so noisy? Do you not understand the rules?" The martial artist who screamed also had astonishment on his face, but his expression was mostly feeling weird. From time to time, he glanced at Feng Lianying, not far away, with a colorful expression on his face. When Elder Xia's disciple saw that he was not talking, his face immediately turned dark. He walked down and shouted, "What did you just watch? Hand it out." This man dared to be so disrespectful to their Qixing Palace. He must not be spared. The martial artist shuddered, and then held back his fear and surprise as he handed out the item. As he handed it in, he whispered, I really don't know. I just received a message from a friend saying that there are good things on the black market, and I must watch. I really don't know it will be this. I didn't intend to interfere with Elder Xia's speech. Please forgive me, Senior. Elder Xia's disciple frowned and took over the inscribed jade slip in his hand. This inscribed jade slip looked unique, but most of the people in the Miluo continent should know it. This was the inscribed jade slip that allowed martial artists to enter the black market virtual space. It was also the identity of martial artists. The purchase and operation of the same inscribed jade slip could only be completed by a single martial artist, but if someone wanted to watch the purchased item, it could be share it with others. It could even project the video and play it directly. That Elder Xia's disciple belonged to the elite of the martial arts, but things like black market were generally only visited by some lone martial artists or the sect disciple of the lower rank. So after getting the inscribed jade slip, he injected his spiritual power before trying to understand the operating principle at all. The inscribed jade slip was instantly activated when spiritual power was injected. Immediately afterward, a huge screen was projected in the center of the hall. Two intertwined figures soon appeared on the screen. They rolled in the grass without any clothes on them. The woman's hair was loose. Her hands and feet were tightly wrapped around the man, and she was hugging his neck with an unbearable longing. And the man was slapping the woman while posing the woman in various promiscuous and slutty poses. The most incredible thing was that besides the pair of entangled woman and men, there were still a few ugly men whose clothes were untied, clinging, biting, and rubbing the woman constantly. But instead of feeling ashamed, the woman showed a very excited and enthusiastic expression. She even occasionally hugged the men's ugly heads and pressed them in her chest. Everyone knew these ugly men. But this man and woman, everyone recognized them as soon as possible. Feng Lianying, the Miss of Feng family and the young master of Luli sect. Nie Jinchen, Luli sect's senior fellow apprentice. These two, who were neatly dressed and looked glamorous on the surface, actually did such dirty act in breaking Spirit Mountain. In particular, Feng Lianying, who usually looked pure and holy and couldn't tolerate others' humiliation and trample, was actually so hot and lustful in private. Many male martial artists were even excited to see this scene. There was a weird silence in the hall. Even needle drops could be heard. Elder Xia's disciple's hand was loose, and the inscribed jade slip fell to the ground. The image in the hall disappeared without a trace. That disciple looked at the crowd, at Master, and at the Feng family's people whose face was stagnant, and he stuttered, "I don't know. I really don't know." Chapter 597. Chapter 597. He really didn't know that after the inscribed jade slip was activated, it would play such a shameful harem scene. Ah! Feng Lianying suddenly woke up and uttered a scream that sounded like it was going to tear her throat. Then blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. The pair of resentful hatreds, staring at Hashi like a banshee. She kept mumbling, "Slut, it's you. It must be you who framed me. Slut, I won't let you go." Her voice suddenly increased, then it seemed to be stuck in his throat. Feng Lianying's eyes turned white, and she fainted on the ground as she could no longer bear it. The face of the Feng family could no longer be described with ugliness. Coupled with the absence of Feng Yunjing, they were flustered. They only felt that everyone looked at them as if they were laughing at and mocking them. The miss of the dignified Feng family turned out to be having wild sex in big hunting match. Never mind if she was having wild sex, but it was not with a man, but 7 or 8 men. How could such a shameless act not be laughed at? However, when did their Feng family ever suffer such humiliation? How could the Feng family apprentices endure such ridicule? The middle-aged man who had the highest cultivation suddenly raised his hand and slapped Nie Jinchen ruthlessly. He said harshly, "Why are you guys still standing there? Quickly carry him and leave. Do you still want to stay here to embarrass yourself?" "Yes." Nie Jinchen covered his face and lowered his eyes, making people unable to see his expression. The middle-aged man resentfully said, "Wait until I settle the score with you. Look at the good things you have done. Let's see how you explain to your master when we are back." After speaking, he swung his sleeve angrily and left without bothering Nie Jinchen. When the other disciples of the Feng family saw the master's senior left, how could they have the face to stay after feeling the ridiculed eyes of everyone? They carried Feng Lianying and left dejectedly. After the Feng family had left, a loud burst of laughter broke out in the hall. This time the Feng family really made a huge loss in the big hunting match. They were so shameful, ha ha ha. On the stage, Elder Xia gripped his fist and put it near his lips, then he made a cough. He held back his smile and said, "Everyone please be quiet. Don't worry about the insignificant things. Now we start to count the results of big hunting match." After hearing the words of Elder Xia, the martial artists in the hall stopped the noise and looked up at the stage with anticipation. Over the past month, they had lived in the wild and wrestled with magical beasts just to get good results. Today was the time to reveal their results. One by one, the martial artists handed in their monster essence pills and the storage utensils. Some were a dozen and some were hundreds. The disciples of the 4 major sects responsible for reviewing the achievements of these martial artists projected them on the inscribed jade slip so that everyone could see them. Shui Yu sect, Ji Xingho, Meridian stage, turned in 87 pieces of rank 4 magical beast monster essence pills. Qingxia sect, Shifeiyu, gold core stage, turned in 35 pieces of rank 5 magical beast monster essence pill. Qixing Palace, Xiaoyichen, Meridian stage, turned in 122 pieces of rank 4 magical beast monster essence pill. As the achievements of the martial artists were projected, the whole hall was in turmoil. Among the Meridian stage martial artists who have turned in the monster essence pill today, the monster essence pill obtained by Xiaoyichen was far ahead. This made the people at Qixing Palace extremely happy. Even Elder Xia, who had always been serious, could not help but caressing his beard, showing a smile of relief. Chapter 598. Chapter 598. Suddenly, a young man in Shui Yu sect costume snorted coldly, strode forward, and threw the storage in his hand on the table. He sneered, he just collected some rank 4 magical beast monster essence pills, and he thought he is so pro. Qixing Palace is just so-so. The people at Qixing Palace suddenly felt ugly when they heard the words, and Xiao Yichen couldn't hold back as he said furiously. Han Feiyu, what do you mean by that? Can you collect more monster essence pill than me? Shui Yu sect disciple, who was called Han Feiyu, gave a scornful smile. He injected spiritual power into the storage ring and dozens of monster essence pills appeared in front of everyone. In fact, according to the number, these dozens of monster essence pills certainly wouldn't exceed Xiao Yichen's 100+ monster essence pills. However, when everyone saw that one of the monster essence pills, some of them were exuding a thick monster beast's power, they couldn't help but exclaim, rank 5 magical beast monster essence pill. Although this Han Feiyu was the grandson of Elder Han of Shui Yu sect, he still had some reputations. However, he was only at the Meridian stage after all. A Marillion stage martial artist actually entered the rank 5 magical beast area and captured 8 monster essence pill of the rank 5 magical beast. If he did it himself, it would be amazing. Hearing the praises of everyone around, Han Feiyu raised his chin high, looked down at Xiao Yichen and sneered, Xiao Yichen, do you know the difference between the strength of rank 4 magical beast and rank 5 magical beast? I have 8 rank 5 magical beasts monster essence pills here. Even your 100 rank 4 magical beasts monster essence pills can't compete with it. Hee, Qixing Palace, they are just some insignificant sect. Xiao Yichen's face was gloomy, but he couldn't say a word. No matter what method Han Feiyu used to get the rank 5 magical beasts monster essence pills, he lost completely in big hunting match. In particular, he lost the face of Qixing Palace. Elder Xia's face also looked gloomy and ugly. On the contrary, Elder Han of Shui Yu sect smiled. He shook his head casually, this brat is still young and vigorous. He just likes to be competitive. Elder Xia, please don't feel offended. In fact, your sexy Chen is pretty good. He can hunt more than 100 rank 4 magical beasts monster essence pills. He was just a bit timid, he didn't dare go to the rank 5 magical beast area. Unlike our sex Feiyu, he is just a dumb person, but he could hunt 8 rank 5 magical beasts monster essence pills. This result is still okay. There was a twitch at Elder Xia's mouth, but he forced a smile. The disciple of Shui Yu sect below was even more proud and arrogant than the people of Qixing Palace and Qingxia sect. Especially when the following martial artists who submitted monster essence pills couldn't hunt the magical beast of higher rank, this made Han Feiyu even more arrogant. He suddenly walked to Shen Qingchua's side and chuckled, Sister Chua, no wonder you used to hate Xiao Yichen pestering around you like a fly. He is just a good-looking idiot who doesn't have any strength. How can Sister Chua be fond of him? I don't know what Sister Chua thinks of me. My grandfather said that I can break through the gold core stage in just a few years. By that time, you can marry me to be my dual cultivation partner. Who wants to be your dual cultivation partner? Shen Qingchua glanced fiercely at Han Feiyu. I don't like Xiao Yichen, but I hate you 100 times more than Xiao Yichen. Don't think I don't know that every year you will rob a bunch of girls with spiritual roots to serve as your furnace. Such a shameless person like you, I even feel disgusted when I see you. Chapter 599. Chapter 599. You. Han Feiyu's face suddenly darkened. His low and gentle voice that he pretended suddenly became cold, Shen Qingchua, I'm giving face to you to marry you as my dual cultivation partner. If it were because your Qingxia sect's ancestors can be served as a backer, do you think I will be fond of you? Before Han Feiyu finished speaking, a shadow suddenly slammed into his face. Han Feiyu was caught off guard and was hit by the thing on the ground, making a huge moan. This movement immediately caught everyone's attention. A little black dragon flying up from Han Feiyu's face, flapping his wings a few times, and he laughed, Hey, don't you know not to block others' way? I want to submit monster essence pills for my boss. Why are you standing there blocking my way? Before Han Feiyu made a speech, the little dragon had fluttered to the front of the main hall. It raised its head and shouted loudly, Shiyu, Foundation Establishment Stage, come to submit monster essence pill. When the name Shiyu came out, it immediately caught everyone's attention in the hall. This name was quite popular for this period. Whether it was the rumor about his amazing medical skills, the best medical pills sold by Xingde Church, or the wonderful conflict and overturn between him and the Feng family, it was impressive. Now everyone heard that he was turning in Monster Essence pill, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Among the crowd of Qingxia sect, a boy with a handsome face walked out slowly. The light in the hall seemed to gather on him for an instant, and a halo was painted on his body which made him look gorgeous. Everyone was stunned for a while until the boy came to the stage and took out all the Monster Essence pills from the storage ring. 66 rank 4 Magical Beasts Monster Essence pills and 10 rank 5 Magical Beasts Monster Essence pills. The onlookers couldn't help rubbing their eyes again and again. Even Shinsen, who had always looked up at Shi Yu, couldn't help showing a shocked expression. The boy in front is just the foundation establishment stage. Did we see it right? However, none of the Monster Essence pills he took out were of the rank 3 Magical Beast. All of them were 4th order, and there were even 10 rank 5 which was 2 more than Han Feiyu. There was silence in the hall. Everyone looked at Hashi like they were looking at a monster. Shensen regained conscious soon as possible. He said with a low voice, "Did you hunt these Monster Essence pills yourself?" Hashi looked indifferent. She said with a clear voice, "I hunted some by myself, and some were gifted by others." After speaking, she seemed to suddenly think of something. She turned to look at Xiao Yichen, her voice was cold, but it was pleasant to listen to. "Right, thank you for giving me Monster Essence pills." As soon as the words came out, the whole audience made an uproar. The eyes of everyone looking at Xiao Yichen changed, and then they suddenly realized it. It turned out that the people of the Qixing Palace even gave their Monster Essence pills to Shi Yu. Perhaps it was to win over the miracle healer Shi. No wonder the pills Xiao Yichen hunted were not as many as Han Feiyu. Xiao Yichen widened his mouth. He couldn't respond to what happened for a long while. He stuttered, "I didn't. I just gave you a few." But Hashi didn't care what he said anymore. She handed the Monster Essence pills to Shensen instead. Shensen glanced at her meaningfully. This glance was not just appreciation but also amazed. This time it was Elder Xia's turn to smile at Elder Han of Shuiyu sect. "Haze, my sexy Chen, is so honest. He is always thinking about others first, he doesn't want to take credit at all." Chapter 600. Chapter 600. Your family's Feiyu is really different. This little brat's temper really can't be helped, even I can't control him. But fortunately, he has a good social network. Elder Han, don't you think so? Elder Han's face was sullen. He waved his sleeves without saying anything. Han Feiyu, who had just been knocked by the little magic dragon to the ground, looked extremely gloomy. He wanted to vent his anger, but looking at the cold and unsightly eyes of everyone on Qingxia sect, he immediately turned away dejectedly. Just now when Han Feiyu was talking badly against Shen Qingchua, the most favorite person of the Qingxia sect, he already almost made Qingxia sect's people get rage, but Hashi was just a step faster than them. Now that he still wanted to show off their power in front of the Qingxia sect. Did he really think that the title as the 4 major sects was just a useless title? Han Feiyu gave Hashi a ruthless gaze before leaving. His eyes were full of resentment and coldness. The statistics of the big hunting match results were completed, and Hashi won the first prize of the Foundation Establishment Stage Martial Artists without a doubt. She got the 4th rank fire technique as she wished. In fact, the Magical Beast Monster Essence pills obtained by Hashi in Breaking Spirit Mountain was far more than these few dozens. Even only the rank 5 Magical Beast Monster Essence pill plus those given by Ouyang Haoshuan were more than 50. But the effect of Monster Essence pill was so great that she couldn't bear to give it all out. She kept the rest for the few brats as a snack. Hashi took the fire technique and looked around, but she was surprised to find that Ouyang Haoshuan was disappeared to nowhere. It seemed that before she handed over the Monster Essence pills, Ouyang Haoshuan had received some kind of news, and then he left with an ugly face. Hashi fell into deep thought, then Shen Qingchua's voice suddenly came in her ears, "Young Master Shi, you are so amazing, you can actually win the first place of big hunting match." Hashi smiled and said nothing. At this time, Shensen, who completed the duties as the elder, also slowly walked up and said toward Hashi, "Shi Yu, would you like to come to our Qingxia sect? As long as you say a word, I can let any of the elders of Qingxia sect or even Chua Er's grandfather, Qingxia sect's ancestors to accept you as a personal disciple." After a pause, he said again, this time Feng family lost face in big hunting match, Shiyu will surely become a thorn in their eyes. Feng family is powerful, they may not dare to harm you during the big hunting match, but if you leave Breaking Spirit Mountain, Shiyu may be in danger. But as long as you come to our Qingxia sect, I guarantee that the people of Feng family will never dare to make trouble. When Shen Qingchua heard Shen Sen's words, she immediately smiled and said along, young Master Shi, uncle is right. Come to our Qingxia sect, so that we can play together all day. Let me tell you, the Yunxia mountain where our Qingxia sect is located is beautiful, and the spirit is rich. It is very suitable for cultivation. Then, I will let Grandpa make a cave house for you alone, then I will find you every day to play, isn't it good? Before Shen Qingchua's words were finished, Shen Sen patted her head lightly and smiled, young Master Shi is an ambitious person, how can he play with you every day? However, he did not deny Shen Qingchua's other promises. He was just looking at He with a smile. He could feel the sincere invitations from Shen Sen and Shen Qingchua to her. They were definitely not inviting her for their own purpose. She said with a smile, thank you for your kindness, but I have always been alone. For me to join a sect and to be restricted by sect rules, it is really not the path I seek. Part 5 of the series ends here, thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.